Chapter 839, Bullying the Weak, Part 2. The incident involving Li Zilin assaulting the inner guard, Tang Fei, did not escape anyone's notice. This matter demands an explanation. I, Li Wanyu, the steward of the inner guard, may not possess the formidable strength of your law enforcement halls Li Qixing, nor the eloquence you exhibit, yet I am unyielding in defending my own. Some individuals, emboldened by their past glories, seek to oppress those of my inner guard, and I, Li Wanyu, will not acquiesce. With a resolute demeanor, Li Wanyu addressed the assembly, his gaze narrowed and filled with an icy glare, exuding a sense of righteous indignation as he coldly regarded Li Qixing. Such declarations from Li Wanyu, coupled with his calculated theatrics, stirred not only the severely beaten Tang Fei, but also the faces of the dozen or so disciples accompanying him, who displayed palpable excitement. "Where's the basin? I feel utterly nauseated. Let me vomit first," scoffed the third young master, Li Wanyu, mimicking a retch. If such words were uttered by another, I might believe them. However, you, Li Wanyu, are nothing more than a self-serving scoundrel, adept at sweet-talking to curry favor. How dare you claim such righteousness when you have reduced the inner guard to this state? Li Wanyu spat disdainfully. Li Wanyu's expression darkened immediately. This third young master, Li Wanyu, was nothing but a troublemaker, and his words promptly soured the noble atmosphere Li Wanyu had painstakingly crafted. "What did you just say? You are but a fool." Oh, how bold to insult even the third young master. The tension in the air escalated. The disciples from the inner guard and the law enforcement hall erupted into chaos. Their weapons drawn, the atmosphere charged with hostility. "Silence!" Li Wanyu's voice thundered, reverberating through the cramped cell like rolling thunder, drowning the room in a cacophony. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, a greenish flame enveloping his form. A suffocating pressure radiated from Li Wanyu, compelling all to fall silent. The disciples of slightly lower rank turned pale, struggling to maintain their footing. "Since reason has failed, let us speak with strength," Li Wanyu proclaimed, stepping forward with an air of haughty confidence, his eyes glinting with disdain. "Today, I shall take down Li Zilin. Who dares oppose me? Let us fight." His gaze swept the room, landing on Li Qixing, a cold smile gracing his lips, laced with provocation. In that moment, Li Wanyu's might and domineering presence were unmistakable. He had transformed into a force to be reckoned with, and all present silently acknowledged that none could guarantee victory against him in a one-on-one confrontation, Li Qixing included. "Oh, I have heard tales of Brother Qixing's unparalleled swordsmanship. Today, before all these disciples, I, Li Wanyu, shall gladly witness it," he sneered, advancing towards Li Qixing with intent. A shameless scoundrel, merely a substitute steward. How dare he challenge the enforcers of the law? "Allow me to teach you a lesson." Third young master Li Wanyu's expression shifted. His teeth clenched as he stepped forward, poised to strike. Despite his usual reckless behavior, he possessed a meticulous mind, clear as a mirror. He understood that today, he could not allow Li Qixing and Li Wanyu to engage in combat. For should he suffer defeat at this juncture, Li Qixing's prestige within the Li family fortress would undoubtedly wane. Regaining such standing thereafter would prove exceedingly difficult. Li Wanyu sought to overpower through brute force. But third young master Li Wanyu could not grant him that opportunity. If he were to be the one defeated today, Li Qixing's reputation would remain intact, preserving his chance to control the situation. At that moment, a disciple from the inner guard burst in, whispering urgently into Li Wanyu's ear. A disciple from the law enforcement hall had also arrived to report to Li Qixing. Li Runin had escaped from the secret realm, her strength significantly enhanced. She not only rescued Li Feng, but also slew the eldest young master with a single stroke. It was further rumored that the fortress lord had also been saved. Standing nearby, Li Zilin's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing of her father's and Li Feng's salvation, her delicate form trembling slightly with emotion. "Huh, Li Wanyu, did you ever imagine this day would come? The fortress lord is returning, and your reign is at an end." In that instant, Li Yu's previous despondency vanished, and he exclaimed excitedly, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Li Yun, though silent, wore a face flushed with overwhelming excitement. Strangely, however, in the face of Li Yu's taunts, Li Wanyu appeared almost dazed, his expression shifting rapidly, rendered speechless. "The fortress lord is on the verge of returning. Prepare yourself well, Li Wanyu. Unleash all your tactics. For this is your final chance." Li Qixing regarded Li Wanyu with an unmistakable glimmer of pity. "Liner, let us depart. Matters here have reached their conclusion." He shifted his gaze from Li Wanyu to Li Zilin. A person who has lost their fighting spirit poses no real threat. No, I will remain here, waiting for Brother Feng's return. Until he is back, I cannot allow his friends to be harmed. Li Zilin resolutely shook her head. Very well, Li Qixing replied, slightly taken aback, then nodded. What? She killed the eldest young master Jian Bei with a single stroke? Second elderly Wanfeng thought he must have misheard. Indeed, not a word of a lie. Both Li Wanyu and I witnessed it with our own eyes. The other disciples who had accompanied them also confirmed the event. Li Runin, having escaped the secret realm, had seemingly acquired an unusual sword technique from who knows where. In a mere flash, she struck down the eldest young master. Li Yongda stood trembling behind the second elder, affirming confidently, yes. Li Wanyu nodded repeatedly in agreement. To slay Jian Bei with one stroke. Could that truly be achieved solely through an unusual sword technique? Li Runin's cultivation must at least be at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Li Wanfeng gritted his teeth in reluctant acknowledgement. This news had completely disrupted all his prior preparations, necessitating a complete overhaul of his plans. He lifted his gaze towards the assembly hall, a sinister expression flickering across his face. Li Runin, regardless of the gains you may acquire this time, should you dare return to the Li family fortress, I shall ensure your demise. Furthermore, the prospect of your safe return to the Li family fortress is far from simple. I shall dispatch someone to ambush you, avenging my son. The second elder clenched his fists. Leave, he commanded, gesturing dismissively. Li Wanyu and Li Yongda exchanged a glance, bowing respectfully before retreating. Both felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and gravity in their hearts. I shall kill you. For the second elder, Li Wanfeng, it was an unbearable sorrow. Li Runin had slain his son, and he vowed to avenge him. After their departure, Li Wanfeng retrieved a messaging talisman from his storage ring and casually cast it into the air. I will ensure you have no resting place. The second elder, Li Wanfeng, bellowed in a fit of rage. Chapter 840. Both enemy and friend. The sky was overcast, with low-hanging clouds, the oppressive heat creating a suffocating atmosphere. A thunderclap echoed as the wind swept through, dark clouds rolling ominously on the horizon. Suddenly, Hao Chun, who had been sprinting, came to an abrupt halt, furrowing his brow. Come out. Hao Chun directed his gaze towards the nearby thicket. From a distance, the lush forest rustled ominously in the subdued wind. Li Runin followed his gaze, but saw nothing. Hao Chun smirked, his eyes glimmering with a sudden chill. In the next moment, his consciousness pierced through the void. On the treetops, which had appeared empty moments before, a translucent ripple emerged, revealing a tall figure slowly materializing. Li Runin felt a chill run down her spine. With her nascent soul cultivation, her consciousness could encompass a radius of over 100 miles. Moreover, within 100 feet, not even the faintest whisper of an insect could escape her perception. Yet, had it not been for Hao Chun's sudden utterance, she would have remained oblivious to the presence of a living person concealed among the treetops. This indicated that the individual's power far surpassed her own. Is it you? Hao Chun's gaze landed on the figure's face. This person emanated an inexplicable, eerie aura, identical to someone he recognized. The familiar essence belonged to the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan. Indeed, it's me. I've come, and today you must die. The blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, radiated unmasked murderous intent. You are quite unfortunate. My mood is rather foul today. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you wander into hell unbidden. Last time you escaped, you should have kept a low profile to preserve your wretched life. Who would have thought you would dare appear before me again? Very well, this time, you shall not return. Hao Chun replied with a cold laugh. A crack echoed from the treetops, and the individual gasped, retreating abruptly. However, Hao Chun had already appeared before him like a specter, like a shadow intertwined, without a hint of drawing a sword. A crimson haze of sword light enveloped the blood-poisoned prince, Zheng Yuan. Suddenly, the air was rent with the relentless sound of clashes, akin to a tempest. The two combatants, akin to celestial beings, flickered amidst the raging flames. Ha! It has been many years. How have you fared? Hao Chun inquired amidst the skirmish. His concern palpable. Thanks to you, I have managed quite well. Zheng Yuan responded in kind. As they fought, their banter continued, hands moving with increasing speed. Come, let us once again compare our marksmanship and see if you have made any progress over the years. Hao Chun suddenly drew his silver dragon pistol. Very well. I shall let you perish beneath my black dragon spear, Zheng Yuan retorted, swiftly brandishing his black dragon spear. Kill. They both lunged forward, their weapons clashing in a flurry of strikes, each blow infused with their utmost strength. Hao Chun, however, restrained his cultivation to match Zheng Yuan's equal prowess. Two formidable beings at the spirit division level engaged in a rapid exchange, alternating between offense and defense, with scarcely any discernible difference in their skills. Delightful, truly delightful. They reveled, confined to a small arena where their true abilities were put to the test. With a resounding crash, the Black Dragon Spear and Silver Dragon Pistol collided with remarkable precision. Hao Chun's force was soft yet deliberate, emphasizing the balance of lightness and heaviness, while Zheng Yuan's power was fierce and unyielding, charging forward with reckless abandon. Both felt the strain in their arms, the weapons nearly slipping from their grasp. Yet neither was willing to yield. It became a pure contest of strength. Hao Chun and Zheng Yuan simultaneously withdrew their weapons, each staggered back 4 or 5 paces. Haha, now this is what I call a worthy opponent. Let us see if you can withstand my next strike. Zheng Yuan laughed heartily, his face flushed. Zheng Yuan then unleashed a chaotic flurry of thrusts, targeting the ground and the surrounding air with seemingly erratic technique. Yet, his speed rapidly intensified, and he began to spin, the shadows of his spear swirling in a vortex. Kill! Zheng Yuan thrust his spear forward, this maneuver resembling a rotating black dragon, with the surrounding air filled with overlapping spear shadows that continued to revolve. Hao Chun discerned the palpable murderous intent within. This strike contained countless attacks, each imbued with rotational force, aimed at different parts of the body, with the thrust merely a precursor. It would be difficult to counter as the spinning spear obscured its central point. Bring it on, Hao Chun exclaimed, recognizing the assault aimed at his body. He decided that his counterattack need not be cunning. If the opponent was fierce, he would respond in kind. Phantom Spear. Hao Chun leaped into the air, transforming his spear into a sword, delivering a heavy strike toward the oncoming flurry of lethal spear light. This was a slicing thrust, akin to the Phantom Sword in its execution. With a resounding impact, Hao Chun landed squarely on the ground, while Zheng Yuan was sent hurtling backwards, struggling to stabilize himself by thrusting his spear into the earth. Blood trickled down Zheng Yuan's arm, his shoulder wounded, a manic smile gracing his face. The blood-poisoned Prince Zheng Yuan had been defeated. Hao Chun had no intention of killing him. Zheng Qi resided in the 4th heavenly awakening realm. As the blood-poisoned prince departed, a voice resonated in his ear. What? Brother Zheng Qi is not dead? The news from Hao Chun startled the blood-poisoned Prince Zheng Yuan, who simply tucked this sentiment away in his heart. After driving away the assailants from the demonic sect, Hao Chun chose a secluded spot and, with Li Runin, vanished into the space of the Jade Pendant. Long before arriving at Li family fortress, Hao Chun had infiltrated the outer valley manor with Li Runin. After dispatching a few guards without a hitch, they rescued his parents and younger siblings, ushering them into the living quarters of the Jade Pendant space. At this moment, after examining Li Feng's physique, Hao Chun discovered he had fully recovered. He also noticed a hint of the dragon blood lineage within Li Feng. Although the Li family's dragon bloodline had long since faded, it had returned in Li Feng, much like the prodigious nature of Hao Chun himself. However, upon inspecting Li Feng's equipment, it left much to be desired, particularly the hunting bow, which was rather cumbersome to carry. Therefore, Hao Chun produced the bloodthirsty divine crossbow, erasing his own consciousness so that Li Feng could refine it for use. He then tossed Li Feng a storage ring and a pouch filled with elixirs and magical treasures, fully equipping him. How long has it been since you broke through to the initial stage of foundation establishment? Noticing the vigorous bloodline within Li Feng, Hao Chun inquired. 7 days ago. I broke through to the initial stage during a fierce battle. Li Feng replied without hesitation. There is still room for improvement. Follow me. Without delay, Hao Chun and Li Feng exited the Jade Pendant space, descending into a valley within a forest, 1,000 miles away from Li family fortress. Hao Chun guided Li Feng into the 7th layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 841. Sharpening the blade before battle for practitioners with weaker constitutions. Rapid elevation of cultivation cannot be undertaken. Progress must be gradual. The strength of Li Feng's bloodline, honed through body refinement, rendered his physical prowess comparable to that of a core formation cultivator, allowing for swift advancement in cultivation without concern. Hao Chun meticulously imparted his insights on body refinement to Li Feng, leaving behind precious resources such as the 10,000-year spirit liquid, commencing the 3rd experiment. The first experiment was to elevate Su Mu's cultivation, achieving an acceleration ratio of 1 to 3. The second experiment was for Chu Qian, also with a 1 to 3 acceleration ratio. This time, he aimed to create a miracle, transforming a 15-year-old youth into a formidable core formation powerhouse. Beginning with a ratio of 1 to 3, Hao Chun incrementally increased the proportions for Li Feng's cultivation acceleration. As the moon waxed and waned, Hao Chun observed Li Feng's progress, 1 to 3, 5, 15, 22, 25, 30. Eventually, the ratio stabilized at 1 to 45 for the time acceleration. 3 days later, Hao Chun noticed dark clouds gathering above the valley where he and Li Feng resided, akin to a bustling market. Abruptly, he extracted Li Feng from the temporal space, placing him back in the forest valley. Simultaneously, he summoned Xiao Chui, Li Runan, and other guardians, along with several cultivators, to witness Li Feng's tribulation. In the external world, 3 days had passed, yet Li Feng had already spent over 120 days within the demon suppression tower. What loomed above him was not an ordinary dark cloud, but rather the calamity cloud of his tribulation. Typically, ascending from the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul stage does not provoke such a calamity cloud. Perhaps it was due to Li Feng's extraordinary talent, coupled with the artificially induced elevation of his realm, that rendered his situation unique. Chu Qian had also encountered a similar tribulation. Instinctively, Li Feng felt a deep-seated fear toward the ominous cloud, as if his very soul trembled in trepidation. Should he fail to endure the thunderous tribulation descending from the calamity cloud, he would either perish or have all his cultivation wiped clean. Naturally, the latter outcome could be considered the lesser of two evils, and its likelihood was minimal. In most cases, failing to withstand the tribulation meant certain death. The calamity cloud hovered ominously above Li Feng's head. Clenching his fists, he gazed upwards, bewildered by the presence of this tribulation cloud. For it was generally the prodigies and demonic beasts that faced such tribulations during their ascension. Could it be that his forced elevation of cultivation had precipitated this occurrence? Li Feng pondered the cause. Yet, there was no time for idle speculation. He needed to prepare for the tribulation. At that moment, a resonant voice from Hao Chun echoed in Li Feng's ears. Just then, the first wave of heavenly thunder struck. The initial wave. The first bolt of thunder was the weakest, appearing exceedingly slender, and Li Feng believed he could withstand it with his own strength. As the bolt descended from the heavens, it struck Li Feng, sending tremors through his body. The intense pain gradually numbed him, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. This wave of tribulation thunder consisted of merely 3 bolts. Thus, if he could endure 2 more, he would emerge unscathed. Electricity coursed through Li Feng's entire being, slowly refining and transforming his physique, though he remained oblivious to this metamorphosis. In the blink of an eye, the second bolt of thunder arrived. Its power doubled that of the first and as thick as a wrist. Li Feng swallowed hard, straightened his back, and braced himself for this onslaught. Upon impact, darkness enveloped his vision, yet he held firm, refusing to fall. Boom! Another bolt of thunder descended. This was the final bolt of the first wave, its ferocity now akin to the thickness of an ankle, crashing down with unbridled fury. The thunder engulfed Li Feng's body entirely. After what felt like an eternity, the storm dissipated, revealing Li Feng unscathed, save for his arms, which bore faint scorch marks. Was this truly the limit of his endurance? At that moment, the bloodline legacy of the Li family surged within him, a tempestuous energy roaring through his veins. No longer relying solely on his physical resilience, Li Feng activated the Li family's bloodline legacy to its utmost potential. A dragon-shaped phantom seemed to materialize behind him, undulating amidst the thunder, bellowing defiantly at the impending storm. The second wave of thunder descended, more ferocious than the first, its hue a deep crimson, suffused with a malevolent aura that seemed capable of annihilating all in its path. Furious Dragon Punch. Li Feng's expression turned steely as he raised one hand, unleashing a powerful fist strike. Crack! The thunder erupted in the void, shattering the space within several miles above his head, transformed into a hollow depression. The purplish-red tribulation lightning had yet to descend when it was explosively shattered by a fist's radiance. However, the tribulation did not cease. It continued relentlessly, undeterred by the destruction of 1 bolt, 2 bolts, or 3 bolts, each one more terrifying and astonishing than the last. Li Feng remained remarkably composed. This was merely the second wave, and there were still 7 waves of tribulation to endure. The torment from the previous 2 bolts of lightning left him unable to open his eyes, but he forced them open to gaze at the sky, only to find his complexion paling. The devouring rebirth pill and the soul-returning pill. Hao Qin had timely reminded Li Feng of essential precautions, but had forgotten to specify the dosage. Li Feng, however, wasted no time. He downed a vial of rebirth pills and a vial of soul-returning pills in one swift motion. Alas, Hao Qin's words were abruptly silenced. It was too late, and nothing could be done now. After all, Li Feng was merely a 15-year-old youth. The 9th bolt of tribulation lightning, now it should be referred to as the 9th wave of heavenly lightning, descended, bringing with it thousands of bolts, each akin to the first. Was this to be the end? Li Feng managed a faint smile, the image of Li Zilin flashing before his mind, a sense of reluctance washing over him. At that moment, Li Feng's mind was a blank slate. He stared at the sky, his heart filled with growing dissatisfaction. Observing his distress, Hao Qin suddenly intervened, swiftly erecting a protective barrier above Li Feng. He then cast the Qingquan furnace, hoping it would mitigate the tribulation lightning's harm to Li Feng. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning rained down, striking the Qingquan furnace, breaching the barrier, and landing upon Li Feng. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips as bolt after bolt of tribulation lightning struck him, his skin emitting agonized cries as it began to char. Li Feng felt on the brink of collapse. This 3rd wave of lightning could very well claim his life. Yet, he clung to a sliver of consciousness in resistance. Should he lose awareness, the consequence would be to become nothing more than a pile of charred remains. Li Runin, however, remained untroubled, knowing that with Hao Qin present, Li Feng would safely navigate the tribulation. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng urged his internal techniques, gradually channeling the energy within. Thanks to the previous intake of 2 vials of pills, the medicinal power in his body had yet to be fully unleashed. And the tribulation lightning would aid him in refining this power, allowing the lightning to strike him and gradually merge with his body, amplifying the medicinal effects. His body would be incessantly destroyed and reshaped. Though painful, he had to overcome this trial for the sake of survival. At long last, Li Feng achieved his breakthrough. His charred, ashen skin began to shed, revealing new skin that had already grown beneath. In that moment, Li Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, sharp glimmers radiating from them before gradually dimming. Sitting cross-legged, he performed a gesture to conclude his cultivation, then retrieved a set of azure garments from his storage ring and donned them swiftly. A prodigy, merely 15 years old and at the initial stage of the Yuan-Dan realm, had emerged from the Qinyuan realm. Chapter 842, Tempered by Adversity. At long last, Li Feng completed his breakthrough, and the charred, ashen skin began to peel away. The skin had already matured, and he suddenly opened his eyes, 2 sharp beams of light emanating from them before gradually receding. Sitting cross-legged, he performed a gesture to gather his energy, then swiftly donned a set of azure garments from his spatial ring. A prodigy, only 15 years of age and at the initial stage of the Yuan-Dan realm, had emerged from the Qianyuan realm. Li Feng, having broken through to the Yuan-Dan realm, felt that his body had nearly recovered and was eager to rush towards the Li family fortress. His journey was fraught with continuous assassination attempts, serving both as a test of his newly acquired abilities and a trial of endurance. Without the clandestine protection of Hao Qin, even with his breakthrough, Li Feng's journey to the fortress would not have been so smooth. One assassination after another was thwarted, yet a more formidable assassin awaited him and Li Runin. A wave of intense murderous intent suddenly sent a chill through Li Feng's heart, a skill honed during his hunts in the mountains. At that moment, a figure clad in black, resembling a ghost, suddenly emerged from its hiding place and charged directly at Li Feng. Gripping his sword, Li Feng lunged forward. The sharp blade aimed squarely at the black-clad specter. The figure suddenly released a crimson mist, swiftly shaping it into a blood shadow sword. Kill! The specter bellowed, using the sword formed from the blood mist to counter Li Feng's incoming sword energy. Clang! Sparks flew in the void, the clash resonating with a demonic might. The sword intent soaring into the heavens. The surrounding air erupted in the wake of this terrifying storm. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle midair. The black-clad specter resembled a demonic deity, his entire being suffused with blood-red magic, an aura so fearsome it made one tremble. I never anticipated you would grow to such a level. The specter hissed, his eyes glinting ominously, as his malevolent intent surged. He then licked his lips, a savage, bloodthirsty expression crossing his face. I fancy your blood. Although you have slain many of my assassins, against me, you shall find no refuge. Such excessive prattle. Li Feng replied coolly, disregarding the spectre entirely. Blood shadow palm. The spectre smirked coldly and struck, the blood shadow palm slicing through the void with a ringing sound. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, yet radiated an unparalleled sharpness, an indescribable brilliance soaring forth. As he beheld the menacing magical claw approaching him, Li Feng felt his blood surge, the Li family's bloodline igniting within him. Violent dragon fist. Li Feng suddenly clenched his right hand in the air, his fist resembling a dragon's head cast in gold, radiating an ancient and mysterious cold sheen. With Li Feng's growing strength, the might of the violent dragon fist also surged. Confident that he was not inferior to any practitioner of the same realm, Li Feng declared, since you choose to use your palm, I shall shatter your imprint with my fist. Boom. With a mighty punch, the void echoed as it clashed against the terrifying blood shadow palm, akin to a sword's edge. Instantly, the void collapsed, resembling a cataclysm, sparks the size of fists plummeting, igniting the air and shaking the ground. A tempest of chaos swept around the two, engulfing the heavens and the earth. This strike was devoid of any embellishments or esoteric martial techniques. At this moment, it was solely the raw strength of Li Feng's body. In the void, the two clashed, both retreating 100 yards simultaneously, their gazes locked in a chilling exchange of murderous intent. Merely possessing such strength is insufficient to claim my life. Li Feng scoffed at the figure clad in black, disdain evident in his voice. Humph, then I shall oblige your wish. The black-clad spectre replied coldly, yet inwardly mused. This Li Feng is indeed formidable. Blood demon fist. The black-clad figure roared into the void, unleashing a punch that pierced through the air. In an instant, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, his entire being awash with blood magic. The fist became as resplendent as blood, yet as dark as ink. A vast and terrifying aura erupted, conjuring a sea of blood, half crimson as blood, half black as ink, rushing toward Li Feng with a deafening roar. Dragon Roar Fist. Li Feng met the attack with his own, embodying a righteous and overwhelming force. A pure yang energy that was the nemesis of all dark and sinister powers. Boom. The void trembled as the two forces collided violently. This strike was even more fearsome, as if an apocalypse had descended, casting the world into darkness. The power of the blood demon rippled through the void, while the dragon roar reverberated with thunderous intensity, altering the very fabric of reality. This cataclysmic storm of energy erupted centered around the two, forcing them to retreat amidst the chaos. The blood-red demonic energy surged forth, engulfing them in flames of malice, radiating a staggering might. Li Feng retreated 100 yards, the blood demon's power not yielding in comparison, infused with a fierce and oppressive force. In contrast, the blood demon also found himself retreating 100 yards, his expression shifting. This youth proved to be more troublesome than anticipated. Boom! Thunder roared, death loomed, and the void trembled as the heavens changed color. The perfected martial arts manifested as a tempest, sweeping across the cosmos. It was akin to the creation of the world itself. This cosmic phenomenon was utterly terrifying, as if all techniques converged into a single punch. A colossal fist emerged, magnificent and overwhelming, charging directly toward the black-clad spectre. The black-clad figure sensed a lethal danger. His innate talent paled in comparison, and at that moment, his blood magic was suppressed. With a cold expression, he recognized there was no retreat left. He could only confront it head-on. The black-clad spectre howled to the heavens, his entire being surging with a sea of blood, dark clouds converging upon him. He clasped his hands in the void, summoning a mass of crimson mist that surged toward Li Feng, seeking to suppress him. Misty mountains and cloudy seas. This manifestation, forged as if from divine iron, crashed against Li Feng's fist, producing a resounding clash of metal and sparks, unleashing an endless storm. This was the blood demon's blood magic, terrifying beyond measure. Not only did it embody the power of blood and magic, but it was also as resilient as divine iron, formidable and boundless, forcibly blocking Li Feng's punch. The spatial storm raged, wreaking havoc across the realm, causing countless powerful beings to change countenance as Li Feng found himself driven back 100 yards in the void. This tempest contained a shocking lethality. Should one be caught in its wake, even those of average strength would suffer grievous injuries. These two, one like a demon, the other akin to a deity, engaged in unparalleled combat. In the ethereal realm above Li Jia Fort, a clash of formidable cultivators unfolds, where few can rival the might displayed upon this land. Among the elite of Li Jia Fort, an aura of unfathomable terror pervades the atmosphere. With a swift whoosh, another figure stumbles back, standing 100 feet away, a trace of blood evident at the corner of his mouth. Although the man in black, masked and ghostly, managed to thwart Li Feng's onslaught, the price he paid was steep. At this moment, a heavy gravity weighed upon the heart of the masked figure. Today's battle was perilous, fraught with danger, and a single misstep could lead to irreversible doom. Chapter 843. The youth's display of might, you little wretch. Do you truly believe that such trivial skills can harm me? The masked figure in black spoke defiantly, yet he discreetly consumed several pills, beginning to channel his energy to restore his power. Old turtle, do you think this is all I am capable of? This is merely the beginning. Li Feng, gazing at the disheveled black-masked man, smiled broadly. Silence enveloped the world, the air thick with tension. This confrontation marked a resounding moment for 15-year-old Li Feng, a nascent Yuan Dan cultivator, echoing throughout the Qianyuan realm. At this juncture, the masked figure refrained from uttering a single word to counter Li Feng's taunts. Instead, he suddenly exuded a formidable aura of crimson demonic energy, shrouding the sky in blood-red clouds. In an instant, the winds shifted and the heavens darkened. Blood demon apparition. The masked figure howled to the heavens, resembling a madman, as the sea of blood erupted and the demonic clouds shattered. Above the void, a crimson silhouette gradually materialized. Boom. At that moment, the masked figure's form swelled dramatically, transforming into a towering blood demon, 10 feet high. The blood demon's body surged with a churning sea of blood, its demonic intent rippling through the air. Standing as a deity of blood and chaos, emanating potent demonic power, this was his last resort. The might radiating from the masked figure was beyond Li Feng's capacity to withstand. Suddenly, a dark mist enveloped Li Feng, a smokescreen emitted by the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar, which stealthily infiltrated the blood demon's form as the fog spread. In the midst of the haze, the protective Hao Yin swiftly shielded Li Feng, fearlessly occupying the position where Li Feng once stood. When the black mist dissipated, the figure before them remained defiantly poised in the void. Playing tricks, Hao Yin gazed upon the colossal blood demon with fervent eyes, disdainfully declaring, "Today, I shall see how you withstand my blood demon body." The masked figure's eyes glowed crimson, his murderous intent palpable. "As you wish. Today I shall shatter your demonic form and eradicate you, the one who plays these tricks." Hao Yin stepped forward, coldly declaring. With a single stride, the void trembled, and the thunderous path emerged. The terrifying force of the Tao permeated the heavens and the earth, sweeping forth like a hurricane. A dreadful power that tore through the fabric of reality, causing the very skies to quake. A colossal handprint materialized, a manifestation of the overwhelming Tao force, shaking the void with its terrifying might. Hao Yin and the masked figure stood opposed, their murderous intentions boiling over. This strike would be their final blow, destined to shake the world and unleash an unparalleled slaughter. The figure of the blood demon, shrouded in black robes, loomed in the void, exuding a terrifying power that instilled a twinge of unease within him. His heart held no answers, only a deep-seated trepidation. The only resolution lay in battle. With a resounding cry of kill, the demonic sound reverberated through the world, shaking the heavens and earth, as the blood demon surged forth into the void. Appearing suddenly before Hao Yin, a colossal fist emerged, hurtling directly towards him. "Kill!" Hao Yin's deep voice echoed through the cosmos, as he unleashed his own mighty palm strike. The two forces collided, each channeling the utmost power of their respective arts. Boom! It was as if two celestial bodies had collided, unleashing an astonishing tempest that cascaded through the void. Where the storm passed, the earth shattered. Within moments, the trees within 1,000 zhang radius crumbled to dust, and cliffs collapsed into flat plains. The sheer force of the tempest alone possessed incredible destructive power. Bang! The blood demon's arm erupted with a deafening sound, shattering like divine iron. This violent destruction signified that the outcome of the battle was imminent. The blood demon, now retreating, felt the flames licking at his severed arm, an inferno ignited by Hao Yin's alchemical fire, which he could not withstand. At that moment, The gaze of the blood demon turned cold and grotesque. You cannot win. Hao Qian's eyes bore into him, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. With a decisive step, Hao Qian moved with the speed of thunder, emanating an aura of unparalleled might. Even in the face of a figure as formidable as the blood demon emperor, Hao Qian remained unperturbed. Let alone this mere late-stage avatar of the black-robed demon. The black-robed demon's gaze fixated on Hao Qian, a sense of inexplicable dread washing over him. In that instant, fear gripped his heart. This was the battlefield, a true arena of life and death, where victory and defeat held no meaning, only survival. Confronted with mortality, even a creature as vicious as the black-robed demon felt trepidation. Facing the invincible and ruthless Hao Qian, he trembled even more. Suddenly, the black-robed demon leaped into the void, transforming into a streak of crimson light, vanishing in an instant. Attempting to flee, a bolt of lightning split the void, swiftly catching up to the fleeing light as Hao Qian unleashed his thunder demon hand, striking towards it with ferocity. The thunder demon hand was a legendary strike. Boom. The black-robed demon realized there was no escaping this overwhelming assault. He could only muster a defense. Roar. The black-robed demon bellowed into the heavens, conjuring a shadowy blood hand that descended from above, intent on shattering the very fabric of reality, crushing all beneath its might. The enormous handprint slammed down upon Hao Qian. Bang! The void erupted, the sound of thunder echoing continuously as the massive fist, imbued with supreme power, descended. The thunder demon hand shattered the colossal blood shadow, and its momentum did not wane as it struck fiercely against the black-robed demon's corporeal form. The cacophony of destruction continued, as thunder raged and death lingered in the air, fracturing the earth. Minute fissures began to appear upon the vast demonic form of the black-robed demon. Puff! A jet of crimson blood erupted forth, and the figure clad in black, the ghostly masked man, sensed the disintegration of his blood demon form, its power waning. Yet, in the next instant, the ghostly figure vanished into thin air. Hao Qian did not pursue. Within a concealed stone chamber of the Li family stronghold, a figure writhed in agony within a blood pool, akin to a furious beast. The air was thick with anger and resentment, as the scarlet light from the blood pool enveloped the stone room. How could he have bested me? Why has his strength surged so remarkably? A silhouette gradually emerged from the crimson depths. Blood cascaded from him, drenching his form in red, his hair and face shrouded in mist, obscuring his features. Only a pair of gleaming white teeth shone through, resembling a bloodthirsty creature. His body bore the marks of a shattered wrist, and the left side was grievously mangled, as if torn from a rag. Exposed pale bones were visible, with flesh slowly regenerating. This individual was none other than the ghostly masked man, who had narrowly escaped death. The majority of his body had been obliterated by Hao Qian, yet his formidable vitality sustained him. The blood pool beneath him evidently possessed bizarre properties, gradually mending his corporeal form through the power of blood. I swear, one day, I shall slay you. The ghostly masked man's furious roar echoed within the stone chamber. Moments later, his figure sank back into the blood pool, ultimately consumed by the crimson waters. At that moment, the chamber resonated with the ominous bubbling of boiling blood, creating an atmosphere of dread and eeriness. Chapter 844. Deep affection and loyalty having triumphed over the ghostly masked man, Hao Qian chose not to pursue him further. With the blood-poisoned spirit separation, a mere thought could render the ghostly masked man lifeless. Hao Qian aimed to extract information regarding the other demonic sect members concealed within the Li family stronghold through the ghostly masked man. Following the guidance of Li Feng, Hao Qian stealthily approached the outer confines of the internal guards practitioner prison, where he summoned Li Feng, leaving Li Runin and several young sorceresses to play by his side. Long before Li Feng's tribulation, he had discerned the terrifying power hidden within these seemingly harmless young sorceresses. Are you Li Feng? You've finally returned. Upon Li Feng's entrance into the prison, Li Yu could hardly conceal her elation, her voice tinged with excitement. Simultaneously, she felt a warmth in her eyes and quickly lowered her head, feigning a rub at her eyes, saying, I must have gotten sand in my eyes. It stings a bit. Hee hee, I always knew you would come back. Li Feng had few brothers, and from this moment forth, the two would be his brothers as well. Upon entering the prison, Li Feng saw that Li Yu and Li Yun were unharmed, and the three joyfully embraced each other. Hearing Li Feng's words, Li Yun trembled with excitement. A simple gesture and a few words banished the torment he had endured for days. Zilin, thank you. Li Feng's gaze ultimately settled upon the enchanting figure of Li Zilin before him. The dimness of the prison cell, devoid of essential amenities, cast a slight weariness upon her demeanor. Yet, the radiant smile gracing her delicate features illuminated the entire confined space. Adorned in a violet gown, her warm eyes shimmered with tears of affection as they beheld her beloved. Zilin, you have endured so much, Li Feng murmured, approaching her side without the eagerness of a fervent embrace. Instead, he gently brushed away the remnants of stray grass from her shoulders, his fingers gliding through her cascading hair as he meticulously arranged it. Noticing the roughness of her tresses, he realized she had long been deprived of proper grooming during her time in confinement, stirring a tremor of sorrow within his heart. Zilin lowered her head softly, allowing Li Feng to tend to her hair, transforming a multitude of unspoken sentiments into a simple yet profound appellation. In that fleeting moment, worry, longing, and concern dissipated like mist in the air. Just then, a furtive figure lurking in the shadows of the cell stealthily began to retreat. Tang Fei? Li Feng's gaze sharpened, swiftly capturing the movement in the dimness. Tang Fei froze, realizing escape was no longer an option, and approached with a face that bore the semblance of a grimace. At this moment, a chilling dread enveloped Tang Fei, for being summoned by Li Feng was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fate. I cannot believe you still recognize me, Li Feng remarked with an unassuming tone, yet his words carried an unmistakable edge, his smile laced with latent menace and disdain. Instantly, a palpable chill filled the room, as the inhabitants of the cell sensed a transformation in Li Feng. The ever-smiling Li Feng, the one who was always considerate of others, had suddenly adopted a fierce demeanor. Tang Fei trembled, speechless and lost in confusion. I heard you took the initiative to request Li Wanyu's favor to oversee the prison. Haha. Since you so enjoy being a warden, you may as well remain here forever. An uncontrollable aura of hostility surged forth, causing everyone present to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Li Feng had struck. His actions were devoid of mercy. At that moment, Hao Chun and the fortress lord, Li Qixing, had arrived at the conference hall of the Li family fortress. Second elder, it's been a while, the fortress lord mocked, interrupting the second elder Li Wanfeng's raucous outburst. As the second elder was engaged in discussions within the hall, the sudden interruption rendered him speechless. No, it cannot be. This must be an illusion, the second elder thought, frozen in place upon hearing Li Qixing's voice, drenched in sweat, his expression shifting rapidly between fear and disbelief. Li Qixing took a step forward, and with that singular motion, whether it was a trick of the mind or not, everyone in the hall, including Li Wanfeng, felt an overwhelming gust of wind surge through the chamber. The very structure of the hall trembled under the weight of that momentous step. An indescribable, formidable presence surged forth from Li Qixing's resolute form, an unstoppable force akin to a rushing river, instantly engulfing the entire hall. At this moment, the second elder, Li Wanfeng, felt a drastic change in his demeanor, as if a mountain weighing millions of pounds had settled upon his shoulders, causing him to slightly stoop. The guards who had initially stood within the hall collapsed like rolling gourds, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the fortress lord, Li Qixing, which solidified the very air within the hall. The surging waves of primordial energy resembled an unfathomable ocean, beyond their capacity to withstand. Even the two formidable figures, Li Wanyu and Li Wanshan, were momentarily bent over, drenched in sweat, as they exerted every ounce of strength to resist, barely managing to remain upright. Everyone was struck with astonishment. The fortress lord's strength had escalated to such a terrifying extent. The most conservative estimate placed him at the peak of the transformation realm. Did it not? Those who do not wish to perish, leave. The voice of fortress lord Li Qixing resounded within the hall. The individuals present scrambled toward the exit, resembling frightened dogs, devoid of any fighting spirit. Regret coursed through each heart, as they realized they had chosen to stand against the fortress lord at such a pivotal moment in their lives. Undoubtedly, this was a fatal miscalculation. Soon, only 5 individuals remained in the hall: the second elder Li Wanfeng, the 7th elder Li Yongda, the deacon of the transmission hall, Li Wanshan, along with fortress lord Li Qixing and a mysterious figure. The power consolidated through might and terror revealed itself to be pitiably fragile, crumbling under the immense pressure. The tree had yet to fall, and yet the monkeys had dispersed? Everything unfolded as anticipated. A faint smile graced Li Qixing's face. What do you mean by this? Li Qixing, the second elder Li Wanyu, feigned ignorance, a pretentious smile adorning his face. A layer of crimson malevolence suddenly erupted from Li Wanyu, enveloping him in a shroud of blood-colored mist. The second elder straightened his spine. Despite sharing the same realm of transformation, Li Qixing stood firm as an unwavering pillar. Unperturbed by the overwhelming blood mist released by Li Wanyu, the two were evenly matched. The seventh elder Li Yongda and Deacon Li Wanshan had not anticipated such an outcome. However, if Li Qixing's cultivation merely reached this level, then the ensuing conflict would undoubtedly favor Li Wanyu and his faction, who had painstakingly built their foundation over the years. Now, Li Wanyu had grown robust with power. Chapter 845. Quelling internal strife. The fortress lord, Li Qixing, remained silent. He took a gentle step forward. Boom. An even more terrifying force erupted forth. In an instant, it felt as if the entire hall trembled anew. This time, the aura emanating from Li Qixing had doubled in intensity. Bang! The overwhelming pressure bore down upon the struggling seventh elder, Li Yongda, and Deacon Li Wanshan, rendering them unable to persist any longer. They fell to their knees on the hall's floor. The second elder, Li Wanyu, trembled once more. A blood-red mist enveloped his form, momentarily compressing to half its size, causing his recently straightened spine to sag under the weight. Why must the lord of the fortress be so aggressive? Can we not sit down and discuss matters amicably? After all, we are brothers in arms. The second elder, Li Wanyu, wore a relaxed yet mocking smile. Before his words could dissipate, as if to counter Li Qixing's show of force, a far more potent aura erupted from within him. The blood-red mist bursting forth like a volcanic eruption. With a smile gracing his face, Li Wanyu effortlessly straightened his posture once more. He had ascended to the peak of the divine separation late stage. Li Wanyu had regained the upper hand. The smile on the second elder's face was laced with provocation and triumph. Lord of the fortress, hard confrontations will not resolve our issues. I am no longer the pitiful creature you could manipulate at will. Outside the hall, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. In that fleeting moment, the aura fluctuation revealed that the second elder's cultivation had, astonishingly, reached the pinnacle of the divine separation late stage. It became evident that for all these years, Li Wanyu had concealed his true strength. Had he endured in silence all this time, waiting for this very day? The second elder was indeed a formidable opponent. The crowd's gaze shifted back to the lord of the fortress. In the face of Li Wanfeng's provocation, Li Qixing remained silent, his only response a measured step forward. Boom. At the instant his foot struck the ground, an awe-inspiring phenomenon unfolded before the astonished eyes of all present. An aura nearly double in strength erupted from within Li Qixing. This time, the crowd was no longer in a daze. They clearly witnessed the entire hall tremble under the impact of his might, fissures appearing in the ground, radiating from the center of his footfall. Was this the lord of the fortress's trump card? After merely a few years' absence, he had grown to such an extent? The onlookers outside the hall were left in stunned disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qixing, the third young master Li Wanyu, and others had also appeared within the crowd. Accompanying them were Li Feng, Li Zilin, Li Runin, several little enchantresses, as well as Li Yu and Li Yun. It seemed they had dealt with the external forces linked to Li Wanyu and the inner guard hall, alongside the second elder's faction. When Haochen and the lord of the fortress arrived at the conference hall, the grand elder, Li Runin, and Li Feng had each mobilized their respective groups. Li Feng collaborated with the grand elder to eliminate the inner guard hall, asserting control over the transmission hall. Li Runin, alongside Li Zilin and the little enchantresses, patrolled the remnants of the first young master Li Jianbei's faction, intercepting those who attempted to flee. The expressions of the Li family members varied as they fixated on the unfolding confrontation. They too were eager to witness whether the former lord of the fortress could reclaim his lost glory against the second elder after all these years. Indeed, the lord of the fortress's strength did not disappoint. A smile bloomed further on the second elder's face, radiating with pride. Although his body trembled uncontrollably under the oppressive and terrifying pressure, the fact that the second elder was able to withstand it without collapsing was commendable. Li Qixing, this level of pressure appears insufficient to compel my surrender. I have already declared that I am no longer the Li Wanyu of the past, whom you could easily manipulate. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. The second elder, Li Wanyu, proclaimed with audacious bravado. As his words echoed in the air, a crimson mist erupted from his being, soaring skyward. Boom! The sanguine fog shattered the ceiling of the hall, cleaving through the immense aura that Li Qixing had conjured. How is this possible? This is the strength of a late-stage spirit separation realm. The second elder has actually reached this level? Impossible, just a year ago. He was merely at the late-stage transformation realm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before them. As the second elder's rapid ascent in power transcended all their expectations, Li Wanyu laughed maniacally, the waves of energy and aura he unleashed completely reversing the dire situation. Surrounded by the crimson mist, he appeared as an unmatched demon, fierce and formidable. The gasps of the crowd filled his ears, intensifying his ecstasy. The power and authority he had long yearned for were finally unveiled in this moment. Do the people of the Li family fortress see this? I can now stand toe-to-toe with Li Qixing. No, to be precise, I have already subdued Li Qixing. Huh, Li Qixing, you must be seething with rage now. Returning in a fury to demand justice. Thinking you could still be invincible as you were years ago? Alas, you are far too confident, too proud, and have underestimated me. Li Wanyu, this will be the gravest mistake of your life, one from which you shall never recover. The second elder's outpouring reached a fever pitch, his cries echoing hauntingly amidst the ruins of the hall. Meanwhile, Li Qixing remained composed, observing the frenzied display of the second elder as one might watch a jester perform. Only when the performance concluded did the fortress master, Li Qixing, speak slowly. Today, you remain as naive as ever. If you believe that consuming a blood shadow pill grants you the liberty to act recklessly before me, then I shall gladly reveal to you what true power entails. Your prideful cunning crumbles under the weight of absolute strength. Li Wanyu, you shall pay for your transgressions. Kneel before me. How could he possibly know that I consumed a blood shadow pill? A sense of foreboding crept into Li Wanfeng's heart. Indeed, his rapid advancement stemmed from cultivating the blood demon divine art, which allowed him to hasten his progress in the blood pool. The blood shadow pill could only unleash its potential for those who practiced the blood demon divine art, resulting in an instantaneous surge in cultivation and power upon ingestion. In a desperate bid to utterly vanquish and humiliate Li Qixing, Li Wanyu was willing to divulge the secrets of the demonic cultivators and recklessly consume the blood shadow pill. He was resolute in his belief that this would empower him to shatter the shadow that had long loomed over his heart. However, in the next moment, an astonishing turn of events unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. An incredible surge of power erupted from Li Qixing, abruptly escalating to an astonishing mid-integration stage before finally stabilizing. This instant dismantled Li Wanfeng's advantage, and the situation reversed with breathtaking suddenness. Chapter 846. Fulfilling the promise with a gasp, the second elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing in an instant. He struggled in a frenzy, but his efforts were in vain. In a state of despair, the second elder's form began to bend slowly, droplets of blood seeping from beneath his skin, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, rapidly extinguishing. This is impossible. Why is this happening? Why? The second elder, with a look of shock, screamed in madness, thrashing like a caged beast. Yet, this time, he could no longer summon greater strength to retaliate. Before the eyes of all, his body involuntarily bent further, his knees buckling under the unbearable pressure, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ruined floor of the hall. Not far from the second elder, Li Yongda and Li Wanshan, already incapable of maintaining their kneeling positions, were now pressed flat against the ground. The omnipresent, terrifying pressure nearly deformed their bodies, their muscles a blur, revealing shattered white bones in a ghastly sight. Spare us, Lord of the Fortress. You cannot kill us. Their eyes were filled with despair, pleading for mercy, as an overwhelming sense of regret enveloped their hearts. In that moment, the second elder could no longer save them. If I had not been rescued from the Blood God sect's dungeon in time, would you have conspired with the demonic sect to turn the Li family fortress into a branch of the cult? I shall not allow your scheme to succeed. Thus, you must die. Li Qixing's voice, icy and devoid of emotion, rang out like a death sentence amidst the ruins of the council hall. In the next instant, two resounding explosions echoed, and blood erupted forth. The bodies of Li Yongda and Li Wanshan burst apart like overripe watermelons, their mangled flesh and shattered bones flying outwards, adding to the devastation of the council hall. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of elder Li Yongda and the deacon of the transmission hall, Li Wanshan, the second elder Li Wanfeng erupted into maniacal laughter. You killed them? Excellent. You actually killed them? Li Qixing, how dare you? Today, you are doomed. No one can save you. The second elder, constrained by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the fortress lord, knelt in a state of utter disarray. With his hands pressed against the ground, he cackled wildly, his eyes gleaming with a mad, triumphant light. You seem rather pleased, having meticulously crafted this trap? At that pivotal moment, you have finally completed the crucial step you have long anticipated, have you not? I had forewarned you that before I bring about your demise, I would plunge you into utter despair. No sooner had the words left my lips than Li Qixing struck towards a shadowy corner of the hall with a powerful palm, unleashing a tempest of crimson mist that surged violently through the ruins. This sanguine haze obscured everyone's vision, and when it dissipated, a figure clad in black emerged before the crowd. This ominous figure was none other than the assassin encountered by Haochen on his way to the Li family fortress. Was this an avatar or the true form? The black-clad specter exuded an aura akin to the second elder, Li Wanfeng. Yet it was shrouded in an overwhelming presence of bloodlust and death. Perish. At that moment, the specter launched an attack, unleashing a black ray accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that hurtled towards Li Qixing. Boom. Realizing the grave threat, Li Qixing did not hesitate to respond, delivering a fierce punch to counter the incoming assault. In an instant, he felt a terrifying force reverberate through his arm, causing him to stumble back several paces. Simultaneously, a wave of corrosive energy surged into his body. Upon sensing the malevolent aura of death, Li Qixing let out a cold snort. Instantly, energy surged forth from within him, forcefully expelling the encroaching power. Second elder? Is that truly you? As Li Qixing's punch obliterated the spectre's visage and black robe, he finally beheld the figure's true appearance. His expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. Before him stood none other than Li Wanfeng, the second elder of the Li family. All this time, Li Wanfeng had been secretly manipulating his avatar to wield power within the fortress, while his true self dedicated his time to mastering the blood magic technique. However, his current appearance was far from commendable, resembling a mummy swathed in crimson bandages. You are no match for him. The enigmatic protector standing nearby raised a hand, unleashing a devastating strike that unleashed a terrifying force towards Li Wanfeng's true form. A cry of anguish erupted from Li Wanfeng as he was violently propelled backward, his body crackling with rampant lightning energy that wreaked havoc upon his bodily functions. How is this possible? Lightning energy? Upon feeling the overwhelming power of the lightning, Li Wanfeng's countenance darkened significantly. At that moment, he detected a familiar presence. The aura emanating from this mysterious individual belonged to the one who had previously reduced him to a state of injury. Seizing the opportunity as he retreated, Li Wanfeng resolved to escape this place. Little did he anticipate that, at the very moment of his decision, the mysterious figure had already discerned his intent through keen observation. As Li Wanfeng began to withdraw, the enigmatic protector suddenly executed a swift maneuver, closing the distance between them in an instant. They were now nearly upon one another. The second elder, Li Wanfeng, was taken aback, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Make your move. At that moment, a mysterious figure lunged before Li Wanfeng, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips, as his right hand coalesced into a formidable palm strike aimed directly at the essence of Li Wanfeng. At this instant, an excruciating pain surged through Li Wanfeng's consciousness, prompting him to scream in agony. Having faced off against malevolent foes on numerous occasions, Haochen understood that conventional methods would scarcely suffice to eradicate those who practiced the blood demon technique. This time, however, he devised a strategy to entangle with Li Wanfeng's essence while subtly closing the distance. He would patiently await the opportune moment to strike decisively when the blood-poisoned spirit, hidden within Li Wanfeng's consciousness, unleashed its fury, swiftly ensnaring it within the Qian furnace for incineration. As the blood-poisoned spirit unexpectedly made its move within Li Wanfeng's consciousness, Haochen activated the Qian furnace, capturing Li Wanfeng's essence within. At that moment, Li Wanfeng was like meat laid bare on a chopping board, entirely ensnared within Haochen's elaborate scheme. Within the realm of the Qian furnace, Haochen was the sovereign, the deity, effortlessly transforming what was once a daunting task of annihilating Li Wanfeng's essence into a simple act of refinement. Realizing the gravity of the situation was too late for Li Wanfeng, his momentary lapse in vigilance sealed his fate with an everlasting regret. No, Li Wanfeng screamed in terror. Now, even the slightest movement felt insurmountable, leaving him to helplessly watch as the mysterious figure relieved him of his treasures and storage ring, only to be engulfed by the flames of alchemical incineration. After refining Li Wanfeng's essence, Haochen examined the contents of his storage ring, and a vividly lifelike inked jade fish pendant caught his attention. This pendant inexplicably stirred the dormant death Dan within Haochen's star core, piquing his curiosity. He withdrew the inked jade fish pendant for careful examination, yet despite his efforts, he could not ascertain the reason behind its influence on the death Dan. Consequently, he temporarily stowed it within his personal storage ring, relegating the remaining items belonging to Li Wanfeng to the treasury of the jade pendant. With a sigh of relief, Haochen finally exhaled deeply. He had fulfilled the promise made to Li Runin, vanquishing and eliminating the malevolent forces that plagued the Li family fortress. In Chapter 847, a celebration of arrival, having honored his commitment to Li Runin, Haochen reflected that it was time to depart from the Tianyuan continent and journey to the fourfold celestial awakening realm. Li Feng, accompanied by Li Zilin, Li Yu, Li Yun, and others, left the Li family fortress alongside Haochen. As their starship traversed toward the Ascension Valley, Haochen summoned the Elder from cell number 1 of the Demon Suppression Tower, rescued by the Divine Blood Sect. Father, Daddy, Palace Master. As the Elder materialized before them, Qingxian, Xiaocui, and Qing'er instinctively rushed toward him. This Elder was none other than the king of the Qingyuan Palace, Qingyu Wang, who had gone missing over a decade ago while searching for his daughter, Xiaocui. In his quest, Qingyu Wang's whereabouts had been discovered by the Tian Nan Assassins Guild, leading to his capture by Qiu Hai, in collusion with the forces of the Demon Sect, who coerced the Qingyuan Palace into an alliance with the Dark Forces. The Azure Feather King would naturally refuse the conditions set forth by the Devil Sect, which led to his imprisonment within the Blood God Gate. Although the Blood God Gate serves as a clandestine holding place for important hostages under the Devil Sect's jurisdiction, they encountered Hao Chun, and even the most secure locations are not immune to lapses in vigilance. Had it not been for his mission to rescue Hao Feng, Hao Chun would not have infiltrated the Hao State King's residence and discovered that Hao Feng was confined within the Blood God Gate, thus inadvertently freeing the Azure Feather King. At this juncture, Hao Chun desired to depart from the Qianyuan realm and venture towards the fourth layer of the awakening Yuan realm. However, Xiao Cui, Qing Xian, and Qing Er insisted on first escorting the Azure Feather King back to the Qingyuan Palace in the Southern Domain's miniature world. Consequently, Hao Chun was compelled to temporarily abandon his plans to leave the Qianyuan realm and accompany the three women to the Southern Domain's small world. The starship altered its course, hastening southward at full speed, heading directly for the Southern Domain's miniature world. As he gazed at the familiar scenery rushing by, a wave of nostalgia washed over Hao Chun. Over a decade ago, he had emerged from the Baozuan village in Dongxing Town, Yunzhao's northeastern region of the Tianyuan continent, embarking on the arduous path of cultivation and the search for his parents. Despite the myriad hardships and trials he encountered along the way, he persevered. From the moment he left Baozuan village, he had cleaved through thorns, contending against heaven and earth, as well as the terrifying machinations of mankind, yet he emerged unscathed. Each time he reflected on the past, a sense of longing would swell within him, longing for the simplicity of yesteryears and a yearning for the happiness of those with parents. He harbored no regrets. Even if given another chance, he would choose the same path again. For him, his parents represented everything. He would willingly forsake his youthful innocence to safeguard them. He would rather tread the perilous path of cultivation than witness his parents uprooted from their homeland or see the Devil Sect inflict harm upon the innocent. As he observed the familiar landscapes flitting by, a torrent of thoughts surged within Hao Chun. The distance between the Tianwu continent and the Tianyuan continent is neither excessively long nor particularly short. For an ordinary individual departing from the Li family fortress, it could take a lifetime of arduous trials to traverse the distance to the Tianyuan continent. Reaching the Southern Domain's miniature world from Lanluo City in the Tianyuan continent might well consume 3 to 5 years. Yet, for Hao Chun at this moment, it was merely a matter of a day or two. Soon, he would be leaving the Qianyuan realm, marking a temporary conclusion to his cultivation journey. Sitting in the corner of the starship's study, he contemplated this with a sense of tranquility. At this point, they had arrived at the Qingyuan Palace. Xiao Chui, Qing Xian, and Qing Air had been back for over 3 months. During this time, the space within the Jade Pendant had been bustling with joyous events, as Hao Ying, Shuang Air, Ziwan, Ziyan, and Ziyu had all welcomed new additions to their families. Ziwan named her daughter Ziyi, Ziyan named hers Zixian, while Shuang Air named her daughter Little Shuang Air. Hao Ying named his son Hao Tian Ci, and Ziyu joyously gave birth to twins, a daughter named Ziqi and a son named Hao Tian Cheng. The Hao residence within the Jade Pendant was abuzz with celebrations. The passage of 3 months had kept both Hao Chun and the Azure Feather King quite occupied. Upon returning to the Qingtian Palace, King Qingyu realized the extraordinary talents of his son-in-law, Hao Chen, particularly in the construction of teleportation arrays. Consequently, King Qingyu proposed the establishment of such arrays in the 4 cardinal cities. Hao Chen, obliged to comply, set about constructing 4 teleportation arrays for the Qingtian Palace, along with the necessary accompanying facilities. After 3 months of diligent labor, he finally took his leave from the Qingtian Ferry and King Qingyu to journey to the demon-locking city in the Qianyuan realm of the 4th heaven. Little Chui insisted on departing via teleportation, and a few mischievous little witches, seizing the opportunity while Hao Chen was distracted, followed her into the array. They found themselves transported to a jungle where an ancient teleportation array was situated in a sinkhole. Hao Chen discerned that Little Chui had intentionally orchestrated their arrival at this location. Following the capture of the unicorn demon dragon, he had discovered a boundary within a cave. Alongside Little Chui, Qing Xian, Qing Er, and others, he traversed through this boundary, revealing a sinkhole that had been artificially modified to include a stone chamber and a teleportation array. After Hao Chen restored the ancient teleportation array, Little Chui was eager to experiment with it. Once again, she implored Hao Chen to adjust the positioning of the array to transport them to the Qiyuan realm of the 4th heaven. Understanding that her arrival at the ancient teleportation site was deliberate, Hao Chen realized that if he refused, she would venture there alone. Thus, he conceded, wishing to test the array's capabilities himself, lest the restoration prove futile. For safety's sake, he decided to restrain Little Chui and the Little Witches, replacing the array's energy stones with superior quality ones, as he did not wish to encounter any mishaps during the journey. Subsequently, he stored all his belongings within a jade pendant, aware that no spatial treasures could be activated during teleportation. He kept the boundary-breaking talisman close to his armor, for this was a venture he would undertake alone. Ancient teleportation arrays typically facilitated long-distance travel. Had the distance been short, the ancient immortals would have utilized the vastness of the starry sky instead. As the array activated, a peculiar wave surged forth, and Hao Chen stepped into the teleportation array to commence his journey. The arrays he had previously constructed were primarily for short distances, and he had not yet thoroughly examined the spatial tunnels before the transfer concluded instantaneously. Given the extensive range of this large-scale teleportation array, the spatial tunnel appeared exceptionally distant, signifying the discovery of ancient teleportation sites, new planets, fresh resource locations, and uncharted realms. Hao Chen seized this opportunity to meticulously observe the construction of the teleportation space tunnel and the accompanying series of data during the process. Time, in this serene environment where only the whisper of the wind could be heard, gradually slipped away. Hao Chen diligently recorded a series of data regarding the construction of the teleportation space tunnel in his mind. Chapter 848. A brush with death in the blink of an eye. A week had passed. As the tunnel elongated, the perils naturally multiplied, and Hao Chen found himself increasingly beset by dangers. Several times, he narrowly escaped the onslaught of spatial storms, thanks to his formidable spiritual awareness that allowed him to evade danger from a distance. However, as he ventured deeper, the spatial tunnel, once ample, began to constrict alarmingly. The ancient teleportation array had fallen into disrepair, causing fissures to appear in certain areas. Should he fall into one, escape would be impossible, likely resulting in a violent demise at the hands of chaotic time and space currents. Yet, fortune is fleeting. After enduring another day, the gravest peril finally approached. The spatial storms multiplied, and the tunnel had narrowed to less than 10 feet, its walls riddled with cracks. With no choice but to close his eyes, he extended his spiritual awareness to scan for fissures and leaks within the tunnel, preparing his defenses in advance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing him to open his eyes wide. Ahead, 1,000 feet away within the teleportation space tunnel, a cacophony reverberated as it violently battered the tunnel's barriers. Judging by the sound of the impacts, the winds of the spatial chaos were exceedingly fierce. He raised his hand to conjure a protective barrier, encasing himself within, and swiftly began to circulate his celestial energy. As the speed of his energy flow increased, the protective barrier solidified into a robust layer of celestial armor. The spatial tunnel, under the relentless ripping force of the tempestuous winds, began to show signs of leakage. These leaks gradually transformed into cracks, which, under the relentless tearing of the spatial chaos, widened, causing the tunnel's walls to thin. Once he was fully drawn into the spatial fissure, the last vestiges of the array's protective function were on the verge of vanishing. If they completely dissipated, he would find himself exposed to the gaping maw of the fissure. Under the violent tearing force, the protective armor began to lose its efficacy. In a moment of urgency, he retrieved a dimensional breaking talisman, clasping it tightly in his left palm for safekeeping. Without any form of protection, how could he withstand such cataclysmic power? Alas, upon losing his safeguards, his armor was reduced to tatters. He exerted himself repeatedly, channeling the energies from his 5 dantians. But the protective armor shattered time and again, until even the dantians within his stellar core could no longer muster energy. At this juncture, the tearing force of the spatial fissure had ravaged him to the point of utter devastation, blood flowing freely from his wounds. In this critical moment, the feral power of his Xiaohao bloodline surged forth, instinctively mending his bodily injuries. A golden radiance enveloped him, absorbing the power of spatial thunder, continuously enhancing his vitality. The tempering of his body through lightning had reached a state of perfect completion, enabling him to resist the terrifying force of the fissure. In a miraculous turn, he surged toward the other side of the fissure, as if desperate to break free. With the support of his Xiaohao bloodline, the damage he sustained was minimized. Though how long he could maintain this state remained uncertain, he charged through the spatial fissure for an indeterminate duration. The golden hue of his bloodline power began to fade, for the strength of the spatial force was formidable. Without an imperial-level constitution, enduring it was exceedingly difficult, and any feeble resistance would hasten his demise. As he neared the exit, the power of his bloodline finally became exposed, bearing the consequences of forcibly absorbing the spatial energy. Protecting the luminous bloodline of Haoyan, signs of instability began to manifest, with the absorption of spatial energy accelerating dramatically. Haoyan's cultivation was gradually declining. In this moment, he had no choice but to activate the boundary-breaking talisman clenched in his palm, striving for one last desperate attempt. Utilizing the energy of the talisman, he was forcibly propelled out of the fissure, landing in an unknown world. With a thud, a figure crashed into the 7th heaven, amidst an ancient jungle. The powerful impact caused the ground to tremble violently. Typically, when utilizing a long-distance teleportation array, it is essential to employ an appropriate protective talisman. Haoyan had presumed that the ancient teleportation array would transport him to a location within the 4th heaven, thus paying it little heed. Unfortunately for him, this marked the second occasion he encountered turbulence during a teleportation. The overwhelming force affected Haoyan's body, making him feel as if his internal organs had shifted positions. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, darkness enveloping his vision, and he promptly lost consciousness. Within the lush jungle, the cloud-stepping beast raced along the forest trails, startling the birds that nested nearby. As the presence approached, over a dozen figures soon emerged. Each of these individuals rode upon sacred beasts and donned matching armor, resembling the guards of a certain faction. Among them, a weathered middle-aged man dashed between the front and rear of a luxurious covered carriage, which trailed leisurely behind. This splendid carriage was drawn by 2 four-hoofed cloud-stepping beasts, each step leaving behind a wisp of residual clouds in the air. Any passerby would undoubtedly recognize the four-hoofed beasts as cloud-stepping beasts, with an 8th-tier strength comparable to that of a human martial artist at the Emperor realm. While cloud-stepping beast carriages were common in the celestial realm, this group possessed 2 8th-tier beasts to pull their carriage, indicating that they were not of ordinary origin. Suddenly, the middle-aged man at the forefront tightened the reins of the magical beast, bringing the celestial creature to an abrupt halt. As he stopped, the others promptly followed suit, their gazes filled with confusion directed at him. "Deacon Yun, the young lady inquires why we have halted. Have we encountered bandits?" A melodious voice emanated from within the carriage. A graceful figure emerged, revealing Miss Luo Yu. Look, Deacon Yun pointed down the path ahead. There lay a tattered figure, disheveled and sprawled upon the forest trail. In this desolate wilderness, how could someone be lying in such a remote jungle? Luo Yu observed the figure, her eyes flickering as she whispered. What shall we do with this person? Deacon Yun inquired courteously. Merely an inconsequential individual, and judging by their appearance, they seem to have been pursued and left in this state. It is best that we do not meddle further. Remove this person and let us continue on our journey. Luo Yu interrupted without hesitation. Understood. The cloud steward nodded, summoning a celestial beast that gently lifted the unconscious individual and unceremoniously cast him aside. After brushing off the dirt from his hands, he was about to return when another voice resonated. This voice was considerably softer than that of Miss Luo Yu, bringing forth a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. Steward Yun, this person appears to be quite unfortunate. It is destiny that we meet. So let us take him along. A graceful figure emerged from the carriage, seemingly no more than 16 or 17 years of age. She stood tall and elegant, exuding a subtle aura of gentleness. Although she did not possess extraordinary beauty, her clean, delicate eyes imparted a sense of fragile charm that evoked pity. The only flaw was her pallid complexion, which rendered her face almost ghostly. Chapter 849, An Unexpected Crossing Fairy. Why have you come out? Your health is delicate. You should not wander about. Regarding the stranger, it is best we do not intervene. After all, his origins are unknown. Who can discern whether he is friend or foe? Miss Luo Yu approached the fragile young woman, taking her right hand to support her, expressing her discontent slightly. Sister Luo Yu, this person is quite young. He does not seem malevolent. It is indeed a twist of fate to encounter him here. The fairy's gentle laughter conveyed an undeniable conviction. Seeing her steadfastness, Luo Yu could not voice further objections. Since the fairy insists, I can only trouble you once more. Steward Yun, she stated. Miss Luo Yu, there is no need for such formality. Assisting is part of my duty, replied the steward. However, given this person's mysterious background, I advise both of you to exercise caution. Acting with swift decisiveness, Steward Yun clasped his hands and approached the injured figure. He hoisted the tattered individual and brought him before the third young lady. Fairy, where shall we place this person? Given his grievous injuries, he surely cannot withstand jolting. Let him rest in my carriage, the fragile young woman suggested softly. Before her words had fully settled, Luo Yu's expression shifted slightly. Miss, saving this man already constitutes a great kindness. How can we allow him into your carriage? If word spreads, your reputation could be tarnished. Moreover, with his unknown origins, should he awaken and act improperly, the consequences would be dire. Miss Luo Yu's concerns were indeed valid. This stranger's background was shrouded in mystery, and we could not ascertain whether he was benevolent or malevolent. If he were to awaken and pose a threat to you, dear miss, the situation would be perilous. Having heard Luo Yu's assertions, Steward Yun joined in the cautioning. Rest assured, with Luo Yu's formidable strength by my side, how could I possibly be in danger? Besides, he appears gravely injured. Upon awakening, he will possess no strength to threaten me. However, as Luo Yu was about to articulate her reservations, the fairy interrupted. I have made my decision. There is no need for further persuasion. Let us place him in the carriage. Seeing the fairy so resolute, Yun the steward and Luo Yu felt it unwise to oppose her, and thus they settled her within the carriage. Once all arrangements were made, the group continued their journey forward. Inside the covered cart, the fairy and Luo Yu quietly gazed at the unconscious figure before them. It was only then that they realized the individual was quite young. Despite his tattered clothing and disheveled hair, his chiseled features possessed a certain charm. Luo Yu, what do you think has led this person to collapse in such a desolate place? The fairy inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the unconscious form. She sensed that this individual had endured hardships beyond her comprehension, and thus she regarded him with a sense of compassion. Luo Yu, observing the disheveled appearance of the person, expressed her disgust. He must have been pursued by someone, resulting in this pitiful state. However, I do not believe he is a good person, otherwise he would not find himself in such dire circumstances. The fairy shook her head but refrained from responding, as she could perceive Luo Yu's disdain for the unconscious figure. Remaining silent, she continued to observe the disheveled individual. Unwilling to confront the unsightly stranger, Luo Yu retreated to the inner chamber of the carriage to rest. Hao Chun gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? The celestial essence in this realm is overwhelmingly rich. A single day of cultivation here is equivalent to 1 or 2 years in the Qianyuan realm. He was astounded by the intensity of the celestial essence surrounding him. Although fascinated, he promptly assessed his physical condition and, upon finding himself unharmed, felt a sense of relief. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that he was in an exceptionally elegant compartment. He could distinctly feel that this compartment was in motion, indicating that he was indeed within a carriage. Hao Chun had encountered a temporal turbulence. After the passageway was disrupted, he had lost consciousness while traversing with a boundary-breaking talisman. Now, the unfamiliar environment before him filled his mind with questions. Noticing how Chun had awakened, Luo Yu, who had been resting in the carriage, hurried to the ferry's side, prepared for any unforeseen events. Struggling to prop himself up, he then noticed the presence of 2 women in the carriage, both of whom were strikingly beautiful. One woman wore a gentle smile, though her pallid complexion hinted at frailty, exuding a delicate beauty. The other had an icy demeanor, her beautiful eyes occasionally betraying a hint of haughty disdain, emanating an aura of coldness. "You are awake?" the frail woman greeted with a warm smile. The haughty woman merely cast a cold glance at Hao Chun and remained silent. Hao Chun paid little heed to the aloof woman's indifference and instead directed his attention to the gentle one, inquiring, "What transpired while I was unconscious? Did you save me? I happened to pass by and saw you lying by the roadside, so I took the liberty of rescuing you," the gentle woman graciously acknowledged. "Thank you for your life-saving kindness, but may I ask for your name?" Hao Chun replied, bowing in gratitude. "I am Wening, and this is my sister, Luo Yu." The fairy introduced, gesturing towards the cold woman beside her. "I am Chun Hao, a wandering cultivator," he responded. Hao Chun employed the name he had used during his initial foray into the realm of cultivation and exchanged pleasantries with Luo Yu before engaging in conversation with Wening. Upon noticing Hao Chun's awakening, Luo Yu's demeanor was far from amiable. Although Hao Chun could dismiss her attitude, it was hardly fitting to approach her with undue warmth, only to be met with indifference. At that moment, Hao Chun realized his martial prowess had plummeted to the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, while his cultivation in the immortal arts had regressed to the tribulation stage. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. In the celestial realm, under the weight of regulatory constraints, individuals were relegated to refining their bodies and martial skills. Thus, Hao Chun could only sense the essence of martial cultivation. Consequently, ascended cultivators could not directly advance to the human immortal realm to become true immortals. After their powers were diminished, they were compelled to recultivate within the celestial realm to restore their abilities. Hao Chun understood that this predicament arose because, upon entering the celestial origin realm, he required true essence energy to transform into celestial essence. This transformation process inevitably led to such circumstances. Additionally, his body had sustained considerable damage amidst the tumult of time and space. Despite the severe drop in his cultivation level, should he adapt to the celestial environment, he could potentially regain his original strength and status in a short span of time. Through his dialogue with Wening, Hao Chun learned that he had inadvertently arrived in the celestial realm as an irregular traveler. The ancient teleportation array he had encountered was, in fact, a conduit to the 7 heavens. In antiquity, there was no distinction between the celestial and divine realms, allowing individuals to traverse freely across various star domains. The 7 heavens constituted a singular, boundless expanse of the celestial origin realm, abundant with rich celestial essence, making it an ideal locale for the cultivation of the powerful. It served as a haven for practitioners of various races, including humans, demons, and spirits. Upon the discovery of the celestial origin realm within the 7 heavens, many formidable beings congregated there to cultivate. This influx of humans, demons, and spirits led to escalating territorial disputes and the relentless pursuit of cultivation resources, culminating in a cataclysmic war among the 3 races that ravaged what had once been a pristine sanctuary. Thus, the balance of power shifted, and the 7 heavens underwent a dramatic reconfiguration. Humans, demons, and spirits each claimed dominion over distinct continents, erecting barriers to fortify their territories and prevent encroachments. The fortifications grew increasingly robust, creating a veritable impasse among the 3 realms, wherein they coexisted under the same sky, yet remained estranged. Chapter 850. Arrival in the celestial realm. The ancient teleportation array discovered by Houchen was a relic left behind by ancient humanity, inadvertently transporting him to the celestial origin realm of the seven heavens. Ascended cultivators in this realm, aside from experiencing a suppression of their powers, were also affected by spatial pressures, rendering them temporarily incapable of flight. The seven heavens represented a higher echelon of cultivation. Although he had yet to enter the human immortal stage, Houchen was still somewhat familiar with the fundamental principles of the celestial realm. The classification of cultivation levels in the celestial realm delineates the stages below human immortal, following a somewhat analogous structure to those in the Qianyuan realm, albeit with certain discrepancies. Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, martial sect, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial king, martial emperor, and martial sovereign, among 9 distinct realms. In the realm of immortals, the levels of cultivation are classified as human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, Xian immortal, immortal sovereign, immortal king, immortal emperor, and so forth. Under the laws governing the celestial domain, human immortals and earth immortals are confined to walking on the ground. Only heaven immortals possess the ability to fly, while the power to traverse the void is reserved for those who attain the golden immortal stage. However, even at the golden immortal level, one can only momentarily breach the void through sheer force. It is noteworthy that to withstand the spatial pressures of the celestial realm without utilizing a teleportation array and to traverse the void, one must at least be an immortal king. Yet, for Houchen, who inadvertently entered the celestial Yuan realm, such concerns do not apply. He already possesses the strength of an immortal, and the true essence within his body has long since transformed into celestial essence. Within the ice and fire dragon space of the Lan Luo secret realm, he has completed the body-refining technique known as the divine power art. Although his cultivation level has declined, his strength remains intact, rendering the pressures of the celestial Yuan realm inconsequential to him. Through conversation with Wanyu, Houchen realizes he has indeed arrived at the celestial Yuan realm, commonly referred to as the celestial realm. Rest well. Once we return to Feng City, I will have my father tend to your injuries, remarked the immortal maiden Wanyu, observing Houchen's destitute state. Lacking even a storage pouch, Houchen must return home to procure garments for himself. What manner of place is Feng City? I have never heard of it, Houchen expressed, genuinely perplexed about his surroundings. His immediate need is to ascertain precisely where he is. You are unfamiliar with Feng City? Wanyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. I hail from a secluded place, and I am not well acquainted with the external environment. I kindly ask for your guidance, Miss Wanyu, Houchen replied, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Wanyu nodded, not doubting his words, for there are many reclusive cultivators like Houchen in the celestial realm. These practitioners cultivate in seclusion to pursue higher realms, and some have even formed formidable factions. Evidently, Wanyu regards Houchen as a junior member of those hidden powers, just emerging from training and thus ignorant of worldly affairs. Feng City is a grand city within the celestial realm, part of the northern Haotian immortal domain, one of the 5 courts. The human habitation is divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Emperor Court, the Southern Luan Court, the Western Wang Court, the Northern Haotian Court, and the Central Ziwei Court. Feng City is bustling with countless powerful beings and is a place of great prosperity and activity. The Wen family is but a small clan within Feng City, consisting also of ordinary folk. Houchen's pupils contracted in surprise. He had unexpectedly arrived in Feng City of the celestial realm. Are there truly ordinary people in the celestial realm? He inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Of course, not everyone has the opportunity to become an immortal. When a newborn is brought into this world, they are already of innate cultivation. Those below the 7th level of heaven are considered to be at the foundation stage, which is the same in the celestial realm. They are born with foundation level cultivation. However, even those born in the celestial realm must engage in cultivation. Their journey is not without obstacles and bottlenecks. The body merely absorbs celestial essence, which is 100 times more potent than true essence. It can be said that in the celestial realm, no tribulations exist below the human celestial realm. Practitioners in the celestial realm, below the human celestial stage, do not face tribulations, which is a significant advantage. Thus, the threat of death is absent for practitioners. However, the celestial realm is a world where strength commands respect, and those of lower cultivation lack dignity. Due to the constraints of celestial realm regulations, those born within it can only cultivate martial skills and hone their physical bodies. The overwhelming pressure has tempered the human physique, enhancing the qualities of martial practitioners. The cultivation levels are generally classified as Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Martial Sect, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, Martial King, Martial Emperor, and Martial Sovereign. As practitioners absorb celestial essence, their cultivation speed surpasses that of other realms. Typically, young individuals around 30 years of age achieve the human celestial realm with great frequency, while prodigies often reach this level around 20. In the celestial realm, those at the Foundation Establishment level lead lives akin to ordinary mortals. Upon hearing Wei Ning's introduction, Hao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Feng City, with its myriad of factions, is extraordinarily prosperous. Wei Ning's family, though considered insignificant within Feng City, still holds a position of power far superior to that of some rogue cultivators. From Wei Ning's words, Hao Chen discerned that Feng City in the celestial essence realm is quite similar to his own demon lock city. Subsequently, Wei Ning introduced Hao Chen to Haoyan City, the heart of the northern Hao court and the imperial city of the northern Hao celestial domain. Within this celestial city, only family factions exist, while sects and schools are prohibited. In the Haoyan City region, the three most powerful factions of the northern Hao court reside. Naturally, the royal faction ranks first, followed closely by the Qianyuan sect and the Lihua sect. The royal family, protected by the northern Hao court and the Haoyan emperor, occupies the top position among these three factions. The other two sects, Qianyuan and Lihua, hold comparable strength, located respectively to the northwest and southeast of Haoyan City. Beneath these three powerful factions lies a labyrinth of numerous family forces within Haoyan City. These family factions vary in size, and their competition is exceedingly fierce. Families have long ceased to be mere singular forces. They are merely a designation now. According to Wei Ning, apart from the royal family, the Qianyuan and Lihua sects are generally open to recruiting disciples. Each year, they enroll talented individuals from various family factions within the northern Hao celestial domain. This practice of recruiting prodigies is not met with resistance from the families. Rather, it is widely welcomed, as the resources available within the sects far surpass those of their families. If a talented individual from a family is accepted into a sect, they can receive far superior resources for cultivation, allowing for a significantly faster growth rate than that achievable within their family. In the northern Hao court, many families take pride in the number of their descendants who join sections. Although they entrust their talented members to sects for training, those prodigies still remain rooted as members of their families. Once those prodigies attain success, they will naturally extend their benevolence towards their families, thereby enhancing their clan's competitiveness within Haoyan City. Furthermore, Beihai Court has established an academy for immortals, which serves as the royal sect. Although the immortal realm lacks nations, the sovereign of the celestial domain is the royal family. Upon hearing the elucidation from Fairy Wei Ning, Hao Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, revealing a hint of emotional resonance. He was filled with curiosity regarding the Hao Yan Academy of Immortals. Chapter 851, The Enigmatic Physique, Fairy Wei Ning. The assessment at the Hao Yan Academy is about to commence. I wonder if the various families within Haoyan City will also dispatch their talents to participate in the entrance examination? Hao Yan inquired once more, his primary concern still revolving around the Academy's assessment. Arriving in an unfamiliar territory, he believed that only by entering a place rich in talent could he forge more friendships. Over the years, traversing the Qianyuan realm had left him feeling profoundly isolated. Although he had joined a sect, he was merely a nominal disciple, often wandering alone. Therefore, Hao Yan yearned to join the Hao Yan Academy to acquire greater knowledge and connect with more talented individuals. Fairy Wei Ning regarded Hao Yan with a hint of surprise, puzzled by his inquiry about the Hao Yan Academy. However, she harbored no suspicions and gently responded to his question. Naturally, many families and sects will send their talents to participate in the assessment. Even the Qianyuan sect and the Lihua sect will dispatch outstanding individuals to compete. However, only the strongest youths are qualified to join the academy. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Merely out of curiosity. After all, the Hao Yan Academy is renowned. Who wouldn't wish to enter such a prestigious institution for cultivation? Hao Yan replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Upon hearing this, a trace of longing appeared in Fairy Wei Ning's beautiful eyes. It is said that the Haoyan Academy is the destination of aspiration for exceptional talents from all superpowers within the immortal Yuan realm. However, the entrance requirements are stringent. Only those who have attained the rank of Martial King or above may apply to the academy. It is also the most lenient of forces, never restricting the freedom of its students. If I were not currently unable to cultivate, I too would seek to test my mettle at the academy where talents converge. She mused. Haoyan nodded in agreement, recognizing that entering the Haoyan Academy was indeed a revered aspiration for countless individuals. May I be so bold as to inquire? Fairy Wanyu continued. I observe that your complexion appears unnaturally pale and your body seems frail, devoid of any fluctuations of celestial essence. Is this your natural state? Haoyan suddenly posed the question. Fairy Wanyu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face revealing a hint of sorrow as she fell into rare silence. It seems this is a personal matter for you, Fairy Wanyu, and I have overstepped, Haoyan remarked, feeling embarrassed. Actually, it is of little consequence. I do not mind sharing. This matter traces back to my childhood. She began to recount her past. It turned out that before the age of 8, Wanyu had displayed extraordinary talent, her cultivation level rivaling that of seasoned practitioners. At that time, Fairy Wanyu was nearly designated by her family as the next head of the clan. It can be said that at that time, the enchanting Wanyu was the center of attention in Fengcheng, and even within the northern Haoding celestial domain. She held a modest reputation. However, at the age of 14, she suddenly fell gravely ill. Her entire being was engulfed by an extreme chill, a terrifying aura of coldness. Despite her father's efforts in Fengcheng to summon numerous powerful individuals for diagnosis and treatment, they were all rendered powerless against her affliction. From that moment on, Wanying's cultivation appeared to vanish without a trace, as if it had evaporated into thin air. No matter how hard she practiced, her dantian could not accumulate any celestial essence, let alone cultivate celestial power. Her constitution was even weaker than that of an ordinary mortal. This explains why Wanyu often bore an unnaturally pale complexion, exuding a frail and delicate demeanor. At this juncture, a bitter smile graced Wanying's lovely face. Because of me, my family's reputation has plummeted. Am I truly a harbinger of disaster? With these words, her expression was tinged with a bittersweet melancholy. Haoyan's gaze fixated on Wanyu, curiosity sparked by the peculiarities of her condition. Wanyu, might you extend your hand so that I may examine you? He suddenly inquired. Wanyu was taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she lowered her head in silence. Observing her reaction, Haoyan realized she had misunderstood his intent. Do not misconstrue my words. I have previously studied the essence of cold. Perhaps I could discern the origin of the chill within you. Upon hearing this, Wanyu understood her misinterpretation. Young master, have you truly studied the essence of cold? She asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Haoyan nodded and suddenly placed his hand upon her right wrist, employing the Shaoyang technique to absorb the chill from her body. Wanying's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she felt a wave of icy energy abruptly expelled from within her. Now, do you believe me? Haoyan withdrew his hand from her wrist, inquiring with a gentle smile. Since you possess knowledge of the essence of cold, I shall comply without reservation. Wanyu, without hesitation, extended her delicate, snow-like arms before him, her face increasingly flushed and her eyes filled with shyness. Until this moment, she had never engaged in such close proximity with any man, and her heart could not help but flutter with bashfulness. Haoyan, however, remained unfazed by these thoughts and, after listening to Wanying's account, speculated that there might be some extraordinary secret concealed within her body, prompting his request for examination. As he grasped her hands, he felt a chilling and smooth sensation. He then channeled a thread of icy energy through her right hand, directing it into her body. When his icy energy traversed through Wanying's meridians and eventually reached her lower abdomen's dantian, it encountered a formidable and terrifying cold energy that obstructed his spiritual perception. Upon sensing the condition of Wanying's dantian, a look of concern crossed Haoyan's face. At this moment, his expression grew grave as he continued to probe her entire being. Through its meridians extending to the lower dantian, he was struck by a shocking scene. For within the dantian of the enchanting fairy Wanying lay not the essence of celestial energy, but an endless, chilling aura that was utterly terrifying. This fearsome cold had sealed her dantian, and the connection between the dantian and the meridians at both ends had been encased in ice. obstructing the flow of celestial energy into the dantian. This was the ultimate reason for Fairy Wanying's inability to cultivate. Fairy Wanying, your dantian seems to be gasping. Hao Chen was at a loss for words. You see, my dantian is filled with an infinite, eerie chill. This chilling aura was formidable, sealing the meridians surrounding her dantian, rendering her incapable of cultivation. A bitter helplessness graced the corners of Fairy Wanying's mouth. This chilling energy has accumulated within my dantian since I fell gravely ill at the age of 8. My father sought many powerful individuals, but they were all at a loss. Hao Chen wore a contemplative expression. The notion of a dantian accumulating such cold energy was indeed unheard of. Chapter 852. The warmth and coldness of human relationships. Generally speaking, the dantian is of utmost significance for cultivators, yet it is also exceedingly fragile. Within Fairy Wanying's dantian, the chilling energy was particularly fearsome, more potent than the combined cold energies of Yi Shaohan and Yu Xiaolan. Even Hao Chen's star dantian, formed from chilling energy, could not compare. The destructive power of this chilling aura was likely terrifying, not to mention the vulnerability of the dantian within the human body. Even external exposure to this cold energy could spell doom. Yet, Fairy Wanying now seemed unaffected, as if this terrifying chilling energy within her dantian was under some form of control. Although it resided within her dantian, it had not harmed her in the slightest. Fairy Wanying, was this chilling energy always this powerful? Hao Chen sensed as if the chilling aura possessed a life of its own, growing and thriving. When I was 14, this cold energy was not as strong. It could only barely seal my dantian's meridians. Now, 3 years have passed, and this energy has grown increasingly powerful over time, while my body has deteriorated day by day, rendering me an ordinary person. Fairy Wanying shook her head in resignation. Hao Chen furrowed his brow. This chilling energy was extraordinarily strange. It felt as though the chilling aura was utilizing Fairy Wanying's body to strengthen itself. Hao Chen found this notion intriguing, yet despite his thoughts, he could not comprehend the origins of this cold energy within Fairy Wanying. You worthless fool! How dare you lay hands on Fairy Wanying? You seek death. As Hao Chen sank into contemplation, an indignant voice rang out from the adjacent room. Suddenly, Luo Yu emerged from the next compartment, having witnessed Hao Chen holding Fairy Wanying's hand. Her brow furrowed, and without hesitation, she struck out with her palm. Hao Chen had not anticipated Luo Yu's sudden appearance, nor her unprovoked attack. In a moment of surprise, Luo Yu seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful strike to Hao Chen's chest. With a muffled groan, he was slammed against the side of the carriage. His vital energy surged violently, and the internal injuries he bore nearly flared up from the impact. Hastily, Hao Chen channeled his celestial energy to suppress the injuries within him. Luo Yu's gaze was fixed upon Hao Chen, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. When she struck him, she discovered that his body was as unyielding as steel. Remarkably, he seemed entirely unscathed by her attack. It was important to note that she was at the mid-stage of the human immortal realm, while he was merely at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. The disparity in their cultivations was significant. Her full-force strike had only pushed him against the carriage. Clearly, this outcome left Luo Yu dissatisfied. The ungrateful scoundrel dared to openly disrespect her, a celestial being, despite her lack of cultivation. Just as she prepared to strike again to expel Hao Chen from the carriage, Fairy Wanying stepped in front of him. Sister Luo, you misunderstand. He was merely examining the state of the cold energy within me, Fairy Wanying hurriedly explained. Fairy, do not be deceived by this scoundrel. The head of the family has invited numerous experts to investigate the cold energy within you, yet none could identify any issues. How could a mere waste like him possibly discern anything? Clearly, he is taking advantage of you. Luo Yu shook her head, her expression darkening as she glared at Hao Chen, her eyes filled with menace and warning. At this moment, Hao Chen had successfully suppressed his internal injuries and coldly regarded Luo Yu. Her repeated provocations had fostered a deep-seated disdain within him. Were it not for his current injuries, he would show no mercy to Luo Yu. Fairy, step aside. We cannot allow this lecher to remain here, Luo Yu commanded, her right hand gesturing to push Wanying away. I will not permit you to harm my lord, unless you intend to deal with me as well. Fairy Wanying retorted, standing resolutely in front of Hao Chen. You. Faced with Wanying's stubbornness, Luo Yu had no choice but to retreat into the adjacent compartment. I apologize. She is merely concerned for me. Please do not take it to heart, Fairy Wanying said apologetically to Hao Chen. Hao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Remaining silent, Fairy Wenying, the cold energy within you is quite peculiar. I sense it is almost alive, continuously growing stronger, he remarked gravely. You can see it? Fairy Wenying was taken aback, her delicate face revealing a hint of bitterness. As the person directly affected, she was acutely aware of the cold energy in her dantian, familiar with its operational patterns and characteristics. My lord, do you have any means to resolve my cold affliction? She inquired, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Although I can perceive the extraordinary nature of the cold energy within you, I regret to say that I currently lack the means to address it. Hao Chen replied with a sigh of resignation. Currently unable to resolve it? Does that imply there may be a solution in the future? Fairy Wenying suddenly asked, her voice tinged with excitement. You have now witnessed the severity of my injuries, which have significantly diminished my capabilities. Had my body remained unharmed, I would indeed have attempted to expel the chilling energy from within you. This assertion from Hao Chen is not made lightly. He has previously healed both Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan. The elegant Fairy Wenying understands that Hao Chen would not deceive her so brazenly, and she can genuinely sense the grave nature of his injuries. The young man before her is not merely an average figure of mid-level martial emperor. She perceives that he possesses extraordinary qualities. Although Fairy Wenying currently lacks any cultivation, her intuition has always proven to be remarkably accurate. My dear sir, I eagerly anticipate your ability to dispel the cold energy from within me once you regain your strength, Fairy Wenying said with a radiant smile. Fairy Wenying, you place such trust in my words? Hao Chen asked in astonishment, taken aback by her enchanting demeanor. I can intuitively sense that you are not one to utter falsehoods. Fairy Wenying replied softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her words left Hao Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed, as the possibility of successfully expelling the cold energy from her body remained uncertain. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Fairy Wenying felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and retreated to another room to rest. This allowed Hao Chen to quietly cultivate and mend his injuries. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, through conversations with Fairy Wenying, Hao Chen acquired a wealth of knowledge about the celestial realm. Furthermore, he had primarily remained in the private chamber, recuperating. He practiced the Qingmu technique and consumed regeneration elixirs, successfully restoring his body. Simultaneously, he appropriately infused a measure of celestial energy into the jade pendant space, allowing the inhabitants of the Demon Suppression Tower to gradually acclimate to the celestial essence. While immersed in his cultivation, the vehicle suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Ahead, a fierce conflict erupted, obstructing the path. Luo Yu and Fairy Wenying exited the carriage to assess the situation. Hao Chen followed suit and discovered 4 celestial beings besieging 2 fragile celestial maidens. Even from a distance of 1,000 feet, Hao Chen swiftly discerned the strength of the assailants. The 2 maidens, both at the initial stage of celestial cultivation, were ensnared by 4 masked figures of similar cultivation levels. A wave of discontent washed over Hao Chen. He could not bear to witness the oppression of women, particularly when it involved overwhelming the weak. While onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, none stepped forward to intervene. Alas, the celestial realm is no different from the mortal world, rife with shadows and darkness. Just moments ago, he had been rescued by Fairy Wenying, savoring the genuine connections within the celestial realm, only to be met with Luo Yu's cold disdain for the impoverished. He had only just managed to calm his spirit when yet another instance of bullying the vulnerable unfolded before him, deepening his introspection. Chapter 853, The Harshness of Society. As Hao Chen contemplated these matters, the 2 maidens found themselves in perilous straits. Despite facing 4 formidable foes, the maidens continued to fight tenaciously. With a subtle motion of her delicate hand, one of them flicked her fingers, sending a flurry of shimmering needles, akin to celestial flowers scattered by a fairy, hurtling towards one of the masked assailants. Be cautious, my lord, a figure clad in black and masked cautioned, observing 2 female cultivators at the initial stage of immortality, facing 4 formidable adversaries. Despite their potent spells, it was inevitable that they would exhaust their strength, leading to failure and potentially grave injuries or even loss of life. Fortunately, the 2 women possessed an array of flying needles as concealed weaponry. While these projectiles might not be lethal, they could nonetheless inflict significant harm upon their opponents. The 2 women deftly wielded their jade-like hands, sending forth a flurry of needles that glinted ominously as they flew toward the 4 assailants. In the blink of an eye, one adversary succumbed to the hidden weaponry. collapsing to the ground, sealing his fate. Witnessing the immediate loss of a skilled combatant, the black-clad figure seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Fixated on the two women as if he wished to reduce them to ashes. Beware of the poisoned projectiles, he warned his companions, his glare never wavering from the women. However, even without his admonition, the other two masked figures had already heightened their vigilance upon witnessing their comrades fall. Yet, the diminutive size of the flying needles rendered them unable to adequately defend themselves. As yet another ally fell, the anger of the masked figure escalated to a boiling point. Using concealed weapons to harm others is hardly a display of skill. Is it truly your prowess to outnumber the few? Retorted the woman dressed as a maid. Her laughter tinged with scorn. No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed another volley of flying needles, continuing until her supply was exhausted. At that moment, only two masked figures remained in the fray. Little beauty, have you depleted your projectiles? It's my turn now. One of the masked figures cackled, noticing the women's ammunition had run dry. Let us subdue these two beauties and acquire the immortal king pill. With both wealth and beauty in my grasp, I shall offer grand rewards, commanded the black-clad noble. The immortal king pill, as its name suggests, grants the ability to ascend to the rank of immortal king. But only upon reaching the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm can one consume it to successfully elevate to that esteemed status. The immortal king pill is an exceedingly rare elixir, and even alchemical masters, despite possessing secret recipes, have a success rate of less than 10%. It is said that where there are great rewards, there are also courageous souls. As the two women exhausted their flying needles, the masked figures commenced their counterattack. At that moment, one black-clad figure, invigorated by the noble's words, sprang into action, charging toward the women. This time, it was a one-on-one confrontation, while the noble had already advanced toward the woman in purple attire. At this juncture, Hao Chun's gaze remained fixed upon the unfolding battle, his heart heavy with concern for the two women's safety. In an instant, the noble had closed the distance to the purple-clad woman. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the purple fairy remained composed and serene, even though both she and her companion, despite their impressive skills, could not entirely avoid sustaining injuries. The intensity of their clash escalated, excitement surging with each exchange. The scent of blood wafted through the air, stimulating the nerves of the black-clad figures, driving them into a frenzy. As though blinded by the desire to kill, observing the increasingly deranged demeanor of her adversary, the expression of the purple fairy darkened, her own aura of lethal intent sharpening with each passing moment. The purple-clad fairy could hardly be oblivious to the fact that the masked man in black had succumbed to a venom that drove its victim into madness upon contact with blood, simultaneously augmenting their strength. As she observed the man, his eyes turned a ghastly red under the blood's influence, and his movements became increasingly frantic, his inner powers seemingly amplified. With a heavy heart, the purple-clad fairy cautioned her attendant while contemplating a solution to counteract the toxin. Though she possessed the knowledge to neutralize the poison, she lamented the absence of the antidote. In that moment of despair, she could devise no effective plan and was left to endure the onslaught, relying on her lithe form to evade numerous attacks. Tragically, her attendant was less fortunate. After a mere short while, she fell to the ground, incapacitated by a blow from the masked assailant. Seeing her fallen attendant shattered the fairy's composure. Rage surged within her, prompting her to abandon her evasion and cease employing martial techniques. Instead, she resolved to unleash her magical prowess. Although the celestial realm forbade the use of divine spells, basic incantations were permissible. The power wielded by celestial beings was often too cataclysmic, threatening to obliterate entire spaces, hence the strict prohibition against celestial combat in human territories. At that moment, while the purple-clad fairy refrained from invoking divine magic, her sword strikes were imbued with traces of celestial essence. Each move was ruthlessly lethal, dripping with an icy malevolence that left the two masked figures astounded. Her strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the early human immortal stage. Purple lightning, scorching the heavens. The terrifying energy she summoned erupted violently, forming two colossal pillars of force that surged toward the masked assailants. Sensing that their very lives hung in the balance, the masked man hastily fortified his own gathered power in a desperate attempt to shield himself. A thunderous explosion reverberated, unleashing a terrifying pressure that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Even those situated thousands of feet away, including the fairy Wen and Hao Chun, were caught in the maelstrom of her power. Wen was caught off guard and sent flying, but fortunate was she that Hao Chun stood close behind, rushing forward to catch her before she could sustain any grievous injuries. The magic wielded by the purple-clad fairy was anything but trivial, and the sheer terror of early human immortal energy was beyond comprehension. Ultimately, the masked man could no longer withstand the onslaught. Even celestial beings are prone to panic when faced with death. With a final, cataclysmic roar, the masked figure was sent hurtling away, lost to the abyss of the overwhelming energy. The other assailant was struck directly by the purple lightning, which left behind only a residual soul escaping from the smoking crater. With the formidable adversaries finally vanquished, the aura of the purple-clad fairy began to wane rapidly. Exhausted, she found herself devoid of the strength to remain standing and collapsed to the ground. Seated upon the ground, he commenced the delicate process of absorbing the ethereal essence surrounding him, gradually rejuvenating his energy. Upon encountering the purple-clad fairy, he felt utterly powerless to continue the battle, while the maid lay nearby, forsaken and unattended. Having only just arrived in the celestial realm, Hao Chun was already experiencing the chilling indifference of human relations and the harsh realities of the world. The paradise of the celestial realm, which the populace envisioned as a utopia, was fraught with darker intrigues than the mortal world, often surpassing it in malevolence. Hao Chun quietly departed from the carriage of the fairy Wen, clad in tattered garments. He ambled towards the purple-clad fairy in a disheveled manner. Chapter 854 remains the same. Noticing Hao Chun's approach, the purple-clad fairy's countenance darkened. Stripped of her powers, she was vulnerable to the covetous gazes of others. Could he possibly be an accomplice of those masked figures? A sense of trepidation washed over her as she pondered this possibility. Hao Chun finally reached her side, and indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the fairy Wen, with an ethereal elegance that accentuated her allure. Up close, Hao Chun couldn't help but silently commend her beauty. As the purple-clad fairy attempted to rise, he gestured for her to remain seated, saying, "Your injuries are quite severe. You lack the strength to stand. It would be unwise to exert yourself further." "Why do you look at me so?" she inquired. "I am not an accomplice of those masked figures." Sensing no malice emanating from him, her heart filled with confusion. Could it be that this man did not seek to claim the Celestial King's elixir, but rather coveted her beauty? Her hands instinctively touched her dusty face, as if to mask her appearance. "Please consume these elixirs. They will be beneficial for your recovery," Hao Chun remarked, noting the uncertainty in her eyes. The elixirs he possessed were restorative pills, crafted after he ascended to the realm of the martial emperor, comparable to celestial potions in efficacy. The purple-clad fairy and her maid had initially possessed numerous elixirs, but they had been depleted during their relentless battles. Hesitant, the purple-clad fairy regarded the elixirs in Hao Chun's hand. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards either of you. Are you being overly cautious?" he said with a smile, observing her wary demeanor. A flush crept onto her cheeks as she recognized the truth in his words. Finally, she accepted the elixirs from him and, alongside her maid, consumed them. Under the healing properties of the elixirs, both the purple-clad fairy and her maid gradually began to recover from their injuries. Their depleted dantians slowly started to accumulate some ethereal essence once more. Upon reaching the human celestial realm, the nascent soul would transform into a spiritual embodiment. Within the dantian, the ethereal essence had yet to coalesce into pills, but once it formed the golden pill, they would ascend to the golden celestial realm. The golden pill of celestial beings is formed from the condensation of ethereal essence, a stark contrast to the elemental essence that cultivators form into pills. The purple-clad fairy sighed, realizing that the quality of these elixirs was too low for a swift recovery. "While the quality may be lacking, they will still assist in restoring your vitality," Hao Chun remarked, producing another vial of elixirs and presenting it to the purple-clad fairy. The current predicament of the purple-clad fairy is indeed dire. Therefore, she readily accepted the elixirs without hesitation, consuming them swiftly. With the aid of these potions, her physical condition gradually transformed, and the once empty dantian began to exhibit a semblance of vitality. After consuming all the elixirs sent by Hao Yin, the purple-clad fairy sensed that her celestial essence had recovered to approximately 30%. Despite this, she felt a sense of satisfaction within her heart. "How much have you recovered?" Upon witnessing the fairy open her eyes, Hao Yin could not help but inquire. "Only about 30%. It seems that regaining my full strength will require some time. Alas, were it not for the use of forbidden techniques this time, it would not take so long. I am called Qixing, and this is my friend Xianer. We are both disciples of the Haotian Celestial Academy. You risked your safety to assist me, and I shall repay you in the future. Are you with the caravan from earlier? Upon hearing the purple-clad fairy's question, Haotian turned to glance in the direction from whence they came, only to find that the group, led by Wenying, had already departed. A faint line of displeasure crossed his forehead. I am Chen Hao. After being rescued from my injuries, I followed the previous carriage to this place, Haotian replied without hesitation. Fortunately, this location is merely 100 miles away from Feng City. In the Qinyuan realm, it would take less than a stick of incense to arrive. With Qixing and her maid accompanying him, Haotian walked alongside the two women on solid ground. At this moment, even with the wind-wing spell at his disposal, he dared not utilize it. Nor would he employ any other magical artifacts such as starships, for he did not wish to attract trouble upon entering the celestial realm. The three of them altered their appearances, and it was only by evening that they arrived at Feng City. In order not to implicate Haotian, Qixing, who possessed a celestial king elixir, left a message for him before gracefully departing with her maid. Feng City, part of the northern domain's central city of Haotian, lies merely 10,000 miles from it, making it a significant location in the northern lands. Gazing at Feng City before him, which was several times larger than Demon Locking City, Haotian pondered quietly, I wonder where Wen Ying's family, the Wen clan, is located within Feng City. His footsteps did not falter as he stepped into the city. Previously, in the presence of Wen Ying, Haotian had vowed to assist her in dispelling the cold energy within her body once his cultivation was restored. Although he had not yet regained the peak of Martial Emperor, his strength was not to be underestimated among those at the mid-level of Martial Sovereign. However, prior to entering Feng City, Haotian had already transformed his appearance. After all, having assisted the purple-clad fairy, it was uncertain whether he might be suspected, for she was a bearer of the Celestial King elixir. Had he brazenly entered Feng City under his original identity, it would have been tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Haotian had altered his visage to appear pale and sickly, resembling a middle-aged man at the initial stage of Martial Sovereign. After all, achieving mid-level Martial Sovereign at such a young age would undoubtedly draw considerable attention. Fengqing Street, bustling with visitors, is predominantly frequented by practitioners of martial arts, mainly those of Wu Zong and Wu Sheng levels, while the presence of Wu Huang and Wu Di cultivators is a rare occurrence. Although this realm is known as the immortal world, even the occasional celestial being that passes through does so in haste. As for those above the golden immortal realm, they are not beings easily encountered by the ordinary populace. On either side of the street, numerous cultivators have set up stalls, offering a diverse array of goods. A wide variety of magical artifacts and elixirs can be found, yet no one seems to be selling immortal weapons. Beyond this, the shops are filled with an exquisite assortment of items. Although Hao Chun acquired a substantial number of immortal essence stones from Tian Xingzi, he dared not purchase anything beyond a map of Fengqing and a tome titled Tales of the Immortal Realm. Thus, he meandered through the streets, indulging his eyes, before settling into a modestly priced inn, the Immortal Guest House. During his stay at the inn, Hao Chun often found himself in the lobby, listening to the fascinating tales of the immortal realm. While in his room, he meticulously studied the Fengqing map and perused the tales of the immortal realm. Concurrently, he ventured out to gather information about the Qinyuan sect and the Haotian Immortal Academy, while also seeking out the Wen family. Gradually familiarizing himself with the circumstances of Fengqing, Hao Chun devoted his days to practicing in the dense forests beyond the western gate of the city. In secret, he summoned his avatars, demonic beasts, and spiritual insects to acclimate them to the environment of the immortal realm. These avatars, demonic beasts, and spiritual insects constituted Hao Chun's strongest trump cards. Without ensuring that his most formidable assets could adapt to this new setting, he felt a sense of insecurity. The blood poison spirit avatar could adapt to any environment without training, while the sunfire avatar required gradual adjustment. During this period, Hao Chun also began to infuse some immortal essence into the jade pendant space and the demon suppression tower, gradually transforming the spatial environment. Except for Xiao Chui and a few small demonic girls who clamored to be let out for less than a stick of incense before swiftly returning, Hao Chun dared not allow other human cultivators to venture outside to adapt to the surroundings. Given Xiao Chui and the small demonic girls' capabilities, they were unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the immortal realm, let alone other human practitioners, to adapt to the environment of the immortal realm. These individuals commenced their training in the divine power technique within the Jade Pendant space in the Demon Suppression Tower. However, Hao Chun was also contemplating a trip to the Ascension Pool for body refinement, and seizing the opportunity to acquire some of its spiritual liquid, thereby allowing everyone the chance to utilize the Ascension Pool's essence for body refinement. The Ascension Pool is a place every ascendant must pass through in their journey to immortality. As a stowaway, Hao Chun had never experienced the body refinement of the Ascension Pool, nor did his companions have the qualifications to enter. He could only devise his own means. Each ascendant must undergo body refinement in the Ascension Pool to transform their internal true essence into a more potent immortal essence, while purifying the mundane impurities clinging to them. Otherwise, they would forever remain unable to adapt to the immortal realm and would always be a stowaway. Hao Chun did not seek out the Qianyuan sect or the Xiaohao ancestors, nor did he pursue the Xiaohao clan within the immortal realm. He was determined to carve out his own path through his capabilities. Chapter 855. Arrogance in the Past. Within the carriage of the immortal Lady Wenying, Hao Chun had promised her that once his body had recovered, he would remove the peculiar chill that resided within her. Although Hao Chun is now a martial emperor, his cultivation in the Great Ascension has yet to be restored. However, his strength remains commendable, and it is time to fulfill his promise. Restoring his previous appearance, Hao Chun stood quietly at the entrance of the Wen residence. He did not enter directly, but instead retrieved a sound transmission talisman from his storage ring, channeling his magical energy. The talisman transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting into the Wen residence. Due to the remarkable speed of this light, the guards at the entrance remained oblivious. Yet, the guards maintained a vigilant watch over Hao Chun. The sudden appearance of a young stranger clad in a blue robe, possessing initial stage martial emperor cultivation, naturally aroused suspicion. However, Hao Chun's lack of further actions led the guards to refrain from intervening, merely keeping a watchful eye on him. While Hao Chun was gathering the aura of the enchanting Wenying to investigate the cold energy within her, he aimed to effortlessly locate her dwelling in Feng City in the future. Shortly after the sound transmission talisman was dispatched, Wenying emerged from the residence, supported by Luo Yu. Her gaze immediately fixed upon Hao Chun, revealing a hint of confusion. Having just been in the midst of her grooming within her boudoir, she was startled as the talisman unexpectedly flew through the window, presenting itself before her. The talisman bore an inscription, Wenying, I have come to fulfill my promise and assist you in dispelling the chill within you. At the sight of these words, Wenying instantly thought of Hao Chun. Hastily preparing herself, she joined Luo Yu and made her way to the entrance of the Wen residence. Wenying's complexion was pale, and she appeared frail and weak, while Luo Yu maintained a cold demeanor, as if others owed her something. The two of them directed their gazes toward Hao Chun. Aside from the change of his attire to a blue robe, Hao Chun remained unchanged. Yet, upon seeing him, both Wenying and Luo Yu exhibited traces of inexplicable thoughts. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Hao Chun narrowed his eyes, sensing their subtle estrangement. Luo Yu was beyond doubt. Their initial discord was evident. Although Wenying had previously shared a harmonious rapport with Hao Chun, her current attitude perplexed him. Wenying, it has been a long time. Back in the carriage, I promised that once I restored my health, I would help you dispel the chill within you, Hao Chun remarked, smiling gently at Wenying without overthinking it. Are you merely speaking empty words? The chill within the fairy cannot be dealt with even by a golden immortal. Do you truly believe that you, a mere waste, can resolve it? If you seek to attach yourself to the Wen family through this, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. With your status and cultivation, how could you possibly be worthy of Wenying? Luo Yu interjected, stepping protectively in front of Wenying, glaring coldly at Hao Chun. Luo Yu, that is enough, Wenying said, her expression darkening slightly. Enough. He left us to save someone. Young master, this matter is of great significance. It requires my father's consent. I hope you can understand. Wenying, the celestial maiden, cast a glance of apology at Hao Chun and said, I am aware of that. Let us proceed inside. Hao Chun followed the two of them into the estate. Upon entering the mansion, they encountered a rather spacious courtyard. Numerous younger disciples were gathered there, practicing their martial arts with enthusiastic shouts, the air vibrating with their vigorous movements. Naturally, the trio of Wenying attracted the attention of others. Who is that young man? Why is he walking alongside the young lady, engaged in such cheerful conversation? Murmured a bystander. The Qi family has already proposed to our Wen family for the hand of Wening. Now she seems to be so friendly with this stranger. That cannot bode well. Keep your voice down. Such matters should not be carelessly discussed. He must be a friend of the maiden. Do not let your imagination run wild. Let us continue our training. As they traversed the training grounds, Hao Chun followed Wen Ying and Luo Yu into a grand hall within the Wen estate. Inside the hall, several individuals with formidable presences were engaged in discussion. Upon noticing Hao Chun entering with Wen Ying and Luo Yu, the assembled individuals turned their attention towards him. He cannot possibly be one of our Wen family members, remarked a stern-faced middle-aged man, casting a casual glance at Hao Chun before inquiring of Wen Ying. Elder Luo, this is my friend who has come to help me expel the cold energy from my body, Wen Ying replied softly. Oh, he is your friend? The middle-aged man, with a discerning gaze, scrutinized Hao Chun with an expression that was both peculiar and scrutinizing. Hao Chun then sensed a strand of consciousness descend upon him, as if attempting to unveil all his secrets. Hao Chun's expression darkened. The probing consciousness undoubtedly belonged to the middle-aged man before him. Such blatant and disrespectful use of spiritual perception to investigate another was considered highly impolite. Had he encountered someone with a temper, a confrontation might have ensued. The middle-aged man, perhaps emboldened by his own profound cultivation, exhibited little regard for the intrusion. Especially as he discerned Hao Chun's inferior cultivation, a trace of disdain flickered across his gaze. Father, this person must be a fraud. Even a powerful being at the golden immortal level cannot cure the cold energy within the maiden. How could this inexperienced lad possibly succeed? Luo Yu interjected boldly to the middle-aged man. The identity of this middle-aged man became apparent. He was Luo Baitsong, the second strongest in the Wen family. A practitioner at the early stage of Earth Immortal, second only to the family head, Wen Kongwu. He was also Luo Yu's father, holding a high position within the Wen family. Elder Luo, regardless of my current state, what harm is there in allowing him to try? If he truly can cure my ailment, it would be a joyous outcome for all, Wen Ying said with a wry smile, shaking her head. While it may not pose a problem to test him, my concern lies with the ulterior motives of certain individuals. I am merely looking out for your safety, dear maiden. Luo Baitsong cautioned, his gaze turning indifferent as he fixated on Hao Chun, deliberately stating, you are merely at the initial stage of a martial emperor. With such low cultivation, I should have no reason to believe in your abilities. However, since the esteemed fairy Wanyu has earnestly requested it, I shall reluctantly allow you to give it a try. Yet, I must caution you not to harbor any ill intentions. With your current cultivation, you are not worthy to engage with a fairy. Our Wen family is a force beyond your reach. Do you understand? Luo Baitsong waved his sleeve and took a seat behind him, his expression filled with authority, revealing a condescending demeanor as he spoke. Is this truly the manner in which the Wen family receives their guests? I have traveled thousands of miles to assist Fairy Wanyu in dispelling the cold energy within her body. Yet, from the very beginning, you have scrutinized me with your divine sense, and now you offer not a single courteous word. Do you truly believe I am but a servant of your family? Seeing Luo Baitsong treat him in such a manner, Hao Chun retorted coldly. Chapter 856, Fearless Crack. Just as Luo Baitsong lifted his teacup, he was suddenly enraged by Hao Chun's words, and he crushed the cup in his grasp. How dare you refute me? When I speak, there is no room for your interruption, Luo Baitsong said darkly to Hao Chun. Luo Baitsong slowly rose to his feet, an invisible, terrifying aura emanating from him, enveloping Hao Chun entirely. Nevertheless, Hao Chun remained unfazed, his indifferent gaze unwavering as he stared boldly at Luo Baitsong. Simultaneously, he released a wisp of divine sense to probe Luo Baitsong's cultivation. Early stage Earth Immortal? Hao Chun instantly discerned Luo Baitsong's level of cultivation. To be so arrogant before him at the early stage Earth Immortal realm made Hao Chun's heart scoff with derision. How dare you use your divine sense to probe me? Such audacity. Luo Baitsong was taken aback, and then shouted in fury, a terrifying aura surging forth. The grand chair behind him shattered into countless fragments under this pressure. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became oppressively tense, and several elders standing in the hall stepped forward, their gazes coldly fixed upon Hao Chun. What is this? You are permitted to use divine sense to probe me, yet I cannot inquire about you? Hao Chun's lips curled into a mocking smile as he fearlessly countered. You insolent wretch. Luo Yu, standing nearby, remarked with a cold laugh. Slap. Before her words could fade, Hao Chun swiftly raised his hand and struck Luo Yu sharply across her right cheek. She spun like a top and then crashed heavily to the ground. How dare you hit me? Luo Yu clutched her face, pointing at Hao Chun and shrieking, her eyes filled with malice. It is you who lack self-respect, hurling insults at me time and again, and now you dare to berate me like a shrew? Do you truly think I am your family's servant? Someone you can order about at will? Hao Chun slowly retracted his right hand, standing calmly as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Father, kill him. This bastard has dared to strike me. Kill this scoundrel. Luo Yu screamed frantically at Luo Baizong, clutching her swollen right cheek. As a prodigy of the Luo family, she had always been the center of attention wherever she went. Today, however, she had been slapped in the face by someone she deemed beneath her. What drove Luo Yu to the brink of madness was that she had not even caught a clear glimpse of Hao Chun's figure before her right cheek was already bruised. This revelation filled her with both astonishment and fury. She was astounded by Hao Chun's prowess, which seemed significantly greater than before, and infuriated that a once despised individual dared to humiliate her in person, an unforgivable affront. It appeared that you have come today to sow discord. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Luo Baizong's expression turned frigid as he unleashed the full force of his early Earth immortal aura. With a decisive step, he prepared to launch an attack against Hao Chun. What is happening? Why is there such a commotion in the hall? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated, causing Luo Baizong to freeze in place. His gaze shifted towards the entrance, where a middle-aged man with graying hair entered the hall. Although the man's hair was somewhat white, making him appear aged, his vitality was remarkably robust, and his aura surpassed that of Luo Baizong by a considerable margin, likely having reached the mid-stage of Earth immortal cultivation. Father, the arrival of this authoritative middle-aged man brought a spark of joy to the exquisite face of Fairy Wening. She hurried to his side, grasping her father's arm. Without a doubt, this man was Wen Kongwu, the head of the Wen family. Father, this is the person I mentioned to you previously, Chen Hao. He possesses a method to dispel the cold energy within me. Fairy Wen Ying exclaimed eagerly to Wen Kongwu. You truly have a means to eliminate Wen Ying's cold energy? Her words made Wen Songwu's gaze sharpen with interest. He then turned to Hao Chun and inquired, I cannot claim with absolute certainty, but I can certainly attempt it. Perhaps it may yield a solution, Hao Chun replied, maintaining a cautious tone. While Wen Ying has vouched for you as her friend, it is my first encounter with you, so I cannot place my complete trust in you. If you could explain your method of dispelling the cold energy to me, demonstrating its viability, I would consider allowing you to proceed, Wen Kongwu stated, his demeanor cool and assessing. Hao Chun frowned slightly. Wen Songwu's attitude was somewhat discomforting. His visit was merely to fulfill a promise and repay Fairy Wen Ying for saving his life. Thus he did not take it too personally. Very well. However, this method can only be disclosed to you and Fairy Wen Ying. As for others, it is best to exclude them. Who knows what nonsensical arguments they might conjure. Hao Chun's insinuating remarks nearly pushed Luo Baizong and Luo Yu to the brink of fury. Head of the family. This young man's origins are unclear, and his cultivation is rather low. He has approached our Wen family of his own accord, likely with ulterior motives. I urge you to reconsider. Luo Baizong spoke solemnly to Wen Kongwu. Indeed, head of the family, it is evident that this young man is no good. It is probable that his intention in coming here is not to aid Fairy Wen Ying, but to cause harm. We must not take his words at face value. Luo Yu chimed in. Family head, I believe you are a man of discernment. If I truly intended to harm the fairy, why would I enter so openly? Would that not be akin to seeking my own demise? Should you heed their words and dismiss mine, I shall take my leave at once and will no longer pursue the matter of dispelling the fairy's cold energy, Hao Chun replied with an air of indifference. I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt this once. Come with me to another room, Wen Ying. If your method can truly impress me, I shall permit you to try it. Moreover, should you succeed, I will not treat you unfairly. Wen Songwu's eyes flickered with intrigue as he nodded. Thus, he led both Hao Chun and the enchanting Wen Ying deeper into the hall towards a secluded chamber, leaving behind the coldly piercing gazes of Luo Baizong and Luo Yu, who remained in the ornate hall. Within the room, an ancient elegance prevailed, and the soothing scent of purple sandalwood incense wafted through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility and serenity. Chen Xiaoyu, you may now speak of the method to dispel the cold from Wen Ying, correct? Wen Kongwu inquired, his gaze fixed on Hao Chun. Hao Chun nodded, as a wisp of Dan-burning fire emerged from within him, hovering at his fingertips. Dan-burning fire? Wen Kongwu exclaimed in astonishment, observing the flickering flames. The strange chill within Wen Ying's body, I have previously examined, is an unusual coldness that lies between the essence of profound yin and the chill of ice. Given the temperature of the Dan burning fire, I believe there is a significant chance it can eradicate the frigid essence within her. Hao Zin then fixed his gaze upon Wen Kangwu, recognizing that the time for him to make a decision had come. Father, please allow the young master to attempt it. Perhaps he can indeed completely dispel the cold from my body. Wen Ying implored her father. Very well. I entrust everything concerning my daughter to you, young friend. I hope you will not disappoint me. Wen Kangwu gently stroked Wen Ying's hair before nodding at Hao Zin and swiftly exiting the room. Chapter 857. The mystical ice spirit. Wen Ying, you must first lie on the bed, for the chill resides within your dantian. To expel it, I must begin from your lower abdomen, Hao Zin stated earnestly to Wen Ying. A bit shy, she nodded and then lay down, her eyes gently closed, her hands tightly clasped at her sides. Observing her demeanor, Hao Zin touched his nose, pondering how easily this scene might provoke unwarranted speculation if witnessed by others. Not lingering on such thoughts, he approached the bedside and placed his right hand upon Wen Ying's flat abdomen. He then summoned the blood-poisoned spirit to delve into her dantian and discern the nature of the cold. The spirit transformed into a wisp of black light, slipping through Hao Zin's palm and into Wen Ying's dantian. At that moment, a faint blush graced Wen Ying's cheeks, her cascading hair spilling over the pillow. The rosy hue of her face lent her an alluring charm. However, Hao Zin remained oblivious to these details, focusing instead on his right hand resting upon Wen Ying's dantian. His consciousness followed the blood-poisoned spirit as it entered her dantian. Inside, the chill remained potent, encasing the numerous channels and meridians within her dantian in ice, obstructing the flow of vital energy that coursed through them. The cold within Wen Ying's dantian appears significantly stronger than before. How could it have intensified so rapidly? Hao Chan examined the chilling energy within Wen Ying's dantian, his brow furrowing with concern. At this moment, the frost within Wen Ying's dantian had intensified to a formidable degree, far surpassing the initial encounter Hao Chun had experienced. The cold now encased Wen Ying's entire dantian in ice, and this frigid energy exhibited an alarming tendency to spread further. Should this icy essence extend to her heart, there would be little hope of recovery. What he faced was not merely cold, but a nascent intelligent spirit of the heavenly spirit Xianbing. How curious. This spirit bears the aura of Luo Baitsong, the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar, remarked in bewilderment. The heavenly spirit Xianbing, resembling a crystalline blue gem, was the progenitor of all ice entities. In certain conditions, it could awaken intelligence, transforming into a sentient being akin to the blood-poisoned spirit and the thunder spirit. However, the heavenly spirit Xianbing within Wen Ying had already transcended its original form, evolving into a being that possessed rudimentary intelligence. This sentient spirit of the heavenly spirit Xianbing had become a volatile entity. Nothing in the world could rival its coldness, which reached absolute extremes. As a mere heavenly spirit Xianbing, it could rest in tranquil slumber. Yet, as an intelligent spirit, once roused, it could freeze all things in existence. If controlled, it would become an immensely powerful entity. The heavenly spirit Xianbing could only thrive within a girl possessing a profound yin physique, born in a year, month, day, an hour marked by yin. Realizing that the essence within Wen Ying was the rare heavenly spirit Xianbing, Hao Chun felt a mix of exhilaration and dread. His right hand, resting on Wen Ying's abdomen, involuntarily trembled, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper crimson, while her delicate lips emitted a faint, enchanting sigh that could mesmerize the soul. In that moment, however, Hao Chun was not preoccupied with such sensations. His mind sank into a chasm of despair. Celestial beings were more treacherous than mortals, and he could not fathom why Luo Baitsong would cultivate such a malevolent spirit within a young girl. It was truly despicable. Though Hao Chun wielded the blood-poisoned spirit, a concoction designed to neutralize toxins for others, he found himself in a precarious situation. With a thought, he summoned the Xian Yin Dan from the depths of his starry dantian into his palm. The blood-poisoned spirit's avatar, carrying the Xian Yin Dan, approached Wen Ying's dantian. Upon nearing the threshold of her dantian, the heavenly spirit, Xianbing, seemed to sense a delectable treat. Emitting a faint hiss as a wisp of blue frost surged forth from Wen Ying's dantian, rushing towards the Xian Yin Dan. Greedy creature, the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar, accompanied by the Xian Yin Dan, gradually retreated from Wen Ying's dantian, following the meridian pathways into Hao Chen's hand. Simultaneously, the blood poison spirit's avatar swiftly released a strand of blood poison, stealthily infiltrating the body of the heavenly spirit Xianbing. In that fleeting moment, as the heavenly spirit Xianbing departed from Wen Ying's form, Hao Qin instantly transferred the Xian Yin Dan into the Qinkuan furnace. The ethereal ice spirit of Tianling suddenly detached from its host, and in that instant, Hao Qin rendered the enchanting fairy Wanying unconscious. To mitigate the rapid descent into frigid temperatures, Hao Qin employed the technique of cold ice hand, infusing the spirit with icy energy before commencing the retrieval of the Tianling ice spirit. At this juncture, the body of the Xian Yin Dan within the Qinkuan furnace emanated two terrifying waves of coldness. The Xian Yin Dan was a fragment of Hao Qin's own soul consciousness, now engaged in a ferocious battle of mutual consumption with the Tianling ice spirit. Hao Qin executed the lesser yang technique, gradually absorbing the consciousness of the Tianling ice spirit while utilizing the flames of alchemy to refine the ice spirit. Blood poison began to infiltrate the consciousness of the ice spirit as the Xian Yin Dan seized the opportunity to devour it little by little. Periodically, Hao Qin unleashed a mental strike, ambushing the consciousness of the ice spirit. Over the course of 3 days, amidst Hao Qin's relentless assaults and various tactics, the Tianling ice spirit began to weaken. Unfortunately, being merely a nascent entity with burgeoning intelligence, it could not withstand Hao Qin's myriad of offensive methods. Ultimately, left with no recourse and unable to resist, it was extracted from the Xian Yin Dan and stripped of Luo Beizong's aura. Initially, Luo Beizong had forcibly implanted his consciousness into the Tianling ice spirit, rather than fracturing his original spirit. Thus, the ice spirit was merely a temporary possession under his control, not a true extension or tamed entity. Hao Qin was no stranger to utilizing spirits for the refinement of avatars, having already crafted an avatar from a blood-poisoned spirit. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, he resolved to employ the method of refining an avatar from the Tianling ice spirit once more. Hao Qin split a fragment of his original spirit, embedding it within the ice spirit and marking it with his spiritual imprint. Henceforth, he acquired a formidable avatar in the form of the Tianling ice spirit. With the ice spirit and the blood poison avatar, alongside the 9 lightning spirits nurtured within his thunder sea dantian, and the countless swarms of yuan-devouring magic flies. These concealed advantages would enable Hao Qin to traverse the celestial realm with impunity. He understood that extracting the Tianling ice spirit was merely an unexpected turn of events. Complete eradication of the issue would necessitate subsequent therapeutic measures, without the need for dual cultivation. Employing the lightning and blood poison spirits to eliminate the cold poison within Fairy Wanying would have to wait until her body had sufficiently recuperated. Otherwise, her frail constitution might not withstand the energy impact from these spirits. Why does it feel so hot? At this moment, Fairy Wanying squirmed. Her delicate visage flushed with a deep crimson hue. Beads of perspiration trickled down her fair forehead. Hao Qin naturally noticed her unusual condition, his face betraying a hint of concern. He pondered whether her body would struggle to adapt to the sudden absence of the chilling energy. Suddenly, the barrier of the room was breached, and the door swung open. Luo Beizong and Luo Yu burst in, their gazes icy as they fixated on the scene before them. Upon discovering Fairy Wanying, now blushing and reclining on the bed, Luo Beizong's voice dripped with disdain. You truly are a scoundrel, using the pretense of treating the fairy's cold energy as an excuse to approach her. Intent on tarnishing her purity, you shameless wretch. The peculiar state of Fairy Wanying did not escape the notice of Luo Beizong and Luo Yu. Following closely behind the two, Wen Songwu's countenance darkened, and his gaze towards Hao Qian grew exceedingly frigid. Master Wen, did I not make it abundantly clear? During my efforts to dispel the chill from Fairy Wanying, you are not to intrude. What is your intention now? Hao Qian coldly rebuked as he witnessed the 3 breach the barrier and enter the chamber. What have you done to Inger? Why does she exhibit such behavior? Wen Songwu's expression was now one of extreme severity, as he coldly interrogated Hao Qian. Hao Qian's expression soured. He was acutely aware that Wen Kongwu had never truly believed him. Otherwise, he would not have permitted Luo Beizong and Luo Yu to recklessly breach the barrier during his treatment of Fairy Wanying, nor would he be questioned at this moment. Now is a critical time for treating the patient. Surely, the master would not wish to harm Fairy Wanying. Hao Qian retorted frostily to Wen Kongwu. Such audacity! You dare to threaten the master? I see you court death. Luo Yu shouted indiscriminately at Hao Yin. To fabricate charges, one need only conjure the means. Hao Yin sighed in resignation. What? Are you suggesting we have slandered you? Luo Yu demanded, glaring at Hao Yin. With a scoundrel like you, do not expect to leave the Wen residence today. Luo Baizong threatened coldly. Master Wen, do you also share this sentiment? Hao Yin inquired, fixing his gaze upon Wen Kongwu. The latter's eyes flickered, and he fell into an unusual silence, refraining from providing a direct answer to Hao Yin's query. Clearly, he tacitly acknowledged Hao Yin's assertion. Do you think the master would believe your words? How absurd. Do you take us for fools? Luo Yu's repeated slanderous remarks pushed Hao Yin to the brink of endurance. Suddenly, a shadow darted before Luo Yu, seizing her by the throat. Hao Yin's speed was such that Wen Kongwu and Luo Baizong had no time to react. Luo Baizong was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage, he bellowed and struck out at Hao Yin. A terrifying force erupted, creating a deep crater in the chamber's floor. Luo Baizong had merely struck at Hao Yin's illusion. By the time he aimed at Hao Yin, the latter had already returned to Fairy Wen Ying's bedside. There are limits to patience. I initially wished to refrain from engaging with a wretched person like you, but your incessant foul tongue has become intolerable. Now, allow me to teach you how one ought to speak, Hao Yin declared vehemently to Luo Yu, without glancing at Wen Kongwu or Luo Baizong. With a resounding slap, Luo Yu's right cheek swelled, turning a vibrant red and even displaying a ghastly bruise. You wretch, you dare strike me again? I will have your life. Luo Yu nearly went mad. Hao Yin had already dealt her a blow in the hall, and now she faced yet another slap. With her haughty disposition, how could she endure such humiliation? What right do I have to strike you? Smack. Hao Yin's tone grew increasingly icy as he delivered another slap. With her left cheek now swollen and blood trickling from her mouth, Luo Yu seethed. You little brat. Release Luo Yu, or I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome. As he witnessed his daughter being struck by Hao Chun, Luo Baizong's eyes burned with fury. You dare threaten my life in such a manner? Come and see for yourself. My visit to the Wen family was merely to fulfill the promise I made to the immortal Wen Ying, without any expectation of reward. Regrettably, that wretched Luo Yu has persistently tarnished my reputation, and you, as an elder, are abusing your authority. Do you presume to command me simply because of your lineage in the Wen family? I, Chen Hao, am not one of your kin. By what right do you issue orders to me? You claim I cannot aspire to the Wen family, but is it truly so powerful that I must seek its favor? Moreover, as the head of the Wen family, you have proven to be utterly untrustworthy, invading my daughter's healing chamber without permission. Your family is the most despicable I have ever encountered. Hao Chun held Luo Yu aloft, his expression as frigid as the depths of winter, as he rebuked her. If the Wen family lacks compassion, do not be surprised when I act without righteousness. Enough. Just as Hao Chun and Luo Baizong confronted one another, Wen Kongwu finally spoke. His countenance dark as a stormy sky. Before him stood a young man whose cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. Yet when he seized the immortal Luo Yu, it was evident that his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at this level. How confident are you in dispelling the cold energy from Wen Ying's body? After observing Hao Chen's prowess, Wen Kongwu disregarded Luo Baizong and fixed his gaze intently on Hao Chun. Above 70%, given sufficient time, the cold energy within the immortal will be completely expelled. Hao Chun replied coldly, Then I shall place my trust in you once more. However, I shall remain in this room. I cannot guarantee that no unforeseen incidents will occur should you be alone with my daughter, Wen Kongwu stated calmly. Very well. Hao Chun felt no sincerity in the head of the family's words, particularly after such events had transpired. Might I suggest releasing my daughter? Luo Baizong seized the opportunity to interject. That wretched girl is an eyesore. She should be sent away. Hao Chun carelessly tossed Luo Yu back toward Luo Baizong. Gazing upon the nearly unconscious Luo Yu, Luo Baizong's eyes burned with a murderous intent. If he could kill, he would do so 1,000 times over without remorse. I shall remember this day. In Fengchong, you would do well to tread carefully. Should an unfortunate accident befall you, do not blame anyone but yourself. He shot a cold glare at Hao Chun before taking Luo Yu and exiting the room. Now, only Hao Chun, Wen Ying, and Wen Kongwu remained within the chamber. Wen Kongwu stood silently, his piercing gaze fixed upon the bed where Wen Ying lay, his expression contemplative. Hao Chun paid him no heed. Swiftly raising his hand to cast a barrier anew, he then placed his right hand upon the abdomen of the immortal Wen Ying. A formidable aura emanated from within him as Hao Qin utilized the Shaoyang technique to further cleanse the residual cold energy from Wen Ying's body. Time passed slowly. As a stick of incense burned down, the aura of Hao Qin gradually diminished. After the second stick, Hao Qin suddenly reconcentrated his mystical energy to devour once more. At this moment, a formidable presence erupted from the body of Fairy Wanyu. Boom! A warm current lifted a mass of cold air skyward, causing Hao Qin to inadvertently retreat a step. Wenxingwu, observing this, felt a flicker of astonishment, silently pondering. If he were to switch places with Hao Qin, he would not maintain such composure. Who exactly is this young man? A shadow flitted over and reached the bedside. Wenxingwu, with a concerned expression, gazed at his daughter lying on the bed and softly asked, "Inger, how do you feel now?" Upon hearing his voice, Fairy Wanyu slowly opened her eyes, a hint of bewilderment reflected in her gaze. "What has happened to me? Oh, the coldness in my dantian has vanished, and the celestial essence has entered it." Fairy Wanyu discovered her body had healed and did not respond to Wenxingwu's inquiry. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with joy as she waved her hand, and a faint celestial essence coalesced in her palm. Is it truly restored? Wenxingwu also noticed the celestial essence gathering in his daughter's hand. With a gentle grasp, he held Fairy Wanyu's delicate wrist, his delight intensifying as he realized that there was indeed no trace of cold energy within her. Chapter 859. Intolerable, the celestial essence, previously obstructed by the cold energy, was now circulating throughout Fairy Wanyu's body. The speed of this circulation was increasingly accelerating, as the essence began to swell like a gentle stream. "Thank you for expelling the cold energy from my daughter. I had underestimated your capabilities, and I hope you can forgive my misjudgment." Wenxingwu released his daughter's hand and bowed respectfully to Hao Qin, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, Fairy Wanyu too sat up, her beautiful eyes brimming with surprise. "Young Master Qin, thank you. Thank you for relieving me of the cold energy within," she exclaimed enthusiastically. "You are too kind, Fairy. You once saved my life. Compared to that, this is but a trifling matter. After all, I had made a promise to you previously, and today I merely fulfill that promise," Hao Qin replied with a smile, shaking his head, disregarding Wenxingwu's presence. "Since this matter is resolved, I shall not linger any longer. Farewell." As Hao Qin prepared to leave, he was halted by Wenxingwu. "Is there something else, Master Wen?" Hao Qin inquired, gazing calmly at Wenxingwu. "The expulsion of the cold energy from Ying's body is indeed a cause for celebration. To express our gratitude for your contribution, why not stay with us for the night? Let us celebrate together." Upon hearing Hao Qin's words, Wenxingwu's expression momentarily stiffened before he reverted to a warm smile. "Young master, for alleviating the cold energy that has plagued me for 3 long years, you must stay to celebrate with us." Fairy Wanyu urged Hao Qin to remain as well. "No need for that. I came merely to fulfill my promise and seek no reward. Furthermore, Fairy, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from the Luo family. They harbor ill intentions towards you," Hao Qin whispered discreetly. "The Luo family?" Fairy Wanyu questioned, puzzled. As the enchanting fairy, Wen Ying, exhibited a countenance filled with perplexity, she recalled the earlier incident of refining the heavenly spirit Xian'is, during which Luo Beichang's consciousness had been obliterated. It was imperative to elucidate this matter to her, advising her to remain vigilant against the Luo family. Wen Ying, the chill within your dantian is the essence released by the heavenly spirit Xian'is. As Hao Qin spoke, a mesmerizing blue crystal materialized in his palm, emanating tendrils of peculiar coldness. Through the azure crystal, one could discern a wisp of blue mist swirling within. "Are you implying that this crystal has resided within my dantian all along?" Wen Ying inquired, her complexion paling slightly. "Indeed, it is a crystal implanted within your dantian by someone else. The heavenly spirit Xian'is, once detached from the icy realm, can only thrive within the body of a woman possessing the Xian'in physique. It nourishes and grows within the dantian, maturing alongside the woman. Upon her coming of age, the spirit will regard its host as sustenance to be devoured." Upon hearing this, Wen Ying's delicate features turned ashen. She had encountered similar descriptions in the tome tales of the immortal realm. How could this be? How could he have planted such a malevolent entity within me? Wen Ying firmly believed Hao Qin's words, for he had personally eradicated the chill toxin from her body. Clearly, her understanding of such entities surpassed that of the average person. "Are you suggesting that Luo specifically chose Wen Ying?" Wen Kongwu interjected, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with chill. Because the fairy possesses the ice soul Xian physique, a rarity in the world, far more formidable than the commonly acknowledged Yin attribute Xian physique. Without this profound Yin energy and the nurturing of her vital essence, it would be exceedingly difficult for the heavenly spirit Xian ice to awaken its sentience. Henceforth, you must exercise caution, Hao Chun stated calmly. I have fulfilled my promise. Farewell. With that, he stepped out of the room, showing no inclination to linger. Father, since the young master has helped me expel the chill from my body, it indicates his profound understanding of its origin. Moreover, I find Elder Luo rather peculiar. How could a cultivator at the initial stage of the earth immortal position himself as an elder in the Wen family? Furthermore, I fell ill shortly after Elder Luo's arrival, which certainly warrants suspicion. Before she could finish her thought, Wen Ying disregarded Wen Tsengwu's pale expression and hurried out of the room, chasing after Hao Chun. Chen Gongzi. Wait for me. My father did not mean it. Please do not be angry. At that moment, Hao Chun happened to pass by the martial arts arena. A melodious voice captured the attention of everyone present. At this moment, Luo Beichong and Luo Yu were also in the arena, their gazes directed towards the source of the call. The owner of this voice was none other than Wen Ying herself. Now, Wen Ying's complexion had regained a rosy hue. Her cheeks flushed, and her hair, cascading like clouds, framed her face with a few strands resembling ink, rendering her allure even more enchanting and captivating the attention of those in the arena. Subsequently, the crowd's focus shifted from Wen Ying to a young man walking ahead, whose expression was notably frosty. This shift in attention was primarily due to Wen Ying, who was boldly pursuing this young man in full view of the gathering. The scene before them inevitably stirred the imagination of the onlookers, provoking wild thoughts. However, Hao Chun showed no inclination to pause, swiftly departing from the Wen family estate, disdainful of their actions. Meanwhile, Luo Yu, having suffered 2 slaps from Hao Chun, harbored a deep-seated grudge, and Luo Beizong would not let Hao Chun escape unscathed. At the moment Hao Chun erased the consciousness of the celestial ice spirit, Luo Beizong, present in the hall, was struck by a splitting headache and a wave of unease. He realized that the celestial ice spirit had been taken by Hao Chun and that fairy Wen Ying had been rescued. Thus, he made his way to the training grounds, awaiting Hao Chun's arrival, as it was the only route to exit the Wen family. Luo Beizong intended to intercept Hao Chun at the training grounds to reclaim the celestial ice spirit. But before he could act, Hao Chun had already made a hasty exit from the Wen residence. Understanding that Luo Beizong would not relent, Hao Chun fled in search of safety. Luo Beizong, Luo Yu, and fairy Wen Ying, in unison, pursued Hao Chun, while Wen Kongwu followed suit to ensure Wen Ying's safety. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, Hao Chun could only escape to the wilderness beyond the west gate of Feng City, seeking refuge among the dense thickets to evade Luo Beizong's relentless pursuit in the entanglements of the Wen family. At that moment, both Luo Beizong and Luo Yu followed closely behind, exiting Feng City in hot pursuit. As Hao Chun dashed towards the distant woods, the lush greenery before him resembled scattered emeralds, and entering it felt akin to a dragon plunging into the sea. Suddenly, he halted, contemplating whether combat was permissible outside the west gate, for it was prohibited within the city. Turning abruptly, he faced the rapidly approaching Luo Beizong, anticipating the chance to engage him in battle and relieve his pent-up frustration. You cannot escape, kid. Luo Beizong roared menacingly, his fists cracking ominously, as though he had already ensnared Hao Chun in his grasp. Hao Chun cast a dismissive glance at Luo Beizong, retorting, "Why should I flee?" Chapter 860, Intolerable, Part 2. At this moment, outside the west gate of Feng City, the crowd witnessed a martial artist at the early stage of the martial emperor realm being pursued by a celestial being of the earth immortal realm. Spectators gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Why should I flee? Hao Chun's words hung in the air. Not only did Luo Beizong freeze in surprise, but the onlookers were equally taken aback, secretly marveling at the audacity of the young man. Haha, you dare to disrupt my affairs. Hand over the stolen treasures, and perhaps, after I nullify your cultivation, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I will make your existence a living nightmare. Luo Beizong's aura intensified, his gaze icy, as he regarded Hao Chun as if he were already a corpse. In that moment, the 2 men alone understood the significance of the treasures in question. Return it to you? What a joke. Did I steal it from your estate or snatch it from your hands? Hao Chun challenged Luo Beizong. The expression on Hao Chun's face ignited Luo Beizong's fury. As a being of the earth immortal realm, a powerful figure in the celestial hierarchy, he could scarcely tolerate being belittled by someone at the mere early stage of the martial emperor realm. Today, I shall show you what true despair feels like. Seeing Hao Tsin's blatant disregard, both old grudges and new grievances surged forth. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that surged like the ocean, transforming into a blue radiance that stretched towards the heavens, forming a domain of martial prowess. Within this realm of martial arts, he could unleash his utmost strength, and several of his self-created spells required the synergy of this domain to be executed. Thus, he unveiled his peak power from the very outset. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was it truly necessary for someone in the mid-stage of Earth Immortal to confront an early-stage martial emperor? The swirling battle armor. Luo Beizong was enveloped in azure light that writhed upon his body, and moments later, the brilliance faded. In its stead was a complete set of azure whirlwind armor, adorned with intricate runes that exuded the essence of the great Tao, manifesting as a domain-forming solid armor. The ability to embody the domain was a testament to his profound comprehension of the laws. Surely, this was an overreaction? It was akin to an adult engaging in combat with a child, where a mere slap could send the latter sprawling to the ground. Yet here he was, donning full armor as if fearing harm from the child. Luo Beizong did not utter a word. His focus was solely on Hao Tsin, for he recognized the latter's extraordinary nature. Despite the overwhelming bloodlust coursing through him, he retained his composure. Thus, he resolved to forego spells and instead deliver a blow so fierce that it would leave Hao Tsin utterly unrecognizable. Having donned the swirling whirlwind armor, he flickered and appeared before Hao Tsin. The essence of celestial energy coiled around his fist, contained yet potent, transforming into an overwhelming force. He struck with immense power, causing the very air to warp. A smile graced his lips. Within the domain, he was like a fish in water. Yet the next moment, Luo Beizong's smile froze, and his expression darkened rapidly. The figure struck by his punch turned out to be a mere afterimage. Elder Luo, your reflexes seem somewhat lacking. Hao Tsin's teasing voice resonated from behind him. Luo Beizong instinctively turned to look, only to feel a surge of danger and, without hesitation, propelled himself forward to create distance. However, his reaction was still a fraction too slow, and he was struck on the back of the head. In an instant, his ears rang as if surrounded by a swarm of flies, nearly knocking him unconscious. The spectators were left dumbfounded. An early-stage Earth Immortal was actually bested in his own domain of martial arts by an early-stage martial emperor. Can you believe it? The speed of this early-stage martial emperor surpassed that of the Earth Immortal. Was this truly not a jest? Upon arriving in the celestial realm, Hao Tsin understood the vast chasm between human immortals and Earth Immortals, and the even greater divide between martial emperors and human immortals. These were entirely different realms. When comparing a martial emperor to a martial sovereign, 10 martial emperors could scarcely match a single martial sovereign. Though Luo Beizong possessed considerable speed, Hao Tsin was swifter, owing to his cultivation of the divine power technique. Despite the formidable pressure of the celestial realm, Hao Tsin had attained the 9th level of the divine power technique, yielding a staggering 280 times the divine force. The pressure of the celestial realm equated to merely the 6th level of the divine power technique, imposing a mere 160 times the weight, which was insignificant in the face of Hao Tsin's might. However, his current cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. Yet his true strength corresponds to the late stage of the human immortal realm. Deceiving others while appearing harmless is a tactic that Hao Tsin has consistently employed. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, he remains exceedingly cautious, fearful of attracting misfortune. Hao Tsin did not ascend through the conventional channels to enter the celestial realm. His arrival was accidental, akin to clandestine immigration, and thus he did not enter the ascension pool. As the name suggests, the ascension pool facilitates the transition from the mortal realm to the celestial realm, necessitating an adaptation to the new environment. Entering the ascension pool allows the true essence within one's body to transform into celestial essence. Another interpretation of the ascension pool is that once one enters it, they undergo a profound transformation, essentially being reborn. The ascension pool is reserved for those who have just ascended to the celestial realm, where their true essence has not yet fully metamorphosed into pure celestial power. Soaking in the ascension pool thoroughly converts it into celestial energy. However, During Hao Qin's trial by the Great Ascension Heavenly Tribulation, he deciphered the protective array set by the celestial beings around the Qianguan realm. When the celestial energy descended, it contained an abundance of celestial essence within the array, which Hao Qin absorbed into his body, converting it into celestial energy. Subsequently, in the subterranean jungle, he fused with the celestial energy imbued within the dark essence, effectively transforming his internal energy into celestial essence. As a stowaway, he intended to live discreetly, yet he found himself being bullied. At this moment, the tolerance of the situation had reached its limit. A domain? I possessed that capability as well. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that as Luo Beizong launched an attack towards Hao Qin, the verdant world surrounding Hao Qin quietly intensified. The domains overlapped. Not only could he navigate through Luo Beizong's domain, but he also maintained a layer of his own domain. Destructive fist. Luo Beizong roared, foregoing the use of a celestial sword, and instead raised his fist. A robust aura of the Tao coalesced around his fist, exuding a dark energy that burned like flames. Boom. With a single strike, a massive black fist of energy hurtled towards Hao Qin with tremendous force. This black fist, infused with the essence of the Tao, could be deemed a top-tier celestial technique. Within the domain of wind, Hao Qin's speed surged, and his might grew immensely. As he harnessed the power of the domain to execute his fist technique, a cold light flickered in Hao Qin's eyes. If he were to employ such a fist technique, he would find it beneath him. However, as he had just arrived in the celestial realm, it was prudent to resolve matters swiftly and depart from this place. You invoke a domain celestial technique with your fist. Allow me to demonstrate the divine power of the mortal realm. Hao Qin unleashed his true strength. Buzz. A radiant golden light erupted from his fist, dazzling within the verdant realm, as if the entirety of the world's brilliance had been compressed into his fist. The aura of divine path. The onlookers gasped, their pupils contracting in astonishment. Hao Qin was unaware that the divine power technique he employed was a divine spell coveted even in the celestial realm. Above the celestial realm lies the divine realm, and beyond the divine realm is the sacred realm. The divine power technique that Hao Qin comprehended was, astonishingly, a spell from the divine realm. Moreover, considering the profound Tao rhythm emanating from it, there was an unmistakable sense of perfection. Could it be that a mere figure at the martial emperor level could grasp the entirety of the divine Tao? The astonishment of the crowd was beyond imagination. What manner of creature is this? Could it be that this individual hails from the divine realm? As the golden radiance coalesced upon his fist, Hao Qin's body surged forth like a flash of lightning, instantly darting towards Luo Beizong. When Hao Qin's form transcended the realm of wind and forcefully penetrated Luo Beizong's domain, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, gazing at him as if he were a monster. It was then they realized that this individual, possessing only the cultivation of a mid-tier martial emperor, had astonishingly fused the two distinct principles of wind and divinity. Moreover, the essence of the wind principle emanated from him was evidently in a state of consummation. Chapter 861. A Desperate Resistance, Divine Power Fist. As the golden light gathered upon his fist, Hao Qin's body sprang into motion. Like a flash of lightning, he charged towards Luo Beizong. When his form escaped the realm of wind and forcibly invaded Luo Beizong's domain, the crowd's expressions morphed in disbelief, regarding him with awe. They came to understand that this individual, with merely the cultivation of a mid-tier martial emperor, was wielding two distinct paths. And the essence of the wind path he exhibited was equally formidable. With a muffled sound, Luo Beizong's annihilation fist collided with Hao Qin's divine power fist in the void. Yet no explosive cacophony ensued as one might expect. The force did not disperse. Instead, a crisp crack echoed, reminiscent of shattered jade. A low grunt followed. What transpired? The onlookers widened their eyes, hastily turning to observe. Upon doing so, they were left in shock. Both Luo Beizong and Hao Qin remained steadfast, neither yielding ground. Though neither could claim victory, Luo Beizong was deeply unsettled. To hold his ground against a practitioner of merely the early martial emperor realm with the power of a nascent celestial was a defeat in itself. This youth cannot be spared. He must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. No longer holding back, Luo Beizong unleashed his full might. His celestial essence roaring forth as streaks of black light surged into the sky. His form resembled a demonic dragon as he lunged towards Hao Qin. delivering a punch that threatened to shake the heavens and earth. Is he a practitioner of the demonic path? Hao Qian scoffed coldly, activating the divine power technique and countering with a punch of his own. Flames surged upon his arm, colliding fiercely with Luo Baizong's fist. With a thunderous roar, the two were momentarily separated, a shockwave sweeping across the area. However, Luo Baizong did not retreat. Instead, he pressed the assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. The celestial essence boomed, causing the very air to tremble as shadows of fists ensnared Hao Qian within the domain. In response, Hao Qian executed a powerful palm strike. A vast explosion of flames erupting, his force sweeping through and shattering the shadows of Luo Baizong's fists. Yet, as the shadows disintegrated, Luo Baizong surged forward once more, launching a punch that concentrated its strength into a singular point, crashing heavily onto Hao Qian's shoulder. Caught off guard, Hao Qian was sent staggering back several paces before regaining his footing. Is this all you can do? Do you wish to contend with me? Luo Baizong sneered coldly. Hao Qian's expression darkened. He no longer held back. A terrifying power surged forth, streams of golden-red energy soaring into the heavens. Behind him, a sea of golden-red flames unfurled, the heat radiating, causing the void to quiver. Divine Dragon Fist. With a mighty punch, Hao Qian unleashed a torrent of golden radiance that coalesced into the form of a majestic golden dragon, roaring fiercely as it surged forward. Imbued with terrifying power that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, heading straight for Luo Baizong. Break! Luo Baizong's gaze was sharp, with a powerful tremor of his arms. He clashed two formidable forces against the golden dragon. The air erupted with a thunderous roar as both forces ravaged the void, instilling fear in all who witnessed. Hao Qian's expression turned icy as he prepared to strike again, only to sense a dark energy surging forth from the void, racing towards him. The dark energy flickered like lightning, revealing Luo Baizong's true form. Without a moment's pause, Luo Baizong thrust out a fist, manifesting a colossal black hand that shook the very fabric of reality. Hao Qian let out a cold snort, summoning the demon slayer hand to slice downward, cleaving through Luo Baizong's assault. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Luo Baizong had already closed in on Hao Qian. A dreadful aura emanated from Luo Baizong, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening, its immense power cascading forth. Demon Dragon roars. Luo Baizong's muscles quivered as he unleashed a punch, a terrifying force erupting in an explosive display. A spectral demon dragon entwined around his fist, roaring mightily, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. Now directly before Hao Qian, Luo Baizong's fist detonated with unfathomable power, shattering the void into fragments. Hao Qian's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated Luo Baizong's ferocity. In an instant, he conjured a divine radiance, forming a shield before him to deflect Luo Baizong's strike. Boom! The punch, amplified by Luo Baizong's demonic transformation and the formidable fist domain he commanded, was an overwhelming force that Hao Qian could scarcely withstand. The shield, wrought from divine energy, shattered upon impact, and Hao Qian let out a muffled grunt as he was violently propelled backward. Yet, Luo Baizong's onslaught was far from over. His movements were swift and unyielding. As one punch concluded, the next was already in motion, accompanied by a low, resonating roar. A demon dragon roared in the skies, its power coalescing into an ominous force. Boom! Luo Baizong struck again, the heavens trembling under the weight of an unimaginable force that surged forth, nearly overwhelming Hao Qian. Flash! Hao Qian shouted, forcibly halting himself as a terrifying power coalesced into a massive fiery sword, radiating searing heat, and he swung it down towards the demon dragon's fist conjured by Luo Baizong. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided violently, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that ravaged all in its path. Despite Hao Qian's desperate resistance, he was once again driven back by the sheer might of the clash, barely regaining his footing and without a moment to catch his breath. An earth-shattering aura began to swell from across the battlefield. Hao Qian's expression shifted as he turned to face Luo Baizong, whose overwhelming demonic energy surged forth. A spectral dragon towering above, causing the very world to tremble. The terrifying aura brewing within Luo Baizong seemed to drain the celestial essence from the very heavens. Moments later, he unleashed a powerful punch. The air trembled as clouds of demonic energy surged skyward. The spectators could not discern the true force of the strike. They merely felt an overwhelming power rise, shattering the vast emptiness into fragments. The destructive energy surged forth, causing the void to collapse. This was the true essence of the demonic path, the culmination of Luo Baizong's martial art mastery. The earth-shattering force resonated like thunder, reducing everything in its path to dust. As an immense wave of energy surged forth, seemingly fracturing the very fabric of reality. Amidst the awestruck gazes of the onlookers, an overwhelming pressure surged, nearly engulfing Hao Chun. At that moment, the murderous intent in Hao Chun's eyes became palpable, and he thought with righteous indignation, "Since you seek death, I shall not hold back any longer." Standing resolutely in place, Hao Chun fixed his gaze upon the approaching demonic dragon. What was transpiring? Was he truly conceding defeat, fully aware that he was outmatched? His peculiar behavior aroused suspicion among those nearby. Was he genuinely surrendering? They speculated that he must have lost hope of surpassing my father, thus choosing to abandon the fight. However, they lamented that allowing this wretch to perish so easily was an affront to justice. Luo Yu, positioned among the crowd, also noticed the unfolding scene, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Hao Chun had brought her great humiliation, and her animosity towards him was profound, wishing for nothing less than his utter annihilation to quell her rage. Chapter 862, A Futile Endeavor, Part 1. However, as Luo Baizong's illusory demonic dragon approached within mere feet of Hao Chun harnessed celestial essence to concentrate his energy into a single pointed gesture. "Shatter," he commanded. To the astonishment of all, Luo Baizong's demonic dragon technique was instantly fragmented into countless scintillating particles. Is it truly shattered? The crowd was still grappling with the realization that Luo Baizong's formidable technique had been so easily dismantled, questioning when the realm of Earth immortals had become so vulnerable. With a sudden retch, the backlash from his own technique forced Luo Baizong to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was propelled backward. His heart was in turmoil. His most powerful move had been dismantled in an instant, barely sustaining even a moment of existence. In that fleeting moment, as Luo Baizong was sent reeling, Hao Chun activated his swift hawk step, propelling himself at unprecedented speed towards Luo Baizong. "Do you dare?" When Kong Wu had also taken note of Hao Chun's actions and rushed toward him, aware of the bitter rivalry between Hao Chun and Luo Baizong. He feared that if Hao Chun truly attacked, it could spell doom for Luo Baizong. As a skilled practitioner of the One family and a formidable Earth immortal, Luo Baizong's demise would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon their lineage. In an instant, Hao Chun transformed his celestial essence into a golden spear, launching it forcefully against Luo Baizong's chest. In an instant, Luo Baizong's chest was penetrated, blood and flesh erupting forth as he let out a wretched scream. He felt his internal vitality boiling over, spewing another mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped crater. Hao Chun leaped into the abyss, and with a resounding thud, Luo Baizong's arms shot up into the air. You wretched brat, you dare sever my arms!" He bellowed from within the depths of the pit, cursing Hao Chun with unrestrained fury. "You practice the dark arts, exploiting the unique constitution of fairy Wanying to cultivate spiritual entities, and now you seek to eliminate me to silence my voice. You have brought ruin to countless lives, and today you shall pay for the innocent souls you have harmed." Hao Chun, enraged by this unscrupulous being who wreaked havoc upon the innocent, shouted back. Luo Baizong, taken aback, could hardly fathom that a mere martial emperor could best him, a formidable early Earth immortal, and in such a devastating manner. How is this possible? Though his life force persisted, his eyes widened in disbelief as his breath began to fade. With a single strike, Hao Chun shattered his heart, extinguishing all vitality within Luo Baizong. A flash of light erupted from the center of Luo Baizong's forehead, but Hao Chun merely chuckled coldly, having long prepared the Qingquan furnace, which instantly absorbed Luo Baizong's primordial spirit. The Earth immortal Luo Baizong was no more. At the same time, Hao Chun kicked him out of the pit, and Luo Baizong's lifeless form came to rest against a gnarled tree at the edge of the forest. In that moment, Luo Baizong could hardly comprehend his fate, dying with resentment. He could not grasp how a dignified Earth immortal was killed by a mere martial emperor. Silence enveloped the area outside the west gate of Feng City. A silence that was eerily profound, as all gazes were fixated on the lifeless body hanging from the crooked tree. "Dad!" A piercing scream shattered the stillness beyond the west gate. Luo Yu dashed toward the remains of Luo Baitsong, wailing in anguish, her voice rife with deep sorrow. At this juncture, the gravity of the situation left her mind in a haze. The battle had unfolded swiftly, and its conclusion was equally abrupt. 1,000 miles northwest of Feng City, in a heavily guarded hall of Feiyu Valley, two disciples stationed at the dark chamber wore expressions of sheer horror. Within the chamber lay jade tablets, each inscribed with names. These names belonged to significant figures within the sect, and should any tablet shatter, it signified the demise of its corresponding member. At that moment, a tablet positioned centrally began to show signs of cracking, eventually disintegrating into powder. The name inscribed upon it was Gu Yunqing. The seventh guardian's tablet has shattered? Could it be that the seventh guardian has fallen? The two guards exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of panic in the other's eyes. Gu Yunqing, as the seventh guardian of the Qinyu sect, held a prestigious position, and the sect's leader valued him greatly. The shattering of his life tablet meant that Gu Yunqing was dead. A crisis had arisen. This matter must be reported to the sect leader at once. Upon this realization, two guards hastily exited the dim chamber, making their way towards the grand hall of deliberation. The leader of the Qinyu sect typically resides within this hall, and any significant occurrences within the sect are duly reported there. At this moment, within the expansive hall, two figures stood side by side. One figure was a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, yet his piercing eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. The other figure, appearing to be in his late 20s, bore a striking resemblance to the middle-aged man, standing beside him with an air of vitality. Should anyone enter, they would undoubtedly recognize these two individuals. The middle-aged man was Qi Wanchuan, the leader of the Qinyu sect, a formidable presence at the late celestial immortal stage. The younger man was Qi Feng, a powerful figure at the late Earth immortal stage, celebrated as a prodigy on the northern region's Earth rankings, and also the son of Qi Wanchuan. Luo Baitsong, known as the seventh protector of the Qinyu sect, Gu Yunqing, had assumed this alias years prior to infiltrate the Wen family in Fengcheng. His purpose was to safeguard the family, ensuring the safety of the Wen family's precious member, the fairy Wenying, and the celestial ice essence within her. Qi Wanchuan had obtained a piece of celestial ice essence at an ancient site in the icy plains, following which he sought girls born during the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour. Such girls inherently possess an extremely Yin energy, which greatly benefits the nurturing of the celestial ice essence. Without this Yin energy and the infusion of vital essence, the celestial ice essence would struggle to awaken its consciousness. The celestial ice essence has existed for millennia in the frigid realms, and without the nurturing of the Yin energy and vital essence from girls born under the aforementioned conditions, it would also fail to attain sentience. At this moment, Qi Wanchuan and Qi Feng were engaged in discussion regarding the fairy Wenying. Upon discovering her existence, Qi Wanchuan secretly dispatched the seventh protector, Gu Yunqing, under the guise of Luo Baitsong, to join the Wen family. By the age of 14, Wenying had fully matured. Seizing the opportunity during an outing, Gu Yunqing deceitfully led her into the Qinyu sect. Under Qi Wanchuan's guidance, Gu Yunqing undertook the delicate task of transplanting the celestial ice essence into the comatose Wenying for cultivation. To ensure a successful transplantation into a human host, Qi Wanchuan and Luo Baitsong engaged in countless experimental practices, ultimately acquiring invaluable experience. Consequently, through their collaboration, they achieved a singular success. With the covert support of the Qinyu sect, the Wen family gradually emerged as a minor power within Fengcheng. However, unbeknownst to Qi Wanchuan, during the transplantation of the celestial ice essence, Gu Yunqing had surreptitiously attached a fragment of his consciousness to it. Once the celestial ice essence awakens its intelligence, it will transform into a sentient entity of celestial ice, maturing into a being of the celestial spirit emperor's caliber. The existence of the celestial spirit emperor is unparalleled, surpassing even that of a human celestial emperor, embodying an entity of terrifying magnitude. After all, the innate talents of spiritual entities far surpass those of humans. Should one be able to ascend to the rank of divine spirit emperor, their power would undoubtedly exceed that of any human emperor of the same tier. However, the likelihood of a spiritual entity achieving the status of divine spirit emperor is considerably more challenging compared to that of the human race. Yet, if such an emperor were to emerge, they would undeniably be a formidable presence, overpowering numerous human emperors. Thus, Li Qixing also yearned to seize the opportunity presented by the celestial spirit ice entity. Chapter 863, A Fruitless Endeavor, Part 2. Phone. Do you realize that the celestial spirit ice body, upon developing initial intelligence, is already classified as a fifth-tier spiritual entity? Once it reaches maturity, its capabilities would rival those of a martial emperor among humans. The power it can wield is even more terrifying than that of Earth immortals. If it attains full maturity, its strength would equate to that of a divine spirit emperor. Even a fifth-tier spiritual entity would pose a challenge for golden immortal experts to easily vanquish, especially one in the early stages of intelligence like the celestial spirit ice entity. Father, you are a mid-tier golden immortal. If the celestial spirit ice entity were to emerge, you would not be able to subdue it? Would that not result in both Fairy Wanyu and the seventh guardian being harmed? Qi Feng inquired, somewhat astonished. Qi Wanchuan did not respond to Qi Feng's question. The cunning Qi Wanchuan had allowed the seventh guardian to implant a divine sense into the celestial spirit ice entity merely to experiment whether this method could be used to control it. If control proved elusive and an accident were to occur, Qi Wanchuan could then explore alternative means to manage the ice entity. After all, he had only read about such matters in tales of the immortal realm. He was uncertain about the precise methods to tame spiritual entities. At that moment, the celestial spirit ice body had begun to exhibit initial intelligence. At the right moment, under the guidance of Elder Seven, attempts could be made to employ beast-taming techniques to transform it into a domesticated spiritual entity. Sudden hurried footsteps echoed outside the grand hall. Qi Wanchuan and his son Qi Feng, who were conversing within, furrowed their brows, their expressions growing somewhat grim. At that instant, two guards clad in black hurried into the hall, appearing flustered and at a loss for words. What is the matter? Qi Feng asked with displeasure. Reporting to the master and young master. A grave situation has arisen. The life token of the seventh guardian has shattered. The two guards hastily knelt, trembling as they conveyed the news. Qi Wanchuan and Qi Feng's expressions stiffened, and they soon glared at the guards. What did you say? The life token of the seventh guardian has shattered? Qi Wanchuan's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the kneeling guards. It is absolutely true. We are the guards of the Dark Pavilion. We witnessed the life token of the seventh guardian shatter before our eyes. It is likely that the seventh guardian has met with misfortune. The guards, unable to meet the gazes of Qi Wanchuan and Qi Feng, averted their eyes and spoke in quivering voices. Silence. I will go to the Dark Pavilion and investigate. Should you speak even a single falsehood, I will ensure your demise. Qi Wanchuan shot a glance at the two guards before swiftly departing the grand hall, his figure vanishing like a shadow. Qi Feng's expression was grim as he followed closely behind Qi Wanchuan, leaving the grand hall. The two guards remained kneeling in the hall, too fearful to rise. Before long, Qi Wanchuan and Qi Feng returned to the council hall. Get out. Qi Wanchuan's gaze turned crimson, an overwhelming fury emanating from his being. Only then did the two guards of the Dark Pavilion dare to leave the hall. Who dares to slay the seven protectors of the Qianyu sect? Qi Wanchuan growled in a low voice. Father, the seven protectors have long safeguarded the Wen family in secrecy. Could something unfortunate have befallen them? I shall lead a group to the Fengcheng Wen family to ascertain the situation. Qi Feng addressed his father, Qi Wanchuan. Whoever has taken the life of the seven protectors shall face complete annihilation. You go and investigate what has transpired. I will also gather a group shortly to check on the safety of Fairy Wen at the Fengcheng Wen family. Chen Hao, you dare to kill Luo Beizong? You scoundrel, you have come to my Wen residence to cause trouble today. Upon seeing the mangled corpse of Luo Beizong hanging from a tree, Wen Kongwu nearly went mad, howling towards the heavens. You accuse me of causing chaos at the Wen family? You truly have the audacity to utter such words. Hao Yin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wen Kongwu. Who was being aggressive? Who allowed Luo Beizong to slay me? Or should I have stood there and let him kill me? Wen Kongwu, are you certain your mind is sound? Hao Yin glared at Wen Kongwu, a cold smile gracing his lips. Wen Songwu's expression darkened. This young man had grown increasingly brazen, daring to question him in front of everyone without a hint of restraint. It seems you are intent on courting death. Do not blame me for what is to come. You have killed the elder of the Wen family, Luo Beizong. Thus, I must take your life to avenge him. Wen Kongwu sneered, sweeping his hand to conjure a massive handprint of terrifying power that descended upon Hao Yin. Mid-stage Earth Immortal? Hao Yin narrowed his eyes, recognizing Wen Songwu's realm. Yet he felt little trepidation. A torrent of celestial energy surged from his body as he concentrated his martial energy into a golden fist that soared toward the descending handprint. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic power that swept through the air like a tempest. The vast expanse shattered into fragments, leaving all in awe. In the chaos of the clash, Hao Yin felt a pang in his chest and involuntarily staggered back. Wen Kongwu was indeed a formidable mid-stage Earth Immortal, and Hao Yin had just battled Luo Baizong. The depletion of celestial energy left him in a precarious situation. However, he did not yield. He swiftly produced a vial of ancient elixir and several pills, consuming them without hesitation. Moments later, a surge of potent energy coursed through Hao Yin's body, rapidly replenishing his celestial energy. Though it could not restore him to peak condition, he regained about 70% of his strength, color returning to his face. The energies within his 5 dantians had each suffered a 50% depletion, reflecting the formidable prowess of Wen Songwu's celestial realm. You think that by consuming a few pills, you can alter the outcome? You are gravely mistaken. No one can save you today, Wen Kongwu mocked as he beheld Hao Yin swallowing the pills. Let us see, Hao Yin declared, his gaze sharp as he surged forward, a tremendous momentum erupting around him. Wen Kongwu is a formidable figure at the mid-level of Earth Immortal. Thus Hao Yin harbors no intention of holding back. He aims to strike decisively while his opponent is careless and unprepared, unleashing his utmost power to obliterate him. Suddenly, a terrifying aura, powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth, spreads forth. Hao Yin's gaze is sharp and piercing, resembling a demonic deity standing tall. The onlookers, feeling the weight of this overwhelming presence, change countenance in astonishment, for they never expected that, after a fierce battle, this individual could still exude such an intimidating force. Without any hesitation, Hao Yin delivers a punch, summoning a colossal wave of energy. The force of his fist carries a tremendous might as it hurtles towards Wen Kongwu, the head of the Wen family. Wen Kongwu scoffs disdainfully, dismissing Hao Yin as merely a novice at the initial realm of martial sovereign. Thinking that he possesses no profound techniques or celestial arts, he responds by striking down upon the towering wave with his palm. Yet, as Wen Songwu's hand meets the colossal wave, his expression shifts dramatically. By the time he realizes the peril, it is far too late. The terrifying splash, imbued with the power of the Thunder Sea's divine abilities, crashes forcefully into Wen Kongwu. With a grunt, he feels as if a dreadful bolt of lightning has struck his chest. A mouthful of blood spurts forth as he is sent flying through the air. Chapter 864. A fruitless endeavor. How can this be? I have actually been defeated? At this moment, Wen Songwu's hands tremble violently, his palms ruptured and bleeding. He cries out in disbelief. This is merely the consequence of your own actions. In a flash, a figure appears, delivering a heavy blow to Wen Songwu's chest, causing him to expel another mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground. Chen Hao, what do you intend to do? My daughter has saved your life. Are you truly ungrateful enough to kill me? Wen Kongwu finally succumbs to fear, his gaze fixed intently on Hao Yin as he speaks nervously. The onlookers from the Shimin area erupt in a clamor, astonished that a mid-level Earth Immortal would be defeated by a mere novice martial sovereign. This shocking reality leaves them momentarily stunned. Wen Kongwu, you truly are a coward desperate to cling to life. Did I not make it clear before? I have already dispelled the chill from Fairy Wen Ying. Thus, I have no further ties to your Wen family. Now you dare to accuse me of ingratitude regarding this matter? Do you truly have the right to make such claims? Hao Yin is repulsed by Wen Songwu's behavior, suddenly drawing a treasured sword, its tip nearly grazing Wen Songwu's neck, leaving faint traces of blood upon his skin, silencing him in fear. Young Master Chun, could you spare my father's life? Although his previous actions were excessive, they were all in the interest of the Wen family. The voice of Wen Ying suddenly pierces through, causing Hao Yin's hand to freeze. He sees Wen Ying, her delicate features adorned with tears, appearing somewhat haggard. Since the fairy has interceded, I shall spare your father's wretched life. However, given your previous antagonism towards me, it would be unreasonable not to exact some price in return. With a flicker of his gaze, Hao Yin lets out a gentle sigh. With a swift motion, the blade of Jian foam grazed Wen Songwu's left arm, followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the air. Fairy, take care of yourself. I must take my leave, said Hao Chun, as he vanished from sight beyond the western gate. As Wen Ying watched his departing figure, a sudden emptiness enveloped her heart. She was aware that her family had crossed a line, and Hao Qin's decision not to take her father's life was a mercy she did not take for granted. At that moment, when Kongwu had staunched the wound on his arm and rose with a grim demeanor, astonished by the turn of events. "Father, are you all right?" Wen Ying approached her father, her voice a gentle whisper. "I am fine, Wen Ying. It seems I have truly erred. Had I heeded your counsel earlier, perhaps matters would not have come to this," he lamented. "This young man is formidable. I cannot fathom his origins." A sense of despondency washed over Wen Kongwu. His countenance aged by the weight of regret. Why did he choose to confront this young man? Had he allowed him to depart, the Wen family would have suffered no loss. Regret is an elusive remedy. Even as Wen Kongwu grappled with remorse, the past could not be altered. At that moment, a rider approached swiftly, arriving at the battleground outside Fengqing's western gate. Clad in a flowing white robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and a chiseled visage, he exuded an aura of sharp intensity. His penetrating gaze radiated the might of an immortal, and his presence eclipsed even that of Wen Kongwu. The newcomer was Qi Feng, the young master of Qianyu Valley, possessing formidable late-stage earth immortal cultivation. As he descended gracefully, his eyes darkened as they fell upon the remnants of Luo Baitsong. With a sudden, chilling presence, he materialized in front of the gnarled tree, emanating a sharp, frigid aura that instilled an involuntary fear in those present. Who dares to slay a member of Qianyu sect? A terrifying killing intent surged from Qi Feng, causing the onlookers to recoil in trepidation. Such overwhelming power. This young man is indeed fearsome. Even his mere presence exudes an astonishing force. Wen Ying supported Wen Kongwu as they retreated among the crowd, their expressions grave, their hearts sinking into despair. Is Luo Baitsong a member of Qianyu sect? What brings him to the Wen family? Questions swirled in their minds. Qi Feng's arrival was uncanny, coinciding perfectly with Hao Qin's departure. A cold, piercing gaze settled upon Wen Kongwu, causing him to shudder involuntarily. With a thunderous stomp, Qi Feng's foot struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that cracked the earth beneath him. In an instant, he stood before Wen Kongwu, coldly demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Elder Luo was slain by a young man named Chun Hao, Wen Kongwu replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil. "Is your right arm also severed by that Chun Hao?" Qi Feng inquired, his gaze narrowed as he fixated on the severed right arm of Wen Kongwu. Indeed, Chun Hao possesses formidable strength. Even Elder Luo fell victim to him. "And I was no match, resulting in the loss of my arm," Wen Kongwu replied solemnly. "What is the origin of that individual?" Qi Feng continued to question. This matter pertains to the survival of the Wen family, and thus, Wen Kongwu dared not withhold any details. He recounted the event of Wen Ying rescuing Chun Hao, leading up to Hao Qin's arrival in Feng City to expel the cold energy from Wen Ying's body. "According to your account, Chun Hao is not from this region, and his origins are shrouded in mystery. He was a hapless soul saved by your daughter en route back to the city. And then he proceeded to assist the fairy Wen Ying in dispelling her cold?" Qi Feng remarked. "Chun Hao must have a strong bond with fairy Wen Ying. Hence, she surely knows his whereabouts." Before Qi Feng could finish his sentence, he reached for fairy Wen Ying. Upon noticing Qi Feng's movement, Wen Songwu's pupils constricted, and a terrifying force surged forth, manifesting as numerous whirlwinds around him to shield fairy Wen Ying. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable energy from his left palm, attempting to obstruct Qi Feng. "Begone!" Qi Feng roared, his aura overwhelming as he retaliated with a powerful strike, forcing Wen Kongwu to stagger back several steps. "Father!" Witnessing her father being pushed back by Qi Feng, fairy Wen Ying instinctively moved to support him. However, Qi Feng's right claw seized her, while his left hand formed a sword-like gesture, targeting her lower abdomen. A surge of azure energy penetrated her dantian. The object was indeed extracted, that scoundrel. Qi Feng growled in frustration moments later. He understood that the heavenly spirit ice body was not an easily cultivated treasure. With merely a 1 in 10,000 chance, one could cultivate an initial spirit of the heavenly spirit ice. After 3 years of nurturing, it had begun to gain sentience, only to be taken away now, his efforts rendered futile. Not to mention that the heavenly spirit ice entity was a treasure in its own right. It was a rare find discovered by his father, Qi Wanyu, in the icy wilderness. The spirit he had nurtured was now seized by Chun Hao, igniting Qi Feng's fury. Chapter 865, Utterly Arrogant, Part 1. Fairy Wen Ying, devoid of any cultivation, was naturally unable to escape Qi Feng's confinement. Yet, she heard his mutterings clearly. The heavenly spirit ice body was planted within me by the leader of the Qianyu sect in collusion with Luo Beizong, she exclaimed, her irritation palpable. Tell me, where is Chen Hao? This man not only killed members of the Qianyu sect, but also audaciously extracted the heavenly spirit ice body. He deserves to be punished. Qi Feng's cold inquiry confirmed that the Qianyu sect was indeed behind this, and with the heavenly spirit ice body now taken, he saw no reason to conceal the truth. Wen Kongwu and the members of the Wen family nearby displayed shock upon hearing Qi Feng's words. They now comprehended that Hao Qin's statements were entirely accurate. The heavenly spirit ice body was indeed planted by members of the Qianyu sect. Furthermore, Luo Beizong's association with the Wen family was fraught with ulterior motives. Upon reflection, Wen Kongwu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Luo Beizong harbored ill intentions, while he, as a father, was inexplicably defending him. Even more absurdly, he had questioned the genuine concern of Chen Hao, who endeavored to help his daughter ward off the cold. Moreover, Wen Kongwu had compounded the wrongdoing by assisting Luo Beizong in confronting Chen Hao, driving away someone who truly cared for the Wen family. Now, as he pondered over his actions, he felt profoundly foolish. Given Chen Hao's formidable strength, had they treated him with kindness initially, perhaps he might have reciprocated by aiding the Wen family, remembering the debt of gratitude for Wen Ying's earlier rescue. However, regret was futile now. Wen Kongwu understood that all mistakes had been made and could not be undone. Where exactly is Chen Hao? Qi Feng demanded sharply, directing his ire at Wen Ying. The latter, taken aback by Qi Feng's demeanor, felt her face flush with indignation, nearly losing her composure. Yet she fixed her gaze on him in silence. Upon discovering the truth, the members of the Wen family and the onlookers looked down upon the actions of the Qianyu sect. You worthless lot dare to meet my gaze. Truly courting death. Qi Feng's palm struck out, unleashing a surge of energy that caused a Wen family disciple standing in front to erupt into a mist of blood. Wen Ying, my patience is exceedingly limited. From this moment forth, for every 10 breaths that pass, I shall take the life of a Wen disciple until you reveal Chen Hao's whereabouts. Qi Feng withdrew his hand from Wen Ying's abdomen, his icy gaze fixed upon the disciple standing beside Wen Kongwu. Wen Ying's expression fluctuated between fear and resolve. She had no knowledge of Chen Hao's location. Even if she did, her nature would never allow her to betray him. 10 breaths have elapsed. Wen Ying, will you not speak? Qi Feng cast a disinterested glance at her, observing her pallor and clenched teeth, noting that she remained silent. Suddenly, he struck towards another Wen disciple, who was instantly obliterated into a spray of blood. Qi Feng, do not go too far. Wen Ying exclaimed, her body trembling with anger. Qi Feng was being excessively tyrannical and cruel, threatening to kill the Wen family members one by one if she did not disclose Chen Hao's whereabouts. Still not speaking? Very well, next. Qi Feng appeared before another Wen disciple, who attempted to resist. Alas, he was no match for Qi Feng and was swiftly dispatched with a single blow, disintegrating into a mist of blood. Once again, a life was extinguished at Qi Feng's hand, his expression devoid of emotion. As if the lives he claimed were nothing more than mere insects, entirely inconsequential to him. The Wen disciples clenched their fists, veins bulging on their foreheads, filled with a mix of rage and fear. They were acutely aware that Qi Feng was a prodigy of the Qianyu sect, having bested even their family head with ease. They stood no chance against him. Screams echoed through the air, and the area outside the west gate had transformed into a hellish battleground, filled with anguished cries. Qi Feng, that is enough. Do you wish to annihilate my entire Wen family? Wen Tsongwu's eyes blazed crimson with fury, unable to restrain himself from roaring in anger. Those who accompanied him were the future hopes of the Wen family. Yet now, before his very eyes, they were being ruthlessly slain one after another by Qi Feng. How could Wen Kongwu possibly endure such a sight? Have I given you permission to speak? You insignificant clan is but an ant compared to the Qianyu sect. Annihilating your Wen family requires merely a flick of my finger. Dare you continue to shout before me? You seek death. Before his words could fade, Qi Feng appeared before Wen Kongwu in an instant, launching a fierce punch imbued with celestial energy towards him. Wen Tsongwu's expression shifted slightly, disregarding the injuries within. He swung his right arm, unleashing torrents of searing flames. Boom! A beam of concentrated celestial energy shot forth, hurtling towards Qi Feng. Mere parlor tricks. Qi Feng scoffed at the incoming beam, his eyes reflecting disdain. He then twisted his right hand, and a purple celestial energy suddenly transformed into a sizable purple lightning spear. Break! Qifeng bellowed, hurling the spear cloaked in terrifying purple lightning. An endless storm of purple thunder raged through the void, reminiscent of dreadful tribulations descending from the heavens, engulfing the entire space. With a thud, the purple lightning spear clashed with the beam launched by Wen Kangwu, and in that instant, the entire expanse fell silent. After a prolonged stillness, a crisp shattering sound resonated throughout. Wen Kangwu was horrified to discover that his beam had been completely shattered by the purple spear. He coughed up blood, staggering backward. Meanwhile, Qifeng had already advanced to Wen Zhongwu's front, his right hand delivering a devastating punch. Wen Kangwu was sent flying by Qifeng's onslaught, crashing into a gnarled tree. Boom! The crooked tree shook violently, rebounding Wen Kangwu to the ground. Struggling, he crawled up from beneath the tree, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Trembling all over, he knelt on one knee. His gaze filled with dread as he stared at Qifeng. "Fairy Wening, will you not speak? I have already slain a third of the Wen family disciples. Do you believe I have not killed enough? Must I slay more before you are willing to speak the truth?" At this moment, Qifeng's gaze fixed coldly upon Fairy Wening, inquiring with icy detachment. "Qifeng, I tell you the truth. I do not know the whereabouts of young Master Chen Hao. Back in the depths of the forest, he left our convoy to aid Fairy Zi," she replied, her delicate form trembling, silver teeth biting her lower lip as she spoke hoarsely. Qifeng was taken aback. He realized Fairy Wening was not lying, for he was the masked young man who had been blasted away by Fairy Zi's forbidden spell. It seemed she spoke the truth. In that case, the Wen family held no value for leverage any longer. "Then let us extinguish you directly." As his words fell, an overwhelming force surged from his being, and Qifeng transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the disciples of the Wen family. Chapter 866, Utterly Arrogant, Part 2. The wails of agony echoed incessantly, transforming the area outside the western gate of Feng City into a realm of both celestial and infernal chaos. In this moment, Qifeng spared no mercy. With a single strike, he extinguished the lives of several individuals. Blood splattered, and the acrid scent of iron filled the air, permeating the surroundings. Such brutality. Observing Qifeng's methods, the onlookers felt a chill seep into their hearts. The young master of the Qianyu sect exhibited a ruthless disposition. Exhibiting no compassion whatsoever, he was not someone to be trifled with. To incur his wrath would invite devastating retribution, as exemplified by the current fate of the Wen family. Before long, the cries of despair ceased, for the members of the Wen family standing outside the western gate had been utterly annihilated by Qifeng. Countless streams of blood had transformed the battleground into a crimson tableau, the stench of death overwhelming. Wen Kangwu knelt upon the ground, his face ashen and devoid of strength. The Wen family was finished. The promising elite of the next generation, once the hope of the Wen lineage, had been mercilessly slaughtered by Qifeng. Perhaps with the death of Luo Beichong, the Wen family would only suffer a grievous blow. Yet now, with their elite extinguished, the Wen family had lost all hope of resurgence. Qifeng slowly turned to regard the distant figure of the Fairy Wening. Noticing her vacant gaze and silence, he realized she might genuinely be unaware of Chen Hao's whereabouts. "Though you may not know his fate, you did save him once. I refuse to believe that Chen Hao would remain indifferent upon learning you are in my grasp." Suddenly, Qifeng appeared before Wening, raising his right hand before leaping onto a tall tree. "Chen Hao, show yourself. Wening is in my possession, and if you wish for her to live, come forth immediately. Otherwise, I shall ensure this beauty meets a tragic end upon this tree." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the expanse of the western gate. In an instant, everyone in the vicinity of Feng City's western gate heard Qifeng's frenzied proclamation. Was that not the young master of the Qianyu sect, Qifeng? What was he doing? The woman he held seemed to be a mere liability from the Wen family. Who was Chen Hao, and why did this man demand his presence? Qifeng's voice rang out clearly, reaching the ears of all gathered at the western gate of Haotian City. Chen Hao? This person is actually seeking Chen Hao? I must go outside the western gate to investigate. In a secluded room of Feng City, a figure clad in black heard Qifeng's enraged call. With a sinister chuckle, he transformed into a shadow and darted toward the western gate. Meanwhile, within a tavern in Feng City, A group donned in Haoyan Academy attire noticed a young woman with a pale expression hastily departing the establishment, swiftly making her way toward the western gate. Observing her departure, the rest of the Haoyan Academy members followed suit, leaving the tavern. What madness has Qi Feng succumbed to? And who is this Chen Hao? Why does he demand that Chen Hao reveal himself? After all, Qi Feng is a notable figure within Beihouting, and those who would dare to challenge him should possess equal prominence. However, the name Chen Hao was unfamiliar to them. They had never heard of it. While Chen Hao's name may be obscure to others, it was all too familiar to Li Qixing of the Haoyan Immortal Academy, to the point of consuming her thoughts. Ever since parting ways with Hao Chun and returning to the academy, visions of Chen Hao had incessantly haunted her. She longed for just one more encounter. Yet she was oblivious to his whereabouts. The echoes of Qi Feng's furious shouts were also etched in her memory, being pursued by masked assailants beyond Feng City. The voice of that cloaked figure was indelibly imprinted in her mind, along with the name Chen Hao, which she found impossible to forget. On a spacious avenue, Hao Chen strolled leisurely, his gaze sweeping across the nearby stalls. "Chen Hao, come out." Qi Feng's bellow resonated in Hao Chen's ears, prompting him to slightly turn his head, extending his consciousness beyond the western gate of Feng City. In his mind's eye, he perceived a young man standing atop a tall tree, holding the struggling figure of Fairy Wenying. This fellow is courting death. A fierce glint ignited in Hao Chen's eyes, exuding a palpable killing intent. He then executed the stunning step, rapidly making his way toward the western gate. At that moment, Qi Feng, perched upon the tree with Fairy Wenying in his grasp, had been shouting for a long time without a sign of Chen Hao's arrival. He thus began to mock Fairy Wenying, saying, "Chen Hao is not as loyal as you claim. I've already threatened to kill you, and that bastard hasn't he shown up? He must be terrified. Since that's the case, you hold no further value and can perish." With a sinister grin, Qi Feng raised his left hand to strike at Fairy Wenying's chest. Suddenly, a chilling ray of light tore through the void, hurtling toward Qi Feng's head. The terrifying brilliance forced Qi Feng to focus, altering his stance to counter the incoming attack. A thunderous explosion erupted as the cold light collided with Qi Feng's palm. His expression shifted slightly as he realized the tremendous force behind the chilling attack. "Break!" he shouted furiously, inadvertently releasing his hold on Fairy Wenying to defend against the terrifying light. The icy brilliance surged forward, sending him tumbling down from the tree, and he staggered back under the recoil. Fairy Wenying let out a scream as she plummeted from the air. Yet, a figure darted like lightning past her, catching her waist and gracefully landing on the ground. "Young master, how have you returned?" she exclaimed, recognizing the person as Qi Feng, the young master of the Qinyu sect, who possessed late-stage earth immortal cultivation. "You best leave this place, otherwise your fate may be dire." Fairy Wenying, upon discerning the identity of the figure who had rescued her, realized it was none other than Chen Hao, who had long since departed from the Wen family. The current Chen Hao bore no resemblance to his previously disheveled self. He had transformed into an extraordinarily handsome young man. Seeing Hao Chun's appearance, Fairy Wenying's face lit up with surprise, only to be followed by a hint of concern as she remarked, "You should be careful. Rest assured, he is no match for me," Hao Chen replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips at Fairy Wenying's immediate concern for his safety. As she gazed at the clear, confident eyes of Chen Hao, Wenying found herself momentarily captivated. It soon dawned on her that Chen Hao had wrapped his arms around her waist, causing her cheeks to flush a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. "My lord, might you consider setting me down?" Wenying spoke softly. "Ah, I apologize. I shall release you at once," Hao Chen responded, slightly embarrassed, as he quickly let go of Wenying and scratched his head, unsure of what to say next. "Have you two finished your display? If you have, I shall escort you both to the path of the underworld," a chilling voice interrupted, and soon, Qi Feng appeared, summoning a colossal handprint aimed at the two standing beneath the tree. Hao Chen narrowed his eyes, deploying his formidable spiritual awareness to erect a formidable barrier. Boom! The massive hand descended, causing the barrier to tremble violently, yet it held firm against the assault. Chapter 867, Utterly Arrogant, Part 3, Wenying. "You must leave this place. The impending battle may endanger you, with dire consequences," Hao Chen advised gently to Wenying after fending off Qi Feng's strike. "Understood, my lord. Please exercise caution," Wenying replied obediently, having already witnessed Hao Chen's prowess and understanding that it would not be easy for Qi Feng to eliminate him. Before her words had fully settled, Hao Chun escorted Wening to Wen Songwu's side before returning to confront Qifeng. Wening, are you unharmed? Wen Kongwu rushed to her side, a hint of guilt lacing his inquiry. Wening shook her head with a smile. Father, rest assured, I am fine. Wen Kongwu examined his daughter's meridians, and upon confirming her safety, he let out a sigh of relief. His gaze then turned complex as he regarded Hao Chun's retreating figure. Previously, their family had persistently targeted Hao Chun, prompting him to leave in anger. Now, he had returned to rescue Wening, displaying a magnanimity that contrasted sharply with their family's ingratitude. This realization stirred a sense of guilt within Wen Kongwu. It seems your strength is commendable, as you were able to withstand my casual strike, Qifeng remarked, surprised yet predominantly exuding an air of indifference. Hao Chun's demeanor, however, caused Hao Chun's gaze to sharpen. Was this man truly so self-important? Did he believe that merely blocking a casual blow was an impressive feat? Or did Qifeng assume that Hao Chun could only withstand his casual strikes? If Qifeng unleashed his full power, surely Hao Chun would not stand a chance. I will now employ half of my strength. I wonder if you can still endure as you did before. If not, it would be best for you to perish. Qifeng declared, his expression still one of arrogance, as if using half of his strength was a significant concession to Hao Chun. Fool, Hao Chun retorted coldly, causing Qifeng's expression to stiffen. What did you just say? Dare you repeat it? Qifeng snarled, his gaze darkening as he glared at Hao Chun. I said you are a fool. Are you deaf? Can't you comprehend human speech? Hao Chun shouted with conviction. Boom. The words of Hao Chun provoked an uncontrollable rage in Qifeng, causing him to tremble with fury, a surge of violent energy emanating from his being. In all his years, no one had dared to speak so audaciously before him. How dare you challenge me? However, the repercussions of such insolence would be dire. Now, I must unleash my full power to utterly obliterate you, Qifeng roared, his gaze icy and filled with wrath. What a terrifying presence. Qifeng's strength had significantly increased, having reached the pinnacle of the late Earth immortal phase. His advancement was astonishing, as he was now at the precipice of the celestial immortal realm. Did this imply that Qifeng would soon ascend to the celestial immortal level? The onlookers, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Qifeng, were left in a state of shock. In the immortal realm, attaining the celestial immortal status before the age of 100 was a feat reserved for only a select few prodigies of the Beihai court. Qifeng's achievement of the half-step celestial immortal state evidently placed him in close proximity to those exceptional talents. Are you frightened? Yet, even if you were to kneel and plead for mercy, it would serve no purpose. Today, you are destined to die. At that moment, Qifeng exuded an overwhelming aura. As gusts of wind swirled around him, his garments billowing and hair flying, resembling a deity of death. A fool remains a fool. You consider the half-step celestial immortal state to be remarkable, yet to me, it is no different than refuse, Hao Chun retorted indifferently. Upon hearing this, the gathered immortals erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. This mysterious young man was exceedingly arrogant, daring to declare that the half-step celestial immortal state was beneath him. You possess a talent for grandiloquence, but the price of such bravado is often a tragic fate, so prepare to perish. Qifeng scoffed, his foot striking the ground, unleashing waves of chilling energy from within. His flowing hair, under the influence of this cold aura, transformed into a spectral white. The eerie strands rendered him as a white-haired demon. This was the ice silkworm technique, a supreme skill of the Qinyu sect. It was unexpected that Qifeng would employ such a formidable technique right from the outset. Clearly, he intended for a decisive strike. Some onlooking immortals exclaimed in awe at the celestial technique demonstrated by Qifeng. Ice demon hand. Qifeng bellowed, his right hand grasping the air. An endless torrent of cold energy converging into a colossal hand of ice, aimed directly at Hao Chun. Reversal hand. Hao Chun suddenly infused the fire of alchemy into the reversal hand, meeting the icy hand head-on. Boom. The ice demon hand collided with the reversal hand, resulting in a violent tremor before it melted away entirely. The foremost prodigy of the Qinyu sect? Is this the extent of your power? Were your earlier boasts mere bluster? Hao Chun mocked as he shattered Qifeng's ice demon hand. It seems you possess some skill, but if you believe this to be my full strength, you are gravely mistaken. Upon hearing Hao Chun's voice, Qifeng's expression shifted, and he coldly snorted. Ice demons rampant. Qifeng grasped the air once more, his voice low and commanding. Instantly, The surrounding void was enveloped in a terrifying blizzard. Within that tempest, two even more fearsome ice demon hands emerged, seeking to seize the blood-crying Great Wujian sword formation. Fire consuming all, Hao Chen unleashed the Dushuation fire, shattering the two colossal icy hands once more. Yimo Qinyu. Qixing's speed was not slow, and before he knew it, he had invoked the forbidden dark arts of beheading. Hiss. The onlookers gasped in shock as they witnessed Qixing employing such a taboo sorcery. The wings of the Yimo Qinyu, resembling dark feathers, drifted towards Hao Chen. However, Qixing's consciousness could not fully control them. The violent power of the dark magic had spiraled out of control, and the void trembled as if on the brink of collapse. The scattered black feathers, like bloodthirsty specters, surged towards the crowd. Several bystanders who were closer had already fallen victim, their blood devoured by the drifting feathers, leaving behind lifeless husks. Broken sword technique. Seeing the dire situation, Hao Chen swiftly drew the Mo Shang sword and executed the broken sword technique, employing the stunning steps of the Phoenix dance to swiftly annihilate the malevolent feathers. Quickly leave this place. He has succumbed to the dark path. Hurry. While exterminating the feathers, Hao Chen urged the onlookers to vacate the area. At that moment, Qixing had completely lost control. Countless feathers flowed into the western gate of Fengqi. Break for me. With a sudden leap, the essence of celestial energy transformed into a sword, soaring through the air in pursuit of the drifting feathers. Roar. Just then, Qixing transformed into a three-zhang tall, black demonic shadow, roaring fiercely as he unleashed a punch, engulfed in an endless tempest of black ice, aiming to envelop Hao Chen and obliterate him. Flash. At this critical juncture, Hao Chen did not hold back. He suddenly manifested the wings of wind, soaring to the head of the giant shadow. Hiss. The wings of wind. This was the long-lost treasure of the celestial realm. Transform. In a sudden flourish, he drew the Fei Huang's sword, splitting it in two, and plunged it into the body of the giant shadow, eliciting a painful roar. However, the giant shadow's movements were sluggish, while Hao Chen's sword moved with astonishing speed. By the time the giant shadow reacted, the Fei Huang sword was already darting wildly within it. Emotionless, Hao Chen deftly maneuvered the Fei Huang sword, causing it to dance wildly inside the giant shadow. As time passed, the enormous form of the shadow gradually shrank amidst its roars, eventually transforming into a streak of light and fleeing into the distance. Chapter 868. Undaunted by power, even Qixing's most formidable strike could not harm this Chen Hao. He knew that in a true confrontation, he would be no match for Chen Hao. Moreover, having exposed the forbidden spell, there was no time to waste. He had to flee. Can you really escape? At this moment, the Mo Shang sword and Fei Huang's sword had returned to Hao Chen's grasp. With an indifferent gaze, Hao Chen positioned the two swords to block Qixing's path. Chen Hao, do not overstep your bounds. I am the young master of Qinyu's sect. Do you dare to harm me? Qixing's expression darkened as he turned to glare coldly at Hao Chen. Does that concern me? Hao Chen replied disdainfully. You are well aware of the power of Qinyu's sect. If you dare to kill me, they will not spare you. Hao Chen's words caused Qixing's expression to stiffen, and he coldly threatened, you are allowed to kill me. Yet I cannot retaliate. You have slain so many without facing any consequences? Hao Chen suddenly let out a mocking laugh. If you release me now, we will grant you a dignified demise. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a fate worse than death. Qi Feng, on the brink of his end, still dares to leverage the power of the Thousand Feather sect to intimidate Hao Chen, which is utterly ludicrous. Oh, are you suggesting that regardless of whether I release you or not, I am destined for death? Then pray tell, if my fate is sealed either way, why should I not take you along to the grave? Hao Chen found amusement in this twisted logic. Qi Feng's expression stiffened, realizing that his previous words were ill-conceived. What a fool! Hao Chen, uninterested in the arrogance of this man, waved his hand to summon the Thunder Demon's grasp, slamming him into the ground and plunging him into a deep pit. Individuals like you, imbecilic as you are, only bring disgrace to your sect by continuing to live. What purpose does your existence serve? Hao Chen quipped. Ah, you dare sever my legs? You shall meet a dreadful end. From within the pit came continuous, anguished cries. As Qi Feng, in a state of utter despair, struggled, his visage twisted and his eyes aflame with rage. The onlookers, particularly those who heard of Qi Feng's severed legs, collectively gasped in horror. This suddenly appearing youth possessed terrifying strength and merciless methods. Not only was Qi Feng no match for him, But he was also left in a pitiable state, having lost his legs. I have severed your legs, and you threaten me with a wretched demise? Yet here I stand, alive and well. How could you possibly ensure my downfall? Hao Chen responded with disdain. Deep within, Qi Feng began to feel a twinge of regret. This Chun Hao was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. How foolish of him to provoke such a formidable figure. However, dwelling on past mistakes was futile. His sole concern now was survival. After all, the man before him appeared resolute, and should he truly wish to kill him, he would not hesitate. My legs are already crippled. Is that not sufficient? Spare my life, and I can guarantee that the Thousand Feather sect will not pursue you. For the first time, fear gripped Qi Feng as he capitulated before others. He truly wished to live, for he had a promising future ahead. How could he meet his end like this? Oh, now you feel fear? Finally begging for mercy? Hao Chen laughed mockingly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from the distant horizon, followed by the appearance of numerous figures outside the western gate of Feng City. There were over 20 of them, each emanating an overwhelming presence, with the weakest among them being at the initial stage of the celestial immortal realm. The strongest, a middle-aged man resembling Qi Feng, had reached the late stage of the celestial immortal realm, just a step away from the golden immortal level. It was Qi Wanyu, the leader of the Thousand Feather sect, and all of its formidable members had arrived. Many in Feng City recognized this formidable entourage, revealing expressions of shock. At that moment, the fallen Qi Feng displayed a glimmer of hope. Now that the experts of the Thousand Feather sect have arrived, you would do well to release me. Otherwise, your fate will be most tragic. Do you still wish to threaten me? Hao Chen's gaze was devoid of emotion as he forcefully stepped down, causing Qi Feng to sink further into the earth. His chest caved in, blood gushed forth, nearly rendering him unconscious. Qi Feng dared not utter another word. This Chun Hao was utterly reckless. The sect's reinforcements had already arrived, yet he remained unperturbed, treating Qi Feng with such brazen defiance, a true embodiment of lawlessness. Zoman's leader, Qi Wanyu, also noted Qi Feng's broken legs, pinned beneath Hao Chen's foot. His pupils constricted, and fury etched across his face. Scoundrel, release my son at once, and then bind your own arms, renounce your cultivation, and kneel before me in apology. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. Qi Wanyu bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the expanse. Are you suggesting that even if I release this worthless wretch, you expect me to renounce my cultivation and kneel before you, with my life hanging in your hands? Hao Chen replied, fixing his gaze on Qi Wanyu. Naturally, what are you even worth? You have slain members of the Qinyu sect, and my son Qi Feng now lies in this pitiful state because of you. Forcing you to renounce your cultivation is the utmost mercy I can extend, Qi Wanyu declared with haughty arrogance. Utmost mercy? Hao Chen scoffed, his foot crashing down onto Qi Feng's chest, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering, his eyes dimming, teetering on the edge of consciousness. Qi Feng, remember this. The one who seeks to kill you is not my wish, but rather your father who has compelled me to take your life. Since he threatens my existence, even if I were to spare you, he would insist on my renunciation of cultivation and my subservience. Clearly, he wishes for my demise. Therefore, I can drag you along to the grave, ensuring I do not leave empty-handed. Do you not agree? Before the words had fully escaped him, a sword materialized in Hao Chen's palm, its tip poised against Qi Feng's neck. Do not kill me. Spare me. I will give you this. Please spare me. The chilling glint of the blade sent shivers down Qi Feng's spine, as he desperately offered his storage ring to Hao Chen in a plea for mercy. Look at your father. He is pushing me to end your life. If that is the case, you might as well meet your end. As he seized Qi Feng's storage ring, Hao Chen's gaze turned cold, and the sword glided across Qi Feng's neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. With wide eyes, Qi Feng could hardly believe in his final moments that this man truly dared to kill him, and without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, Qi Wanyu refrained from striking at Hao Chen, fearing that he might inadvertently obliterate Qi Feng's body. As long as an immortal's soul remained intact, they could reconstruct their physical form or seize another's body. Yet neither a reconstructed body nor a seized vessel could compare to their original form. Although Hao Chen had slain both Luo Beizong and Qi Feng, he had merely extinguished their physical bodies or the souls of their avatars. He had laid claim to the possessions they bore. Every immortal would invariably split their soul into one or several fragments, hiding them in safe places for future contingencies. One must not place all their eggs in a single basket. When Hao Chen departed from Yuqing, his fiery avatar carried fragments of his own soul, tasked with a unique mission, to seek a suitable vessel for his soul's growth. Hao Qin's requirements for a host extend beyond mere talent and beauty. The host must possess attributes of a universal nature. Luo Beizong and Qi Feng, undoubtedly, must have retained a fragment of their split consciousness. This explains Qi Wanchuan's hesitation to act against Hao Qin, as he fears damaging Qi Feng's true self. Chapter 869, Fleeing to the Ends of the Earth, Part 1, Whoosh. Seizing the moment of Qi Wanchuan's trepidation, Hao Qin unleashed the wings of wind that had been gathering momentum, transforming them into a fleeting, ethereal breeze. He soared past Wening, making a beeline for the heart of Feng City. Hao Qin was not foolish enough to confront multiple foes that vastly outnumbered him. He understood the importance of timing, when to advance and when to retreat decisively. In a calculated maneuver, he snatched Wening, the enchanting maiden of the Wen clan, from the side of Wen Zhongwu, the clan's patriarch, prioritizing both the safety of the Wen family and Wen Ying's life. The future of the Wen clan was not his concern. Chen Hao, where do you think you're going? At that moment, over 20 powerful beings of the celestial realm, accompanying the leader of the Qianyu sect, Qi Wanchuan, had already surrounded the area. If Hao Qin wished to flee, his only option was to dash into the woods with all his might. However, such an opportunity was exceedingly slim. The safest course was to rush into Feng City. For the North Haoting celestial domain had strict laws forbidding any combat within its celestial cities. Any violation would result in immediate execution, regardless of the circumstances. Hao Qin was acutely aware that entering Feng City was his sole chance for escape. His figure darted swiftly as he entered through the western gate. The guards, taken aback as he dropped 10 celestial stones, had no intention of obstructing him. 8 of them dispersed to block the gates, while the rest followed him into the city to pursue. Upon witnessing Hao Qin's entry into Feng City, Qi Wanchuan urgently commanded his subordinates. Yes, they responded with a roar, promptly springing into action. As Hao Qin slipped into Feng City, Qi Wanchuan followed closely behind. The guards at the western gate, having received the celestial stones Hao Qin had cast, overlooked the transgression of entering the city unlawfully, as they had already inquired about the reason for the conflict. They had even caught sight of the fierce battle unfolding outside the western gate. These sentinels intentionally allowed Hao Qin to escape, particularly since he had generously provided the toll for entry. The members of the Qianyu sect paused momentarily, with one remaining behind to pay the entrance fee while the others hastened in pursuit. Hao Qin did not venture into the bustling market, but instead slipped into a secluded alley just within the western gate of Feng City, swiftly turning a corner to conceal himself within the confines of the demon suppression tower's space. Upon exiting the tower, a young man of extraordinary demeanor and striking appearance appeared in the quiet alley near the western gate of Feng City. This was none other than Hao Qin in disguise. Once inside the demon suppression tower, he quickly shed all his garments, took a rapid cleansing bath, and utilized the art of deception to alter his appearance and aura, donning a fresh white attire. At that moment, coincidentally, Li Qixing, the enchanting maiden of the Hao Tian Academy, and her entourage passed by, enabling Hao Qin to blend in seamlessly with the crowd dressed in white as they departed from the western gate of Feng City. According to the principles of logical reasoning, a diminutive figure, pursued relentlessly by a multitude of formidable adversaries, would typically seek refuge amidst the bustling throngs of a marketplace to evade detection. However, Hao Qin chose to defy this convention, for he possessed a celestial treasure, extensive combat experience, and a repertoire of escape strategies. Despite being severely injured by the chaotic forces of a space-time rift during an unexpected teleportation, which diminished his cultivation, his survival instincts and remnants of strength remained intact. Hao Qin followed a group of youthful individuals clad in white, arriving at the site of a confrontation outside the west gate. The scene was eerily quiet, save for a few guards meticulously tending to the ground. After each bloodshed, the guards would restore the area to its former state. Alas, I have arrived too late, sighed Li Qixing. The young individuals in white were practitioners from the Hao Tian Immortal Academy, with Li Qixing being one of the members. The bloody skirmish had erupted swiftly and concluded even more rapidly, as Qi Feng from the Qianyu sect was slain by a young man of mid-level martial emperor realm. One of the guards, noticing the absence of any bloodshed from the beautiful onlooker, expressed his regret. What did you say? Qi Feng from the Qianyu sect has been killed? What of that young man? Li Qixing inquired promptly. He escaped, replied the guard, falling silent thereafter and returning to his duties. Li Qixing did not press further about the young man's whereabouts, for the guard had merely stated he had fled. The group, originally en route to the trials in the Haobei forest, assumed that Chun Hao had taken refuge within. Without hesitation, Li Qixing led the charge into the depths of the Haobei forest. Upon witnessing Li Qixing's entry into the forest, others from the Hao Tian Immortal Academy followed suit. And Hao Chun, blending into the crowd, slipped into the woodland as well. Just as Hao Chun entered the forest, several figures emerged from the west gate of Feng City and followed into the Haobei forest. Hao Chun was astute, while Qi Wanchuan was no fool. After a thorough search within the city yielded no clues, he left a few individuals behind to continue the search for Hao Chun's whereabouts, while the others promptly ventured into the forest in pursuit of him. Within the dense thicket, shadows clad in black flitted by intermittently, resembling predators stalking their prey. The lush vegetation of the Haobei forest posed significant challenges for their hunt. Despite their meticulous inch-by-inch search, their target remained elusive. The dark figures darted through the verdant undergrowth, failing to detect any signs of life. After a brief gathering and exchange of information, the black-clad individuals, resigned, shook their heads and dispersed in all directions to continue their pursuit. Amidst the towering trees of the Haobei forest, thick canopies concealed the topmost branches, rendering it nearly impossible for even the most diligent searchers to discern the presence of a living being. Following the group, led by Li Qixing, into the forest, Hao Chun detached himself from their company. At this moment, Hao Chun had already recognized Li Qixing and was deeply grateful for her concern. However, he refrained from meeting her, fearing that his presence would only bring unnecessary trouble and expose his identity. Departing from Li Qixing and her companions, he swiftly ascended to the heights of a tall tree to conceal himself. Cautiously, Hao Chun surveyed his surroundings, and only after several dark figures had departed did he breathe a sigh of relief, a trickle of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Though he possessed a treasure space in which to seek refuge, he hesitated to utilize it, apprehensive that the momentary fluctuation of magical energy might draw the attention of powerful celestial beings. The celestial realm was a congregation of formidable entities, and Hao Chun could not guarantee that among those pursuing him were not beings with potent divine senses. Even the slightest detection of magical fluctuations could betray his location. As long as he refrained from using magical power, he could traverse nearby without the risk of being detected. Although he had employed a technique to alter his physical aura and appearance, it merely modified superficial traits. This method, while effective against ordinary adversaries, would be mere sleight of hand in the presence of superhuman beings. Should another attempt to employ this technique, Hao Chun could easily discern the ruse using his spiritual eye technique. Thus, he remained in cautious concealment. The relentless pursuit had extended over 3 days, and witnessing the figures weaving through the Haobei forest, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Hao Chun's eyes. Yet, he understood that he could not act recklessly. To do so would invite far greater peril. It was only when he felt the full force of an entire sect pursuing him that he truly grasped the weight of the pressure upon him. At this juncture, the Qianyu sect had concentrated their search for Hao Chun in the thickets outside the western gate of Feng City, while not neglecting the city itself. The astute Qi Wanchuan did not underestimate Hao Chun's ability to escape the city. Should they fail to locate him within 7 days, the traces of his aura would dissipate. Consequently, Qi Wanchuan mobilized numerous powerful members of the Qianyu sect, scouring the city and its outskirts for any sign of Hao Chun. The atmosphere in Feng City grew tense, with a palpable sense of urgency permeating the air. Chapter 870, Fleeing to the Ends of the Earth, Part 2. Upon entering the Haobei forest, Hao Chun swiftly climbed a tree and then vanished into the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower. With a mere thought, the tower transformed into a withered branch, resting upon a tree fork. Within the tower, after 3 days of recuperation, Hao Chun had restored his internal energy. However, he knew he must remain composed and avoid provoking those formidable adversaries. If he were to act hastily and allow even a moment's delay, his position would be irrevocably compromised. At that point, he would not merely contend with a few shadowy figures, but face the onslaught of a multitude, perhaps leading to his demise amidst the dense foliage. Thus, Hao Chun resolved to remain hidden in the forest for a time, waiting for the winds of pursuit to calm before making his departure. Exiting the Demon Suppression Tower, he refrained from emitting any magical energy, relying solely on his physical instincts to gauge the situation around him. In the northwest, there were few seekers. It was prudent to hide there for a while. Cautiously parting the dense foliage, Hao Yin scanned the surroundings and discerned nothing amiss. He then slid down the tree with great swiftness, landing soundlessly on the ground. After surveying the environment once more, he dashed toward the northwest of the jungle. Just after Hao Yin departed, a figure clad in black arrived at the spot where he had lingered, methodically searching the area. The figure sensed a faint ripple of Hao Yin's presence lingering in the air. Realizing he was being followed, Hao Yin felt a trickle of cold sweat run down his spine. He had always sensed something was off, yet could not articulate it until now, when he comprehended the reality of being pursued. Qinyu sect. As long as I survive to escape, when I return, it will be your moment of utter annihilation. Hao Yin was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable Qinyu sect. Engaging in a direct confrontation with Qi Wanchuan would be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, he would refrain from such folly. He would endure in silence now, biding his time until he grew strong enough to exact revenge and bring ruin to the entire sect. With this thought, Hao Yin transformed into a shadow, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. His departure left no trace. Even as the black-clad figure reappeared at Hao Yin's previous location, it found no sign of its target and continued the pursuit. Finally, having gained a considerable distance, Hao Yin exhaled deeply, murmuring, "If they catch up now, I may not be so fortunate." Feeling the danger dissipate, he began his search for a safe refuge. Within the dense jungle, locating a secure spot proved to be a formidable challenge. However, Hao Yin possessed his own methods. With a thought, his blood-poisoned spirit clone swiftly detached from his main body. Before darkness enveloped the sky, he discovered an ideal hiding place. Beneath a slope in the forest, an inconspicuous cave came into view, completely concealed by vines, rendering it nearly undetectable. This narrow entrance, barely accommodating a single person, was indeed an excellent hiding spot, no matter from which angle they searched. Finding it would prove exceedingly difficult. In this cramped cave, shielded meticulously by thorny vines, only Hao Yin could possibly uncover its location. He refrained from rushing inside, for in a realm fraught with peril, a moment's negligence could spell doom. Employing his spirit eye technique to probe the cave, he confirmed the absence of danger and then minimized his form to crawl inside. He remained motionless at the entrance, poised to escape at the first sign of intruders. After 3 days and nights of relentless evasion, claiming one was unwearied would be a falsehood. Suddenly, he sensed Qi Feng's aura in the northwest, the very location of Chun Hao's hideout. The black-clad figure, having lost Hao Yin's trail, now brightened with realization. I believe that with my strength, killing him should pose no challenge. In Qi Wanlin's gaze, a surge of murderous intent swirled. This was undoubtedly the most opportune moment for him to seize treasures, and he was determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. Qi Feng, his nephew, had fallen at the hands of a martial emperor practitioner. Qi Wanlin was aware that Qi Feng had ventured to Fengqing to investigate the cause of the Seven Guardians' demise, only to be inexplicably slain by a martial emperor named Chun Hao outside the west gate of Fengqing. Without a celestial artifact, how could one possibly kill Qi Feng? The enchanting fairy, Wen Ying, had been abducted by Chun Hao, and within her lay the precious heavenly spirit Profound Ice Body. Amidst the throngs searching for her, Qi Wanlin was profoundly familiar with Qi Feng's presence. This was the resonance of bloodlines. The storage ring belonging to Qi Feng was an ancient relic he had stumbled upon during an expedition, inscribed with the image of twin dragons playing with a pearl. This archaic storage ring had only been unlocked through a blood activation method. On Qi Feng's 18th birthday, it was presented to him as a gift. Qi Feng had instantly taken a liking to this ring, which possessed a vast spatial capacity of 10 zhang. Since that moment, Qi Wanlin had harbored ulterior motives, meticulously monitoring Qi Feng's movements to keep track of this ambitious nephew. The figure that consistently arrived first at Hao Chen's hideout was none other than Qi Wanlin himself. The members of the Qinyu sect were merely relying on Hao Chen's faint aura to trace his whereabouts, while Qi Wanlin was utilizing the essence of Qi Feng's storage ring to seek out Hao Chen's trail. This time, instead of immediately following to Hao Chen's hiding place, Qi Wanlin chose to lurk nearby, patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity. The night rendered this space eerily tranquil, as the commotion caused by those of the celestial realm frightened weaker sacred beasts and celestial creatures to flee from the area, leaving behind an oppressive silence. Just as dawn broke, Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to sense something amiss. He could not comprehend the profound stillness enveloping the forest. At that moment, a thunderous sound shattered Hao Chen's thoughts. Those damned black-clad individuals were relentless, having tracked him to this secluded location. Hao Chen could hardly believe that. Despite his attempts to hide in such an obscure place, the black-clad assailants had still managed to discover him. It was then that he truly recognized the gravity of the situation. His mind began to replay the events leading up to this moment, analyzing what could have gone awry. If he continued to be pursued by the black-clad individuals, he would have no time to live his life. How could they sense his presence? At this moment, he had not emitted the slightest trace of aura. Hao Chen's heart brimmed with questions, utterly perplexed by where he had gone wrong. He continued to reflect, when suddenly his expression darkened. The root of the trouble lay with the storage ring. Hao Chen swiftly removed Qi Feng's storage ring, his thoughts coalescing as he cast it into the space of his jade pendant. Before the adversaries arrived, he realized he needed to resolve the lingering threat posed by the relentless black-clad individual for his own safety. Hao Chen, no longer hesitating, propelled himself forward, charging directly at his opponent. Chapter 871, A Battle of Wits Against the Celestial Being. At dawn, the man in black, Qi Wanlin, suddenly waved his hand, unleashing his strongest strike towards Hao Chen's hiding place. Yet, in his excitement, he missed his target. Hao Chen sprang forth from the cave, channeling his magical power to conjure 3 consecutive blood-poison magic bullets, hurtling towards the black-clad Qi Wanlin. Upon witnessing Hao Chen's advance, Qi Wanlin immediately countered with a thunderous palm, aiming to intercept the projectile resembling a fist of energy. However, after unleashing his power, Hao Chen vanished from Qi Wanlin's sight. The blood-poison magic bullets, no longer propelled by magical energy, spun precariously towards Qi Wanlin like faltering black fists. Boom! Qi Wanlin, dismissively channeling his power to obliterate the approaching energy, was instead met with 3 explosive blasts that left him in a disheveled state. Hao Chen's intention was to divert the black-clad man's attention while also testing the efficacy of the blood-poison magic bullets he had brought from the Qianyuan realm against celestial beings. Remarkably, they proved effective. While they could not destroy a celestial being, they thoroughly corroded their garments. Seizing the opportunity, while Qi Wanlin was preoccupied with changing, Hao Chen had already made his escape. Fuming with rage, Qi Wanlin thought, I cannot remain unclothed, even if no one is watching. It would be undignified in front of celestial beasts. Cursing under his breath, he vowed, once I capture you, I shall make you wish for death. With that, he quickened his pace, charging southward, convinced that his speed would easily outstrip that of a mid-stage martial emperor like Hao Chen. As one soared through the skies and the other fled on the ground, this pursuit offered Hao Chen minimal opportunities for Qi Wanlin to close the distance. For an entire day, Hao Chen maintained a consistent gap, ensuring his opponent could not draw near. This success was entirely due to his astute judgment. Throughout his journey, he encountered no obstructive forces, allowing him to run without the slightest delay. Qi Wanlin understood that martial emperor-level practitioners were incapable of flight. He intended to tire Hao Chen out before capturing him. However, long-distance running also took a toll on Hao Chen. Little did Qi Wanlin know that Hao Chen's reserves were substantial. He had only expended energy equivalent to one of his 5 dantians. You think you were toying with me? I, too, am playing with you, Hao Chen thought as he suddenly leaned against the trunk of a towering tree, gasping for breath. Streams of sweat cascaded down his body, his chest heaving with exertion. After an entire day of relentless running, he had depleted the energy of 2 dantians. Yet now, Qi Wanlin was also beginning to feel the strain, forced to descend to the ground as his pursuit slowed. As dusk fell and the night enveloped the land, Hao Chen sighed in relief, noting the sun's slow descent on the horizon, pondering how much longer he could evade his pursuer. Even though the toll on him was immense at that moment, he was still filled with exhilaration. If he could just endure a little longer, he would soon escape the relentless pursuit of the cloaked figure. The entire jungle plunged once again into darkness. Amidst this obscurity, the presence of the pursuer faded swiftly from perception. Yet, Hao Yin remained vigilant, not allowing himself a moment of respite. Qi Wanlin could scarcely fathom how extraordinarily fast Chen Hao was. After an entire day of pursuit, he had failed to close the distance, forced instead to maintain his current position. I refuse to believe this. The cloaked figure, Qi Wanlin, seethed with frustration, relentlessly continuing his chase. No matter the cost, He was determined to apprehend Chun Hao in the shortest time possible. To be toyed with by a mere mid-level martial sovereign for an entire day would spell disaster for his reputation if word got out. Qi Wanlin was undeterred, pushing forward with an unwavering resolve, his speed increasing as he closed in on Hao Yin. His rage ignited. He disregarded everything else, fixated solely on the intent to capture Chun Hao and dismantle him utterly. At that moment, Hao Yin sensed that Qi Wanlin had locked onto his trail. Escape was futile. Thus, he gradually came to a halt, recognizing that if he could not evade, he must face a battle for his very life. Quietly, he summoned his blood-poisoned spirit double, preparing for action, while also calling forth Mo Wan and her devouring Yuan fly to lie in wait. Since you have caught up with me, you are merely seeking your own demise. Hao Yin turned to confront his adversary, arms crossed, coldly regarding him. In truth, if it were only Qi Wanlin, Hao Yin would harbor no fear whatsoever. Should he unleash his full combat prowess, he could easily vanquish the foe before him. His concern lay in the fact that if he could not swiftly dispatch this opponent, he would soon face the arrival of others drawn by the commotion. You little brat. Keep running, are you? Qi Wanlin taunted icily. If he weren't already gasping for breath, he would have charged at Hao Yin without hesitation. However, Hao Yin showed no signs of hesitation, determined to deny his opponent even a moment's reprieve. His body moved swiftly, the demon slayer hand brandishing a shimmering moonstone, charging directly at his foe. Qi Wanlin's heart sank as he realized that Qi Feng would likely meet his end at Chun Hao's hands. With a resounding crash, the tranquility of the space shattered violently. Both combatants stood their ground, unwavering, neither willing to yield an inch. In this manner, Qi Wanlin grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. He could distinctly sense that killing the opponent before him would be an arduous task. Hao Yin, too, felt the gravity of the situation, yet with each clash, his momentum surged, growing bolder and more formidable. In the brief skirmish, Hao Yin surprisingly gained the upper hand. This outcome was a bitter pill for Qi Wanlin to swallow, an undeniable reality he struggled to accept. In a realm of celestial beings, a figure of ethereal grace found himself besieged by an adversary of the martial emperor realm during a fierce confrontation. Should the disciples of the Qianyu sect witness this, how would he face them? He was compelled to summon his utmost strength to reverse such a disheartening predicament. At that moment, the enigmatic figure clad in black, Qi Wanlin, was deep in contemplation when a surge of thought from Hao Chun triggered the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar to suddenly release a wisp of mist, which infiltrated Qi Wanlin's very being. A sharp gasp escaped Qi Wanlin as he was overwhelmed by an agonizing pain in his consciousness, and blood erupted from his mouth. Was this a mental assault? No, it was a living entity. Ultimately, Qi Wanlin could not withstand such a formidable onslaught and was forced to retreat repeatedly. In this fleeting moment, Hao Chun advanced with unwavering determination, denying his opponent any respite. Harnessing the momentum he had just created, he aimed to eradicate his foe before reinforcements could arrive. Defeating me so swiftly is no trifling matter, Qi Wanlin spat defiantly. Channeling his magical prowess, he gathered celestial energy, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Yet, the moonlight stone unleashed by Hao Chun was thwarted, landing harmlessly at his feet. As the echoes of Qi Wanlin's words faded, the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar abruptly vacated his body, followed by a resonant hum. The ever-impatient Mo Wan and her swarm of devouring flies surged forth, enveloping Qi Wanlin in a relentless assault. Mo Wan, secure the storage ring. Hao Chun suddenly recalled the circumstances during the tribulation at the heavenly pit. Moments later, Mo Wan returned to Hao Chun's side, clutching the storage ring of the black-clad Qi Wanlin. Here you go, she exclaimed with glee, presenting the battle-worn ring to Hao Chun. Excellent. Quickly, summon them back. Prolonged exposure to the pressures of the celestial realm may prove too much for them. With a piercing call, Mo Wan and her swarm vanished in an instant. The night fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. Only the disciples guarding the dark pavilion at Qianyu sect noticed the shattering of Qi Wanlin's jade tablet. Within the dense North Hao forest, a young man clad in black darted through the underbrush. This was Hao Chun, who had ventured into the North Hao forest over half a month prior. Evading the pursuit of Qianyu sect and the assaults of sacred beasts, he sought to avoid entanglements with both man and creature. For over half a month, Hao Chun had not relaxed for a moment, dedicating himself entirely to evading his relentless pursuers. When evasion proved impossible, he resorted to swift confrontations. deploying 7 massive swarms of devouring flies. Hao Chen hardly needed to engage directly. His foes vanished silently from existence. Unbeknownst to him, within the North Hao Forest, the number of Qinyu sect pursuers who had fallen to Hao Chen's stealthy ambush had swelled to 7. After devouring Qi Wanlin, Mo Wan's swarm of devouring flies began to transform gradually into celestial spirit insects, a delightful revelation that filled Hao Chen's heart with joy. It was no longer the Qinyu sect that hunted him. Rather, he had taken the initiative to seek them out. Only those celestial beings who have attained the heavenly immortal realm can capture the attention of Hao Chen. The voracious swarms of the devouring demonic flies feast upon those of the same celestial rank. Fair treatment must be ensured, otherwise, the other swarms would raise objections. The demon emperor, Mo Yu, along with 5 other leaders of the demonic flies, Mo Hong, Mo Lan, Mo Fei, Mo Lu, and Mo Xian, operated under Hao Chen's coordination. In a swift and silent manner, they devoured 6 heavenly immortal practitioners from the Thousand Feather sect. Following a series of relentless assaults and evasions, the followers of the Thousand Feather sect ultimately vanished from his sensory range. At this juncture, Hao Chen remained hidden atop a towering tree, utilizing the lush foliage to obscure his presence, perpetually maintaining a state of heightened vigilance. It was only after the complete disappearance of the Thousand Feather sect members that he exhaled a sigh of relief and gently descended to the ground. With a watchful gaze, he scanned his surroundings once more, and upon confirming the absence of threats, he transformed into a phantom and departed from the scene. He traversed through the forest, losing track of time as he ran. Days later, having distanced himself significantly from the Feng City region, he finally came to a halt. Swiftly locating a secure refuge within the thicket, Hao Chen truly relaxed for the first time. He fell onto the ground, inhaling deeply. The prolonged period of tension spanning over half a month had left his nerves frayed, and now, as he unwound, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. This duration had undoubtedly been the most perilous experience of Hao Chen's life. With the dangers now behind him, he seized the opportunity to rest. After a month without meditation, the celestial essence within him had become somewhat unstable. Consequently, he forsook the night's rest and resumed his cultivation. The celestial essence coursed through his meridians, gradually organizing the chaotic energy within. He engaged in cultivation throughout the night, only relinquishing his practice at dawn. Swiftly entering the demon suppression tower to greet everyone, he felt a sense of contentment upon witnessing his companions preparing to adapt to life in the celestial realm. The miners, in particular, were filled with immense excitement. They had been on the brink of death, yet unexpectedly rescued and brought to the celestial realm. Upon Hao Chen's arrival, they all rose to their feet. Now that you have accompanied me to the celestial realm, I presume you wish to learn about our new surroundings? Hao Chen addressed them. I currently find myself in the northern Hao court of the celestial domain. He proceeded to share the celestial knowledge he had gleaned from his conversations with Fairy Wening. Fairy Wening had been brought into the demon suppression tower, where she was placed within a barrier on the first floor. As Hao Chen desired to limit her contact with others for the time being, the barrier was infused with ample celestial essence to facilitate her gradual recovery. The reason I brought you here was twofold: to ensure your safety and to address the root of the issue, Hao Chen explained to Fairy Wening. What do you mean by addressing the root of the issue? She inquired, puzzled. Hao Chen elaborated once more on the unique constitution of Fairy Wening. Your physique belongs to the rare ice soul profound Yin body, a rarity in the world, even more formidable than the renowned Yin attribute body, the Tang body. The ice soul profound Yin body, if one does not embark on cultivation, cannot survive past the age of 10. However, should one cultivate water attribute techniques, it can harness the ice soul profound Yin energy to enhance magical power, which is why you made remarkable progress before the age of 8. Yet, both success and failure stem from this very constitution. Once the essence of the ice soul profound Yin body is activated through cultivation, if one fails to absorb it entirely, they will inevitably suffer backlash. It is precisely due to the backlash from the ice soul profound Yin force within that your water attribute magic was absorbed, further strengthening the essence of the ice soul profound Yin. Should one be unable to utilize this essence for their own gain, the most favorable outcome would be to become an ice corpse. After the infusion of the heavenly spirit profound ice body into your being, it has successfully absorbed the essence of the ice soul profound Yin body. Once the heavenly spirit profound ice body is removed, whether the profound Yin body will relapse remains to be seen over time. I cannot yet ascertain if this will be a complete cure. I shall take you to a place where you can learn more about the profounding body and its treatment methods. To further observe the changes in Fairy Wanying's body, Haochen intended to take her to meet Yi Xiaohan and Yi Xiaolan. I will follow your lead. Wanying readily agreed. After visiting her family within the space of the Jade Pendant, she entered the interstellar spaceship parked there. At this moment, only Yi Xiaolan was aboard the spaceship, accompanying Fairy Wanying. Their meeting was as if they had known each other for ages. Aside from Luoyu, Wanying had no other close friends in the Wen family. Upon arriving at the spaceship and meeting Yi Xiaolan, she was introduced to a personality vastly different from Luoyu's frosty demeanor. Through Yi Xiaolan, she learned about Haochen's past, which captivated her entirely. Yi Xiaolan also took the opportunity to explain the knowledge and treatment methods related to the profounding body, as well as the concept of dual cultivation. When Haochen arrived, Yi Xiaolan was busy drafting the Celestial Realm chapter, while Fairy Wanying sat beside her. Admiring the Earthly Realm chapter, Yi Xiaolan was composing for Haochen. Upon Haochen's arrival, the two merely exchanged symbolic nods of greeting. Seeing both of them engrossed in their tasks, Haochen took out a map to check their location. After deducing their position based on the geography of the North Hao Forest, Haochen could only shake his head in dismay. He had not anticipated that, during the past half-month, he had been wandering in circles within the North Hao Forest, leading himself to the most remote area. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he was grateful he had not ventured further. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to the peril he faced. It appeared that leaving this place would require more than half a month. How is Fairy Qixing faring now? Haochen, lost in thought, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Chapter 873. The burden of possessing a treasure. Fairy Qixing, along with several classmates from the Immortal Academy, made plans to visit Feng City during their holiday. At the Feng City Maple Feather Auction, she inadvertently won an Immortal King pill. Thus, together with her classmate Fan Fong, she disguised herself in a master servant guise to return to the Haoyan Immortal Academy. However, they were ambushed en route and, left with no choice, returned to Feng City. Seeking an opportunity to return to the academy, she inadvertently acquired the Immortal King elixir but found herself burdened with its peril. Upon learning that her assailants were still alive and boasting of their intent to kill Chun Hao outside the Western Gate, Princess Qixing initially believed Chun Hao was offering aid, allowing her to escape while the attackers harbored resentment towards him. Consequently, upon hearing the news, she rushed to assist, only to arrive at the Western Gate after the battle had concluded. Seizing the chance, she stealthily entered the North Haoyan Forest, accompanied by her classmates Xiao Weiyuan and Lian Tianfeng, and quietly returned to the Haoyan Immortal Academy. Unbeknownst to her, Lian Tianfeng coveted the Immortal King elixir, and Xiao Weiyuan was captivated by Princess Qixing's beauty. The two conspired against her, but she managed to evade their schemes, leading to a guerrilla skirmish in the North Haoyan Forest as they pursued her relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, it had been over 4 months since Princess Qixing departed the Haoyan Immortal Academy. This time, she truly could not return alone. Fate, once again, inexplicably reunited Haoyan and Princess Qixing. Both were fugitives, and in her moment of desperation, they encountered each other once more. To ensure Princess Qixing's safety, Haoyan reluctantly set aside his plans to ascend to the Immortal Pool and chose to escort the lonely princess back to the Haoyan Immortal Academy. They traversed countless majestic peaks and crossed numerous rushing rivers before finally reaching the Academy's domain. The Academy was nestled within a vast valley, where a cluster of uniquely styled buildings stood tall. Surrounding them were grand and magnificent peaks, guarding the renowned Haoyan Immortal Academy, which stirred tumultuous emotions within Haoyan's heart. At this moment, Princess Qixing had finally returned to the Academy. Unable to contain her emotions, she instinctively placed her delicate hand over her heaving chest to calm her excitement. The path ahead leads to my residence at the Haoyan Immortal Academy, she informed Haoyan, gesturing towards the way. Lush green grass and vibrant red buds awaited blooming, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Graceful willows swayed in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene that left Haoyan in awe. After a brief moment, the view before them opened up to reveal a massive white jade archway inscribed with the 4 characters of Haoyan Immortal Academy. Gazing upwards, he saw the square bustling with people, a sea of faces, as it was the time for enrollment. Each year, countless prodigies and exceptional talents gathered here to partake in the Academy's assessments. Following preliminary tests, Those who met the criteria would be evaluated by the Academy's stewards. If successful, they would gain entry into the Academy, albeit as unofficial disciples. Only after a 3-month trial period and passing the Academy's formal examination would they truly become disciples. Naturally, such disciples represented the most basic level, as continuous progress was essential within the Academy. The Haoyan Immortal Academy is endowed with extraordinary resources, and those who gain entry are individuals of exceptional talent. After cultivating in this esteemed establishment, one can ascend to great heights. If one possesses sufficient confidence in their abilities and qualifications, they may apply to be assessed as intermediate or advanced disciples. Upon passing the evaluation, their status will naturally elevate, granting them superior treatment and resources. As the two walked, the celestial maiden Qixing elaborated on the assessment procedures of the Haoyan Immortal Academy to Haoyan. Passing through an archway, they approached a grand 3-story building that spanned 100 feet. Before the entrance stood 4 individuals clad in gray. The iron gate was firmly shut, leaving only a small door for casual entry. Celestial Maiden Qixing, the Academy head, is awaiting your arrival. One of the gray-clad men respectfully announced upon seeing her. However, another gray figure obstructed Haoyan's path. Only those authorized may enter the central area of the Academy. Please present your identification, the stern gray-clad man declared to Haoyan. Haoyan halted and glanced at Qixing, realizing he had no identification nor any such trivial documents. This person is my friend, escorting me back to the Academy. He has yet to complete the necessary formalities. I kindly ask Elder Lu Chang to make an exception. Qixing addressed the gray-clad man, Lu Chang, courteously. Let him in if you wish, Celestial Maiden. The Academy upholds the principle that strength is paramount. If he can best me in combat, he shall earn the right to enter, and it would be no issue for him to train in the Academy. If he cannot, he should abandon such thoughts. The gray figure stated, fixing his gaze intently on Haoyan. At that moment, standing by the window of a nearby room, Zhiqinfeng watched with a smile as Qixing interacted with Haoyan. He was eager to discern whether the individual accompanying Qixing was indeed as remarkable as rumored. Since Qixing obtained the Immortal King Pill, the covert guardians tasked with protecting her had been diligently reporting her every action and movement back to Zhiqinfeng. During his daughter's travels, Zhiqinfeng sought to assess this proud daughter, allowing her to experience the myriad flavors of life, thereby tempering her resilience amidst adversity. The gray-clad man before Haoyan was one of the covert protectors of Qixing. However, he had only witnessed Haoyan's disheveled appearance and his act of rescuing Qixing. The events that transpired in Feng City had reached him only through hearsay. Another guardian, at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, had seen Haoyan effortlessly repel a fierce wind and ambush Xiao Weiyuan. Dissatisfied, Lu Chang sought the head's permission to test Haoyan's strength. Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, Haoyan smiled, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his features. Thus, it seemed that defeating the gray-clad Lu Chang would grant him entry into the Academy. Shall it be a duel against you alone, or shall I face all 4 of you? Haoyan inquired calmly. Qixing was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom Haoyan's intentions. She was astounded that he would dare to challenge the guardians of the Academy, who stood as its protectors. Every individual possesses at least the early or even mid-stage strength of a celestial being. Lu Chang, the leader of the guardians, undoubtedly wields strength at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Hao Chun, just wait here for a moment. I will take care of the formalities for you, said Fairy Qixing, tugging at Hao Chun's garment. As they journeyed together, the two had become inseparable friends, sharing everything. Fairy Qixing was unwilling to see Hao Chun suffer even the slightest grievance. Hao Chun remained resolute, gently pushing away Fairy Qixing's hand. Though he understood her intention to shield him from harm, the situation had escalated to a point of no return. He was determined to confront the gray-clad man before him. Hao Chun originally intended to join the Celestial Academy, not only to forge friendships, but also to provide better educational opportunities for many from his hometown. The saying goes, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with them. While one may attend lectures openly, countless others benefit behind the scenes. You may stand by and observe. Whether or not to join the Celestial Academy is one matter, but being looked down upon tarnishes one's dignity. Hao Chun reassured Fairy Qixing. Youth, possessing such audacity is commendable. I accept your challenge. One-on-one, fair and square. Lu Chang remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Hao Chun, now taking the matter seriously. Chapter 874, The Celestial Academy Dual Com. To the dual platform over there. I shall not bully you. I will defeat you using only my initial stage, celestial martial prowess. Lu Chang strode toward the nearby duel platform. Little did the gray-clad man know that Hao Chun had battled his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Moreover, through the refinement of his body with lightning, Hao Chun had reached a state of vitality on the verge of immortality. In the underground jungle of the Azure Lattice Secret Realm, he had mastered the 9th level of the Divine Power technique to its limits, enabling his body to withstand pressures of up to 1,280 times. In contrast, the pressure of the Celestial Realm only reached the 6th level of the Divine Power technique, equating to 160 times the pressure. In terms of martial prowess, Hao Chun was not inferior to those at the Celestial Realm. For the gray-clad man to think he could defeat Hao Chun through martial arts was utterly impossible. At that moment, although the recruitment for the Celestial Academy had yet to conclude, the dual platform was eerily quiet. The dual platform of the Academy is categorized into 3 tiers: Heaven, Earth, and Man, with the Heaven tier platform seldom utilized during assessments. Fairy Qixing accompanied Hao Chun, explaining as they walked. By the time Hao Chun and Lu Chang arrived at the dual platform, the administrator had already activated the spatial formation of the platform. Standing atop the platform, Hao Chun felt a surge of power coursing through him, his entire being brimming with ferocious energy, his eyes gleaming with combat intent. Both Lu Chang and Hao Chun refrained from unleashing their full strength. However, the aura emanating from them was akin to a tempest, palpable and intense. Suddenly, a shimmering barrier enveloped the dual platform. Although dust swirled around, it still allowed onlookers to easily witness the unfolding events. Quick, the movements of the two were astonishingly swift. Each strike and maneuver was executed with instinct, devoid of contemplation, and in the blink of an eye, they unleashed nearly 100 moves. In the blink of an eye, a resonant sound echoed beyond the barrier. Standing outside the boundary, Fairy Qixing felt a hint of astonishment. After all, Hao Yin was merely a novice who had recently arrived in the Celestial Realm. Even though Lu Chang had not unleashed his full potential, he was not someone of ordinary mid-level martial emperor cultivation who could be easily contended with. Despite possessing the might of a martial emperor at the Great Ascension stage, he was still no match. However, Hao Yin had a wealth of combat experience. Though the confrontation had not lasted long, the two had exchanged at least 10,000 blows. Suddenly, Hao Yin moved with lightning speed, launching a kick toward Lu Chang's waist. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Lu Chang stood firm, extending his hands to block the attack. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly not anticipating such swiftness from his opponent. With a resounding impact, Hao Yin's foot collided with Lu Chang's hands, akin to striking 2 iron plates. A tingling sensation coursed through Hao Yin's leg, causing a momentary delay in his actions. Alarmed, he realized Lu Chang possessed commendable physical prowess. Undeterred by the failed strike, he rolled sideways and unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Lu Chang's head, a move executed with unparalleled ferocity. Feeling the tingling sensation in his hands, Lu Chang staggered slightly backward, his heart racing with astonishment. It was rare to encounter someone so young, yet possessing such profound strength. He could not help but become more serious in his approach. Retreating swiftly, he tilted his head back to evade the incoming kick from Lu Feng. The speed of his movements was so rapid that, at times, they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Hao Yin's foot struck nothing but air as Lu Chang deftly evaded. Landing firmly on the ground, he pushed off with great force, launching both fists toward Lu Chang's chest. Fairy Qixing and the onlookers watched in awe, their mouths agape. Hao Yin's movements were simple yet brutally effective, each strike bursting forth with immense power, an unending barrage of relentless attacks. In the face of such continuous onslaught, Lu Chang displayed no signs of panic, wearing an expression of ease, seemingly in control. Just as he lifted his chin, he saw Hao Yin's fists hurtling toward his chest. Lu Chang's heart raced with growing alarm. This young man was proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Previously, Lu Chang had assessed disciples and faced challenges from celestial students, often defeating them with a single strike. Yet today, he found himself pressured by Hao Yin, a mid-level martial emperor. With no opportunity to counterattack, forced to remain on the defensive. Leaning backward, he transformed his hands into claws, attempting to grasp Hao Yin. All of this unfolded in a heartbeat. Before Hao Yin's fists could touch Lu Chang's body, he suddenly felt a force strike at his waist and instinctively kicked toward Lu Chang's knee. Their legs collided, narrowly avoiding a perilous blow. A tingling sensation surged through Hao Yin's foot, propelling him backward, completing several sideways rolls in midair. He leaned at an angle and skidded several steps before regaining his balance. Fairy Qixing observed Hao Yin, who, despite being at a disadvantage, appeared evenly matched against Lu Chang. It seemed that Lu Chang could not easily defeat Hao Yin, leaving her utterly astonished at the depth of Hao Yin's martial prowess. Lu Chang cast a glance at Hao Chen, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. It was undeniable that Hao Chen's martial prowess was on par with his own, and one could only imagine that his magical abilities would be equally impressive. At that moment, Hao Chen clasped his fists together in a gesture of respect, bowing slightly as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I apologize for any offense during our earlier exchange. I hope you can forgive me." Fairy Qixing was left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Words failed her, but an overwhelming joy surged within her. As the barrier dissipated, Hao Chen approached her side. "Shall I escort you to this point? I must take my leave now." He glanced at Fairy Qixing, who stood there like a dazed individual, lost in her thoughts. "Thank you," she stammered, her lips quivering as she managed to utter those 3 words. Hao Chen turned to depart, heading towards the exit. "Wait. You have passed my assessment and are now a member of the Immortal Academy. You cannot leave at will." At that moment, Lu Chang felt a searing pain in his knee, trembling as he spoke sharply. "Girl, bring this individual to see me." A voice resonated in Fairy Qixing's ear, prompting her to glance up at the 3rd-floor master's chamber. There, 2 familiar figures stood before the expansive window, causing her eyes to glisten with moisture. Those figures were her parents, Master Zikifeng of the Hao Yin Immortal Academy and the esteemed instructor Qing Ruoshi of the Ice Element. "Hao Chen, follow me." Given Fairy Qixing's status, anyone she favored, even if deemed a waste, could be admitted as an ordinary disciple of the academy. However, she chose not to pursue this route, confident that Hao Chen's formidable abilities would allow him to gain entrance on his own merit. She led Hao Chen swiftly through the academy's grand entrance, making their way toward the master's chamber. As they departed, the 4 guardians in gray stationed outside exchanged glances filled with intrigue. "That young man seems remarkably domineering," one of them remarked, standing beside Lu Chang. This individual was Ying Baogang, the silent guardian who had accompanied Fairy Qixing back to the academy. Unable to contain himself, another guardian in gray finally spoke up. "Chief, that lad is merely a youth. Did you deliberately let him gain an advantage to achieve a draw?" The gray-clad guardian approached Lu Chang with a questioning demeanor. Lu Chang's expression was frosty as he shot a glare at the inquisitive guardian. "Did you not witness the earlier exchange? His assaults came in relentless waves, and they were anything but feigned. His strength is immense. How could I have possibly held back? Then, does this imply that this young man possesses the strength of a mid-stage celestial immortal? How is that conceivable? If given time, he could surely ascend to the golden immortal realm with great certainty." Upon uttering these words, astonishment washed over everyone present. They found it hard to fathom such extraordinary talent, which was indeed a rarity, almost too incredible to believe. This was precisely why I made an exception, allowing Fairy Qixing to bring him into the Immortal Academy. Such a remarkable talent, if not embraced by the Celestial Academy, would indeed be a lamentable loss. In the future, he could serve the alliance of celestial sects, and perhaps one day even become our leader. The gray-clad man remained silent, for such exceptional aptitude is truly rare, unheard of and unseen before. The other 2 individuals exchanged no words, yet their expressions reflected unanimous agreement. Princess Qixing, accompanied by Hao Yin, traversed for the duration of a fragrant incense stick. At long last, they arrived at the 3rd floor of the academy, the residence of the academy master. Chapter 875, Heaven Fulfills Human Wishes, Part 1, in the master's chamber. "Greetings, master. I am Hao Yin." He introduced himself as he came to a halt. Hao Yin, who had protected Princess Qixing on her journey back to the academy, sought no reward and wished to depart swiftly from this place. Zikifeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. With a single glance, he discerned that Hao Yin was no ordinary individual. He promptly returned the greeting. "Greetings, young friend. I am grateful for your escort of my daughter. May I inquire of your origins?" Princess Qixing felt a stir within her. She too was unaware of Hao Yin's background and could only allow him to introduce himself. However, the words that followed from Hao Yin not only astonished Princess Qixing, but also left her mother, Qing Ruoshi, momentarily speechless. "I have just ascended from the Qianyuan realm. fortuitously encountering Princess Qixing in distress and escorting her home. Zikifeng and Qing Ruoxi, almost in unison, realized the significance of his words. The Qianyuan realm? Was that not their ancestral land? Moreover, it was known as the birthplace of the great Emperor Haoyan of the northern Haoding. It had been a millennium since anyone had ascended to the celestial realm from Qianyuan. Even Zikifeng was left dumbfounded. The ascension of someone from their ancestral land was indeed a monumental event. Could this individual, claiming to be Haoyan, be a descendant of the great Emperor Haoyan? As this thought crossed Zikifeng's mind, he was abruptly awakened to the gravity of the situation and immediately bowed in respect, inviting Haoyan to take a seat. Qing Ruoxi regarded Haoyan with a more complex gaze. Upon their first meeting, she had sensed that this young man was extraordinary. She could not precisely articulate why, but in that moment of formal greeting, she discerned an innate aura of grace and authority in his demeanor, effortlessly commanding respect and comfort with every gesture. Faced with such a remarkable young man, and considering her own daughter, Qing Ruoxi felt a pang of envy. A youth such as this, with time, would surely eclipse Princess Qixing in many respects. Having fortuitously intervened to rescue Princess Qixing from peril, he had merely offered his protection as a courtesy, ensuring her safe return. Now that she is safely home, I shall take my leave, Haoyan stated, as Zikifeng offered him a seat. In that case, I must express my gratitude for your daughter's salvation, Zikifeng replied appreciatively. It was but a minor effort on my part. I must now attend to my assessment. So I bid you farewell, Haoyan said, preparing to exit the master's chamber. Not so fast. You have already passed the assessment. The steward will soon bring the relevant paperwork. Zikifeng interjected. I have passed the assessment, but I did not participate in any assessment, Haoyan responded, perplexed. Were you not engaged in a confrontation with the guard Lu Chang at the entrance? He informed us that you had passed the assessment. Zikifeng hurriedly clarified. They are merely guards, and I was merely engaging in a bet with them. It does not count. It does not count. Hao Chun waved his hand dismissively. They are not ordinary guards. Have you ever encountered a mid-stage celestial being among them? Those 4 figures in gray are from the enforcement team, sent to supervise the enrollment of new students, Zitsuan Feng said solemnly. Oh, Hao Chun suddenly comprehended. After a brief interval, Fairy Qixing led Hao Chun into a grand hall. Elder Xiaohao, awaken. Please issue the identity tokens and necessary items to this new student. Fairy Qixing called out to a venerable old man with white hair and no discernible cultivation. Elder Xiaohao slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Fairy Qixing, and paid little heed to her or Hao Chun, instead focusing on the others in the hall. The cultivation levels of this year's freshmen are quite commendable. Elder Xiaohao remarked to himself. Form an orderly queue and enter the workshop to receive your items, Elder Xiaohao commanded. The individuals in the hall quickly organized themselves, with Hao Chun being placed first by Fairy Qixing. The first individual will complete their registration before the others enter in sequence. Upon hearing Elder Xiaohao's instructions, Hao Chun stepped into Elder Xiaohao's workshop. What is your name? Elder Xiaohao inquired. Hao Chun, he replied. From the Hao family? Ambitious. Elder Xiaohao retrieved a blue rectangular token from beneath the counter and traced his finger over it. Within moments, Hao Chun's name appeared on the token, shimmering with a blue radiance. With a swift motion, Elder Xiaohao gestured towards Hao Chun's palm, yet did not harm him. Taken aback, Elder Xiaohao, who had held this position for centuries, found this occurrence unprecedented. Young man, you shall do it yourself, Elder Xiaohao said with a hint of resignation. Hao Chun summoned his magical energy, suddenly piercing his middle finger to extract a drop of golden red blood. This drop, imbued with a fierce aura, flowed from his hand onto the token, seeping into it. The blue glow dimmed, revealing a blend of golden red and blue luminescence. With a resounding crack, the blue token shattered. Hiss, who are you from the Hao family? Elder Xiaohao asked, astonished. I am merely a loose cultivator, not a member of the Hao clan, Hao Chun replied nonchalantly. Oh. Elder Xiaohao did not believe Hao Chun's words and instead produced a specially crafted black token. This time, Hao Chun again drew forth a drop of blood, and the black token did not explode. However, it shimmered with a golden red hue. This is a specially made token from the Hao family. Those without the Hao bloodline cannot refine it. The identity token crafted from your blood must be kept safe. This token, made at my discretion, indicates that you undoubtedly belong to the Xiaohao lineage. Holding this token allows you unrestricted access to the Hao family. Should you perish, the token will self-destruct, and I will be alerted. I will attempt to forge a standard token for you. This time, only a small amount of blood will suffice. Before long, Elder Xiaohao had reforged a blue token for Hao Chun. The token serves as the emblem of identity within the Celestial Academy, and all activities therein necessitate its possession. The storage bag, containing the belongings of a new disciple, was promptly handed to him by Elder Xiaohao, who also provided a storage bag with certain usage restrictions. Remember my name, Xiaohao Tianan. Elder Xiaohao remarked with profound significance. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. Hao Chun expressed his gratitude towards Xiaohao Tianan's concern. However, unbeknownst to Hao Chun, his information had already attracted the attention of the Hao family. Hao Chun's bloodline, even within the celestial realm, is among the purest, second only to the ancestral Emperor Haoyan. Upon departing from Elder Xiaohao Tianan's workshop, a doppelganger of Xiaohao Tianan took flight from the Haoyan Celestial Academy, carrying the shattered blue token. Indeed. This is the offspring of the Hao family. The Emperor Haoyan, meditating far away in the northern Hao court, had already learned of Hao Chun's clandestine entry into the celestial realm. From the moment Hao Chun obtained the Xiaohao legacy on the ancient battlefield of the Huanhe River, he had garnered the attention of the ancestral Emperor Haoyan, who discreetly notified the Hao family to monitor Hao Chun's whereabouts and report any findings immediately. Consequently, from that moment onwards, the Hao family secret guards were assigned a new task: deploying 4 celestial beings to safeguard Hao Chun's safety. Exiting Elder Xiaohao Tianan's workshop, Hao Chun immersed his consciousness into the blue token. At the misty peak of Feng Valley in the southeast, after a few moments, Hao Chun lifted his head and murmured to himself. In the ensuing time, those who received their identity tokens proceeded to their respective quarters. After exchanging greetings with Princess Ziqing, Hao Chun hurried towards Feng Valley. Chapter 876, The Heavens Align with Human Will, Part 2, Feng Valley. The Haoyan Celestial Academy is truly vast. Hao Chun marveled as he walked along the path to Feng Valley. Indeed, we've been walking for half an hour and still haven't arrived, remarked several newcomers accompanying Hao Chun, sharing his sentiments. Are we not there yet? Hao Chun suddenly smiled, pointing towards a mountain peak ahead. Oh, a young man named Wanyu exclaimed softly, having failed to notice it earlier. Hao Chun nodded slightly, then focused his thoughts, dispersing his consciousness to probe the continuous array of pavilions ahead. To his surprise, his consciousness could not penetrate them. Hao Chun was taken aback, sensing that when his consciousness swept through, there was nothing in sight. Yet, the pavilions were right before him, revealing the Academy's profound and mysterious techniques. Surrounding Feng Valley was a formation, augmented by spatial forces, as an attendant from the Academy explained. This attendant was Yue Gao, the celestial envoy dispatched from Misty Peak to welcome new students at the assessment center of the Academy. And then, Hao Chun inquired, digging deeper into the matter. At a certain distance, you will be able to see this mountain peak, and then you must walk there on foot using the most rudimentary method to enter your room. Other means will not grant you access. Yue Gao added, if I am not mistaken, your current identity token should emit a blue glow. Upon hearing this, Hao Chun infused his consciousness into the token, which indeed emanated a blue light, flickering continuously. At a certain distance, the token will glow blue, allowing one to enter the room, correct? After a moment of contemplation, Hao Chun spoke thus. Indeed. The moon goddess nodded in agreement. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Hao Yin and the group of disciples arrived at Maple Valley. The pavilions, scattered like stars, radiated a blue luminescence, enveloping the surroundings in an ethereal ocean of azure. I am from Courtyard 721, Hao Yin declared, moving forward to seek out his doorplate. Let us not proceed just yet. I shall guide the others in their search for accommodations. The moon goddess instructed Hao Yin, subsequently leading the others onward. There, a smile graced Hao Yin's face as he swayed his form, swiftly landing before the courtyard. Observing the tightly shut gates, he refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he drew forth a token with a subtle gesture, emanating an aura that activated it. Whoosh! A beam of blue light shot forth from the token, illuminating the doorplate before him, causing the gate to shimmer with ripples. Hao Yin stepped inside. The expansive courtyard, lush and vibrant, featured a quaint 2-story building. Within, there were over 10 rooms, equipped modestly with beds and chairs. In a secluded chamber for cultivation, a glowing mat piqued Hao Yin's curiosity. To his knowledge, this mat was crafted from celestial spirit grass, possessing the ability to enhance focus during meditation. Its exact efficacy remained to be discovered. I shall ascertain its effects shortly, Hao Yin murmured, but for now, he resolved to peruse the Academy's regulations. With a thought, Hao Yin retrieved the storage bag allocated by the Academy from his waist, turning it upside down to release its contents. As the aura swirled, a plethora of items appeared before him. Among them lay a set of student robes, a deep azure adorned with the characters Hao Yin, intricately embroidered with numerous patterns, likely serving as a defensive array. The quality of the defensive array should be commendable, given that it belonged to a student of the Celestial Academy. Contemplating this, Hao Yin deftly gestured, summoning the illusory condensation technique. A gentle flick sent forth a beam of light, striking the robe laid on the ground. Instantly, the array's patterns activated, shimmering with a misty blue glow that effortlessly repelled the energy emitted by the illusory condensation technique. Indeed, the defensive capabilities are impressive. It could likely withstand a casual strike from an ordinary celestial, Hao Yin mused with a smile. Since I am a student of Hao Yin Academy, I shall don this robe. With a movement of his body, the student robe adorned him. This must be the Academy's handbook, Hao Yin observed as a thin blue tome caught his eye, containing but a few pages. Extending his hand, he grasped the book, and in a brief moment, he had perused its contents. It appeared that the Academy adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. Reflecting upon this brought him some peace. After all, delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could easily falter when faced with the harsh realities outside. Only through growth in a brutal world, enduring trials and tribulations, could one develop the resilience necessary to navigate the treacherous deceptions of the outer realms and survive within the blood-soaked realm of the celestial. While this approach seemed harsh to the disciples, it was undoubtedly preferable to being mercilessly eradicated in the outside world. Hence, Hao Yin wholeheartedly endorsed the law of the jungle. For to ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial path, one must undergo the baptism of blood and fire. However, the Immortal Academy has made it abundantly clear that any infighting among disciples is strictly forbidden. Upon discovery, the consequences range from expulsion to, in severe cases, execution on the spot. This is indeed a formidable weapon. The Immortal Academy truly operates on a grand scale, thought Hao Chun as he admired the divine sword in his hand. The sword, entirely blue, felt foreign to him as he was accustomed to the weapon he had refined himself. Fortunately, the Academy did not mandate the use of a sword that symbolized its identity, or else he would have felt somewhat disheartened. As Hao Chun contemplated this, he was about to stow the Academy's sword into his storage ring when he inadvertently grazed the tip of the blade against his finger. Initially, he would have paid it no heed. However, his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he noticed a faint scratch had appeared, trickling droplets of blood from the wound. At present, Hao Chun's body possessed a hardness comparable to an ordinary immortal treasure. The fact that a sword from the Academy could cut him, even accidentally, indicated its sharpness was akin to that of a low-grade immortal sword. Intrigued, Hao Chun examined the sword closely for a moment before summoning Master Li Wanyu, a renowned artifact refiner. Master, could you discern any peculiarities about this sword? Hao Chun inquired, presenting the Academy's sword to him. Accepting the sword, Master Li Wanyu scrutinized it meticulously, particularly the tip. Suddenly, he remarked, "The tip?" Hao Chun was taken aback, and then he focused his consciousness on the sword tip, delving into observation and research. Simultaneously, he infused it with his immortal essence, eager to uncover its unique qualities. With a hum, innumerable intricate symbols illuminated around the tip, intertwining in a profound manner. Hao Chun watched intently, fearful of missing any detail. With a swift motion, he drew the sword forward, causing countless symbols to transform into a nearly invisible blade of light that clung to the tip. An exceedingly sharp aura erupted forth, effortlessly piercing a fine hole through the void. No wonder it was so sharp. It bore the formation's engravings on its tip, allowing the blade's sharp force to manifest, achieving an extreme level of sharpness. If one could master the art of inscribing rune formations in the immortal realm, etching these runes onto ordinary mysterious iron, the power would likely increase manifold. Hao Chun felt a burgeoning excitement within him. Master Wanyu, we have arrived in the immortal realm, and I have now joined the Hao Yin Immortal Academy. By entering the Academy, we shall gain access to advanced theoretical knowledge, enriching our minds. Hao Chun solemnly conveyed to Master Li Wanyu. Hearing Hao Chun's words, Master Li Wanyu was filled with emotion. Since following Hao Chun, they had truly begun to live meaningful lives. Hao Chen not only extended the lifespans of several aging masters, but also spared no resources to elevate their cultivation levels. At this moment, he had led them into the immortal realm. After inspecting the array barrier of the courtyard, Hao Chen proceeded to rearrange the formation. He then summoned the little fairies and handsome companions, in addition to all the flower spirits, allowing these humans and flower spirits to breathe in the pure immortal essence of this place. After undergoing the refinement of celestial essence, Yu Yao, Hao Yu, Tian Air, Yu Yao Tian, Yu Fei Xing, Hao Feng, Li Feng, and others became stunningly beautiful and remarkably handsome, captivating to the eye. The flower spirits, in particular, truly transformed into ethereal flower fairies. Once they locate the ascension pool and thoroughly refine the bodies of those around them, they will seek a secure haven to settle these individuals. A visit to the library is in order to procure some secret tomes from the celestial realm to study various spells and techniques. It is imperative to devise a means to acquire celestial essence stones. Otherwise, how can one cultivate? Hao Chen pondered deeply, resting his hand against his forehead. Chapter 877, Systematic Learning, Part 1. After several bustling days, the new students finally settled in. Hao Chen was temporarily placed in the new student class 7, which comprised 50 individuals. The minimum cultivation level was at the initial stage of martial sovereign, while the highest reached the late stage of martial sovereign, thus forming a martial sovereign class. Each class possessed its own designated area, fortified by arrayed barriers. Individuals below the golden immortal realm could not damage the academy's facilities. After a year in the new student class, one could enter the disciplinary institute and the primary institute. Upon advancing to the intermediate class, students could select specialized training classes based on their aspirations and interests, such as alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and array formation. They could also choose classes according to elemental attributes, including gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Today, all new student classes gathered, and Class 7 was no exception. Hao Chen, along with other students, awaited the arrival of their instructor in the teaching courtyard. After a brief incense stick burned, a young celestial maiden entered the grand hall and took her place at the forefront of the dais. All disciples rose to pay their respects, and upon seeing her countenance, Hao Chen could not help but express his astonishment. The maiden was none other than the enchanting Li Qixing. I am Li Qixing, and for the foreseeable future, I shall be your class instructor. You may refer to me as Instructor Li Qixing. Please take your seats. The celestial maiden briefly introduced herself and gestured for everyone to sit down. Becoming a formidable practitioner is no simple endeavor. The Hao Tian Academy is the cradle for nurturing talent for the Northern Hao Court, established to uphold order within the celestial realm. Thus, the foremost principle of becoming a competent cultivator is to fight for justice. After her opening remarks, Li Qixing herself took a seat. Following her introduction, she invited each student to present themselves. I am Zhu Zhuangfei, a member of the Zhu family from Haotian City, at the late stage of martial sovereign. My only passion, aside from eating, is eating. The first to rise for self-introduction was a plump individual. Haha, perhaps you should consider renaming yourself to Zhu Zhuang. A petite beauty chimed in with a laugh. I hail from the same place as this pig. My name is Luo Fei Air. Also at the late stage of martial sovereign. I have known this pig since childhood, and because of him, I have often faced my family scolding. My favorite pastime is to take my frustrations out on him. My surname is Zhu, which means wish, Zhuang means manner, and Fei means to fly. Zhu Zhuangfei retorted, raising his voice in defense. Oh dear, I only gave you that name for your own good. With such a name, you will either be knocked away or become a concubine in a harem. Hehe. The pig has been raised for nearly 30 years, yet it remains only at the initial stage of the martial emperor level, while still preoccupied with my blooming flower. Zhu Zhuangfei and Luo Fei's opening remarks were refreshingly novel, eliciting a hearty laughter that significantly lightened the atmosphere within the room. Li Wei is at the mid-stage of the martial emperor level, while Hao Ruoxuan is at the late stage, Yang Yu at the mid-stage, Wan Ying at the initial stage, and Hao Chun at the mid-stage as well. The final self-introduction by Hao Chun captured the attention of Hao Ruoxuan. She pondered why this older brother appeared so amiable. His visage evoked memories of ancestral portraits back home. In the ancient transmission hall of the Immortal Academy, which houses thousands of seats, the spacious venue was already filled with students, newcomers who had just been admitted to the academy, gathering in small groups to reminisce. Although these students hailed from various locations, A majority were from the northern Haoding region, particularly from Haotian City, where many were acquainted prior to entering the academy, forming their own social circles. Hao Qin entered the hall and chose a secluded spot to sit alone, activating the jade pendant space to communicate with the voices from the demon suppression tower. At that moment, individuals within the tower congregated in the second level, the wood space. The jade pendant space, controlled by Linger, allowed the sound to permeate every corner. Soon, other students would gradually arrive to listen and learn. The first to take the stage and impart wisdom was Wang Qiyu, a mentor from the transmission hall. At the late stage of the celestial immortal level, for these newly admitted students, the opportunity to hear a celestial immortal share insights on cultivation was indeed a rare and coveted chance, especially for those whose progress had stagnated. On the podium, Elder Wang Qiyu was far from aimlessly lecturing. His discourse primarily focused on experiences related to breakthrough in realms. The challenges of progressing through various stages are an unavoidable aspect for cultivators, whether it pertains to major breakthroughs or minor enhancements involving bottlenecks. Many often find themselves stuck within a certain realm, struggling to advance. Wang Qiyu recounted his journey as an initially obscure cultivator, detailing his progression from the foundation establishment stage to the Great Ascension and then to the late celestial immortal stage. Each phase of his advancement was described with considerable detail, offering invaluable insights for the multitude present in the hall, provided they could absorb the wisdom shared. Many immortals in the hall listened with rapt attention, some even taking out notebooks to record every word spoken by Wang Qiyu. The individuals within the jade pendant space and the demon suppression tower were equally exhilarated. The matters of cultivation are not confined to a single perspective. The experiences and insights of others hold significant relevance for those in the demon suppression tower and the jade pendant space. From Wang Qiyu's narration, Hao Qin too gleaned some insights, particularly during the discussion of the progression process, where failures were acknowledged. His path to the late stage of the celestial immortal realm was not devoid of challenges, having encountered several setbacks along the way. The experiences of failure, though disheartening, hold significant value in the eyes of Hao Qin. Perhaps, during his future advancements, he may encounter similar challenges, thus equipping himself with superior preparation. As time swiftly passed, half an hour, 2 hours, before long, several hours had flown by. Wang Qiyu spoke continuously for hours, having nearly completed the content he had prepared, marking the conclusion of his teaching session. Ultimately, he departed from the podium under the reluctant gazes of the audience. As the evening glow of dusk painted the sky, the students exited the grand hall in an orderly fashion. Upon returning to the Lioli sect's residence, the cultivators dispersed to their respective quarters. By the end of the day, Hao Qin felt a considerable sense of accomplishment. The experiences gleaned from the demon suppression tower and the jade pendant space had been particularly enlightening. These insights would undoubtedly enhance their future cultivation efforts. The following day, the mentor from the Hall of Inheritance, the early celestial alchemist Huang Lingjia, was set to impart knowledge. Esteemed friends, I am Huang Lingjia, a mentor from the Hall of Inheritance. It is indeed a privilege to gather here with all of you to explore the art of alchemy. He intended to first share his insights and experiences in the field of alchemy, hoping to offer assistance to his fellow practitioners. Naturally, he welcomed any understanding should there be inadequacies in his discourse. He recounted his journey from becoming a first-level alchemist to ascending to the 9th level, ultimately achieving the rank of celestial alchemist. He briefly outlined the arduous path he traversed, sharing invaluable experiences, though he only touched lightly on his time as an earthly alchemist. Recognizing that the majority of the audience were still at the foundational stages of their cultivation, namely, the true essence stage, indicating they were primarily intermediate and lower-level alchemists. Consequently, the focus of his teachings was directed towards the mid-tier aspects of alchemy, as the more profound concepts would likely elude their comprehension. Within the hall, a serene atmosphere enveloped the audience, each individual wholly absorbed in Huang Lingjia's every utterance. The insights from a celestial alchemist were indeed a rare opportunity, and they listened intently, even if some concepts proved difficult to grasp. Nonetheless, recording these teachings would undoubtedly aid them in their future pursuits of the alchemical path. As the session continued, Wang Qiyu's voice resonated slowly, while time continued its relentless march. Unbeknownst to them, the morning slipped away in a fleeting moment. After sharing his experiences, Huang Lingjia emphasized specific issues regarding the refinement of certain common elixirs. Although these were ordinary potions, many alchemists found themselves ensnared by such challenges. Through detailed explanations, he aimed to provide enlightenment that might assist them in overcoming their respective bottlenecks. In the final half hour, Huang Lingjia engaged with the attendees, inviting questions and addressing them one by one. Thus, the session of imparting knowledge gracefully concluded. Chapter 878, Systematic Learning, Part 2. After departing from the Hall of Heritage, Hao Chen did not hasten back to the Maple Valley of the mysterious peak. Instead, he made his way to the Array Research Hall, where he engaged in conversation with the fairy Li Qixing. He learned that there would be a seminar on the principles of array formation that afternoon. This exchange was not open to ordinary students, but was reserved for advanced class discussions on the art of array formation. Hao Chen requested Fairy Li Qixing to facilitate his entry into the Array Research Hall. Coincidentally, Fairy Li Qixing also harbored a keen interest in the art of arrays. Although Hao Chen could be considered a master of arrays, he still found himself significantly outmatched by the masters in the celestial realm. Thus, he sought to seize this opportunity to further his knowledge. Upon their arrival at the Array Research Hall, the seminar had already commenced. Hao Chen refrained from entering the hall alongside Fairy Li Qixing, wary of drawing attention due to her status as the headmaster's daughter. He entered the grand hall a moment later, managing to go unnoticed. "Young friend, I did not expect to see you here. Come, take a seat over here," called a gray-robed elder from a prominent position in the hall upon spotting Hao Chen. Hao Chen turned towards the voice and immediately recognized the elder. It was the very same individual who had crafted his identity token. To his surprise, this man was also a master of arrays. Responding to the elder-esque greeting, Hao Chen smiled and promptly made his way towards him. "It is an honor to see you, senior." He bowed deeply before the elder. The gray-robed elder, stroking his grizzled beard, chuckled warmly. "There is no need for formalities, my young friend. Please, have a seat." Hao Chen nodded slightly and sat beside the elder. The elder then introduced Hao Chen to the other celestial beings seated nearby, proclaiming, "Esteemed friends, this is my junior, Hao Chen." Subsequently, the celestial beings rose to greet Hao Chen with enthusiasm. He reciprocated politely, solidifying their acquaintance. At that moment, Hao Chen felt immense gratitude towards the elder for his support. After the customary pleasantries, the elder resumed discussing matters pertaining to arrays, as the theme of the seminar revolved around the art of array formation. The celestial beings gathered around the elder were predominantly masters of arrays, possessing a profound understanding that far surpassed Hao Chen's. However, this was a fortuitous opportunity for him to absorb more knowledge on the subject. Initially, Hao Chen listened attentively, but as the elder encouraged him to share his experiences in array research, he began modestly inquiring about certain challenges he faced regarding the art of arrays. While Hao Chen engaged in discourse with the elder and the others about arrays, more celestial beings gradually entered the hall. Within half an hour, over 200 celestial beings had assembled. Suddenly, two celestial beings emerged from the rear of the hall, one clad in white robes and the other in gray. The gazes of the crowd converged upon the two celestial beings clad in white and gray robes. The former, the white-robed immortal, was none other than the esteemed master of the academy, Zitsuan Feng. The latter, the gray-robed immortal, was Lu Chang, with whom he had previously engaged in combat. Upon their arrival, the immortals within the hall rose in unison to pay their respects. Zitsuan Feng surveyed the assembly, raised his hand in greeting, and with a gentle smile remarked, "Esteemed friends, there is no need for formality. Let us take our seats and engage in discourse." Lu Chang reciprocated the gesture of respect towards the gathered assembly as well. Zitsuan Feng and Lu Chang then joined the circle of Xiaohao Tianan. It was only after the two had taken their seats that the others felt at ease to do the same. This exchange of courtesies was a fundamental etiquette among immortals, where the principle of respecting the strong has always prevailed. Once seated, Xiaohao Tianan ascended to the podium. He first scanned the seated assembly, then stroked his graying beard thoughtfully, before commencing his teachings at a measured pace. "Dear friends, the primary purpose of today's symposium is to explore the art of formations. Since you have chosen to be here, it is evident that you share a keen interest in this discipline." With that, he dispensed with further pleasantries and directly initiated the proceedings. "To begin, I shall introduce the topic, the myriad transformations inherent in the art of formations." Within the grand hall, there was no doubt that Xiaohao Tianan was the foremost authority on the art of formations. In the realm of Beihai, he was renowned as the premier master of formations. Moreover, He also held the esteemed position of the revered master of the research hall for formations, making his opening remarks entirely appropriate. Xiaohao Tiannin proceeded to expound his understanding of the art of formations. In the realm of cultivation, formation masters represent a distinct category, with their prowess categorized into tiers, those of the immortal realm, the celestial essence realm, and the divine realm. Each tier encompasses 9 levels, ranging from level 1 to level 9. Levels 1 to 3 are classified as junior formation masters, levels 4 to 6 as intermediate masters, and levels 7 to 9 as advanced masters. A level 1 formation master represents the most basic stage. Thus, one might say that a junior level 2 formation master could contend against 3 junior level 1 masters, boasting threefold the strength at each level. This discourse continued for nearly half an hour, during which the assembly listened attentively, their expressions serious. Although Xiaohao Tiannin's exposition did not delve into esoteric concepts, the nuanced insights he shared proved valuable for the attendees' understanding of the art of formations. Naturally, the depth of comprehension would ultimately depend on each individual's interpretation and assimilation. From Xiaohao Tiannin's detailed elucidation, Hao Yan gleaned a wealth of valuable information. He was aware of the various levels within the art of formations, although he had not sought certification from the Formation Masters Guild. However, Hao Yan recognized the considerable gap between his abilities and those of a master like Xiaohao Tiannin. The insights shared by the latter held significant reference value for him. Furthermore, seizing the rare opportunity to partake in such a symposium on formations, he listened with utmost diligence. Following Xiaohao Tiannin's discourse, the next individual to take the stage was Su Changyue, an instructor from the research hall for formations, who promptly began to articulate his understanding of the art as well. Although his mastery of formations is not on par with that of Xiaohao Tiannin, he is nonetheless recognized as a respected master of formations within the northern Haoding immortal domain. Su Qingyue's expertise in formations is, in fact, not significantly inferior when compared to that of Xiaohao Tiannin. The other 2 individuals are proficient in different types of formations, each emphasizing their particular area of expertise. Su Qingyue's exposition took nearly half an hour. Following him, several formation masters took turns to speak, including a few seated beside Hao Yan. Hao Yan himself felt unqualified to contribute, as his understanding of formations was merely at the level of an earthly formation master. In contrast, the formation masters, such as Xiaohao Tiannin, are esteemed figures in the immortal realm, and Hao Yan recognized the considerable gap in their knowledge, refraining from any attempts to showcase his own understanding. After the series of speeches from the immortal realm's formation masters, the assembly, under the guidance of Xiaohao Tiannin and Su Changyue, commenced an interactive exchange. They engaged in detailed discussions regarding the design of various formations, including the selection of materials and specific arrangements, facilitating a systematic dialogue. Many participants actively posed questions, voicing their uncertainties regarding the path of formations. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yan presented 3 queries that reflected his previous confusions encountered during the arrangement of formations. As he had no one to consult in the Qianyuan and Qiyuan realms, where formation masters were scarce, the opportunity for such exchange was rare, and he was eager to seek guidance. Time flew by, and before long, several hours had passed. As dusk settled, the Formation Research Hall concluded its exchange meeting. Hao Yan felt a lingering desire for more. Given the chance, he would have wished for the discussions to extend over several days. Nevertheless, in just one afternoon, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge about formations. Although he only posed 3 questions during the exchange, many of the inquiries raised by other practitioners resonated with his own uncertainties. The formation masters, including Xiaohao Tiannin and Su Changyue, provided comprehensive and detailed answers to the questions posed by the audience, yielding substantial insights. Chapter 879. Exempt from training upon leaving the Formation Research Hall, Hao Yan exchanged greetings with Princess Li Qixing before heading back to his residence. The following day, other students engaged in independent cultivation to assimilate the knowledge acquired during the concentrated study. However, Hao Yan did not partake in solitary cultivation. Instead, he received a transmission from Princess Li Qixing, inviting him to accompany her to a high-level training exchange meeting. This gathering attracted considerable attention. Upon their arrival, the Grand Hall was nearly filled to capacity. Under the auspices of the Formation Research Hall, the training exchange meeting commenced swiftly. During the symposium, Hao Yan proactively participated in discussions, sharing some of his training experiences. although he spoke infrequently. Possessing the strength of a martial emperor and surpassing most of the attendees, his theoretical knowledge was relatively rudimentary, placing him at the lower end of the spectrum in this context. He did not deliberately seek to showcase anything. Rather, he casually shared his insights. During the Cultivation Exchange Conference, he gained valuable experiences from the cultivation insights of others, thus not leaving empty-handed. The Advanced Classes Cultivation Exchange Conference lasted a considerable time, extending from the morning until dusk, spanning roughly 5 hours. This event served as a demonstration of the prowess exhibited by the Haotian Immortal Academy. The participants were predominantly students of the martial emperor realm and above, making the exchange quite successful. After the conference concluded, Haotian and the Fairy Qixing departed from the Grand Hall. In the subsequent days, aside from a training session for his class, he engaged in personal cultivation. Fairy Qixing also facilitated his participation in several advanced exchange conferences. The themes of these conferences were diverse, encompassing alchemy, artifact forging, rune engraving, and the crafting of magical treasures. After attending multiple consecutive sessions, he amassed significant knowledge. The first phase of education at the Haotian Immortal Academy lasted 3 months in total. During this period, Haotian extensively explored the realms of alchemy and artifact forging. Moreover, within the northern Haotian forest, he eliminated celestial beings of the fairy realm, acquiring numerous secret manuals. He utilized this time to conduct systematic study. The first phase for new students, comprising 3 months of theoretical coursework, has now concluded. The second phase, focused on sparring and exchange, is a subject of great interest. Each new student class must dispatch participants for combat. Individuals who achieve sufficient points and rankings stand to gain not only substantial rewards established by the academy, but also, to a degree, showcase the strength of their class. The new student classes actively arrange for participants. Given the numerous students across various classes, the academy formulated corresponding standards. Regardless of the number of participants, each student class qualified to register for the competition. Each new class is limited in the number of representatives they may send. Classes conducted their own assessments, designating 8 competitors for fair and just competition. Through this selection process, new student classes are ranked and assigned to roles as first, second, or third-tier servants. With 3,000 new students, each class consists of 50 individuals, totaling 60 classes. The third-tier classes are responsible for the academy's mine security and the patrol of the fairy domain. The second-tier classes handle miscellaneous duties within the academy. The first-tier classes are tasked with internal patrol and security. Over 3 years, new student classes progress through 3 phases: theoretical learning, cultivation sparring, and outdoor trials. After completing 3 years of servant duties, classes enter the junior academy and engage in comprehensive studies for an additional 3 years. Depending on personal interests, students can choose to specialize in artifact forging, alchemy, or rune crafting, joining different divisions based on elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. After 3 years in the intermediate class, students may advance to the advanced class for specialized learning. Classes in the Advanced Academy select elite students based on individual capabilities, with the top 8 entering an elite class. The elite class comprises 128 individuals, and after 2 years, they may choose their celestial positions, applicable to an ordinary celestial being. Haotian is a clandestine immigrant who has not undergone the baptism of the Ascension Pool. Despite possessing strength comparable to that of a human immortal, he sustained grievous injuries during the teleportation process, causing a significant decline in his cultivation level. To outsiders, he merely appears to be a mid-stage martial emperor. Following his confrontation with the gray-clad assassin Li Qixing, he caught the attention of Zitsuan Peak, who decided to keep him hidden. When the students were being sorted into classes, Fairy Qixing, acting on her father's instruction, specifically arranged for Haotian to join her class, allowing her to spend time with him under the pretext of propriety. In the new student class, which comprises miscellaneous roles, they have coexisted for 6 years, with the potential for even longer companionship. As long as there are more than 15 members in the 7th class, it will not be disbanded. However, during the sparring sessions among the new students, Haotian was not permitted to participate. This was due to Fairy Qixing's prohibition, and Haotian himself had no desire to attract undue attention, as he preferred to operate discreetly. Among the 49 students in his new class, all were diligently preparing for the upcoming contests, while Haotian's residence was filled with the melodious sounds of songbirds and the gentle care of several little girls. nurturing a rare bird that had hatched in the immortal realm and was destined to be a celestial beast. The bird caught the eye of Yu Yao, and Hao Chen's taming techniques were imparted to him by Yuan, of whom Yu Yao was familiar. However, during the training session, Yu Yao was summoned by Yu Xiaolan to learn from a secret manual obtained from Qi Feng of the Qinyu sect. This manual contained taming techniques far superior to those of the Yu family. Upon Yu Xiaolan's suggestion, Yu Yao formed a contractual bond with the rare bird, akin to a friendship. Although their fates were intertwined, should Yu Yao perish, the bird would undoubtedly follow. Yet if the bird were to die, Yu Yao would survive, albeit with diminished cultivation. Aside from the company of the young women, the little green creature, the young fairy, the handsome youth, and the flower fairy, no other beings were allowed entry. The space within the jade pendant and the magic suppression tower housed abundant resources, including a plethora of demon beast meat, spirit grains, spirit wine, and spirit tea. It could sustain not just 3,000, but even 30,000 individuals for several years without concern. In recent days, Fairy Qixing has been accompanying the students of Class 7 in their training of spells and techniques. However, she forbade Hao Chen from participating. Even Lu Chong, who had suppressed his cultivation to the human immortal realm, could hold his own, and given that Hao Chen was merely a mid-stage martial emperor, there was little point in him training against such a formidable opponent. Thus, he was excused from training in her presence. Though exempt from physical training, he was not overlooked. At Fairy Qixing's suggestion, Hao Chen became the logistics officer for Class 7, tasked with ensuring adequate support and improved living conditions during their preparation for the competitions. Fairy Qixing was well aware of Hao Chen's culinary skills, having savored his cooking and grilling during their time in the northern Hao forest. Consequently, Hao Chen had no choice but to accommodate the little green creature and others into the jade pendant space. This courtyard had effectively transformed into a small dining hall for Class 7, always bustling with students during meal times. Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxuan, in particular, made themselves at home, often choosing to stay rather than retreating to their own quarters at night. Hao Ruoxian, in a bold display of initiative, invited the ethereal Xiao Hao Tiannan for a modest drink, while the enchanting Qixing fairy brought along her mother, Qing Ruoxi, for companionship. In an instant, Hao Chen's quaint courtyard transformed into a lively tavern brimming with merriment and indulgence. Observing the contentment and happiness radiating from everyone's faces, Hao Chen felt a genuine sense of joy. He had never imagined that he would find himself living amidst such a delightful group of friends. "Why aren't you participating in the training?" Xiao Hao Tiannan, lounging without a care, inquired of Hao Chen. "As the Life Committee member of Class 7, I am responsible for logistical services, hence I am exempt from training. Enjoying good food and drink is also a form of cultivation," Hao Chen jested. Xiao Hao Tiannan, patting his belly while reclining on the living room sofa, contentedly pondered the unparalleled freedom he experienced with this youthful company. Despite their centuries of existence, it was indeed the first time he had lived so joyously. He mused that he might just show up uninvited for the next gathering. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted into a slumber. Chapter 880, Mysterious Disappearance. Recently, Hao Chen's courtyard had noticeably lacked the presence of the gluttonous Zhu Zhuangfei, a notorious figure in Haotian City, known for his insatiable appetite as he roamed the streets and alleys, sampling every delicacy. Hao Chen, however, had taken Zhu Zhuangfei under his wing as a procurement officer, sending him to gather supplies outside the Immortal Academy. In secret, under Hao Chen's guidance, he sought to acquire a residence near Haotian City, providing a convenient refuge for their future visits. The matter of immortal essence stones was trivial. All that was needed was a place for their gathering. With the approval of Qixing Fairy, Zhu Zhuangfei frequently traversed between Haotian City and the Immortal Academy, sourcing provisions. Within the northern Hao forest, Hao Chen had vanquished 7 celestial beings, and with the wealth accumulated from Qi Feng and Luo Baizong, he had amassed millions of immortal essence stones. After 3 months of preparation, Hao Chen's courtyard had become a modest dining hall for Class 7. Few ventured to the Academy's beginner's dining hall due to the inconvenience of travel, and besides, Hao Chen's culinary skills were exceptional. Although over 50 individuals dined, much of the food was organized by Hao Chen, with contributions from female cultivators within the demon suppression tower and the women around him. These participants reaped numerous benefits, enjoying the delicacies of the immortal realm, which greatly aided their cultivation. To cater to the tastes of the Class 7 students, Hao Chun had instructed Zhu Fei to procure a variety of vegetable seeds for planting inside and outside the courtyard. 10 seeds were sown, 2 in the courtyard and 8 stored within the Jade Pendant and the Demon Suppression Tower space. However, Zhu Fei had not returned after 3 days, prompting Hao Chun to investigate the matter. After assigning a few female classmates to prepare the meals, he set off to Haotian City with Luo Fei Air. With Luo Fei Air guiding the way, their journey was swift, and they arrived at Haotian City by evening. The imposing city, with its towering archways, exuded an air of regal majesty and grandeur. Is this Haotian City? Indeed, it is extraordinary. Despite his lofty expectations, the sight of the magnificent city filled Hao Chun with awe and reflection. Upon entering Haotian City, the streets were bustling with a throng of people, and an array of goods dazzled the eyes of onlookers. Haotian observed the crowd and noted that the majority were cultivators. However, there were also quite a few ordinary practitioners. This revelation stirred his thoughts, for if many ordinary practitioners resided here, then the individuals around him could also live in this vibrant locale. Truly, Haotian City in the northern region was a gathering place for heroes and legends, and Haotian couldn't help but marvel at it. The two parted ways, with Haotian instructing Luo Fei to return home, first to gather information about Zhu Fei. Subsequently, he donned a simple blue robe and soon found himself at a tavern. This establishment, while merely moderately luxurious in Haotian City, was several times larger than the most opulent taverns in Feng City. The patrons were all elegantly dressed individuals. Inside the tavern, a server of the nascent soul realm approached him. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire whether you wish to dine or seek accommodations?" The server asked courteously. In the Qinyuan realm, a nascent soul cultivator was a formidable figure, yet here they merely served drinks. "I wish to dine." It was the dinner hour, a perfect opportunity to gather intelligence. Just then, a customer vacated a secluded booth at the edge, and Haotian swiftly made his way into it. With a jug of exquisite wine and a platter of delectable dishes before him, he settled in to observe the myriad of human experiences and listen to extraordinary tales. The ancient Yuan realm has been engulfed by the demon realm, and the celestial realm has already dispatched individuals to investigate. It appears that a battlefield may soon arise in the ancient Yuan realm. In our northern Haoting celestial domain, we have also detected ominous stirrings from the demon realm. The celestial realm is certainly in turmoil. May the cataclysmic battles of a millennium ago not repeat themselves, he overheard. One of the little princesses from the Hao family has gone missing, searched for many days without a trace. I heard that the young master of the Qinyu sect in Feng City was vanquished by a young man. The Qinyu sect is a formidable power established by the Qi family near Feng City. Rumor has it that the waste of the Zhu family has managed to enter the Celestial Academy through someone else's influence. Indeed, even entering the Celestial Academy, he remains a waste, perpetually idle and unlearned. I've also heard that Luo Ziyun from the Luo family has vanished without a trace. Haotian was keenly interested in the matters concerning the Qinyu sect and was probing into the situation of the Zhu family. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the tavern. The leading figure, clad in a white robe, appeared to be in his 30s, his cultivation level indiscernible, yet his proud demeanor instilled fear in others. Beside him stood a young man in a blue robe, seemingly around 25 or 26, possessing cultivation at the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. "Wang Nan, find a place to eat quickly. We must be on our way." The young man in white instructed the one in blue. "Find the finest private room." Before their feet had even settled, Wang Nan's attendant called out. The tavern server, attending to other guests, approached the two with courtesy. "I apologize, esteemed guests, but our private rooms are currently full. The last available secluded seating has just been reserved by another patron. I am truly sorry. If you wish to dine, there are 2 empty seats available ahead. I can have them prepared for you immediately, and the dishes will be served shortly. Have my young master sit among those commoners?" Wang Nan retorted haughtily. He was merely a solitary figure within the partition, prompting his expulsion while offering 2 pieces of celestial essence stones to procure the space. The attendant, Wang Nan, spoke with a cold snort, eyeing Hao Chun. The inn's server found himself in a predicament, hastily taking the celestial stones to leave, lest he incur the wrath of my young master for delaying his meal. Wang Nan cast a glance at Hao Chun and carelessly tossed 2 pieces of celestial essence on a Hao Chun's table. Hao Chun regarded Wang Nan with indifference, his gaze shifting to the inn's server. "Find a place for these 2 individuals. I have a guest arriving shortly." As he had just entered Haotian City, Hao Chen preferred to avoid any conflict for the time being. The server opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words upon catching the fierce glare from Wang Nan. Having worked at the inn for years, the server discerned that these two were not adversaries he could afford to provoke. Humph. Wang Nan turned to glare at Hao Chen, rebuking, "You ungrateful wretch." With that, he placed his hand on Hao Chen's shoulder, intending to teach this insolent young man a lesson. Hao Chen tilted his head, his expression growing cold. The aura of Zhuang Fei? Why does he bear the essence of Zhuang Fei? Are they friends or foes? Hao Chen chose not to immediately remove Wang Nan's hand, contemplating the situation. It would be unwise to inquire recklessly. If they were friends, it would be manageable. But if foes, it could spell trouble. With this thought, Hao Chen grasped Wang Nan's hand, slowly moving it off his shoulder. Get lost. Hao Chen delivered a swift kick to Wang Nan's abdomen, feeling it necessary to impart a lesson, for such arrogance was intolerable. Bang! Wang Nan cried out, propelled by Hao Chen's kick, crashing against a supporting pillar in the hall. Hao Chen had previously tolerated Wang Nan's insolence, but now that he sought to assert dominance, Hao Chen could no longer endure. The server, witnessing the unfolding scene, turned pale. The two individuals were evidently formidable, their attire far more lavish than Hao Chen's. This confrontation could only invite trouble. Just then, a cold snort echoed through the air. The young man in white approached Hao Chen with a darkened expression. One must consider the master when striking a dog. How dare you lay hands on my subordinate? Hong Lin, he shouted at Hao Chen. Many patrons in the inn had been observing the scene, and upon hearing the name Hong Lin, several faces changed color. Hong Lin? Could it be the steward of the Qi family escort hall, the seventh young master Qi Honglin? He is indeed a formidable figure. The steward of the Qi family escort hall held a position equivalent to that of the hall master, overseeing numerous vice masters. Qi Honglin was, in fact, the steward of the Qi family's guard hall. Chapter 881. The inn confrontation in Haoyan City. The districts were delineated according to cardinal directions: East Haoyan City, South Haoyan City, West Haoyan City, and North Haoyan City. Beihai City stands as the most prominent district within Haoyan City, and it is customary for the inhabitants to refer to Haoyan City simply as Beihai City. Within this region lies the renowned celestial family, the Qi clan. As the waiter gazed at Hao Qian, he contemplated uttering something further. However, at that moment, a sudden chill emanated from beside him, causing the waiter to shudder violently. You are exceedingly arrogant. If I do not teach you a lesson today, how will I maintain my dignity? Upon hearing these words, Qi Honglin unexpectedly burst into laughter. Arrogant? I am merely seated here consuming my meal, yet you allow others to usurp my seat. How does this differ from bullying the weak? From committing murder in broad daylight? From wreaking havoc? Is this not akin to the actions of a bandit? Within the tavern, many patrons gasped at Hao Yin's remarks. This individual truly seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, daring to retort at such a moment. Was he courting death? Perhaps he realized that no favor would be granted, and so he chose to embrace a semblance of defiance. Numerous people shook their heads in disapproval. In Beihai City, who among them was unaware of the Qi clan's guard hall? To provoke someone from the Qi clan's guard hall was undoubtedly an invitation to demise. Qi Honglin, witnessing his subordinate Wang Nan being forcefully expelled from the tavern, felt his countenance darken further as he fixed his gaze upon Hao Yin. You are quite impressive. Throughout my life, you are the first to dare raise a hand against me. With that, Qi Honglin struck, his palm aimed directly at Hao Yin's cheek, evidently intending to humiliate him first. With a cold snort, Hao Yin raised his left hand and seized Qi Honglin's wrist as it approached. You dare to retaliate. Qi Honglin's expression grew even colder. You foolish creature. Do you believe the world must bow to your whims? Do you consider yourself an immortal emperor? With disdain, Hao Yin raised his right hand and swung it towards Qi Honglin's cheek. The strike was executed with remarkable speed, directed at Honglin's face. A resounding clap reverberated as Qi Honglin swiftly turned and raised his left hand to meet Hao Yin's, their palms colliding with force. Hao Yin promptly released his grip, and both retreated half a step. The seventh young master Honglin had actually been. My heavens! The steward of the guard hall, Qi Honglin, witnessed this scene, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. The tavern's waiter turned pale, his expression shifting dramatically as he stared at Hao Yin. Could this person truly possess such strength? Honglin's gaze bore into Hao Yin, his face contorted with anger. You dare to engage me in combat? No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura erupted from Qi Honglin, startling all present. Someone swallowed hard. Late-stage human immortal. Indeed. A tumultuous wave of energy radiated from Qi Honglin, his eyes ablaze with fury as they fixated on Hao Yin. This aura was genuinely intimidating, causing many within the tavern to tremble in fear, prompting a number of patrons to flee. The waiter, on the verge of tears, fretted at the thought of the destruction that would ensue if these two were to clash within the tavern. It seemed certain that the day's business would be ruined, and he feared that the manager would summarily dismiss him the following day. The waiter lamented his misfortune, wondering what calamity had befallen him to encounter such a predicament. The tumultuous waves of chaos surged uncontrollably within the establishment, where numerous patrons fixated intently upon the two figures at the center, their expressions betraying a sense of exhilaration. After all, the celestial realm seldom witnessed such commotion, and most individuals relished the spectacle. "Your right hand shall remain here today," Qi Honglin threatened, his gaze fixed coldly on Hao Chun. "I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences." Hao Chun retorted disdainfully. In an instant, he executed the stunning swan step, appearing before Qi Honglin in a heartbeat. With a clang, the Su Xian sword materialized abruptly in Hao Chun's right hand, firmly poised against Qi Honglin's throat. Qi Honglin's complexion paled dramatically, the formidable aura surrounding him receding like the tide. Simultaneously, the other patrons in the establishment were struck by astonishment. What astonishing speed! And when did he draw that sword? They murmured, their hearts racing in alarm. This young man was indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. Those who had previously dismissed Hao Chen's capabilities now found themselves engulfed in embarrassment. Wang Nan, a subordinate of Qi Honglin, had been knocked aside by Hao Chun and was just now groggily regaining his footing beneath a support pillar in the hall. With a face twisted in rage, he approached Hao Chun, determined to ensure that the seventh young master would administer a severe reprimand to him. However, upon rejoining the crowd, the sight before him rendered him speechless. Qi Honglin was indeed being held at sword point. How audacious! You dare to threaten a member of the Qi family with a blade? Do you seek death? Remove that sword at once, Wang Nan exclaimed, jolted back to reality, though still reeling from shock. Begone! Hao Chun glared at Wang Nan, his voice icy. With a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a wave of energy that struck Wang Nan forcefully. "Ah!" Wang Nan cried out in agony, sent crashing against the support pillar. Observers watched in awe, their throats dry, marveling at the sheer dominance displayed by this young man. "Leave, or face death." Hao Chun's gaze bored down upon Qi Honglin. The latter's countenance darkened, a malevolent glare fixed upon his adversary. "You may be swift, but in an open confrontation, you are no match for me." Qi Honglin spat through clenched teeth. "If that is your stance, may I assume that you rely solely on your prestigious lineage? Otherwise, you would have perished countless times by now. Do not presume that being a late-stage celestial is something extraordinary. I have vanquished Earth celestials before. What are you in comparison?" Hao Chun replied coldly, dripping with disdain. Qi Honglin's expression flickered between fury and shock. "I shall ask you once more, depart from this place, or perish here." Hao Chun's voice rang with authority. "Leave." Qi Honglin finally ground out, teeth clenched. Though arrogant, he was not blind to the reality of his situation. Having a sword at his throat, retreat was undoubtedly the wisest choice. "That is the correct decision," Hao Chun nodded approvingly, only to suddenly seize Qi Honglin's right wrist and twist it violently. With a sickening crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed through the air. "This is your payment for threatening to leave me without my right hand. Now, you may depart," Hao Chun stated coolly, delivering a swift kick to Qi Honglin's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Honglin was sent crashing towards the support pillar of the hall by a swift kick from Hao Chun. Just as Wang Nan had barely risen to his feet, he was once again struck down by the body of the flying Honglin. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as he found himself wedged between the support pillar and Honglin's form, causing him to involuntarily spew forth a mouthful of blood, which splattered across Honglin's figure. This astonishing spectacle left the onlookers breathless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Here lay the seventh son of the Qi family from North City, a young prodigy at the pinnacle of the celestial being realm, now reduced to such a pitiful state by this youth before them. The sheer audacity of the scene was nothing short of madness. Chapter 882. Secret pursuit. Could this young man possess a distinguished lineage of his own? Such a notion seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such formidable strength and dare to confront a member of the Qi family's protective hall? Unperturbed by the murmurs surrounding him, Hao Chen's thoughts shifted as he summoned the Lucian sword into his storage ring with a mere flick of his mind. The feast before him had grown cold, but it could be revitalized with a little effort. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward a nearby waiter. Given that Wang Nan bore the essence of Zhuang Fei, Hao Chun was not inclined to let either of them escape easily. Thus, as Qi Honglin and Wang Nan departed, he bestowed upon each a pair of spirit insects, which latched onto their beings. By now, the sky had darkened considerably. After finishing his meal, Hao Chun discreetly exited the tavern, intent on tracking down the movements of Qi Honglin and Wang Nan. The streets under the cloak of night were bustling with a greater throng than during the day. Vendors had set up stalls, couples strolled hand in hand, revelers sought entertainment, and some appeared to be looking for trouble. The spirit insects, known as the devouring demon flies from the demon moon's swarm, relayed information without delay. Qi Honglin and Wang Nan hastened eastward after leaving the tavern. An hour later, Hao Chun abruptly halted. Before him lay the outskirts of East Hao City. Beyond the city walls stretched a chain of mountains. Numerous residences, both grand and modest, dotted the landscape. Within the confines of Haoyan City, such accommodations would be considered ordinary. Without the spirit insects trailing them, locating Qi Honglin and Wang Nan would have proven a formidable challenge. What manner of place is this? What brings them here? The only way to uncover the truth was to venture inside. With a resolute heart and a plan forming, Hao Chen's figure flickered as he swiftly entered the residential area. Ah, how intriguing. This seemingly ordinary place concealed a formation barrier. As he stepped beyond the threshold of the grand courtyard, he quickly discerned the protective array. Rather than approaching from the front, he sought out a node within the formation. Breaking through the array's defenses, he stealthily infiltrated the estate. The inhabitants of the estate could never have anticipated that their carefully laid defenses would be dismantled so effortlessly by an intruder. Once inside, Hao Chun discovered a luxurious inner courtyard, following the traces of Qi Honglin and Wang Nan's essence. He navigated through the corridors until arriving at the entrance of a grand hall. Had it not been for the tracking spirit worm, even Hao Chun would have failed to discern the anomalies present here. However, this is rather commonplace. Families engaged in cultivation amidst bustling cities often construct highly concealed locations that are nearly imperceptible. In the residence located in the East Star town of the Qinyuan realm, the Xiaquilin courtyard of the Locking Demon City was designed with such secrecy in mind. Since Hao Chun's infiltration, he has encountered 3 successive defensive formations, all of which he deftly circumvented without alerting a single soul. Thus far, no one has discovered his entry into the grand estate. The array surrounding this place is extensive, with even internal defenses in place, suggesting that this location holds significant importance for the estate. Hao Chun began to survey his surroundings, seeking any peculiarities. However, before he could observe for long, he noticed 2 figures making their way toward the main hall. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly concealed himself in the shadows, simultaneously suppressing all traces of his presence. Soon, the 2 figures entered the hall. At that moment, Hao Chun's hiding spot obscured his view of their faces. Had he been able to discern their appearances, he would have been profoundly astonished, for the 2 individuals were none other than Qi Honglin and his attendant, Wang Nan. 7th young master, I am unaware of the purpose of your visit today, the elderly man clad in a purple robe, bearing a smile, inquired as the 3 settled into their seats. He was the very master of this estate. To convey the family head's orders, Qi Honglin responded solemnly. Although his cultivation level was lower than that of the elder, he was not only the 7th young master of the Qi family, but also the steward of the Guardian Hall, holding a status and talent surpassing that of the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder's demeanor grew serious. Please, proceed. Hao Chun understood well that the family head referred to by Honglin was akin to the head of the Wen family in Fengcheng. It was not merely a singular clan, but one with the nature of a sect. To obscure the sect-like characteristics, many mid-sized powers hidden within the immortal city adopted the surnames of their leaders as titles. In any immortal city, the existence of sects is strictly prohibited. They may only reside outside its confines. Thus, every family within the immortal city is exceedingly powerful. A family head of a branch like Hao Chun's would undoubtedly exhibit trepidation in the presence of such a significant figure from the main family. The family head commands you to spare no effort in eliminating a certain individual and reclaiming a storage ring belonging to Qi Feng. This mission must persist until the person is found, Qi Honglin conveyed with gravity. Whom are we pursuing? The elder inquired directly. Chen Hao. Qi Honglin uttered a name. Hiding in the shadows, Hao Chen furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that, after such a lengthy duration, the Qi family would still be relentless in their pursuit, dispatching an assassination order against him. Logically, such news should have reached the ears of the Qi family in Haoyan City by now. Why was it only being relayed at this moment? It seemed that the branch power in Fengcheng sought to resolve the matter independently, but, unable to locate him, had reported the issue to the main family. Though Hao Chen harbored no fear of the Qi family, being targeted by such a prominent clan was certainly not a favorable scenario. Is the Chun Hao you mentioned the one who caused trouble in Fengcheng? The elder dared not state that he was the one who had slain Qi Feng. Aside from him, who else do you think is worthy of receiving commands from the head of the family? Qi Honglin remarked coolly. Indeed. However, if my memory serves me correctly, Chun Hao's prowess is quite formidable. Even though my cultivation level surpasses his, I cannot guarantee I could defeat him. The elder chuckled lightly before expressing his concern. The head of the family has instructed me to convey that excessive concealment of one's brilliance is unwise. He believes that Master Lu possesses the capability to resolve the situation with Chun Hao. Furthermore, the head mentioned that should this mission succeed, you would be recalled to the main family and have the opportunity to stand by his side. Qi Honglin said earnestly to Master Lu. Did the head truly say that? Master Lu's face lit up with uncontainable joy, his hands trembling slightly, clearly indicating the profound impact of Qi Honglin's words. Indeed. You must understand that I cannot casually relay the head's commands. Qi Honglin nodded in affirmation. I comprehend. Leave this task to me. I shall not disappoint the head. Master Lu's eyes glinted with cold determination as he smiled. Excellent. Qi Honglin replied softly with a smile. What about the captured spy? He is confined in the dungeon. Master Lu stated matter-of-factly. This individual cannot be spared. We must deal with him swiftly. My investigation revealed that he was sent by the Immortal Academy. Qi Honglin declared resolutely. Chapter 883. An unexpected turn of events. It turned out that Hao Chen had instructed Zhu Zhuangfei to acquire real estate. Following Hao Chen's directives, the lad arrived at this location in search of suitable properties. Disguised and holding his breath, Zhu Zhuangfei stealthily probed the neighbors, inadvertently drawing Master Lu's attention. Unfortunately for Zhu Zhuangfei, he stumbled upon something he should not have seen. This was the secret outpost of the Qi family in the eastern city, where dark-clad men were abducting a beautiful woman into the estate, and Zhu Zhuangfei had caught wind of it. As he turned to leave, he was intercepted by the seventh young master Qi Honglin and his attendant Wang Nan. Master Lu soon arrived and apprehended Zhu Zhuangfei. The abducted woman was none other than the missing young lady of the Hao family. Qi Honglin and Master Lu exchanged a multitude of words, though none bore significant importance. Concealed in the shadows, Hao Chen could not have anticipated that his mission to locate Zhu Zhuangfei would bizarrely transform into others searching for him instead. Having confirmed Zhu Zhuangfei's presence here, he resolved to obliterate this place to rescue him. From their previous conversation, it became evident that Master Lu's strength was not as superficial as it appeared, possessing capabilities beyond mere mid-stage Earth Immortal. Thus, in the absence of certainty regarding Master Lu's true power, acting alone posed an immense risk. Moreover, he wished to capture Qi Honglin to inquire about certain matters. Therefore, enlisting the assistance of MOU was essential for achieving his objectives. That old fellow is in your hands. His strength is not to be underestimated. So do not be overly cautious. Hao Chen summoned MOU directly and instructed. MOU had already attained the status of emperor, her innate abilities and corporeal form housing their own spatial storage. Rest assured, such an old man can be dealt with by merely a few hundred high-level spirit insects. MOU replied with a smile upon hearing the task of vanquishing the Earth Immortal. No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished from sight, evidently disregarding Hao Chen's caution. Such an impulsive girl. Hao Chen shook his head in exasperation. Upon entering the grand hall, Hao Chen swiftly conjured a barrier with a mere wave of his hand, then darted towards Qi Honglin. Almost instantaneously, as the two engaged in their actions, the trio of Master Lu, Qi Honglin, and Wang Nan, who had been conversing, sensed a disturbance. They were taken aback, for they had not anticipated the presence of others concealed within the hall. Despite their prolonged conversation, they had been utterly oblivious to the anomaly. Is it you? Upon recognizing the figure, astonishment washed over the faces of the three, though Qi Honglin appeared particularly elated. He had not expected that the hidden individual would be the one who had humiliated him at the tavern. The sight of this person, now alone in the hall, filled him with joy and excitement. To him, it was a fortuitous opportunity. Master Lu, wary of a potential ambush and concerned about damaging the structure, abruptly activated the formation embedded in the armrests of the chairs, sealing the hall. Houchen, employing his abilities, established another barrier, and with Master Lu's additional formation, the double-layered defenses ensured that no one would discern the unfolding events. At that moment, eliminating this oblivious intruder would require little effort. Before Qi Honglin could finish speaking, a dark line surged towards Master Lu. This shadow was none other than Moyue, whose form remained unchanged but whose speed was akin to lightning. Seeking death, Master Lu scoffed, delivering a palm strike towards Moyue, clearly underestimating her. Although he had not unleashed his celestial power, the force he exhibited was formidable, reaching the late stage of the Earth immortal realm. It was important to note that as the leader of the East City Eagle Hall, he practiced the blood god technique, making him exceptionally powerful among peers. Had Houchen not stealthily infiltrated, but rather attacked head-on, engaging in combat with him would have certainly resulted in severe consequences. Faced with the overwhelming might of Master Lu's palm, Moyue chose not to confront him directly. Instead, she unleashed hundreds of dark lines towards him. Simultaneously, a frigid blue light shot forth from Houchen, racing towards the attendant, Wang Nan. Just as Wang Nan prepared to defend himself, the chilling blue light struck, rendering him immobile, ensnared by the ethereal ice. Boom! As the commotion unfolded, Qi Honglin moved. Unarmed, he charged towards Houchen, his fist striking with such force that it reverberated through the air. A magnificent fist aura surged towards Houchen, infused with unparalleled divine might. Though it was not Qi Honglin's ultimate attack, it was the most potent strike he could muster without employing any artifacts. This self-assured Qi Honglin, in his arrogance, launched such a fearsome assault without the use of any magical tools. What is it that most astounds? What renders one speechless? What is the most crushing blow? It is the ability to defeat an opponent with a single fist, devoid of any artifacts. Qi Honglin believed that Houchen had suffered due to a surprise attack at the tavern, and now he harbored the same intent to vanquish his adversary. However, his well-calculated scheme was fundamentally flawed. His self-righteous attacks resembled a child's play in the eyes of Hao Yin, lacking any substantial impact. With a mere flick of his hand, Hao Yin conjured a colossal hand of energy that surged forth, colliding effortlessly with the fist's radiance. A gentle grasp was all it took for Qi Honglin's fist to dissolve into nothingness. Subsequently, the energy manifestation of Hao Yin's demon-slaying hand descended upon Qi Honglin's form with a speed akin to teleportation. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. Ah! Qi Honglin shrieked in horror, his body resembling a kite severed from its string, hurtling backwards. Crash! Qi Honglin's form crashed heavily onto the floor of the hall. After all, he was a top-tier genius, and his cultivation level surpassed Hao Yin's. He imagined that even in defeat, he would be capable of contesting with Hao Yin for several rounds. Your prowess indeed places you at the pinnacle among your peers. Though Hao Yin had subdued Qi Honglin, he felt no overwhelming fear or anxiety. He understood that Hao Yin's decision not to kill him signified his continued value. Hao Yin nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and suddenly restrained Qi Honglin. Observing the ongoing battle between Mou and the leader of the Lu clan, Hao Yin communicated telepathically with Mou. Let us retreat to the study for a discussion while you continue your fight. Before his words had fully resonated, Hao Yin had already whisked Qi Honglin away into the study. Simultaneously, he retracted the celestial ice spirit. Upon witnessing Hao Yin and Honglin depart from the hall, Mou suddenly unleashed thousands of devouring demon flies, leaving the hall devoid of anyone but her petite figure. Now, I wish to pose a few inquiries. Should your responses satisfy me, not only will I release you, but I shall also bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. At that moment, Hao Yin, having entered the study, abruptly declared, "Feel free to ask." Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Honglin acquiesced. "It appears you possess a commendable sense of timeliness. I shall not squander time. Now tell me, what manner of stronghold is this?" Hao Yin inquired. "It is the Eagle Hall of the Qi family," Qi Honglin replied without hesitation. "Does the head of the Qi family harbor any other concealed identities?" Hao Yin continued his questioning. "Besides being the head of the Qi family, he is also the supreme leader of the demon sect in Hao Yin City. This is knowledge only a handful possess within the sect," Qi Honglin replied candidly. "Truly, a significant secret," Hao Yin mused inwardly. He proceeded to ask numerous questions, all of which Qi Honglin answered truthfully. Do you genuinely intend to spare me? Qi Honglin asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. Though he did not possess an overwhelming fear of death, he would not forego any hope of survival. Especially as a top-tier genius, he foresaw a bright future ahead. As long as he did not fall prematurely, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Indeed, Hao Yan replied with indifference. However, you should be aware that I will not permit you to depart unconditionally. What do you mean? Qi Honglin's face was filled with confusion. You must have heard of the soul imprint associated with contract magic, Hao Qian said in Dondut. You have acquired the arcane secrets of the celestial-level soul imprinting technique. You are indeed Chun Hao, and you intend to plant a soul imprint upon me? Qi Honglin was struck with astonishment. As a paragon of his family, he was well aware of the implications of those 4 words. It is said that once an individual is marked with a soul imprint, their life ceases to belong to them. For the master of the imprint, regardless of the distance, a mere thought can extinguish the life of the marked individual in an instant. How do you know I am Chen Hao? Hao Chen inquired, taken aback. Because the celestial-level soul imprinting technique is a secret acquired by Qi Feng, it is he alone who possesses this method. Qi Honglin replied truthfully. Do you have any objections to me bestowing a soul imprint upon you? Hao Chen asked coldly. Even if I had objections, what could I do? My life is now in your hands. If I refuse, it seems unlikely I would even survive to leave here. Qi Honglin lamented with a resigned shake of his head and a bitter smile. Chapter 884, Rescuing from the Abyss. You are indeed a clever individual. Rest assured, although I shall mark you with a soul imprint, I will not seek you out unless absolutely necessary. This means that, for the most part, your existence will remain unchanged. Hao Chen spoke earnestly to Qi Honglin. Proceed, then. Qi Honglin, surprisingly calm at that moment, sighed softly. It seems you still do not trust me. Very well, in time. You shall discern the truth of my words. Before his voice faded, Hao Chen executed the secret technique, embedding a subtle lotus imprint deep within Qi Honglin's soul. Hao Chen was confident that even if the head of the Qi family were to investigate personally, he would uncover no hint of it. What is it you wish for me to do? Qi Honglin asked. You need do nothing. Simply return to your former place and continue your cultivation diligently. Hao Chen produced a jade slip and extended it to Qi Honglin. Is this for real? Qi Honglin's face reflected a mix of astonishment and skepticism. What is this jade slip? I promise to grant you fortune. The jade slip is your fortune. If you truly contemplate its contents, you will reap unexpected benefits. Upon hearing this, Qi Honglin was convinced that Hao Chen was merely speaking nonsense. Although he had once been bested by the eldest son by a narrow margin, that was many years ago. Now, the eldest son remained the heir, and the chasm between them had widened significantly. After all, their respective statuses dictated that their resources and environments for cultivation were not on the same plane. Thank you. Qi Honglin expressed his gratitude, though it was insincere. His life was now in Hao Chen's grasp. Even if he did not believe him, he dared not voice his doubts. Hao Chen, however, noticed Qi Honglin's disbelief but was unconcerned. You may leave now. I must rescue my friend, he stated lightly. He believed that once Qi Honglin returned and perused the contents of the jade slip, he would realize that his previous words were devoid of exaggeration. As Qi Honglin's strength grew with each passing day, his standing within the Qi family would ascend correspondingly. In the future, he is destined to become an invaluable ally. Very well. Qi Honglin responded promptly and then swiftly vanished. Although no matter how far he was from Hao Chen, he could never escape the control of the soul imprint. Being away from Hao Chen would undoubtedly make him feel far more at ease. After Qi Honglin departed, Hao Chen took the storage ring from Master Lu, which was handed to him by the Moon of Magic, and subsequently stowed away his attendant Wang Nan's storage ring as well. Hao Chen began to search for the presence of Zhu Zhuangfei. First, he aimed to rescue the captive, and in the blink of an eye, Hao Chen found himself in another location. The essence of Zhu Zhuangfei emanated from a room that was evidently a prison. Following the corridor downward, Hao Chen soon reached the underground level, which expanded into a vast chamber. Surrounding the chamber were numerous stone cells, their doors remarkably sturdy. Many of the prisoners within appeared disheveled, their faces smeared with blood. It was unclear why these individuals had been incarcerated. Hao Chen paid little mind to them, focusing instead on locating Zhu Zhuangfei, moving from cell to cell. The prisoners were shackled, their eyes glinting like those of wild wolves, fixated on Hao Chen. They recognized that Hao Chen was not affiliated with the Eagle Hall. as those who managed the prison wore distinctive attire. Roar! One prisoner, from within a cell, suddenly shouted at Hao Chen. The clanking of iron chains against the cell door reverberated with a deafening clang. Hao Chen casually unleashed a sword chi aimed at the chains on the prisoner's wrists. However, to his dismay, the expected result was not achieved, as sparks flew without severing the chains. What robust chains! Hao Chen marveled inwardly, gazing at the dark iron chains. He recalled the bloodthirsty black gold. First things first, Hao Chen thought, swiftly gliding past the rows of cells. Is that you, Hao Chen? A blood-streaked prisoner, whose garments were tattered, struggled to extend a hand from behind the bars. Zhu Zhuangfei. Hao Chen instantly recognized the voice. He hurried over and finally discerned Zhu Zhuangfei's current appearance. His face was marred with blood, his eyes bruised, and wounds covered his body, now scabbed over. Once a plump fellow, he had been reduced to this pitiful state. Zhuangfei, step aside, Hao Chen instructed, urging Zhu Zhuangfei to move away from the cell door. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Zhu Zhuangfei quickly retreated. Realizing that ordinary sword chi would not suffice to break open the cell door, Hao Chen drew the Levection sword, concentrating the celestial energy within it. Suddenly, he struck the door with a precise blow. The latch severed instantaneously. Hao Chen pushed open the cell door and entered to rescue Zhu Zhuangfei, employing the same technique to sever the chains binding his hands and feet. Quickly, let us depart. Hao Chen urged Zhu Zhuangfei to leave the cell. However, Zhu Zhuangfei now struggled even to walk. Without hesitation, Hao Chen lifted him up and exited the cell. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the corridor, accompanied by the voices of two individuals. That girl is truly beautiful. I can't help but feel envious. Let us seize this opportunity to indulge ourselves. For that girl is undoubtedly destined for demise. Your suggestion is quite astute. Indeed, the girl possesses a certain allure. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. As these brazen words reached his ears, a fiery rage ignited within Hao Yan's heart. Humph! He let out a soft, disdainful snort, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips, revealing a chilling smile, his eyes radiating an intense murderous intent. The two individuals outside, imbued with the aura of martial royalty, clearly harbored sinister designs towards the female prisoner. Such folly! Hao Yan refrained from immediate action, biding his time for the two wretches to enter. At that moment, as the pair stepped into the basement, preparing to unlock a cell, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly swept through the air. A blade of sword energy sliced through, cleaving their bodies asunder. Within the cell, a young girl cowered in the corner. Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. I am not a bad person, he reassured her. Big brother. I am scared. Upon hearing Hao Yan's voice, the girl abruptly turned and dashed into his embrace. The celestial realm is darker than the mortal world. Beneath the facade of righteousness lies the most despicable of deeds. Observing the gruesome scene, Hao Yan vowed silently. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to save everyone in this place. Listen closely. I am here to rescue a friend, and I shall free you all as well. Everyone, step away from the prison doors. I will now break them open. Hao Yan declared fiercely. Suddenly, he concentrated his celestial energy, channeling the immense power of thunder from his dantian. Wielding the sword of celestial slaughter as if he were the wrath of a thunder god, the sword swept through, and the sturdy prison door's bolts shattered with a resounding crack. He swiftly summoned Hao Feng, Li Feng, Yu Feixing, Yu Yaodian, and Yu Yao, along with others like Yuan, Yi Mei, Yi Qianshan, Lu Su, and his cousin Li Yu. Listen carefully. Assist these individuals, particularly the esteemed elders, to the central hall, Hao Yan instructed urgently. Within mere moments, all those from the cells had gathered in the central hall. Zhu Zhuangfei, exclaimed a disheveled girl, her voice filled with astonishment. Lo Ziyan, what a twist of fate. Zhu Zhuangfei, unable to walk but still able to speak, perked up at the sight of Luo Ziyun. However, before he could continue, another voice interrupted him. Do not resist. I shall transport you all within a magical artifact. As the words fell, the prison was left with only Hao Yan. He quickly scavenged, dismantling and collecting all the prison facilities. The commotion from earlier must have attracted attention. By now, those managing the prison would soon arrive. Hao Yan swiftly exited the dungeon, casually tossing a thunder bomb to eliminate any lingering traces in the basement. Just as he stepped out, he sensed a dozen powerful auras rushing towards him. These individuals were second only to the leader, the strongest members of the Eagle Hall. For those below the realm of Earth Immortals, Hao Yin posed little threat, though an overwhelming number could still present a challenge. Hao Chen remained silent, executing the stunning steps of the phoenix, his figure vanishing in an instant. Chapter 885, Unexpected Delight. Hao Chen had no time to engage in protracted struggles with the members of the Qijia East City Eagle Hall. Seizing the cover of night, the enchanting moon demon, accompanied by the 6 sorceresses, Mo Hong, Mo Lan, Mo Fei, Mo Lu, Mo Xian, and Mo Wan, unleashed their extraordinary abilities. In the blink of an eye, the ground was left with merely dozens of storage rings, which Hao Chen promptly collected into his jade pendant space. Simultaneously, Hao Chen summoned the ladies for assistance. They had grown accustomed to scavenging alongside him, within the span of a fragrant incense stick. Everything that could be carried was meticulously packed into storage bags for safekeeping. Over the years, they had treated these storage bags merely as parcels, and this occasion was no exception, for these items were indeed treasures from the celestial realm. The formation of the East City Eagle Hall remained unchanged. After dismantling the barrier set in the conference hall and shutting down the formation activated by the hall master, Hao Chen suddenly waved his hand, summoning 9 thunderous lightning spirits, the Thunder Dragons, to cleanse the area of all traces. After sweeping through the East City Eagle Hall stronghold, it was already the midnight hour. Only then did Hao Chen have the opportunity to contact Luo Fei, arranging to meet at the Millennium Restaurant in the North City. Upon parting from Hao Chen, Luo Fei returned home to gather information about the recent happenings in Haoyan City, but she had not heard anything regarding Zhuozhuang Fei. Instead, she learned that the celestial Ziyun and the 3rd young lady of the Hao family, Princess Ryu, were missing. Ryu was indeed Ruoxuan's younger sister. The Luo and Hao families were now in disarray, as Ziyun and Ryu had been lost for 3 days without a trace. Just as Hao Chen and Luo Fei had departed from the Immortal Academy, Hao Ruoxuan received word about Ryu's disappearance. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily returned to Haoyan City. Upon her arrival, before she could even reach home, she fortuitously encountered several family members, and they gathered to search for the whereabouts of the 3rd young lady, Ryu. Luo Fei chose not to publicize Zhuozhuang Fei's disappearance, planning instead to discuss matters with Hao Chen upon their meeting. Hao Chen arrived as promised at the Millennium Restaurant in the North City. Although Luo Fei had not yet arrived, he noticed how Ruoxuan and several family members hastily departing. Ruoxuan? Hao Chen exclaimed in surprise upon spotting her figure. It's you, Hao Chen. Ruoxuan exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing his voice. When did you arrive? Hao Chen inquired. I just received word from home that my younger sister has gone missing. So I hurried back to Haoyan City, Ruoxuan explained, relaying the circumstances surrounding her return. Before Ruoxuan could finish her sentence, a teasing voice interrupted them, saying, Are you two on a secret rendezvous? From a distance, Luo Fei caught sight of Hao Chen and Ruoxuan whispering to each other at the entrance of the Millennium Restaurant. In the celestial realm, night was no ordinary affair. It was more vibrant than the day. Navigating through the throngs of people, Luo Fei finally reached the two with 2 bottles of exquisite nectar in hand. Apologies, I just returned home to fetch these 2 bottles of divine nectar. Since it's your first time in Haoyan City, let me treat you. Shall we sit down to eat and converse? After departing with Hao Chen, Luo Fei had promptly come here to reserve a private dining room. Everything was already arranged. All that remained was the arrival of the right moment. However, my younger sister, Ruoxuan, bashfully declined. Perhaps in this moment of hesitation, an unexpected discovery might emerge while analyzing the reasons. Hao Yin suddenly recalled that the little girl rescued from the Eagle Hall dungeon bore some resemblance to Ruoxuan, which prompted him to offer words of comfort. My dear Ziyun is also missing. While seeking the lost is indeed crucial, 3 days without a trace is hardly a matter of a single meal's time, suggested Luo Fei. You continue your search. I have important matters to discuss with these two, Ruoxuan remarked, turning to a few family members nearby. Once the 3 entered the private room, a waiter from the restaurant happened to arrive, standing outside the room awaiting instructions. Without my command, you are not permitted to enter, Hao Yin said sternly. After entering, Hao Yin abruptly waved his hand to seal the room. Who cares? A private room in a restaurant with 2 women for 1 man. How peculiar, the waiter thought disdainfully. As the 3 settled in, Hao Yin fixed his gaze intently upon Ruoxuan and Luo Fei, causing both women to blush and their hearts to race. They are so similar, truly strikingly alike. Hao Yin muttered to himself, oblivious to the women's thoughts. Is this how you look at people? Luo Fei remarked, visibly displeased by Hao Yin's greedy demeanor. What do you mean they are similar? Heyo Ruxuan asked with curiosity. It is as follows. I stumbled upon a little girl and then a beautiful young lady. The little girl appears to be around 13 or 14, and upon comparison, she bears a striking resemblance to Ruoxuan. The beautiful young lady also looks quite similar to Luofir. Hao Yin stated matter-of-factly. Where is the little girl you mentioned? Ruoxuan exclaimed, her heart racing with the hope of learning her sister Ryu's whereabouts. And the beautiful young lady. Where is she? Luofir eagerly inquired. Do not rush, do not rush. Both of them are quite safe. The little girl and the lovely young lady are currently with Zhu Zhuangfei. Rest assured, with Zhu Zhuangfei protecting them, they will come to no harm, Hao Yin assured. Casting a faint glance at Ruoxuan before turning to comfort Luofir. Hearing that her sister had been located, Heyo Ruxuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, Luofir could not ascertain if the beautiful young lady was indeed her sister Ziyun. For the time being, I can only allow you to meet the little girl and the beautiful young lady to confirm if they are the individuals you seek. But I cannot permit them to return home just yet. They must remain with me for now. You both must swear that everything you see and hear here will not be disclosed to outsiders. Hao Yin said solemnly to the two women. What is so mysterious? They both wondered internally. Since Hao Yin had made such a statement, it must hold some significance. I swear, aside from the three of us, I will not divulge a single detail. Otherwise, may I meet a grim fate. Heyo Ruxuan declared, her heart racing with the hope of her sister's safety. I, Luofir, swear that should I reveal even the slightest information, may my tongue rot and my life perish. Luofir quickly followed suit. Before the echoes of their vows faded, Hao Yin waved his hand, summoning Zhu Zhuangfei and the little girl, Luo Ziyun. Sister, Luofir exclaimed as she rushed to embrace Luo Ziyun. And the two wept in each other's arms. Little sister? This cannot be a dream. Heyo Ruxuan murmured, stunned. Upon seeing the ragged and emaciated Ryu, Heyo Ruxuan rushed forward, embracing the bewildered girl and lamenting, Little sister, I am your elder sister. However, her cries did not rouse Ruoyu from her slumber. Suddenly, Ruoyu pushed Heyo Ruxuan away and turned to face Hao Yin. Elder brother, I am afraid. I am afraid. Ruoyu cried, leaping into Hao Yin's arms. Do not fear, do not fear. Dear sister, I am here, Hao Yin reassured her as he held her in his embrace on the armchair, gently patting her back until, before long, she drifted back to sleep. Zhuo Zhuangfei and Luo Ziyun expressed their profound gratitude to Hao Yin for saving their lives. The five then settled down to eat and converse, with Zhuo Zhuangfei devouring the food with a ravenous appetite, leaving nothing behind, except for Hao Yin, Luo Feier, Heyo Ruxuan, and Luo Ziyun, who managed to sip from their cups without losing their drinks. Zhuo Zhuangfei consumed every last morsel and drank to his fill. After letting out 2 hearty burps, he recounted the harrowing experiences of their imprisonment. Luo Ziyun also shared her encounters after the abduction, sobbing as she relayed her tale. Their narratives left Luo Feier and Heyo Ruxuan trembling with fear. This was the realm of the immortals, where darkness lurked beneath a veneer of glamour. Ruoyu and Ziyun will temporarily stay by my side and live at the Immortal Academy for a while. Once this matter has settled, we shall return home. Hao Yin sought the opinions of Heyo Ruxuan and Luo Feier. Yes, that is the best course. Heyo Ruxuan wholeheartedly agreed with Hao Yin's decision as she observed the circumstances. The Eagle Hall of the Qi family in East Haoqing has been eradicated. I have avenged Zhuo Zhuangfei, Ryu, and Ziyun, Hao Yin stated calmly to the 4 of them. The news of the Eagle Hall's downfall would undoubtedly spread throughout Hao Yin City before dawn. Even without Hao Yin's words, the 3 could surmise the implications. They all understood the notorious reputation of the Eagle Hall of the Qi family, known for its ruthless assassins. The fact that Hao Yin could single-handedly dismantle the Eagle Hall spoke volumes of his formidable strength, akin to that of a celestial being. The thought sent a chill down Zhuo Zhuangfei's spine. Zhuangfei, having eaten and drunk to your heart's content, you must endure a little longer, accompanying little sister Ryu and little sister Ziyun until we leave the tavern. Once we depart, you may return home, and let your family believe that you have been studying at the Immortal Academy. After securing Zhuo Zhuangfei, Heyo Ruxuan, and Luo Ziyun, Hao Yin, Luo Feier, and Heyo Ruxuan quietly exited the Millennium Tavern. Chapter 886. Acquiring a shop as dawn broke, Heyo Ruxuan stepped out of the tavern, where her family awaited her at the entrance. Let us return home. An hour later, those from the Hao Yin family who had ventured out to search for Ryu began to return home. Within the family's council chamber, dozens of individuals silently listened as the family patriarch, Xiao Haoyunfeng, reprimanded the second young mistress, He Ruoxuan. Ruoyu went to play at the Immortal Academy, and you could not manage her in Haoyan City? How could you not inform the family at the first instance? Should anything happen, I shall not be lenient. Upon returning home, He Ruoxuan mentioned that her little sister was playing at the Immortal Academy, which incited the patriarch's fury, showing her no leniency whatsoever. Yes, Hao Ruoxuan chose not to engage in any debate, swiftly departing from the council hall and hastening home, for she intended to seek solace from Hao Chun. At that moment, Hao Chun had already released Zhu Zhuangfei and was strolling about with him and Luo Feier, purchasing provisions. There was a shop nearby that was up for sale, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. Zhu Zhuangfei suggested they take a look. Are you planning to buy a shop? Luo Feier inquired. In this remote mountain village, many impoverished relatives have heard of my joining the Immortal Academy and wish to visit, hoping to stay for a while. I intend to purchase a place where they can engage in small trades to become self-sufficient and supplement their households. I fear some may already be en route. Hence my urgency for Zhu Zhuangfei to find an affordable lodging, Hao Chun replied, displaying a hint of helplessness. As they spoke, Hao Ruoxuan found the trio and arrived at the location Zhu Zhuangfei had mentioned. Although the northeastern part of North City was somewhat secluded, it still boasted a street presence. The two-story shop, while not situated in a prime area, nonetheless enjoyed a considerable footfall. This establishment had originally been a store for elixirs, but had closed due to poor management. The Alchemist Guild of Haoyan City acquired it. Yet it had remained vacant ever since. The first floor had shelves installed on 3 walls, with a large circular platform in the center for displaying goods. What pleased Hao Chun most was the substantial transparent crystal counter at the entrance, which featured 3 tiers for showcasing various items to passers-by. Hao Chun was quite satisfied with the shop. A simple cleanup and a new sign would suffice to open it for business. What is the asking price for this establishment? He inquired directly. 2 million immortal stones. Came the response from the elderly shopkeeper, who did not even look up. Come now, can you not offer a discount? Luo Feier asked the elder. Impossible. The Alchemist Guild has regulations. If an alchemist is purchasing, they only need to pay half, the elder replied, maintaining his stance. Hao Chun anticipated that the shop would be costly, yet he was taken aback by the steepness of the price. The shop was worth 1 million immortal stones, even at a 50% discount. 2 million, you say? I shall purchase it, he declared after a moment's hesitation, his response prompt and decisive. After all, he possessed ample resources, with Qifeng's storage ring containing 10 million immortal stones, and having slain 7 formidable celestial beings, as well as plundering the Eastern City Eagle Hall. He estimated his total wealth to be close to 70 million immortal stones. Then please accompany me to the Alchemist Guild to handle the necessary formalities, the astonished elder remarked, taken aback by the young man's straightforward purchase. However, upon noticing Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxuan, the elder's mind seemed to falter, and he quickly began to gesture discreetly. Feier, Miss Second, are you two here accompanying a friend to view the property? The elder inquired with a knowing look. It is you, old sir. What brings you here today? Luo Feier asked in surprise. The guild is quite crowded and noisy. This place is much more tranquil, the elder responded. Senior, this is 200,000 celestial yuan stones. Please take them for now. As I have 3 able-bodied workers by my side, I shall tidy up the shop, and afterwards, we can proceed together to the Alchemist Guild. Shall we? Hao Chun said to the elder while glancing at the 3 individuals beside him. The elder looked at Hao Ruoxuan, Luo Feier, and Zhu Zhuangfei with surprise. As they remained silent, the 4 entered the shop, taking the time of an incense stick to complete their tasks. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted, Luo Feier exclaimed, brushing off the dust from her clothes with a huff. Someone ought to keep an eye on you. The elder, observing Feier's antics, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Senior, are you suggesting that alchemists can pay only half the amount of celestial yuan stones for the shop? Hao Chun inquired cautiously. Indeed. Are you perhaps an alchemist? The elder questioned, scrutinizing Hao Chun's demeanor. One could say so, yet one could also argue otherwise. Hao Chun replied hesitantly. What sort of response is that? What do you mean by could be and could not be? The elder appeared somewhat perplexed. Feier, Ruoxuan, and Zhuangfei also shared in the confusion. I have not been certified as a celestial-level alchemist. I have merely attained the status of an ordinary 6th-level alchemist. Hao Chun humbly stated. When did you achieve this 6th-level certification? The elder, intrigued by Hao Chun's words, leaned in closer. 7 years ago, I was merely a practitioner at the Yuan realm. And since then, I have not participated in any assessments at the Alchemist Guild, Hao Chen replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the elder abruptly stood up, grasping Hao Chen's arm and examining him closely. Haha, it must be the will of the heavens. The elder suddenly burst into inexplicable laughter. Aside from Luo Fei, the others were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Could it be that Hao Chen is a rare alchemist? Otherwise, the elder would not be laughing so maniacally. Luo Fei understood that the elder had long been troubled by the lack of successors at the Alchemist Guild. Hao Chen is an alchemist? Ruoxuan and Zhu Zhuangfei questioned in confusion. In the celestial realm, where lifespans are prolonged, nearly everyone can attain immortality. Even the most foolish among them can become celestial beings. However, most individuals aspire to elevate their cultivation swiftly, resulting in a tremendous demand for elixirs. Once one reaches the human celestial realm, advancing further becomes exceedingly challenging. Yet, celestial alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers, making celestial-grade elixirs exceedingly difficult to procure. Let us proceed to the Alchemist Guild. Fei, please summon a carriage. The elder waved his hand, sealing Hao Chen's shop. As long as no transaction documents were signed, the property rights would remain with the Alchemist Guild. Half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the Alchemist Guild, a grand castle sprawling over a vast area, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. Standing proudly in the southwestern part of the northern city, at the castle's entrance, 2 guards of the celestial realm stood erect, gazing straight ahead, resembling formidable war deities warning all who entered the castle against causing any disruption. Upon reaching the entrance, the elder presented a golden token to the guards. Upon seeing the token, the 2 celestial guards immediately bowed in respect, allowing the group to enter the castle without any hindrance. I presume you have never encountered such an imposing structure before. During their walk, the elder noticed Hao Chen staring in awe at the magnificent edifice and smiled. Indeed, Hao Chen nodded. At this moment, not only he but also the others, except for the previously acquainted Rofiel, were utterly astonished by the magnificent structure before them. It was quite natural for them to be awestruck. The elder nodded, a hint of pride in his tone as he spoke. This has been meticulously planned over millions of years to achieve its current grandeur. It stands not only as a symbol of our Alchemist Guild, but also as a testament to the shared history of the Guild and humanity over countless millennia. A treasure rare for our kind. Following the elder into the building, they walked for a while before arriving at an intricately carved wooden door. Greetings, President. Upon seeing the elder Yun approach with Hao Chen and the others, the fairy at the service desk stood up and respectfully bowed. Please, take a seat, the elder said as they entered the room. Thank you, President. The 4 of them quickly bowed in gratitude. Rofiel, Hao Ruoxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei squeezed onto a nearby bench, while Hao Chen, less formal, directly approached a chair and sat down. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Luo Haoyin of the Alchemist Guild, the elder introduced himself. Students of the Fairy Academy, Hao Chen, Zhu Zhuangfei, Hao Ruoxuan, Rofiel. Rofiel elaborated on her relationships with the 3. Subsequently, Luo Haoyin explained the workings of the Alchemist Guild and addressed some questions posed by Hao Chen. Come, follow me to the alchemy chamber, Luo Haoyin announced, turning to exit the room. After a few steps, he paused and added, You 3 should come along as well. Rofiel and the others exchanged glances. Let us go see the excitement, Zhu Zhuangfei suggested. A group of them followed Luo Haoyin out of the room. Chapter 887. The Examination for Alchemist, Part 1. The group arrived at a 2-story building, housing over 40 alchemy chambers. Each chamber was equipped with comprehensive alchemical tools, and the quality of the alchemical furnaces within was exceptionally high. These furnaces were of a grade that reached celestial artifact status. Acquiring such furnaces outside would be quite challenging, typically requiring substantial sums at auctions. Inside one alchemy chamber, Luo Haoyin led Hao Chen and the others. He casually produced some celestial herbs, medicines, and fruits, scattering them on a platform designated for alchemical materials. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with these materials, Luo Haoyin instructed Hao Chen, gesturing toward the assortment before swiftly leaving the room. Hao Chen employed his spiritual sense to become acquainted with each familiar material. He had a profound understanding of their pharmacological properties from his previous excursions into the North Hao Forest, even though he had not yet attempted to concoct celestial pills. He was well aware of the attributes of each alchemical ingredient. After a brief interval, Luo Haoyan returned with 7 elders to the alchemy chamber. Under the guidance of a third-grade alchemist, they commenced the evaluation of Haochen. The alchemist casually selected a celestial herb from the platform and presented it to Haochen for appraisal. This is a millennium-old immortal emperor herb, and from its texture, it can be discerned that it is sourced from the North House forest. The immortal emperor herb itself possesses water attributes, encapsulating the power of related laws. Its primary function is to serve as a principal ingredient in the concoction of the immortal emperor pill, and it is also utilized in numerous other elixirs. When using it, one must first articulate a lengthy discourse on the herb's medicinal properties, along with a clear enumeration of the precautions necessary during its application. The young man's foundation in alchemy is indeed quite solid. As he elucidates the characteristics of the immortal emperor herb, Luo Haoyan nods in agreement repeatedly. After detailing the attributes of the immortal emperor herb, he proceeds to introduce the characteristics of the second herb, followed by the third. He continues his exposition for a considerable time, during which he thoroughly covers all the herbs and elixirs scattered across the platform. Young man, our meeting is fated. I shall gift you something. Do not resist. Allow your primordial spirit to receive it. Luo Haoyan waved his hand, conjuring a soft light that slowly drifted towards Haoyan. Sensing no danger emanating from the glowing orb, Haoyan, even without Luo Haoyan's insistence, would likely not resist. His primordial spirit smoothly accepted the soft light energy. And as the energy entered his consciousness, he realized it was a form of inheritance. In the ancient battlefield of the Kunhe River, when Haoyan received the legacy from the ancestor Xiaohao, it bore a striking resemblance to this energy entity. The energy orb infiltrated his mind, imparting knowledge about alchemy, predominantly comprising insights and experiences in pill concoction. Additionally, it contained some rather esoteric information. The volume of this content was vast, and for a moment, Haoyan found himself captivated. Increasingly astonished and deeply moved, he recognized that this knowledge would significantly bolster his alchemical career. Much of the content included techniques and methods he had previously contemplated but was uncertain how to resolve. Though Haoyan had studied under a master in Zhongzhou, their time together was limited to less than 3 incense sticks worth. After departing from Zhongzhou City, he never returned. Upon encountering this inheritance, he experienced an unimaginable clarity, as if awakening to a broader world, contrasting sharply with his previous existence as a frog at the bottom of a well. Observing Haoyan's comprehension, Luo Haoyan remained patient, wearing a gentle smile as he quietly awaited the young man's realization. As for Zhu Zhuangfei, Xian Ruoxuan, and Luo Feier, while they were not entirely aware of what transpired, they could discern that Haoyan was deeply engrossed in enlightenment and thus refrained from interrupting. After more than an incense stick's time, Haoyan finally emerged from the astonishing information. Though his mind remained somewhat disordered, his understanding of alchemy had evolved considerably. How do you feel? Luo Haoyan inquired with a smile. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Haoyan replied, bowing in gratitude. No need to thank me. If you can pass the examination to become a first-tier alchemist, you will be one of our alchemist guild members. Luo Haoyan responded with a wave of his hand. The 7 elderly assessors, along with Zhu Zhuangfei and the others, exchanged puzzled glances at Luo Haoyan and Haoyan, hoping for some explanation. All right, why don't you attempt to refine a batch of the cultivating immortal pill here? Proposed Luo Haoyan. Very well. I shall give it a try. Haochen did not hesitate much and readily agreed. He had just experienced a multitude of new insights and sought to validate them through alchemy. Should he succeed in concocting the Pei Xian Dan, it would affirm the correctness of his realizations and officially induct him into the ranks of Dan Masters. The Pei Xian Dan is a fundamental elixir, and acquiring its formula within the celestial realm is not a daunting task, as it can be purchased with a modest amount of celestial essence stones. Naturally, Haochen had studied the formulas for such elixirs. During the recent assessment of celestial herbs and medicines, the necessary raw materials had been present on the ground. Haochen immediately began to search the platform, and shortly thereafter, he settled before the alchemical furnace to commence the refinement of the Pei Xian Dan. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully infused a flame of alchemical fire into the furnace, simultaneously channeling celestial essence into the cauldron. At that moment, as Haochen unleashed the alchemical fire, both Luo Haoyan and the 7 elders overseeing the examination were taken aback. The long-lost Doshui Dan fire of the celestial realm was unexpectedly manifested by this individual. With the assistance of celestial essence, The alchemical fire began to blaze vigorously. After the burning of a stick of incense, Haochen completed the preheating and temperature regulation of the furnace. Rather than immediately proceeding with the concoction, he took time to recuperate for another stick of incense, ensuring his body was in optimal condition. This time, armed with newfound insights, he aimed for a single, successful endeavor. His mind tirelessly dissected the steps recorded in the elixir's formula, ensuring that each phase would be executed flawlessly. It was acceptable to proceed slowly, but errors were not an option. As time gradually elapsed, after several hours, he successfully extracted all celestial herbs and medicines, merging them harmoniously. With the aid of his divine consciousness, Haochen could distinctly observe a swirling, amber-like essence at the center of the furnace. This was his achievement. Channeling the energy from his starry dantian, he unleashed his full potential, casting intricate alchemical seals. In that moment, the flowing mana from his dantian erupted, forming an extraordinary surge of energy to assist him in completing the final seal. Without hesitation, he promptly infused all the seals into the furnace, causing the essence of the celestial herbs to contract swiftly. At this juncture, Haochen suddenly employed his divine consciousness blade to cleave the amber-like elixir in two. The onlookers exhibited remarkable patience. Should Haochen successfully concoct the Pei Xian Dan, a new Dan master would emerge in Haoyan City. An hour later, as Haochen gazed at the furnace before him, a sense of nervousness washed over him. He feared failure, which could lead to self-doubt. Perhaps even a belief that he might never attain the status of a Dan master in this lifetime. Taking a deep breath, he harnessed the essence of celestial energy, swiftly forming hand seals and extending an ethereal hand to retrieve the elixir. Despite the tension, the elixir had to be retrieved. Fate governs life and death. Fortune resides in the heavens. The moment the furnace opened, two amber-like elixirs slowly floated out. Those observing in the alchemical chamber fixed their wide eyes upon the elixirs. Chapter 888, The Examination for Dan Master, Part 2. The surface of the elixirs shimmered with celestial aura, their essence surging, while countless streams ebbed and flowed like water in a pond. Within the entire alchemical chamber, every gaze was riveted upon the two amber Pei Xian Dan. At this moment, Haochen held his breath, as if fearing that even the slightest inhalation might disperse the two cultivation elixirs that floated out from the alchemical furnace. Only Luo Haoyan remained composed. He had already discerned that the elixirs were complete even before the furnace was opened. Haochen had successfully refined two cultivation elixirs. After a few breaths, Haochen finally exhaled deeply, aware that the elixirs had formed, and remarkably, two had been produced in a single batch. This achievement was indeed commendable for an alchemist. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuangfei's gaze turned sharply towards Haochen, astonished by such prodigious talent. Luo Feier sighed with relief, thinking to herself that her ancestor would no longer sigh in despair or disregard her, as he had often lamented her inability to inherit his legacy. Unbelievable. Could he truly be of the Xiaohao lineage? Otherwise, how could he be so extraordinary? Hao Ruoxuan mused inwardly. Incredulous. Excellent. Splendid. Luo Haoyan chuckled heartily. Initially, they had presumed that even if Haochen possessed remarkable talent, he might not succeed on his first attempt. If all went well, achieving success in the second attempt would have been commendable. As Haochen beheld the two elixirs adorned with ethereal clouds, he swiftly formed a hand sign, assimilating the clouds into the elixirs. Observing the clouds being absorbed, the crowd immediately broke into smiles, preparing to congratulate Haochen. In that moment, Haochen ascended to the rank of alchemist, potentially becoming the youngest alchemist in the North Haoding celestial domain. The successful refinement of the cultivation elixirs signified that his alchemical prowess had reached the level of an alchemist. Before the crowd could extend their congratulations, those within the chamber were struck with shock, frozen in place. Haochen formed another hand sign and pointed towards the ceiling of the alchemical chamber, while Luo Haoyan also executed a hand sign directed at the dome above the furnace. Suddenly, the ceiling of the chamber opened, and violent dark clouds swiftly gathered above the alchemical room. A tribulation? Witnessing the actions of Haochen and Luo Haoyan, the expressions of the onlookers turned to astonishment as they grasped the intentions of the two. Upon understanding Haochen's plan, the expressions of those within the chamber transformed, becoming filled with anticipation. Typically, individuals in alchemical assessments would avoid taking risks after successfully passing. It was no wonder this young man had achieved accomplishments in alchemy that others could not compare to. After a brief moment of astonishment, Luo Haoyan felt a surge of admiration for Haochen. Only those like Haochen, who continuously challenge themselves, can transcend their limits. Soon, a bolt of tribulation lightning descended, striking the two elixirs. As the elixirs were enveloped in lightning, the crowd's expressions tightened. In contrast, Haochen remained calm, revealing no trace of concern, as this was a common occurrence in his alchemical endeavors. Moments later, the lightning dissipated, revealing the two cultivation elixirs. The amber luster of the elixirs was markedly enhanced compared to before, and their spiritual energy had become even more potent and pure. In addition, the surface of the elixir revealed a mark of tribulation, indicating that it had successfully endured the tribulation of alchemy. With a graceful motion, Haochen summoned the two elixirs into his hands. However, due to his lack of proficiency, the concoction was somewhat imperfect, resulting in only a single successful tribulation. It was a pity. Observing the elixirs in his hands, Haochen could not help but shake his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his own alchemical skills. Upon witnessing Haochen's demeanor, the onlookers exchanged wry smiles, their spirits suddenly dampened. Typically, an ordinary alchemist would be overjoyed after countless attempts if they managed to produce a successful elixir. Yet here was Haochen, having succeeded in producing a tribulation elixir on his very first attempt, a feat unattainable even by second-tier alchemists, and still, he appeared unsatisfied. What a discouragement. Senior, the elixir has been successfully refined. Please examine it, Haochen said as he extended the elixir towards Luo Haoyan, awaiting his assessment. Although he awaited Luo Haoyan's judgment, Haochen felt no trepidation. If Luo Haoyan were not intentionally critical, the elixir he had crafted was more than sufficient to pass the alchemist's assessment. Excellent. Truly excellent, Luo Haoyan exclaimed as he received the elixir from Haochen, meticulously inspecting it and offering continuous praise. It was evident that in Luo Haoyan's eyes, Haochen's ability to produce such a grade of elixir on his first attempt was commendable. After thoroughly examining the elixir, Luo Haoyan's thoughts stirred, and he conceived a bold proposition. Given your current alchemical prowess, it would be a mere formality for you to attempt crafting a third-tier elixir. Would you care to give it a try? The suggestion of attempting a third-tier elixir caused the 7 elders to widen their eyes in alarm, their gazes fixed anxiously on Haochen. Should he succeed, he would ascend to the rank of a third-tier alchemist, equal in status to them. No, at this moment, I harbor little interest in the assessment for alchemist ranking, Haochen replied, shaking his head with an air of indifference. Such composure at a young age is truly commendable, Luo Haoyan remarked, nodding appreciatively at Haochen. Since you have successfully passed the assessment, the property shall be yours. However, it remains at half price, as stipulated by the Alchemist Guild. Upon hearing Luo Haoyan's words, Haochen promptly bowed in gratitude as the group followed Luo Haoyan out of the alchemy chamber. Exiting the alchemical sanctum, Haochen and the others accompanied Luo Haoyan to his study. Following evaluations by Luo Haoyan and the 7 elders, it was decided that Haochen would be promoted to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. The elder presiding over Haochen's assessment, Fang Yan, instructed him to fill out a form. However, once the form was completed, the gazes directed at Haochen were decidedly peculiar. One by one, they congratulated him with handshakes, but they were not merely shaking hands. They were grasping Haochen's wrists. Haochen's age listed on the form was 28. The others expressed disbelief at his age, curiously probing his bone age. The elder overseeing the assessment, Fang Yan, then led Haochen to receive his alchemist's attire and identity badge. Zhuang Fei, Luo Feier, and Hao Ruoxuan naturally followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the workshop for the creation of identity tokens, they were unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Xiao Haoyan Nan napping inside. Upon noticing the elder presiding over the assessment and presenting the application form, Xiao Haoyan Nan abruptly lifted his head. It's you. Both Hao Chun and Xiao Haoyan Nan exclaimed simultaneously. I am here to become an elixir master. Hao Chun promptly responded to Xiao Haoyan Nan's inquiry. Excellent. Very good, Xiao Haoyan Nan replied, retrieving a green token and swiftly inscribing it. In no time, a 2-star emblem emerged upon the token's surface. This symbol indicated that the bearer of this green token had attained the rank of a second-tier elixir master. Take this token. In the Northern Haoding Celestial Domain, it holds the same significance as the Elixir Master badge. After etching the design onto the token, Xiao Haoyan Nan tossed the finished identity token to Hao Chun, offering him a brief instruction. Thank you, esteemed elder. gratefully receiving the token from Xiao Haoyan. Hao Chun expressed his thanks and hung the token prominently at his waist, as it was an emblem of his identity. While Xiao Haoyan crafted the identity token for Hao Chun, Fang Yin and Zhuo Zhuangfei had already returned, clutching the standardized attire of the Alchemist Guild. Meanwhile, Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxuan took the storage bag that Hao Chun had given them to handle the property transaction. As Hao Chun and Xiao Haoyan engaged in conversation, Hao Ruoxuan rushed over to reclaim Hao Chun's identity token and badge, as the property transaction required verification of Hao Chun's status as an elixir master. Chapter 889, Joining the Guild, Part 1. By sheer chance, he had assessed as an elixir master and unexpectedly achieved the rank of a second-tier elixir master. Once all formalities were completed, Hao Chun bid farewell to President Luo Haoyan and the elders, then accompanied Feier, Ruoxuan, and Zhuo Zhuangfei to Xiao Haoyan's workshop. I have purchased a store in the northeast of the northern city. Esteemed elder, do come visit when you have time. I am curious. Why are you in the Alchemist Guild? Aren't you affiliated with the Celestial Academy? Hao Chun inquired of Xiao Haoyan. Hee, can I have a part-time role? Xiao Haoyan replied with a chuckle. The ancestor was originally from the Celestial Academy, but later joined the Alchemist Guild, allowing for a dual role and greater rewards. Hao Ruoxuan casually answered Hao Chun's question on behalf of Xiao Haoyan. She was aware that Xiao Haoyan was the esteemed elder of the Hao family. Yet she was unaware of his additional roles as the head of the elite Hao family and the master of the 72 halls. Feier, did your ancestor scold you this time? Xiao Haoyan then turned to inquire of Luo Feier. The ancestor was so pleased. He didn't even have time to acknowledge me. Luo Feier teased in response to Xiao Haoyan's question. Who is mocking me from behind? Before Luo Feier could finish her sentence, a voice from Luo Haoyan interjected. You eavesdrop on others' conversations, and now you ignore me. Luo Feier, seeing the ancestor approach, swiftly hid behind Hao Chun. You impudent girl, you should learn more about alchemy from Hao Chun. You think that by joining the Celestial Academy, you can evade me and neglect your alchemical studies? Not a chance. As Luo Haoyan's menacing words echoed through the air, Luo Feier was rendered utterly speechless. At this moment, Xiao Haoyan gazed at Hao Ruoxuan, who was smiling with a hint of envy. Noticing the old ancestor's gaze, Hao Ruoxuan instinctively moved behind Hao Chun. Only then did Hao Chun realize that both young ladies were indeed exceptional talents, likely possessing the skills of an alchemist. This thought led him to recall his junior sister, Xia, from the Alchemist Guild in the central city of the Qianyuan realm, who had been forced by their grandfather into a tedious routine of alchemy day in and day out. Esteemed seniors, might I suggest we share a drink together? Hao Chun proposed, encouraged by the presence of the two distinguished individuals. Excellent suggestion. Let us proceed to the Millennium Tavern, Zhuangfei, Luo Feier exclaimed, taking Hao Ruoxuan's hand and swiftly departing the Alchemist Guild without awaiting the old ancestor's consent. I have matters to discuss with you both. Follow me to my study. Luo Haoyan instructed Hao Chun and Xiao Haoyan. Upon returning to Luo Haoyan's study and settling into their respective seats, he candidly inquired, last night, the Eagle Hall of the Qi family in East Hao City was annihilated. What are your thoughts on this matter? Xiao Haoyan glanced at Hao Chun and remarked, the Qi family's Eagle Hall has long had a notorious reputation. Its downfall was inevitable. Recently, the atmosphere in Hao City has been quite unstable. The demon realm is stirring, and minor conflicts are erupting between the realms. The demon realm has been laying its groundwork for millennia, cultivating its influence across various domains of the immortal realm. The destruction of the Qi family's Eagle Hall serves as a cautionary lesson for the demon cultivators. Could it be that the cataclysm of 10 millennia is truly approaching? The cataclysm of 10 millennia? Hao Chun queried, intrigued. The cataclysm of 10 millennia affects the immortal, demon, and monster realms, occurring every 10,000 years. This calamity has far-reaching implications and is intertwined with the secrets of the three realms. However, for thousands of years, even since ancient times, no one has discerned the nature of this calamity. Yet, the turmoil that arises every 10 millennia is undeniably real, with countless powerful beings vanishing in its wake, leaving no clear explanation of what transpired. Some noble families and sects have even recorded the sole imprints of their esteemed ancestors, yet they are unable to evade the impending disaster. Some vanish, only to meet their demise, while others survive their disappearance. The cataclysm of 10 millennia is utterly unpredictable, shrouded in mystery as if concealed by the heavens. Luo Haoyan provided a brief overview of the situation across the three realms. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen promptly reined in his curiosity and ceased further inquiries. The chaos of the three realms was evidently a result of warfare among various factions, a matter that, in Hao Chen's view, held no relevance to him. He recognized himself merely as a cultivator at the mid-level of the martial emperor stage, a status that rendered him inconsequential in the grand scheme of the immortal, demon, and monster realms. This realization was clear to him, and he possessed enough self-awareness to acknowledge it. With the advancement of his cultivation, Hao Chen's perspective and understanding had significantly evolved. In the past, he would have been astonished into silence upon learning such news. However, he now faced the situation with composure, having heard whispers of the legendary cataclysm of 10 millennia before. He had always regarded it merely as a legend, without taking it seriously. However, upon hearing this information from Luo Haoyan, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, after the initial shock, he dismissed it from his thoughts. In Hao Chen's view, these matters were not yet within his purview. The so-called Millennium Catastrophe was a thing of the past. Perhaps unearthing this enigma would unveil monumental secrets. Nevertheless, Hao Chen understood that one must possess sufficient strength to uncover such mysteries. With his current capabilities, it was best to refrain from pursuing these issues. For in the eyes of true powerhouses, he was but a small fish, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Enough of this contemplation. For now, it suffices that you comprehend this. You are not yet equipped to engage in these matters. When you acquire the necessary prowess, I shall naturally instruct you on how to proceed. Thus, retain what I have said today in your heart. In due course, you will come to know. Although Luo Haoyan was aware of the destruction of the Qi family's Eagle Hall in East Haoqing, he remained oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator, suspecting it might be the handiwork of the Hao family. In contrast, Xiao Haoyanan was acutely aware that Hao Chen had annihilated the Eagle Hall to rescue Zhu Zhuangfei, Hao Ruoyu, and Luo Ziyun. Xiao Haoyanan had discreetly dispatched 2 shadow guards to protect Hao Chen, and at the moment Hao Chen took action, they seized the opportunity to eliminate the spies from various factions surrounding the Eagle Hall. Consequently, as of now, the Qi family remained unaware of who had obliterated their Eagle Hall. Luo Haoyan led Hao Chen and Xiao Haoyanan to the study primarily to discuss how to arrange Hao Chen's obligations to the Alchemist Guild. He sought Xiao Haoyanan's counsel since he served as the vice president. Now that you have attained the status of a second-tier alchemist, I wonder if you would be inclined to join the Alchemist Guild and become a member? Luo Haoyan inquired, as if a thought had suddenly struck him. Join the Alchemist Guild? What benefits does that entail? Hao Chen could not help but ask, intrigued. Benefits? Indeed. The Alchemist Guild's influence permeates the entire North Haoting celestial domain. Should you gain membership, you would have access to a plethora of resources, and if necessary, the guild could advocate on your behalf. Seizing the moment, Luo Haoyan endeavored to entice Hao Chen into joining the guild, for no one would willingly relinquish a genius to another's faction. Very well. However, you must first agree to one condition. I am willing to join the Alchemist Guild, but I have a stipulation. Any condition is acceptable as long as it is reasonable. Luo Haoyan responded eagerly. Please ensure the safety of the shop I have purchased. My current strength is limited, and my studies at the academy prevent me from overseeing it for extended periods. Hao Chen sought to arrange for his family and companions to reside within the shop. It would be challenging to carve a niche for himself in the celestial realm solely through his own strength, but having a powerful support system silently backing him would alleviate his concerns, making his journey far more manageable than waging a solitary battle. Chapter 890, Joining the Guild, Part 2. Agreed. I shall readily comply. Luo Haoyan replied with great enthusiasm. After all, every alchemist was a talent representative of North Haoting. Not only would the Alchemist Guild provide covert protection, but even Emperor Haoyan of North Haoting would issue orders to the city lord's manor in Haoyan City to ensure the safety of alchemists. After achieving the status of an alchemist, Hao Chen's circumstances were promptly reported to the highest authority of the Beiho court by the Alchemist Guild. I have acquiesced to your terms. Now you must acquiesce to mine. Luo Haoyan immediately presented the conditions set forth by the Alchemist Guild. Conditions? Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying implication. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Their intentions must extend beyond merely wanting him to join the Alchemist Guild, hinting at ulterior motives. Uncertain of what the conditions entailed, he mused, if I can fulfill them, I shall certainly agree. After a brief contemplation, he responded, The conditions are rather straightforward. We hope that, 3 years hence, you will represent the Alchemist Guild of Haoyan City at the Alchemist headquarters in ZY City. Within the ZY realm, to participate in the Alchemist Grand Tournament, Luo Haoyan solemnly informed Haochen. Participate in the Alchemist Grand Tournament? Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing Luo Haoyan's stipulations, a look of surprise flickered across Haochen's face. He had anticipated a more arduous demand, yet it merely entailed attending a tournament. With no insistence on achieving stellar results, such a simple condition prompted no further hesitation. He readily acquiesced. After all, it was merely an alchemist competition. What harm could there be in attending in 3 years? I agree, Haochen affirmed decisively. With Haochen's affirmation, smiles illuminated the faces of both Luo Haoyan and Xiao Haoyan Nan. Should we not indulge in some libations now? At this moment, Haochen seized the opportunity to suggest, you are now a member of the Alchemist Guild, and this token serves as your proof. With this token, you will be entitled to various preferential resources at any Alchemist Guild location within the Beiho court. Furthermore, 3 years hence, when you represent the Beiho realm in the Alchemist Grand Tournament, this token will signify your eligibility to compete, so please ensure its safekeeping. Xiao Haoyan spoke, presenting a jade token engraved with 2 stars on one side and the characters Haoyan on the reverse to Haochen. Haochen took the token, examined it briefly, and then stowed it within his storage ring. At this juncture, the trio set forth in a cloud beast carriage, departing the Alchemist Guild for the Millennium Tavern. Upon their arrival, the 2 venerable ancestors and the trio were met by a throng eagerly awaiting them at the tavern's entrance. This feast was hosted by Hao Ruoxuan, with Xiao Haoyan aware that Ruoxuan represented the Hao family's gratitude for Haochen's rescue of Ryu. Hao Ruoxuan extended invitations to Xiao Haoyunfeng, the head of the Hao family, Luo Qingzi, the head of the Luo family, and Zhu Baocong, the head of the Zhu family. As news of Haochen's ascension to the rank of second-rank alchemist spread throughout Haoyan City, the heads of the Hao, Luo, and Zhu families were already aware that those accompanying Haochen were their own children. Thus, the 3 patriarchs converged upon the Millennium Tavern simultaneously. Xiao Haoyunfeng sought to observe the newly appointed alchemist, curious about the talent nurtured by the Hao family. Luo Qingzi wished to ascertain the nature of this Haochen, pondering whether he was worthy of his daughter Luo Ferrer's affections, for in the realm of immortals, age differences are often disregarded in matters of marriage. Zhu Baocong aimed to deepen ties during this occasion, seizing the opportunity presented by Haochen's recent elevation. All 3 patriarchs were figures of considerable stature, each at the late stages of the golden immortal realm. Upon discovering that Haochen was merely a youthful lad in his 20s, the 3 family heads were profoundly astonished. It was generally believed that one would attain the status of an immortal alchemist only in their later years. Xiao Haoyun was perplexed. With such remarkable talent within the Xiao family, one would expect them to have been recognized long ago. Which branch of the family did this prodigy belong to? At that moment, Luo Qingzi had set his sights on Haochen, recognizing the immense potential of such a young alchemist. Zhu Baocong, however, wished for his son to cultivate a good rapport with Haochen, for the matter of the Xianyuan stone was of no trivial concern. Both Luo Haoyan and Xiao Haoyan were in high spirits that day. The 3 clans, typically distant from one another, might very well evade the cataclysm of the millennia if they united with sincerity from henceforth. Haochen, with utmost humility, frequently raised his glass to toast the esteemed elders. As he was new to the immortal realm and unfamiliar with his surroundings, he relied on these elders as a sturdy support. The grand feast continued until the midnight hour, after which the 3 family heads departed the tavern, each returning to their respective homes. The 2 venerable ancestors, accompanied by 4 young companions, made their way to the northeastern part of North City, to the site of Haochen's establishment. Luo Haoyan waved his hand to dispel the restrictions, and at that moment, the shop was entirely his. The 2-story building, crafted from celestial wood, emanated a gentle fragrance, which mingled enticingly with the lingering aroma of elixirs from within the shop, wafting through the air, irresistibly alluring. Upon arriving, the still-spirited Luo Haoyan, along with the 2 venerable ancestors, Xiao Haoyan and Nan, continued to savor wine in the shop's rear courtyard. Although Haochen did not possess the most exquisite celestial wine, he had accumulated a fair selection of fine varieties. Qi Feng from Feiyu Pavilion and Luo Baicong, one of the 7 guardians, were both ardent wine enthusiasts, and their storage rings contained a considerable amount of celestial wine. acquired from slaying several heavenly beings in the North Hao jungle. Haochen once again showcased his culinary skills, preparing delectable dishes. Though immortals had long transcended mortal indulgences, they were not immune to the allure of celestial nectar and Haochen-esque grilling expertise. It was not until the following morning, when the Alchemist Guild's cloud beast carriage arrived to escort them, that the two venerable ancestors reluctantly departed from Haochen's establishment. Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei each returned home to pay a visit. Only then did Haochen finally take the time to inspect his newly acquired property. This estate was a two-courtyard structure, with a spacious main yard adorned with side rooms serving as storage. Upon entering the inner courtyard, one would find the living quarters, which resembled a traditional four-sided courtyard. Haochen estimated that accommodating over 1,000 inhabitants would pose no challenge. The basement and hidden chambers were functional and could be gradually expanded. After surveying the premises, Haochen was quite pleased with the property. He then redesigned the array formations, and as the formation activated, a confinement array enveloped the first courtyard, while the second courtyard vanished like magic. At this moment, Haochen summoned Ziju, Zian, Li Hao, Yexiahan, Lung Yushuang, Zixiao, Yexing, and others to inspect the establishment. Subsequently, he called upon Yi Mei, Yuan, Hao Tianbei, Hao Yunlong, and Hao Yuanheng, and together they examined the conditions of both the shop and the living quarters. All present felt a sense of satisfaction with this property, which Haochen had recently acquired, a transaction that could be deemed half gift, half purchase. Thus, Haochen handed the identity token for the rank of second-rank alchemist to Zizhuang, and then presented the badge to Lung Yushuang. Earlier, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Haoyan City, Luo Haoyan, along with Vice President Xiao Haoyan Nan and my 3 classmates, gathered here. I intend to invite them to meet everyone once we have settled in, as they serve as our support in the immortal realm. Both presidents possess cultivation levels above Xianxian, and my membership in the Alchemist Guild ensures the safety of my family. I am now a second-rank alchemist within the Alchemist Guild of Haoyan City. The Xiao family traces its lineage back to our ancestors in the immortal realm, with the esteemed Xiao ancestor being the Emperor Haoyan. The head of the Xiao family, whom I met today, is a being of the golden immortal realm. Vice President Xiao Haoyan Nan is the ancestor of the Hao family in Haoyan City, and one of my companions today is the second young lady of the Hao family. The head of the Luo family, Luo Qingzi, and the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Baocong, are also notable individuals. The reason I share this information with everyone is to assure you of a comfortable life here. Let us strive together to carve out our own destiny in the immortal realm. As Haochen's words resonated, they filled the gathering with fervor. Chapter 891, The Trial of the Immortal Academy, Part 1. The shop was suddenly inundated with too many visitors, which was rather unreasonable. To avoid arousing suspicion, we temporarily retained around 20 individuals. This included Yi Qinshan's family, the Yuan family of 3, Wen Yuanwan, Xiangling, and others like Haoying, Ziyu, Zizhuang, Chu Qian, Guyun, Yi Xiaohan, Yi Xiaoya, and Yi Xiaoyu. We tidied up the interior, purchased furniture, and arranged the rooms, while also having Hao Yinbei, Zi Xiaohan, Li Hao, and Yi Xinghan accompany us. However, Ten'er, Hao Yue, and the other children also wished to see their new home, so Haochen reluctantly allowed Yue Wan and Yi Mei to accompany them. The rest temporarily returned to the space within the Jade Pendant. I have already named this shop, Ziwich. The Ziwich, also known as the Crepe Myrtle, symbolizes prosperity and is associated with successful business ventures, linking it to the Qianyuan and Qiyuan realms. Soon, Senior Z, Senior Li, Senior Yi, and Yi Qianshan will join me in visiting the east, south, and west cities to investigate the sales of elixirs and gather various intelligence. The others will conduct their inquiries within the North City, but you must conceal your true appearances. Blending in is advisable, as Haoyan City is not particularly peaceful, and you should return discreetly. There were no objections to Haochen's well-considered shop name. Everyone was in agreement, as it was his own establishment, and he could choose any name he wished. I distributed a storage bag containing celestial essence stones to each of the ladies, leaving Hao Yinbei to oversee matters. After summoning a cloud beast carriage, Haochen departed from Ziwich with Zi Xiaohan, Li Hao, and Yi Qianshan. They intended to procure the necessary equipment for Ziwich, and after the investigations, the alchemists from the Danfang would be commissioned to refine the elixirs. Inside the carriage, Haochen produced 3 storage bags containing 1,000 celestial essence stones each, handing them to Zi Xiaohan, Li Hao, and Yi Qianshan. The trio traveled from the East City to the South City, leisurely exploring all the way to the West City, accompanied by the Cloud Beast carriage. And they returned to Xiwage just as the sun was setting. However, the three clan heads were quite formidable, each dispatching a powerful figure of the Earth Immortal Realm to covertly guard the ZY Pavilion. Upon his return, Hao Yin discovered their presence and promptly invited the three into the pavilion. In addition to expressing his gratitude, Hao Yin generously presented them with 3 storage bags, each containing 1,000 immortal essence stones, as compensation for their disruption of cultivation while safeguarding the ZY Pavilion. Initially, the 3 men declined with various excuses, but upon seeing the contents of the bags, they showered him with heartfelt thanks. While this amount was trivial for Hao Yin, it represented several years' worth of salary for the 3 guardians. After settling matters at the ZY Pavilion, Hao Yin arranged to meet Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei in front of the Millennium Tavern. When they arrived, Fairy Wanying, along with Hao Ryu and Luo Ziyun, had already become acquainted within the carriage. Hao Yin had hired a Cloud Beast carriage to take everyone back to the Immortal Academy. This is my cousin, Fairy Wanying, and these 3 are my classmates. He introduced Wanying to the group upon entering the carriage. Before long, the 5 women engaged in lively banter. Meanwhile, Hao Yin and Zhu Zhuangfei fell into a contemplative silence, each reflecting on the peculiar events of the past few days. The only exception was the little girl Ryu, who obediently nestled in Hao Yin's embrace and soon drifted into a deep slumber. During Hao Yin's few days away from the academy, the preliminary class competitions had concluded. Class 7 ranked 42nd in the contests, categorizing it as a 3rd-tier class. The 3rd phase for the new students involved a wilderness trial, an essential test that every student must endure, assessing their ability to adapt to perilous outdoor conditions with no supplies. Only those who successfully navigate this trial will be entrusted with exceedingly dangerous tasks. The patrols of the immortal domain and the guarding of mines also serve as forms of such trials. Fairy Qixing intended for Class 7 to become a 3rd-tier class. She aspired to cultivate a versatile team through her efforts. Class 7 embodied her hopes and ideals. Having lived in the academy since childhood, Fairy Qixing had dabbled in weapon forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, and formation studies. In her philosophy, an immortal must be a polymath, mastering a variety of skills to become powerful. Proficiency, rather than specialization, was her aim. There was no need to compete with the utmost experts in every field, as such an approach would only lead to mediocrity. In truth, Fairy Qixing's philosophy resonated with Hao Yin's own. Hao Yin was well-versed in alchemy and had also explored talisman crafting, weapon forging, and formations. However, one cannot be all-encompassing in the myriad arts. Even weapon forging is profoundly intricate. The sword-making techniques acquired from the Merchant Alliance in Wanhai City on the northern ring island of the Qianyuan realm were entrusted to Master Li Wanyu for further study. To unleash the full potential of combined magical treasures, each item must be perfectly harmonized, necessitating an exceptionally high level of craftsmanship to refine each treasure meticulously. There must be no margin for error. Otherwise, not only will the intended power be unattainable, but it could also lead to the disintegration of the treasured artifact, resulting in damage. Moreover, the crafting of such a magical object requires considerable expertise in formations and exceptional skill in inscribing runes. Despite numerous collaborations with master craftsmen, Hao Chen has yet to achieve a flawless integration of the comprehensive artifacts he seeks to forge. Shortly after the Shenyang's competitive exchange, Class 7 received notification of a trial. Naturally, given the nature of trials, certain dangers are inherent. Thus, Shenyang has arranged for mentors of the celestial realm to provide covert protection. Should life be endangered, these mentors will intervene. However, if incidents occur outside the trial's designated area, the mentors may be unable to assist. After all, resources are limited, and trials are confined to specific boundaries. If students exceed these limits, they must bear the consequences themselves. The duration of this trial is set for 1 month, during which students may form teams or act independently, provided they complete the tasks assigned by Shenyang. Tasks are allocated based on individual capabilities. Stronger teams will face greater challenges, while those with fewer members and lesser strength will encounter comparatively easier assignments. The rewards for successful completion are substantial, with a significant accumulation of points. It is essential to understand that points are of utmost importance to students. serving not only as prerequisites for acquiring various knowledge at Xi'an, but also as a symbol of merit. Points are utilized in numerous areas within Xinyan, most notably for borrowing books from the library and for exchanging them for celestial artifacts and elixirs. Students lacking points may be advised to leave Xinyan, as they would not have contributed anything to the institution. To thrive in Xinyan and pursue learning and cultivation, accumulating points is indispensable. While it is possible to earn points through mundane tasks, such efforts pale in comparison to the opportunities presented by trials, making them a favored avenue for many students to amass points, as no one would ever refuse a surplus of them. Chapter 892, Xinyan Trial, Part 2. Upon receiving the trial notification, Haochen summoned Fairy Qixing to their small courtyard for an important discussion. Haochen wished to confer with Fairy Qixing regarding the arrangement of Fairy Wanying and Ryu. After her arrival, he introduced the two, recounting Fairy Wanying's plight in detail. Currently, Fairy Wanying finds herself unable to return home, as the Fengqing Feiyu Pavilion will not let her go. Having formed a close friendship with Fairy Qixing, Haochen entrusted her with this secret. I was puzzled by the sudden appearance of a beauty, Fairy Qixing remarked, finally realizing that the incident in Fengqing was orchestrated by Haochen. Fairy Wanying is a rare Xian cold ice body. Haochen emphasized. Are you saying she possesses the Xian cold ice body? Fairy Qixing asked in astonishment. Indeed. Is there a problem? Haochen, aware of Fairy Wanying's exceptional talent in ice cultivation, expressed this to draw Qing Ruoshi's attention. As expected, before Haochen's words had fully settled, Fairy Qixing immediately conveyed this information to her mother. After a stick of incense burned, Qing Ruoshi arrived at Haotian courtyard with remarkable speed. Where's that girl with the ice-cold body? She exclaimed loudly. Wening, quickly go and pay your respects to the master. Upon seeing Qing Ruoshi's demeanor, Haotian realized that Wening had great potential. Before Wening could even bow, Qing Ruoshi seized her wrist. Moments later, Qing Ruoshi's face lit up with joy. For Wening possessed an extraordinarily rare physique, one that appeared only once in a millennium. Not only was she a Xianin body, but she had also been tempered by celestial ice, making her a unique Xian ice-cold body. Excellent. This disciple is indeed mine. Qing Ruoshi praised fervently. In fact, I have rescued 2 other girls with Xianin bodies. If you agree, I shall bring them to meet you in the future. Haotian seized the opportunity to say. What? You mean there are 2 more girls with Xianin bodies? Qing Ruoshi asked in astonishment. Yes, is that so strange? Haotian muttered. Wonderful. It has been many years since I accepted a disciple, and today's surprise is truly overwhelming. I must see them as soon as possible. As she spoke, she whisked Wening away in a flash, eager to refine her further. Qing Ruoshi, like a treasure hunter, wished to savor the moment. Where are Luo Ziyun and Ruoyu? What is their story? Fairy Qixing inquired about Luo Ziyun and Ruoyu. They are my cousins. Visiting the Immortal Academy for a while before returning home in a few days, Haotian replied earnestly. But wait, one resembles Fei closely, while the other bears a striking resemblance to Ruoxian. Could they be their sisters? Fairy Qixing pondered. Oh, but that's odd. The Ho family lost a little girl, and the Luo family also reported a missing young lady. The bounty issued by Haotian City has reached the Immortal Academy. You haven't abducted those 2, have you? You can't possibly be involved in human trafficking, can you? Fairy Qixing asked, puzzled. At that moment, only Ziyun, Ruoyu, and Fairy Qixing were present in the room. Sensing Fairy Qixing's relentless questioning, Haotian abruptly raised his hand to create a barrier. Ziyun and Ruoyu are girls I rescued from the Eagle Hall in East City. Haotian declared solemnly. What? You were the one who destroyed the Eagle Hall in East Haotian City? Fairy Qixing exclaimed, astonished, as she suddenly rose to her feet. Sit down and listen to my explanation. Zhu Zhuangfei has not returned for quite some time. I took leave to search for him in Haotian City with Luo Fei. While gathering information at an inn, I inadvertently encountered someone who carried Zhu Zhuangfei's aura. Thus, I followed him to the Eagle Hall in East Haotian City. During the rescue of Zhu Zhuangfei, I discovered this little girl and Luo Ziyun imprisoned in the dungeons of the Eagle Hall, and I consequently freed everyone. Zhu Zhuangfei was captured by the Eagle Hall because he inadvertently discovered that Ruoyu had been abducted. To silence him, they imprisoned him alongside Ruoyu in the dungeons of East Haotian City. Inside the dungeon, I witnessed inhumane scenes, and in a fit of rage, I decided to take down the Eagle Hall. Haochen calmly recounted the rescue of Zhu Zhuangfei, casually mentioning the retrieval of Zun, Ryu, and all those imprisoned. Ah, the Eagle Hall of Donghao City is indeed formidable. Qixing, the fairy, had heard tales of it, as it is a formidable force of the Qi family. I ask that you keep this matter confidential. Thus, Ziyun and Ryu cannot return to Haoyan City for the time being. And I will also arrange for the others to stay in a secret location. Should the Hao and Luo families discover that this incident was orchestrated by the Eagle Hall of the Qi family, it would unleash a storm of bloodshed. Currently, Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxuan are already aware of the situation. Hao Ruoxuan has informed her family about Ruoyu's disappearance, fabricating a story that Ryu was merely indulging in play and had gone to the Immortal Academy to visit her sister, while Luo Feier has similarly claimed Ziyun's absence, stating that she was spending time with her. Ziyun can easily stay with Luo Feier for a few days, but Ryu, frightened, now only trusts me, having lost faith even in her sister. Haochen promptly conveyed the current state of the little girl, Ryu, to Qixing, the fairy. Qixing remained silent, sitting pensively in her chair. The room was quiet, and after a stick of incense had burned down, Qixing suddenly stood up. Have you been to the Alchemist Association? She inquired. Yes, why? Haochen replied, looking puzzled at the anxious Qixing. Have you passed the alchemist examination? Qixing's eyes bore into Haochen. Indeed, is there a problem? Haochen's confusion deepened. This is a significant issue. The elixirs I will need in the future will depend on you, Qixing confirmed, her heart filled with joy at the realization that, amidst her worries about the scarcity of elixirs, she suddenly had an alchemist by her side. Haochen's attainment as an alchemist could not be concealed from the head of the Immortal Academy. The news had reached her even before Haochen returned. However, Qixing found it hard to believe until she heard it directly from Haochen's lips, which dispelled her doubts. Given Haochen's participation in the trials, it would be inappropriate to keep Ryu by his side. Where to send her? As Qixing pondered this dilemma, she thought of Fairy Wanying, whom she liked, and suggested that Ryu could stay with her for a while. Haochen's suggestion received Qixing's approval. The trials were set to commence in 3 days. Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei had already made arrangements to team up with Haochen. They had even decided on a name for their little squad, the 7th Squad. Of course, in addition to the 3 of them, there were several younger students who were reluctant to join their team. These junior martial artists were assigned to Haochen for management by Qixing. Thus, the 7th Squad, now consisting of 16 members, was reported to the academy for record-keeping. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Haochen, leading the team of 16 from the 7th Squad, stealthily departed the academy and headed to Haoyan City for extensive shopping. Under Haochen's guidance, they procured food, clothing, and various necessities. Haochen also purchased several tents and numerous ropes for camping and climbing. The celestial realm was not lacking in such items, as those below the celestial level could not fly, making these goods readily available in the shops. Haochen procured herbs and elixirs gathered from the wild, essential items for alchemy, preparing supplies that resembled those for a leisurely outing rather than for a rigorous trial in the wilderness. Concurrently, Haochen seized the opportunity to guide these individuals to Ziwei Pavilion for shopping, subtly promoting the establishment. As Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxian, and Zhu Zhuangfei stepped once again into Ziwei Pavilion, they were left in awe. The myriad of splendid goods and the warm, attentive service offered a refreshing experience. Noticing the reasonable prices and promotional discounts for the grand opening, they eagerly selected various elixirs vital for survival in the wilderness. With the enthusiastic purchases made by Luo Feier and her companions, Ziwei Pavilion commenced its operations. Apart from Luo Feier, Hao Ruoxian, and Zhu Zhuangfei, who were aware of Haochen's ownership, the others remained oblivious. Chapter 893, Trials at the Immortal Academy, Part 3. After everyone had procured their medicines, those from Haoyan City could return home to visit family, while others chose to stay at Ziwei Pavilion. The next day at noon, a gathering was arranged at the Millennium Tavern. Once everyone was settled, Haochen ascended to the Master's chamber on the 2nd floor. After leaving Ziwei Pavilion, several individuals nominated Li Hao as the first master of Ziwei Pavilion. Upon Haochen's return, Li Hao convened the group to discuss matters. After receiving the report, it was confirmed that Ziwei Pavilion had established all necessary mechanisms. Haochen then left a portion of the alchemist from the jade pendant space to ensure the continuous production of elixirs for the pavilion. With the protection of the Luo, Hao, and Zhu families, alongside the support of the Alchemist Guild, everyone could live without worry. For the time being, the focus could not solely be on expanding Ziwei Pavilion's business, Personal cultivation was of utmost priority. Only by enhancing their skills could they aspire to a better existence. Hao Chun earnestly addressed the group, including the alchemists. Beyond the conventional elixirs crafted by the alchemists, he requested a list of celestial elixirs, promising to refine some of the second tier or lower during their trials. As he spoke, confusion spread among the crowd, except for a few in the know. It was only then that Hao Chun revealed his identity token, and the others realized he was already a second-tier alchemist in the immortal realm. The alchemists present were filled with admiration. Shortly, he gathered all the alchemists to impart his insights on alchemy. He collected the lists from Li Hao and handed him several storage bags. Simultaneously, he summoned all alchemists, bestowing upon each a storage ring. Upon arriving in the immortal realm, Hao Chun no longer confined their freedom. Within the storage rings, besides his alchemical insights, were uniformly replicated jade slips and some celestial essence stones. In the hall of the second courtyard, Hao Chun shared his alchemical wisdom. As the night deepened, he gathered his family to convey the message from Minter Qing Rua Shi of the Immortal Academy, who wished to meet Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan. Naturally, the prospect of entering the Immortal Academy for study and cultivation brought immense joy to everyone for the two. On the following day at noon, the members of Team 7 arrived punctually. After a sumptuous feast arranged for the trial team, Hao Chun hired 2 cloud beast carriages to transport the 7 members along with Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan back to the Immortal Academy. Upon their arrival at the Immortal Academy, Hao Chun guided Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan to the esteemed mentor, Qing Rua Shi. Upon meeting the two and assessing their attributes, Qing Rua Shi was thoroughly delighted. When Hao Chun returned to the Academy's modest quarters, Fairy Li Qixing and the others had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting his return. In 3 days, the trials were set to commence, and since receiving the notification, anticipation had been building among the group, each of them eager and ready. At that moment, 50 individuals gathered together, buzzing with excitement for the impending trials. This would be their first participation since entering the academy, and despite the many uncertainties surrounding the trials, their enthusiasm far outweighed their curiosity. Thus, for 3 consecutive nights, they forsook their training and slumber, pouring their energies into discussions about the upcoming trials. Hao Chun was no stranger to trials, and upon Fairy Li Qixing's suggestion, he shared his experiences of survival in the wilderness with the group. 3 days swiftly passed. All the students assembled at the Academy's plaza, where their mentors led them to the trial location. By the time Class 7 arrived, many others had already congregated in the plaza, indicating that many students were equally eager for the trials. As the appointed time approached, a directive from the Academy's training hall's steward set the trial teams in motion, following their respective mentors towards the trial grounds. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm, each one brimming with determination to showcase their skills during the trials. The Immortal Academy governed numerous secret realms, and this trial was to take place in the Tianyuan Forest, an isolated expanse. It could be described as the fringes of the Tianyuan Forest, connected to another distinct woodland. This forest, while part of the Tianyuan Forest, existed somewhat apart from it. Although there were few points of contact, the division was intentional. The architects of the Immortal Academy had created this boundary to facilitate the trials for the Academy's students. Under the guidance of their mentor, Hao Chun and his small team arrived at the entrance to this mystical realm of the Immortal Academy. Within lay countless treasures of heaven and earth, as well as numerous formidable beasts and dangers. In the celestial realm, demonic beasts are referred to as sacred beasts, classified into 9 tiers. Tiers 1 to 3 are low-tier sacred beasts, 4 to 6 are mid-tier, 7 to 9 are high-tier, and those exceeding 9 tiers are known as immortal beasts. Similarly, immortal beasts are also categorized into 9 tiers, with tiers 1 to 3 as low-tier, 4 to 6 as mid-tier, 7 to 9 as high-tier, and those surpassing 9 tiers as divine beasts. The Academy's teachings extend beyond mere knowledge and skills. They also aim to impart survival skills in the wild. Over-reliance would render these students as delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse, unable to withstand adversity when faced with perilous situations. Upon arrival, Hao Chun's small team quickly gathered together. The month-long trials were set to commence, and once the students entered the forest, the secret realm would automatically close, only to reopen at the end of the month. Until that moment, the members of Team 7 were unaware of how Hao Yin had clandestinely taken them out for procurement, showcasing his remarkable decision-making. At the consultation desk outside the mission hall, Hao Yin obtained the team's identification tags, which he used to collect their tasks. He temporarily divided the 15 members, excluding himself, into 3 groups. Group 1, Ring'er, Zhanzi, Lu Ying, Xia Huilong, Yangyu. Group 2, Zhu Zhuangfei, Lu Qing, Lu Hui, Huang Xiaoqin, Zhuangyu. Group 3, Heirwaxuan, Wan Ying, Wang Liang, Li Wei, Chu Fei. Among the 16 individuals, there were 7 males and 9 females, with each group comprising 3 females and 2 males. He instructed Ruofei, Heirwaxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei to select tasks of moderate to high difficulty. Consequently, the 3 of them each gathered 4 members and entered the mission hall to alternately accept the corresponding tasks. After acquiring their missions, they prepared to enter the forest for their trials. The mentors had already conveyed most of the necessary precautions before entry. However, Hao Yin possessed some experience. He cast a cursory glance at the tasks held by the 3 groups, all of which involved gathering celestial spirit herbs and slaying 6th-tier sacred beasts. The 6th-tier sacred beasts were comparable in strength to human martial saints. In comparison, the power of sacred beasts ranged as follows. 1st to 3rd-tier low-level sacred beasts were roughly equivalent to the foundational and nascent levels of human cultivators. 4th to 6th-tier mid-level sacred beasts corresponded to human nascent soul, martial honor, and martial saint levels, while 7th to 9th-tier high-level sacred beasts matched the prowess of human martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sovereigns. Conversely, 1st to 3rd-tier celestial beasts were akin to human immortals, while 4th to 6th-tier celestial beasts compared to heavenly, golden, and profound immortals. The 7th to 9th-tier celestial beasts were comparable to celestial lords, kings, emperors, and sovereigns. It is essential to note that these comparisons are approximate. For instance, a 6th-tier unicorn rhinoceros sacred beast possesses overall strength comparable to that of an ordinary 8th-tier sacred beast. Hao Yin noted that the tasks these individuals had chosen were not of moderate difficulty, but rather predominantly challenging. Prior to selecting their tasks, Ruofei, Heirwaxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei had already conspired to seek out high-scoring missions. In their eyes, Hao Yin could even challenge the Eastern City Eagle Hall. So how could he falter in trial tasks? Thus, they conspired to undertake the more arduous tasks in pursuit of maximizing their gains. Before Team 7 entered the trial forest, many other trial teams had already formed and ventured inside. Most of the lingering teams outside were unprepared and indecisive in their task selection. However, this was of little consequence to Team 7. They merely needed to focus on successfully completing their trial activities. Shortly after entering the forest, Team 7 arrived at a location imbued with an eerie atmosphere. Surveying their surroundings, they observed vibrant greenery, yet the silence was palpable, devoid of even the faintest chirp of birds or insects. You 3 must not stray beyond 100 feet from me. I shall provide logistical support. Hao Yin's words were understood only by Ruofei, Heirwaxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei, with the so-called logistical support referring to close protection. The forest lay in hushed silence, the only sounds being the crunch of dried twigs and the rustle of fallen leaves beneath their feet. In stark contrast to the once vibrant Tianyuan forest, this place felt entirely different, instantly capturing the undivided attention of Team 7. Chapter 894, Encounter with a Sacred Beast, Part 1. Team 7 continued their journey deeper into the trial grounds, where the forest was intermittently dotted with scattered heaps of disordered bones. These bone piles appeared to have accumulated over a considerable time, composed solely of animal remains, with no trace of human corpses, which offered the team a slight reprieve, though they remained vigilant. After advancing for a while, they stumbled upon some desiccated animal droppings, unmistakably left behind by a sacred beast. The size of the droppings suggested that the creature was quite substantial. It seems we have entered the territory of a sacred beast, remarked Lafir, surveying her surroundings. With such an eerie quiet, this sacred beast must possess considerable strength, observed Heirwaxuan, casting a glance at Lafir before scanning their surroundings. Noting the unsettling silence. What should we do? Should we circumvent the area? Lu Ying inquired, rubbing her arms as she moved closer to Heirwaxuan. Since entering this place, she had felt an unsettling sensation, as though unseen eyes were watching their every move. Zhu Zhuangfei exchanged a glance with Hao Qing, poised to speak when he was interrupted by Xia Huilong. Wait, what is that? Following the direction of Xia Huilong's finger, the group beheld a cluster of plants radiating a crystalline glow. Xianyinko. It is indeed Xianyinko. Lafir exclaimed upon a brief glance, continuing. Xian Yinko grows outside the cave of the radiant unicorn. Could it be? We have encountered a treasure of heaven and earth? What do you think? Should we dare to collect the Xian Yinko or retreat? Zhu Zhuangfei pondered, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. The radiant unicorn is a 9th-tier sacred beast, possessing formidable strength. Given our current capabilities, we are no match for it. I suggest we withdraw and find another route. Wanting timidly interjected upon hearing the name of the beast. After a moment's reflection, Haoqing recalled the information he had reviewed regarding sacred beasts. The 9th-tier radiant unicorn, if it reaches maturity, would sprout wings and transform into the radiant unicorn Pegasus. Lafir, Heirwaxuan, you two will approach the unicorn's territory from the flanks. Move lightly. Zhu Zhuangfei will lead the way to distract the beast while the rest of us provide support. We need to gather some Xian Yinko, as it is one of our collection tasks. We can't just gaze upon it and leave, can we? Moreover, considering the unique growth environment of Xian Yinko, our encounter today is a stroke of fortune. The area is currently quiet. Who knows, the radiant unicorn might be in a deep slumber. Haoqing assessed the situation before speaking. Originally, the suggestion to retreat was met with some agreement from Zhu Zhuangfei after hearing Haoqing's words. We must be cautious, just in case, he acknowledged. However, since you've voiced your opinion, let us act swiftly, taking advantage of the fact that this colossal creature remains oblivious to our presence, and hastily gather the fairy in grass before departing. Although Luo Feier felt a twinge of apprehension, she found merit in Haoqing's reasoning. Before she could conclude her thought, she and Ho Ruoxuan commenced their task. Lu Ying, who had remained silent after her initial remark, felt an unsettling sense of being observed, a sensation she could not dismiss. Just as she was about to speak to Hao Chan, Luo Feier and Ho Ruoxuan had already begun their endeavors quietly. Lu Ying swallowed her words, instead surveying the surroundings with vigilance. The swift movements of Luo Feier and Ho Ruoxuan soon bore fruit, as they effectively harvested nearly all of the ferrying grass. Luo Feier mentally calculated their yield, estimating nearly 100 stalks, far exceeding their mission's requirements. We have gathered enough. We must leave at once. Otherwise, if that creature appears unexpectedly, we will be in peril. She communicated telepathically with Ho Ruoxuan. Upon hearing this, Ho Ruoxuan nodded in agreement, and the two hastily retreated to Hao Chen's side. Hao Chen, we have not finished our, Luo Feier began, but was interrupted by Lu Ying's urgent telepathic warning. Hurry, it is a 9th-tier sacred beast. As Lu Ying's words echoed, the group heard distant hoofbeats, accompanied by a tremor in the ground, the sounds rapidly approaching them. We've been detected by the sacred beast. Although its species remained unseen, the frequency of the tremors suggested it was likely a smaller, speed-oriented creature. Hurry, we must leave. Hao Chun instructed the others. To him, a 9th-tier sacred beast was merely a manifestation of a martial emperor's might, hardly a formidable adversary. His intention was primarily to hone his peers, and without intervening directly, he could only advance alongside them. At his command, the group wasted no time in fleeing back the way they had come. As they ran, Hao Chun glanced back to see a beautiful unicorn emerging from a distance, its white mane shimmering with a faint luster, and the glow of its horn radiating a blue lightning aura. This was the luminous unicorn they had previously mentioned. It appeared that this unicorn would evolve into a 1st-tier sacred beast upon consuming the ferrying grass, and by harvesting the grass, they had thwarted its ascension. The luminous unicorn was now in a state of fury. During their escape, Hao Chen noticed several younger classmates struggling with fatigue. He summoned his celestial energy to propel them forward. Their pace was brisk, and soon they had covered a considerable distance. Just as they contemplated a brief respite, the sound of galloping hooves echoed ominously from behind. What shall we do? It is pursuing us. Luo Feier gasped, panting slightly. Run. Zhu Zhuangfei replied emphatically. Thus, everyone exerted their utmost strength and surged forward with great determination. It was uncertain how long they had been running, but apart from Luo Feier, Heirwaxuan, Zhu Zhuangfei, Lu Ying, and Xia Huilong, the others had reached their limits. The relentless pursuer behind them continued its chase. What could they do? Continuing to run like this was not a viable solution. Every time they thought they had shaken it off, it would soon catch up again. We cannot keep running indefinitely, Hao Yin remarked, coming to a halt. While running, he pondered how to extricate themselves from this predicament, continually scanning the surroundings for an escape route. In his swift observations, he finally spotted a cave at the edge of a precipice 3,000 zhang to the southeast, a potential refuge. Chapter 895, Encounter with the Sacred Beast, Part 2, 3,000 zhang to the southeast. Hao Yin suddenly shouted, rallying everyone as they dashed towards the cave. Upon reaching the cliffside cave, Hao Yin swiftly produced 2 thunderous bombs. Boom! He tossed one to the radiant unicorn, catching it off guard with the sudden explosion. The other bomb was thrown into the cave, and as the blue light flashed, nothing unusual occurred inside. It appeared that the cave was indeed safe. Zhu Zhuangfei, Xia Huilong. You two go in and scout ahead. I will hold off the unicorn outside, Hao Yin commanded. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuangfei and Xia Huilong darted into the cave. It's safe inside, came Zhu Zhuangfei's voice moments later. You all go in first. I will cover the rear, Hao Yin instructed, facilitating everyone's entry into the cave. Both Luofei and Heiraoxuan did not hesitate in following Hao Yin's orders. The others, too, understood their own limitations compared to him. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed Hao Yin's prowess. Had it not been for his guidance, they might have met with disaster long ago. Moreover, time was of the essence. Hao Yin's decision to cover their retreat was a chance for them to regroup without delay. They entered the cave in perfect unison. Hao Yin was the last to enter the cave, initially worried about a possible attack from the unicorn as he did so. To his surprise, the unicorn halted 10 paces from the cave entrance and did not advance. This afforded Hao Yin a moment to catch his breath as he stepped inside. The unicorn watched them enter, remaining at the entrance, neither approaching nor retreating, letting out a few frustrated roars. It seemed to fear this place. The survivors collectively inhaled deeply, gazing towards the cave's entrance. Never mind that. Let's focus on regaining our strength first. I feel utterly drained after being chased all this way, Zhu Zhuangfei murmured, leaning against the cave wall to meditate. Exhausted, he quickly entered a state of cultivation. It appeared the unicorn was somewhat wary of this location. Now, as it guarded the entrance, it was unable to pursue them, making it imperative for everyone to recover their energy. Hao Yin, being the last to enter, had a clearer view of the situation outside. Several hours later, Luo Fei, invigorated, stretched her body and glanced outside the cave. There lay the unicorn, still waiting patiently, not having departed. What should we do? Luo Fei pondered, gazing at the creature outside. Just as she contemplated their next move, Xia Huilong suddenly exclaimed, "There's a path inside." The others, who were merely resting at the cave entrance, turned their attention to him. Xia Huilong, having regained some energy and feeling an urgent need to relieve himself, stepped deeper into the cave, away from the group. With the faint light filtering in from outside, they could vaguely discern a long, narrow passage that appeared to accommodate only one person at a time. Since the creature outside showed no signs of leaving, the newly discovered path was worth exploring. Perhaps it led to another exit. However, Hao Chun felt conflicted. The luminous grass thrived only in the presence of the radiant unicorn, and without it, nurturing the grass was impossible. You all proceed ahead, Hao Chun offered, producing several moonlight stones to hand to Luo Fei and the others. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Hao Chun stealthily exited the cave himself. In a flash, he conjured a shadow and 2 ethereal duplicates, swiftly capturing the unicorn before it could react, and then returned to the cave. While devising a strategy to capture the unicorn, Hao Chun communicated with his blood-poison spirit and the celestial ice spirit, formulating a seamless combination attack. The blood-poison spirit would assault the unicorn's consciousness, while the celestial ice spirit would restrain its movements. Utilizing the pressure from the fiery seal, Hao Chun seized the moment to capture the unicorn, retreating swiftly after his initial attempt failed. This trial ground of the Celestial Academy housed many peculiar creatures, and only a rapid capture of the unicorn would allow him to conceal his actions. Once back in the cave, a mere thought allowed Hao Chun to enter the fiery seal and confine the radiant unicorn. At that moment, the spirit duplicates departed from the unicorn. As they did, the unicorn, sensing its confinement, attempted to leap towards Hao Chun, only to find its body restrained. "Humph, I ignored you before because others were present, and yet you persist. Do you think I cannot handle you?" The moment Hao Chun laid eyes on the radiant unicorn, he had deemed it a fitting pet for his daughter, Hao Yu, to receive at the right time. After mocking the unicorn, Hao Chun exited the fiery seal and hastened to catch up with the group. With the moonlight stones provided by Hao Chun, the 16 travelers advanced in an orderly fashion. The glow from the stones illuminated the uneven stone walls surrounding them and the rugged path beneath their feet. As they descended, The passage widened from a single file to a space accommodating two side by side, gradually fanning out. Eventually, they reached a point where 5 could walk abreast, yet still. No exit was in sight, nor did they encounter any creatures. The cave remained eerily silent, save for the faint breaths of the group. Having traversed quite a distance, not a single blade of grass had come into view. The cavern had grown increasingly expansive, leaving one to wonder how long it would take to find the exit. As they walked, the group engaged in conversation, yet from their tone, Houghton discerned no hint of adventure. They resembled mere tourists. He recognized that these young denizens of the celestial realm were sheltered blooms, unlike himself, who had weathered the storms of tumult and bloodshed. In the distance, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Did you hear that? Houghton suddenly paused, breaking the chatter that had enveloped them, drawing their attention to the unusual situation within the cave. Upon his remark, silence fell as they listened intently, confirming the presence of the water's gentle flow. Let us quicken our pace. The exit must be near, he urged, undeterred by the fact that the sound was still some distance away. From that moment, the group ceased their idle chatter and hastened their steps. After traversing approximately 1,000 zhong, a glimmer of light finally pierced the darkness ahead. Everyone, remain vigilant and prepare for battle. While elated, Houghton reminded them to be ready for any eventuality, for the circumstances beyond the exit remained shrouded in uncertainty. As they neared the exit, Houghton subtly shifted his position to lead the group, signaling for Zhu Zhuangfei and Xia Huilong to follow closely behind. The two girls, Luo Fei and Heruoxuan, were placed behind, as were the younger students. Unbeknownst to them, although Houghton walked ahead, his blood-poisoned spirit doppelganger lingered at the rear, ensuring the safety of the group. Chapter 896, An Extraordinary Space, Part 1. A cacophony of sounds emanated from beyond the exit, unmistakably clear. As they approached, it became evident that outside lay a waterfall, cascading with relentless force, plummeting from the cliffs. Let us rest and regain our strength before devising a method to descend. The oppressive laws of the celestial realm posed no challenge to Houghton's wind wings, bolstered further by his starship and shuttle resources. Meanwhile, within the Jade Pendant space, Yu Xiaolan and Yi Xiaoan remained at the Celestial Academy with Qing Ruoxi, while Houghton tasked Mu Huinan and Gu Yun with documenting their path. They communicated constantly, recording vital information to facilitate future entries. Secretly, Houghton left a mark at the cave's mouth, enabling easier access with his boundary-breaking talisman in the future. After a brief respite, the group deliberated on methods to reach the ground. Though vines were present, they dangled precariously from the cliff's midsection, making descent difficult. Ultimately, Houghton produced several 100-foot ropes and 16 climbing gear sets. After connecting the ropes, he demonstrated a descent, linking 3 more ropes during the slide until he reached the base of the cliff. Surveying the area below for any unforeseen dangers, he then began his ascent. Thus, the 15 individuals descended to the ground following the method demonstrated by Houghton. At that moment, the members of Team 7 arrived in a peculiar space. Houghton stowed away his rope and gracefully floated down using vines. Upon landing, he brushed off the droplets of water that had splattered on him and remarked, "There is nothing quite like the feeling of solid ground beneath one's feet." "How beautiful," came the astonished voice of the junior student, Wanying. The group followed the direction of Wanying's finger and beheld a mountainside adorned with an array of colorful blossoms, igniting a sense of joy in their hearts. Whites, reds, and pinks, each hue was utterly delightful. A gentle breeze carried a subtle floral fragrance, refreshing and soothing. Upon closer inspection, one could detect the faint scent of medicinal herbs. It was the aroma of the xianling grass, delicate enough to blend with the floral notes, yet Houghton could still discern it. "Wanying, look over there. Isn't that xianling grass?" Luo Fei exclaimed, her eyes glimmering as she pointed at a patch of crystalline xianling grass. Following Luo Fei's gesture, the group confirmed that the sparkling grass indeed was xianling grass. Furthermore, its quality appeared superior to that which they had previously harvested in the territory of the glimmering unicorn. With the emergence of the xianling grass, a troubling thought loomed over everyone. Could there be another glimmering unicorn here? Having just barely escaped the clutches of one, it was unsettling to think that the creature might still be guarding the cave entrance. Would another glimmering unicorn emerge from this place? As these thoughts swirled, an involuntary tension gripped the group. "Do not fret, there are no glimmering unicorns here. Just look around, and you will see." I took a cursory glance and found no signs of divine beasts, which means this area is currently safe. Houghton was the first to dispel the tense atmosphere. What you say seems to be true, Wanyu remarked, casting a glance around her. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant. Houghton cautioned earnestly. The group nodded in agreement with his sentiments. Subsequently, Houghton approached the area where the Xianying grass was growing, crouching down to examine it with care. As a certified second-tier alchemist by the Alchemist Guild, he possessed the ability to accurately discern the age and medicinal properties of the Xianying grass. Observing Houghton preparing to collect the Xianying grass, Luo Feier, Heroakshuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei halted those nearby from recklessly gathering the grass. Houghton extracted a stalk of Xianying grass, holding it in his hand for closer inspection. This particular specimen, in terms of color, the fragrance it emitted, and the abundant spiritual essence it radiated, unequivocally indicated that it was of superior quality, with an age exceeding 10,000 years. Compared to the Xianying grass harvested in the territory of the Glimmering Unicorn, this was incomparable. The area before him was entirely filled with Xianying grass of such age, and a rough count suggested there were at least 6,000 or 7,000 stalks. Faced with such a wealth of high-grade Xianying grass, Houghton's eyes sparkled with excitement. For as an alchemist, he understood the immense value of the Xianying grass. Nevertheless, although Houghton was exhilarated by the abundance of celestial dew grass, he refrained from harvesting it all. He selectively gathered only those specimens rich in spiritual essence, leaving behind the others with less potent medicinal properties. The thriving celestial dew grass in this locale warranted preservation. Perhaps many years hence, this place would once again flourish with crystalline celestial dew grass. As Houghton collected the grass, aside from Luo Feier, Heroakshuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei, who understood his intentions, the others were perplexed as to why they were being prevented from gathering the celestial dew grass. Esteemed guests, I am a second-tier alchemist from the Alchemist Guild of Houghton City. I have merely chosen to harvest a portion of this celestial dew grass, as the remaining specimens do not possess significant medicinal properties. I hope to leave some behind for continued growth. I assure you, I shall concoct a celestial-grade elixir for all present. Upon witnessing this, Houghton spoke earnestly. Gasp. Apart from Luo Feier, Heroakshuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei, it was at this moment that the others realized Houghton was indeed a second-tier alchemist. Very well, we shall heed Houghton's instructions. Zhu Zhuangfei promptly responded. The crowd, in unison, expressed their unanimous support for Houghton. Subsequently, they dispersed from the confines of the celestial dew grass that Houghton had restricted, each seeking their own spiritual herbs. At this moment, the junior disciples were filled with joy at the prospect of joining the 7th squad, fortunate to undergo trials alongside a second-tier alchemist, an opportunity they deemed hard-earned. Upon completing the harvest of the millennia-old celestial dew grass, Houghton suddenly noticed something amiss with Luo Feier. She was captivated by a small tree nearby, adorned with pale purple fruits, hidden among the blossoms. The fruits shimmered enticingly, evoking a salivating desire at first glance. If not for Luo Feier's angle, the small tree would have been nearly invisible. At that moment, Luo Feier found herself irresistibly drawn towards the small tree, stepping closer as if entranced. Luo Feier, where are you going? Houghton, having just finished his collection and standing up, noticed her odd behavior. As he spoke, Luo Feier had already distanced herself, prompting Houghton to follow swiftly. Upon catching up to her, he followed her gaze to the small tree bearing fruits, which appeared to beckon to her as if animated. Come closer. A voice echoed persistently in Luo Feier's mind. Chapter 897, The Strange Space, Part 2. This is troubling, Houghton thought to himself. Grasping at the last vestiges of his reason, he bit down on his tongue. In an instant, the pain jolted him back to clarity. Yet Luo Feier continued to advance forward. He realized, with newfound clarity, that he could not allow her to approach. This was the singular thought resonating in Houghton's mind as he regained his composure. The peculiar little tree was too enigmatic. He could not allow Ro Feier to approach it. Houghton swiftly positioned himself between Ro Feier and the tree. Feier, please come to your senses. You must not proceed, he urged, his hands firmly gripping her shoulders. Yet, Ro Feier, perhaps bewitched, remained oblivious to Houghton's desperate calls and attempted to step forward. Ro Feier, awaken. You cannot advance any further. Houghton continued to shout, his voice tinged with urgency. At that moment, those nearby, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards the source of the disturbance, sensing that trouble might be brewing. What happened? Zhu Zhuangfei was the first to reach them, his heart heavy with concern as he beheld Ro Feier's uncontrolled state. Do not look at the fruit-bearing tree behind us. It may confuse your minds just as it has with Ro Feier, Hao Chen cautioned the others while trying to halt her advance. As the crowd hesitated, poised to glance at the tree, they recalled his warning and promptly lowered their gazes. What should we do now? How can we awaken Ro Feier? Zhu Zhuangfei inquired anxiously. I am uncertain. I nearly fell under its spell myself, but fortunately, I regained my senses quickly. However, Ro Feier was caught completely off guard. Thus, I am at a loss as to how to rouse her, Hao Chen replied, shaking his head. I could stab her to see if that jolts her back to consciousness. Zhu Zhuangfei suggested, retrieving a dagger from his storage ring. No, that would only harm her. Hao Chen vehemently protested against Zhu Zhuangfei's reckless idea. Nothing seems feasible. What can we do? Lu Ying lamented helplessly. Just then, Wanning unexpectedly produced a string of small bells from her bosom. These bells were left to me by my mother. They are called soul-snatching bells. Said to possess the power to seize one's consciousness, but require the expenditure of one's own mental energy to wield. Although I know how to use them, I have never done so before. Since Ro Feier has been enchanted by that fruit tree, I propose using the bells to counteract the enchantment and see if they can awaken her. What do you all think? Wanning inquired hesitantly, shaking the bells before the group. Let us try as you suggest, Hao Chen replied without hesitation. He believed that Ro Feier's awakening depended solely on her final willpower, and he had a strong intuition that those fully ensnared by the tree would not necessarily feel physical pain. Thus, even if she were injured, it might not suffice to bring her back to consciousness, which is why he agreed to allow Wanning to use her mental energy to awaken her. Upon receiving Hao Chen's nod of approval, Wanning began to chant an incantation, gently shaking the bells in her hand. The clear, resonant sounds emanated from the bells, striking at the very core of one's spirit. Though the sound was directed at Ro Feier, it inadvertently caused those nearby to momentarily lose their focus. Fortunately, they had prepared themselves in advance, maintaining clarity of mind, and were not further affected. The bell continued to sway, producing a rhythmic, melodious chime reminiscent of pearls cascading onto a jade plate, striking at the heart of Ro Feier and gradually restoring her fading consciousness. After a considerable time, Wanning, lacking sufficient mental strength, attempted to forcefully manipulate the bell, resulting in a backlash that caused her to cough up blood and faint, the bell falling silent in response. Fortunately, Hao Ruoxuan, quick of reflex, caught Wanning. Otherwise, she would have had an unfortunate encounter with the ground. At this moment, the previously dazed gaze of Ro Feier began to regain focus, her control returning as she approached the small tree once more. What just happened to us? Ro Feier asked, bewildered, as she surveyed her surroundings upon fully regaining her senses. Feier, do you not recall? You were suddenly entranced, heading directly toward that small tree, about a foot tall, laden with fruit. It startled us greatly, Hao Ruoxuan replied, grasping Ro Feier's hand, his concern still evident in his eyes. My head aches a bit, Ro Feier began, but was interrupted by a throbbing pain, as if her entire consciousness had been hollowed out, leaving her utterly exhausted. After resting for a while, her mental state improved, and she recalled the earlier events. Fool, she scolded herself, aghast at her own foolishness. Upon seeing the fruit tree, she had immediately recognized it from the detailed descriptions and illustrations in the herb compendium, which outlined the proper approach to such a plant. Yet, she had succumbed to such a basic error, allowing it to seize control of her mind. Thankfully, her companions had intervened in time, averting a grave situation. Otherwise, Ro Feier would have had nowhere to lament her misfortune. This fruit tree, known as the soul-devouring tree, thrives in warm, humid environments, feeding on souls to sustain itself, a tree of both celestial and demonic nature. However, combating it is no less challenging than facing a sacred beast or even a mythical creature. The tree reaches a height of about 10 feet and bears fruit once every century. During this blooming, the entire tree appears dreamlike, alluring all creatures that behold it, luring them closer and causing their minds to spiral out of control. Should one inadvertently fall victim, they would find themselves ensnared in an illusion, helplessly drawn into the tree's embrace as it gradually consumed them, transforming them into its sustenance. Its fruits, transparent and crystalline, are among the materials used to concoct many precious elixirs, a rare treasure of nature. Li Fei collected her thoughts and slowly began to elucidate the attributes of the soul-devouring tree. By this time, Wanyu had also regained consciousness upon seeing Li Fei restored. She exhaled in relief, grateful that her first use of the soul-capturing bell had not resulted in failure. Li Fei recounted the details of the soul-devouring tree, cautioning that one must not gaze directly at it when approaching, lest they fall victim to its enchantment, just as she had moments before. Subsequently, Hao Chun discreetly summoned the celestial ice spirit, intending to approach the soul-devouring tree, ready to encase it in ice should it ensnare him. Following Li Fei's guidance, Hao Chun stepped closer to the tree, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact. However, as Hao Qian approached, he discerned that the soul-devouring tree appeared to possess a semblance of sentience. Trembling slightly in fear of his presence, without hesitation, Hao Qian advanced to stand before the tree, pausing only to harness the power of celestial essence, transforming it into a demon-slaying hand to collect the fruits from the soul-devouring tree into his storage ring. Naturally, he would not overlook the tree itself. Under the intimidation of the heavenly spirit ice, he seized the opportunity to subdue it, incorporating it into the burning heaven seal. At this moment, what remained of the soul-devouring tree was merely a phantom image. Aside from leaving a few saplings in the vicinity, Hao Qian gathered all into the jade pendant space. Rare treasures must not be disregarded. The soul-devouring tree is a remarkable spirit object, one that is fortuitously encountered but seldom sought. Henceforth, Hao Qian possessed an additional card up his sleeve. The soul-devouring tree was undoubtedly the prime choice for insidious schemes against others. Chapter 898. The Strange Space. 3. After Hao Qian swiftly departed from the soul-devouring tree, no one noticed his unscrupulous actions. Even though he had harvested the fruits, none dared to casually glance at the tree. Shall we hasten to find a way out? We are unaware of our surroundings and whether we have exceeded the trial's boundaries. Xie Huilong suggested after distancing themselves from the soul-devouring tree. The group felt the dwindling supplies they had brought, and since arriving here, they had seen no signs of other sacred beasts. Previously, when they had scattered, no animals had appeared. Continuing in this manner, they would face the dire possibility of starvation, even if they did not perish from exhaustion. Nonetheless, Hao Qian remained undeterred in his exploration of this realm. He gazed upwards, but all he beheld was a vast expanse of white, resembling mist or illusion, yet not clouds. Reflecting on his prior entrance, he recalled a sky of deep azure, adorned with numerous floating clouds. This place felt as though it belonged to a realm entirely separate from the outside world. At this moment, Hao Qian's conviction grew stronger that he had inadvertently wandered into a hidden domain. The more he pondered this, the more exhilarated he became, secretly relishing the notion that this space shielded them from all external spiritual detection. However, following the incident with Rofiel, the others were hesitant to part ways, fearing another encounter with a force that could manipulate their minds as Rofiel had experienced. Thus, Hao Qian accompanied the group back to the waterfall. Upon gaining their consensus, they decided to establish camp near the pond at the waterfall's base. With the cliffside waterfall at their backs, a sense of security washed over them. Men and women alike gathered beneath the waterfall, each attending to their grooming. The girls, including Rofiel and Heroakshuan, lamented their lack of privacy for changing clothes when Hao Qian unexpectedly produced 2 sets of tents. Witnessing his resourcefulness, the group momentarily forgot their previous anxieties and confusions. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, a tent of considerable size was erected, with the ladies taking precedence in occupying the freshly set-up shelter. As for the second tent, the ladies declined to assist further. However, after 3 incense sticks had passed, it too was completed. Although the other members' supplies had nearly been depleted, Hao Qian's storage space held treasures beyond their wildest imaginings. Without vanquishing the sacred beasts, the storage ring of Hao Chun held remnants of the sacred beasts slain in the North Hao jungle, even the flesh of celestial beasts. A sumptuous feast was laid out, and Hao Chun commenced a barbecue. Even deities could not resist the delectable flavors crafted by Hao Chun, complemented by exquisite wines. Men and women alike indulged, lost in inebriation. For the sake of safety, however, Hao Chun gathered these revelers into the Qinkuan furnace. Within the furnace, he had already prepared tents identical to those beneath the waterfall, and then cast seals to confine the 2 tents. With everything in place, Hao Chun suddenly summoned forth all individuals from the demon suppression tower. This was an unknown spatial secret realm, designated for a prearranged trial involving teams of 20, with strict instructions not to disperse or stray. Their task was to gather celestial herbs, ethereal medicines, and divine fruits, avoiding provocation of sacred and celestial beasts unless absolutely necessary. There was a restricted barrier ahead that must not be breached. All were to return to this location after 3 hours and set forth. Over 2,000 individuals emerged into this enigmatic space. Subsequently, Hao Chen summoned all the monstrous beasts to safeguard the trial participants. The trial in the celestial realm lasted 3 hours, primarily testing their adaptability to the environment. Hao Chen, along with Xiaocui and other flying beasts, patrolled the skies using the wings of wind. After an hour, Xiaohong communicated the discovery of a vast water pool, a celestial ascension pool. Upon hearing Xiaohong's message, Hao Chen was taken aback, pondering how to locate a celestial ascension pool upon arriving in the celestial realm. If it truly was the celestial ascension pool, it would be a great fortune. Racing with urgency, Hao Chen reached the front of the celestial ascension pool. At the entrance stood a large white jade tablet. Over a zhang hai, inscribed with the 3 characters of celestial ascension pool. Gazing upon these characters brought tears to Hao Chen's eyes, as he yearned for those who had crossed over to cleanse their identities. It was a pressing matter to transform swiftly into beings of the celestial realm. This place was sealed by human design. Only by breaking the seal could one enter. After a stick of incense's time, Hao Chen breached the seal of the celestial ascension pool, creating a narrow gap to enter. As the name suggests, the celestial ascension pool serves as a conduit from the mortal realm to the celestial realm. There exists a belief that once one enters the celestial ascension pool, they are reborn anew. The luminous barrier above the pool is extraordinarily mysterious and powerful, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to enter. In contrast, ascendants find it much easier, as guides are present to lead them into the pool. Upon emerging from the celestial ascension pool, ascendants undergo a complete metamorphosis. Otherwise, those newly ascended to the celestial realm possess only a facade of celestial power. Entering the ascension pool allows for a thorough transformation into true celestial energy, after which they will be directly transmitted out. The existence of the celestial ascension pool remains unknown to all. If one were to trace its origins, it could extend back billions of years, or even further. This ascension pool, curiously situated here, remains unmonitored, much to Hao Chen's advantage. The barrier of the celestial ascension pool that Hao Chen breached was impervious to countless golden immortals, profound immortals, celestial lords, and even more formidable celestial kings, all of whom could not penetrate even a sliver. This led to the singular purpose of the ascension pool. Only those who ascend to the celestial realm may utilize it once. Periodically, powerful individuals ascend from the lower realms, necessitating the creation of a barrier surrounding the ascension pool. At first glance, this pool appears to be an artificially excavated swimming basin, likely positioned here as a point of ascension closely aligned with the coordinates of this pool. From a great distance, the Emperor Haoyan suddenly sensed a shift. A fissure had been breached in the barrier that he had established long ago at the ascension pool. In the next moment, a faint smile graced his lips. For only those of the Qianyuan realm who bore the bloodline of Xiaohao could accomplish such a feat. This was destined. Otherwise, no one would be aware of the existence of an ascension pool here. The Emperor Haoyan knew that it was the doing of Haoyan Chun. Yet he chose to let it go, for Xiaohao Tianan was covertly providing protection, allowing him to indulge in his endeavors. However, what the Emperor Haoyan did not anticipate was that Haoyan Chun was not alone in this venture. Rather, he was accompanied by a multitude of clandestine travelers. Within the ascension pool, Haoyan Chun remained oblivious to these developments. Oh, how peculiar. This strange liquid seems capable of instigating a metamorphosis in the celestial power within me. And at such an astonishing pace. I must see if I can store this wondrous liquid within the burning heaven seal. Upon first contact with this extraordinary substance, Haoyan Chen immediately recognized its remarkable properties. Observing the mysterious barrier above, it became evident that entry for others would prove to be quite challenging. How does it resemble the spiritual liquid found within the Qingyun cave? Could it be that the liquid within the pool is indeed the essence of the ascension pool? Yi Huanxiao, having discovered this liquid within his storage ring, was equally unaware of its nature. Finding it cumbersome in his ring, he relocated it to the Qingyun cave. Haoyan Chun devoted himself to absorbing this liquid, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It turned out that when he first discovered the spiritual liquid in the Qingyun cave, He was merely at the Yuandan realm, and thus unable to absorb it. After transforming his body's celestial essence, he could not wield it either. Unbeknownst to him, some celestial being had brought treasures from the celestial and demonic realms, such as the Dark Ring, the Qiankuan Furnace, and the demon-esque Grief Sword, into the Qianyuan realm, having stolen the refining liquid from the Ascension Pool. Consequently, Xiao Chui, seizing an opportunity when Hao Yin-chun was distracted, consumed a significant amount of it. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Chui quickly acclimated to the celestial environment upon her arrival. Hao Yin-chun raised his hand to examine the storage ring once more. Who, I wonder, is this being who straddles both celestial and demonic realms? Do those unknown maps within the ring relate to the realms of immortals, demons, and monsters? Chapter 899, Fierce Battle with the Pack, Part 1. The inability of others to preserve the essence of the Ascension Pool does not imply that Hao Yin-chun is incapable. Whether it be the Demon Suppression Tower, the Jade Pendant Space, the Qiankuan Furnace, or the Turning Heaven Seal, all possess vast storage capacities, capable of accommodating the entirety of the Ascension Pool's essence. Hao Yin-chun merely immersed himself in the essence of the Ascension Pool for a brief moment before establishing a spatial barrier within the Burning Heaven Seal, successfully collecting 2/3 of the essence from the pool before he ceased. With a gentle push, the barrier was unsealed, allowing the two to swiftly exit the realm of the Ascension Pool. Xiao Hong had been vigilantly guarding the outer perimeter, and, upon seeing Hao Chun emerge, they hastily departed from the site. Hao Chun was determined to return to the waterfall area with utmost urgency. The 3 hours had elapsed, and those undergoing trials should have gathered back at the designated location. Upon his arrival at the assembly point, he found the trial participants waiting at the base of the waterfall. Quickly, we must leave this place. There was no time for inquiries about the trials, nor for explanations. After gathering everyone, Hao Chun carefully moved the inebriated Luo Feier and others from the Qiankuan Furnace back into the tent before the waterfall, rousing them from their stupor. By the time Luo Feier and the others regained their senses, 3 hours had already passed. It is time to depart, Hao Chun declared. Having collected the celestial liquid from the Ascension Pool, fearing that lingering too long might complicate their escape, people naturally ascend, while water flows downward, to find an exit. One must follow the course of the stream. Yet, would the flow indeed lead to an escape? If no exit was found, they would have to retrace their steps. They wandered along the direction of the waterfall's current for quite some time, surrounded solely by the flora along the banks, ultimately compelled to return to the waterfall's base. Let us return whence we came. As for that luminous unicorn, it must have vacated the area. Before the words had fully left his lips, Hao Chun leaped upward, grasping a vine to climb. In a brief moment, he reached the mouth of the cave at the cliff's edge. Relying on his memory and the marks he had left behind, he managed to breach the now-sealed barrier. Were it not for the foresight of marking the entrance, he might have taken much longer to locate the cave. Hao Chun's extensive experience ensured that, had it been any other student, survival would have been improbable. Securing one end of the rope, he then lowered 200-foot-long ropes. As Zhu Zhuangfei and Xia Huilong returned to the cave, Hao Chun descended along the ropes, keeping a vigilant eye on those climbing up, prepared to assist in case of a fall. Wan Ying attempted the ascent multiple times without success, her frustration leading to tears. The more she struggled, the more agitated she became, and the more mistakes she made. Ultimately, pressed by Hao Chun, she persevered. When she grew tired, she rested her feet upon Hao Chun's shoulders. After an hour, Wan Ying successfully reached the top, overjoyed, while Hao Chun lay exhausted upon the ground. The cave passage remained eerily silent, and the group's spirits were far from the exuberance they had felt upon arrival. An hour later, they reached the cave's entrance, and Zhu Zhuangfei peered out, only to find that the luminous unicorn had long since vanished. At last, they had escaped the confines of the barrier, and the survivors exhaled deeply in relief. However, a sudden howl from a wolf sent ripples of alarm through the group, evoking a chorus of responses from the pack. In the wilderness, encountering wolves was most troubling, as they usually traveled in packs, making solitary confrontations exceedingly difficult. Just as they had narrowly escaped the barrier, they now faced a horde of wolves. It seems the luminous unicorn was frightened away by the wolves, yet we find ourselves trapped. Zhu Zhuangfei turned to the others, dismayed. Meanwhile, Hao Chun felt a surge of excitement. Since these creatures had come to them, regardless of the circumstances, this bountiful opportunity could not be overlooked. Otherwise, Fulfilling the mission of Squad 7 to slay 16 7th-tier sacred beasts would prove exceedingly challenging. Gazing at the multitude of blue-eyed wolves shimmering in the distance, Hao Chen furrowed his brow. These were the azure wolves of the Tianyuan forest. If they were any other sacred beasts, it might not be so troublesome. But the Tianyuan azure wolves posed a significant challenge. Although their offensive power was not particularly high, their formidable defense and relentless attacks often exhausted even the most skilled immortals. Even those at the Earth Immortal stage would think twice before confronting such a pack alone. It seemed this would be a challenging endeavor. Everyone, I suggest I take the lead to clear the area. Once we exit the cave, we can launch a small charge to practice our skills and bolster our courage. Then we should quickly retreat back into the cave and wait for an opportunity to strike. Hao Chen proposed softly, having assessed the situation outside. I will follow your command. Luo Fei readily agreed. Excellent. The group responded in unison. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, and one by one, the azure wolves appeared at the cave's entrance, their numbers steadily increasing. Within moments, over 100 were gathered. The wolves did not immediately attack, but instead slowly congregated. When the battle begins, do not fear. Perform as you normally would and treat them as adversaries. This is a far more liberating experience than our usual sparring. Hao Chen silently awaited the full emergence of the wolves, biding his time until they entered the most advantageous range for attack. First, let us set up the tents. During our breaks, we can freshen up and rest. One must learn to balance work and leisure. Hao Chen retrieved 3 tents and their materials, tossing them to those nearby. Isn't 2 tents sufficient? Zhu Zhuangfei inquired upon seeing 3 tents. Isn't 1 tent enough for me? Hao Chen replied with unwavering certainty. After a brief interval, the 3 tents were erected, with Hao Chen occupying the central one, while the one at the cave entrance was designated for the males. No one objected. Given Hao Chen's strength, it was reasonable for him to have a tent to himself. Each tent was furnished with a bed, indicating that they were prepared to endure a prolonged encounter with the wolf pack. While others were busy setting up their tents, Hao Chen strategically laid down a trapping formation at the cave's entrance. The wolf pack outside had gathered significantly. Attack! At that moment, Hao Chen shouted. Brandishing the Fei Huang's sword, he was the first to leap from the cave, his immortal energy surging forth. Waves of sword aura sliced through the air, and in an instant, 7 azure wolves lay dead. Before the cave, within a span of 3 yards, only the corpses of 7 Tianyuan azure wolves remained. At this juncture, the 7 members of the team began to emerge in an orderly fashion. Form up in groups of 3 and heed my command. Hao Chen instructed as the wolves were still in disarray. Charge! Taking the central position, Hao Chen once again led the charge into the pack of wolves. Most of these Tianyuan azure wolves were 6th-tier sacred beasts, akin to human martial practitioners at the martial saint level, boasting an extraordinary combat prowess. Even the immortals present were cautious not to provoke them recklessly. With a flick of the Fei Huang's sword, the sword aura swept forth, and once again, 7 more azure wolves fell. In contrast, Zhu Zhuangfei, Li Qixing, and Lu Hui appeared somewhat flustered, barely evading the wolves' attacks. And their pace in dispatching the wolves was notably the slowest among the group. Luo Fei, Yang Yu, and Zhuanzi relentlessly vanquished the azure wolves, gradually acclimating to the ferocity of battle. Lu Ying, Zhuang Yu, and Chu Fei, drenched in blood, exhibited remarkable synergy, particularly Lu Ying, whose delicate visage was as cold as ice. Wherever her sword swept, an azure wolf met its demise. At this moment, Hao Ruoxuan, Wan Ying, and Li Wei coordinated their efforts with growing finesse. Meanwhile, Xie Huilong, Wang Liying, and Huang Xiaoqin were engaged in a skirmish with a 7th-tier azure wolf. Despite their continuous assaults on the azure wolves, their numbers only seemed to multiply. In the 9th chapter, Fierce Battle with the Pack of Wolves, Part 2. After half an hour, all were adorned with various wounds. Observing the exhaustion etched on their faces, particularly that of the junior sister Wan Ying, who had carelessly sustained a gaping wound to her abdomen, and Lu Hui, whose arm had been bitten off and devoured by an azure wolf, as well as Wang Liying, who bore a claw mark that marred her beauty, Hao Chen called out, "Retreat!" Before his words had fully dissipated into the air, he dashed towards Xie Huilong and the others, swiftly dispatching azure wolves in his path and retrieving each group engaged in battle. Everyone was already well aware of Hao Chen's prowess, thus they were not taken aback. Without anyone possessing strength above the mid-stage of the immortal realm, how could one hope to attain the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist? Upon learning that Hao Chun was a second-tier alchemist, they understood his extraordinary talent. It was precisely this assurance that emboldened them to charge into the fray, for they felt secure under Hao Chun's protection, even if calamity were to befall them. The presence of a second-tier alchemist ensured their lives were not in jeopardy. Hao Chun held the rear, deftly maneuvering through the battlefield, swiftly collecting the carcasses of the azure wolves. Upon stepping into the cavern, he immediately activated a trapping formation to seal the entrance. Once back in the cave, Hao Chun promptly instructed that the severely injured be assisted to the central tent for treatment, while those with minor injuries tended to themselves. He procured 3 beds, allowing Wan Ying, Lu Hui, and Wang Liying to be gently laid upon them. He retrieved the Wuyin Dan furnace, raising the temperature within the enclosure. As the others looked on in astonishment, witnessing Hao Chun conjure one item after another like a magician, Zhu Zhuangfei employed the fireball technique to heat the furnace. While Ruoxuan and Fei were beckoned to lend a hand, the others were instructed to vacate the tent immediately. Once only the 3 injured, along with Luo Fei, Hao Ruoxuan, and Zhu Zhuangfei remained within the tent, Hao Chun abruptly waved his hand to establish a barrier and produced a specialized surgical platform, instructing Luo Fei and Hao Ruoxuan to place Wan Ying upon it. After adequately positioning Wan Ying, Hao Chun proceeded to cut away her garments and began administering treatment. Luo Fei and Hao Ruoxuan assisted by staunching blood flow, consolidating tissues, applying salves, and invoking the Qingmu technique to stimulate muscle growth. They were tasked with administering regeneration pills, applying bone repair ointments, and muscle-enhancing powders. Hao Chun guided them on the timing and quantity for administering the revitalizing purple pill and the recovery pill, seizing the opportunity to impart essential healing knowledge and familiarize them with the usage and nomenclature of various instruments, thus facilitating their future endeavors in saving lives. After Wan Ying was carefully removed from the platform, Wang Liying was brought over, as Hao Chun, employing his divine sense to manipulate the immortal essence, consolidated her wounds before applying the muscle-nourishing powder, employing the Qingmu technique to infuse a pure essence of wood into her injuries. Then he had the 2 women assist Wang Liying back to her bed for rest, admonishing her not to practice her techniques or wield her powers until she had fully recovered. Subsequently, he focused on reviving Lu Hui's physical form. After a series of anti-inflammatory and detoxification treatments, Hao Chun employed his magic to confine her, administering Shenggu Dan, followed by regular doses of Fu Ling Zidan and Fu Ti Dan. After tending to the wounds of the 3 women, Hao Chun instructed Luo Fei and Hao Ruoxuan to periodically feed the 3 injured individuals their elixirs. He then quietly seated himself, extracting the burning heaven seal to draw a cup of celestial spirit liquid from the ascension pool, and comparing it with a small cup of liquid from the spiritual pool within the earthly space of the demon suppression tower. He discovered that aside from the concentration being inferior to that of the ascension pool's celestial spirit liquid, all other components were identical. Thus, had it not been for this fortuitous discovery of the ascension pool, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the seemingly unusable liquid in the earthly space was indeed the celestial spirit liquid from the ascension pool. Despite the howling wolves attacking the cave, the inhabitants, aside from Hao Chun, remained unaware of the events outside. After resting for several hours, everyone was invigorated, comfortably residing within the cave. With provisions for sustenance and uninterrupted cultivation, there was no rush to exit. Who could outlast whom? At that moment, Hao Chun opened the tent's barrier. Wan Ying, Lu Hui, and Wang Liying appeared before everyone, unscathed. At this juncture, the members of the 7th team were thoroughly impressed by Hao Chun's methods. The wolf pack outside refused to disperse, continuing to linger. This time, they would use the wolves for trial. I have previously studied battle formations. I shall now impart this knowledge to a select few among you, to witness the might of slaying the blue wolves. The 5 elements formation, consisting of 5 individuals, represents the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, harnessing the powers of nature in unison to unleash formidable strength. The 5 elements formation is a simple battle array that requires the cooperation of 5 individuals, and with practice, they can exhibit immense power. Hao Chun surveyed the 15 individuals before him. It was only under confinement that rapid and precise learning could occur. While the 5 elements formation may appear straightforward, it also presents challenges, as it necessitates profound synergy and an unwavering trust among the 5, allowing each to entrust their backs to their comrades. If everyone possesses confidence, then mastering this formation will be a piece of cake. Are you interested? Hao Chen inquired loudly. Yes. The 15 responded in unison, their voices brief yet powerful, brimming with an indomitable spirit and confidence. After 1 hour of refining their cooperative battle formation, Hao Chen led everyone out of the cave. With a stick of incense as the time limit, they would test the efficacy of their combined attack. The 3 groups would compete, with the objective of slaying 5 blue wolves to qualify. For each additional wolf slain, a Futi Dan would be rewarded to each member. Hao Chen established a reward mechanism to encourage the 3 groups in their hunt for blue wolves. The first group, consisting of Luo Fei and her 4 companions, took to the field. While Hao Chen provided protective support, he continuously offered practical guidance. After the incense burned for a duration, they successfully killed 5 blue wolves and effortlessly returned. The second group, led by Zhu Zhuangfei with 4 members, also dispatched 5 blue wolves within the same time frame, but remained unsatisfied and wished to continue battling, only to be halted by Hao Chen. In the third group, comprising 5 individuals, they managed to slay merely 4 azure wolves within the span of a single incense stick. In the first round, a total of 15 participants eliminated 14 6th-tier azure wolves. During the second round, 3 groups convened, with Zhu Zhuangfei's team achieving the elimination of 5 azure wolves. By the third round, Hao Chen produced 15 restorative pills. Over the course of 3 rounds, the 3 groups collectively endured minor injuries, yet managed to vanquish a total of 47 azure wolves. As discontent brewed among them, they ultimately reached a consensus that within the time frame of another incense stick, they could eliminate 7 azure wolves. After several rounds of competition, the limit for a group of 5 was established at 7 azure wolves in the same duration. Enthralled by the challenge, they reorganized and resumed their battles, reducing the wolf pack to less than half. However, the remaining wolves were predominantly 6th tier or above, formidable opponents beyond the capabilities of Luo Fei and her companions. Within the confines of another incense stick, they could only defeat 1 or 2, and while no one sustained grave injuries, they all bore scars. Amidst the relentless honing of their skills, frustration began to mount. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. A thought flickered in Hao Chen's mind, and without hesitation, he ascended the cliffs, seeking the elusive wolf king among the vast throng of wolves. A glance revealed a sea of bared fangs and glowing green eyes, akin to famished beasts, yet they merely howled without taking action. Unable to locate the wolf king with his eyes, he employed his spiritual awareness to sense the presence of formidable power. Scanning the area for 1,000 feet, he found no high-tier azure wolves. But concealed not far away was an 8th-tier azure wolf. Based on the overall strength of this pack, Hao Chen surmised that the Wolf King's prowess likely exceeded the 8th tier. Chapter 901. Frenzied combat. Having pinpointed the location of the Wolf King, Hao Chen leapt from the cliff, formed the 5 elements battle team, and prepare for defense. If necessary, retreat to the cave and activate the defensive array. With his eyes gleaming at the remaining wolf pack, he instructed the members of Team 7 before plunging into the fray. The members of Team 7 swiftly prepared for battle, adhering to Hao Chen's commands. Stunning step. Hao Chen darted into the midst of the wolves, immediately channeling celestial energy into his feet. At this moment, the goal was not to eliminate azure wolves, but to forcefully advance towards the lair of the 8th-tier azure wolf king. Displaying his unconventional nature, Hao Chen resolved to duel the wolf king. He nimbly evaded the attacks of the azure wolves, effortlessly sidestepping their advances. However, the azure wolves seemed to sense his intent and began to flank him, attacking from both sides to impede his progress. With no option to penetrate their lines, Hao Chen initiated his assault on the azure wolf beasts. Go! He sheathed his flying sword and suddenly swung his hand, striking at the waist of a nearby azure wolf. This area was its Achilles heel. Had it not been for the stunning step, he would not have been able to execute such a precise attack on its flank. The impact of his palm landed with exhilarating force upon the azure wolf's waist, sending it hurtling several yards away. Witnessing their companions' humiliation incited the ire of the remaining azure wolves, stirring the pack into a frenzy as they converged upon Hao Chen. How formidable he is! Observing Hao Chen, undaunted and skillfully facing the encirclement of wolves, Wan Ying gazed in astonishment at his unwavering resolve. As Hao Chen engaged in battle, he increasingly disregarded defense, solely intent on instilling fear in the Qinglang. In the blink of an eye, several Qinglang were sent flying by Hao Chen's strikes. Were this any ordinary person, they would have surely succumbed to fatigue by now. The godlike prowess of Hao Chen left the members of Team 7 utterly astonished. At that moment, all the Qinglang surrounding the cave entrance retreated, pursuing Hao Chen instead. Tang Fei remained relatively composed, having previously witnessed Hao Chen's formidable strength in the Eastern City Eagle Hall. However, the others gazed at Hao Chen with a different sentiment. Am I mistaken? Why does it feel as if he grows stronger with each encounter? How can this be possible? Is he even human? The crowd was utterly baffled. Ordinarily, one would weaken with prolonged combat, yet Hao Chen's assaults not only remained unweakened but intensified significantly. At this juncture, Hao Chen resembled a deity of death, with each palm striking down at Qinglang and every punch rendering them incapacitated. The Qinglang that fell to the ground could not muster the strength to rise. Just as Hao Chen reveled in his dominance, a sudden, clear wolf howl pierced the air. The Qinglang surrounding him scattered, creating space as they respectfully welcomed a towering 8th-tier sacred beast, the Wolf King. Upon witnessing the appearance of this formidable creature, Luo Feier gasped in astonishment. Similarly, Hao Ruoxuan turned pale, fear etched across her face as she regarded the Wolf King, the sovereign of the Qinglang clan. When the 8th-tier Wolf King unleashed its fury, even those at the immortal realm would do well to avoid its wrath. It was evident that this Wolf King reigned supreme in this territory. Observing the pitiful state of its subordinates, the Wolf King shook its head in disdain. Useless. I wish to cease this slaughter and challenge you to a duel. Hao Chen's consciousness penetrated the Wolf King's mind. Is that all you've got? Although the Wolf King could not vocalize its thoughts, it communicated through its consciousness. Oh, you are a queen? Hao Chen was taken aback. The emergence of a queen among sacred beasts was indeed a peculiar sight. What of it? Who says a she-wolf cannot be a ruler? The Wolf King seethed at Hao Chen's words. What of being female? Can't a woman lead the masses? I shall show you the full extent of my formidable powers. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the Wolf King suddenly lunged at Hao Chen. Startled, Hao Chen had not anticipated this cunning attack from the she-wolf, who clearly possessed a high level of intelligence and understood the advantage of striking first. Be careful. The members of Team 7, caught off guard by the Wolf King's sudden assault, cried out in alarm. Yet, Hao Chen was not foolish. He refrained from clashing head-on with the enraged she-wolf and swiftly employed the swift step to evade to the side. Despite his quick reflexes, the claws of the Wolf King still tore a chunk of flesh from his left shoulder. You vile creature! The excruciating pain ignited a surge of anger within Hao Chen. Thus commenced the extraordinary clash between the peculiar she-wolf and the equally extraordinary Hao Chen. Provoked by the actions of the she-wolf king, Hao Chen shifted from defense to offense. Launching an immediate attack, the she-wolf king looked at Hao Chen with disdain, clearly taken aback by his audacity to confront rather than flee. How infuriating! The audacious human dares to resist, she howled, leaping forward with her claws extended, her gaping maw aimed at him. Hao Chen, in a swift motion, unleashed a powerful strike that landed squarely on the she-wolf king's right chest, while her claws sunk into his left shoulder. You dare strike my chest? I shall retaliate, she exclaimed, retracting her claws and swiftly distancing herself from Hao Chen. My apologies, I seem to have struck the wrong area. Next time, shall I aim for your rear? Hao Chen teased in a telepathic exchange, eliciting a furious response from the she-wolf king, who lunged at his right shoulder. The battle raged on, each combatant inflicting wounds upon the other in a fierce exchange. Ignoring the pain in his right shoulder, Hao Chen delivered another strike to the she-wolf king's left chest. Determined to seize the moment and subdue her, believing that his injuries would heal in time. At this juncture, Hao Chen appeared even more ferocious than the she-wolf king herself. He was willing to endure his own wounds to inflict damage upon her. The she-wolf king, not one to be trifled with, retaliated fiercely against Hao Chen. Their forms intertwined in a chaotic dance of violence, blood splattering as they clashed. Go, Hao Chen! Wanning shouted, her voice filled with tension as she witnessed the brutal scene unfold before her. In this conflict, neither party held the upper hand. Victory would belong to the one who could vanquish the other first. Yet, Wanning was primarily struck by astonishment. She had not anticipated Hao Chen's overwhelming strength, especially against the likes of the Blue Wolf King, who found himself at a disadvantage. Observing Hao Chen's valiant side, Wanning felt a burgeoning admiration and affection for him. In any realm, people revere the strong, and in the celestial realm, this reverence is magnified. Witnessing Hao Chen's prowess, She realized that few in the new cohort of the Celestial Academy could compare, and it was likely that his strength would place him near the top of the rankings. Die! Hao Chun roared, striking the She-Wolf King's rear with a powerful blow while simultaneously delivering a kick that landed precisely on her backside. The She-Wolf King howled in agony. Overwhelmed by the pain and compelled to abandon her assault to tend to her wounds, fearing that any swelling might hinder her. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Chun surged forward once more. You vile rogue! How dare you insult me? I shall ensure your lineage is extinguished. The She-Wolf King, humiliated, launched a reckless bite towards Hao Chun's groin. Hao Chun frowned, caught off guard by her treacherous tactics, which sought mutual destruction. You wretched creature, I will end you, he declared, his gaze steely as he sprang into the air, landing squarely on the She-Wolf King's back as she missed her target. Ah! She cried out, realizing not only did she seek to end him, but now he had mounted her as well. The She-Wolf King felt an immense affront. After all, she was also a female, and how could she tolerate a mere human riding upon her back? In a frenzy, the She-Wolf King thrashed her body, desperate to unseat Hao Chun. Yet, having finally managed to mount her, Hao Chun was unwilling to relinquish his position. With his left arm affectionately wrapped around the She-Wolf King's neck, his right fist struck her head repeatedly. Each blow, though causing his bones to throb with pain, was met with unwavering determination. At that moment, Hao Chun found himself in a precarious position, unable to strike any other part of the She-Wolf King's body. Gritting his teeth and enduring the agony, he relentlessly hammered at her head. Of course, the She-Wolf King's skull was notably resilient. After a time, Hao Chun switched to using the palm of his hand, delivering resounding slaps to the Wolf King's head, which evidently caused her considerable discomfort. To be mounted by another was a desecration to the She-Wolf King, while being struck was a profound humiliation. After enduring Hao Chun's onslaught, the She-Wolf King visibly struggled to maintain her footing, nearly collapsing. At this juncture, Hao Chun's fists and palms had grown numb, feeling devoid of sensation, yet he persisted in exerting force against her head. Like a blacksmith refining iron, he pummeled the She-Wolf King's head from all angles, front and back, side to side, targeting her nose, ears, and eyes in a relentless effort. In truth, Hao Chun had begun to feel a sense of numbness himself. Meanwhile, the She-Wolf King, who initially fought with fervor, now emitted low, anguished growls. Her spirit starting to wane under Hao Chun's relentless assault. Her body was on the verge of collapse, yet Hao Chun's fists and palms continued to strike like a machine, mercilessly hammering at her head. He had no intention of killing the Wolf King. Rather, he sought to subdue her through force. In any realm, strength reigns supreme. And this was especially true among beasts. Hao Chun's aim was to tame the Wolf King, to have her guard the cave and protect the mysterious space and the ascension pool within. At that moment, the members of the 7th team were entirely taken aback. Hao Chun's image was indelibly etched in their minds, imparting a lesson on how to confront enemies in the future. Suddenly, the She-Wolf King could no longer support herself and collapsed to the ground. Hao Chun found himself unceremoniously pinned beneath her weight, and with a swift motion, he pushed her aside. It was then that Hao Chun noticed the gruesome sight of his right hand, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. Meanwhile, the She-Wolf King appeared to have slipped into unconsciousness, lying motionless on the ground, her body still twitching, a testament to her lingering life. Now was the opportune moment to invoke the contract technique and imprint the soul. After considerable conflict and assessment, Hao Chun recognized the She-Wolf King's formidable strength. Once tamed as a companion, she would safeguard this enigmatic domain. Recently, he had successfully subdued the Eastern City Eagle Hall's Honglin, and now he could effortlessly execute the contract technique once more. A soul imprint was embedded into the She-Wolf King's consciousness, and a lotus flower seal was successfully inscribed within her mind. The successful taming of the She-Wolf King was likely facilitated by her loss of consciousness. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to succeed in such a contract so effortlessly. At this moment, a pack of wolves gathered nearby, poised for action. Among the 7-member team, aside from Hao Chun, Raphael possessed the greatest strength. She rushed forward and cast a glance at the Wolf King, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless creature. To her astonishment, Hao Chun retrieved a healing elixir from his storage ring and placed it into the Wolf King's mouth. "Are you out of your mind?" Raphael exclaimed, having arrived at the scene of conflict. She was unaware that the Wolf King had already become Hao Chun's contracted beast. Her fears were that once Hao Chun revived the Wolf King, he would turn against them, sealing their doom. Rest assured, The Wolf King is already my contracted beast, Houtzen replied with a smile, observing Rofiel's anxious expression. You are a beast tamer? Rofiel's astonishment was palpable upon hearing Houtzen's words. It is known that the realm of immortals also harbors beast tamers. Albeit they are exceedingly rare yet immensely powerful, as they can form contracts with sacred beasts and celestial creatures as companions. However, forming such contracts is no trivial task. Yet, Houtzen had effortlessly bound the Wolf King without even a hint of awareness. Well, sort of, Houtzen nodded in acknowledgement. The contract technique had only recently been acquired from Qi Feng of the Qi family's Feiyu Pavilion. After studying it, he had only managed to apply it once on a human, using the Wolf King as his next experimental subject. The taming technique imparted by Yuan was merely a fragment of the contract art, a rudimentary one at that. The technique he had just obtained was the authentic, complete secret manual. Having not yet mastered the technique, he had nonetheless conducted an experiment, and to his surprise, it had succeeded. He mused inwardly about passing this celestial-level contract art onto Yuan's family, ensuring they benefit from its entirety in gratitude for her past selfless contributions. After consuming the healing elixir, the Wolf King immediately recovered, obediently sitting by Houtzen's side. Witnessing the Wolf King's behavior, Rofiel finally believed Houtzen's words and felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, she was soon left speechless once more, for she realized that all of the Wolf King's injuries had completely healed. The elixir he had given the Wolf King must have been a celestial-grade potion, she thought. Despite her ancestry as the daughter of the head of the Alchemist Guild, Rofiel's storage ring held but a meager supply of high-quality elixirs. It is not a celestial-grade potion, merely an ordinary one, Houtzen replied nonchalantly. Now that the Wolf King had become Houtzen's contracted beast, he could not overlook the Blue Wolves. The Blue Wolf King seemed to understand Houtzen's intentions, letting out a low growl to the pack. Upon receiving the command, the wolves all prostrated themselves before Houtzen. Then I shall accept you all, Houtzen declared, comprehending the Blue Wolf King's meaning. With the Blue Wolf King's authority, the other wolves offered no resistance, and Houtzen effortlessly subdued all of them. I hope you will keep this a secret, Houtzen said earnestly to Rofiel. Rest assured, apart from us, no third party shall know of this matter. Rofiel vowed, raising her hand to the heavens. This is the Ascending Emperor elixir I have concocted. Distribute one to each member of Team 7 for their consumption. Houchen retrieved the pre-prepared elixirs from his storage ring and handed them to Li Fei, the Ascending Emperor elixir. Upon ingestion, it grants cultivators an unconditional elevation of 1 level. Each cultivator may consume only one, and it is effective solely for those at the imperial stage. As Li Fei received the elixir from Houchen, her hands trembled, nearly causing the precious elixir to slip from her grasp. She mused inwardly. This elixir is simply extraordinary. Houchen instructed Li Fei to summon the members of Team 7 to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. You shall cultivate here, when you ascend to the 9th tier sacred beast level. I will return to assist you in transforming. After conveying some instructions to the Wolf King, he departed from the presence of the regal beast. Chapter 903. Restoration and secrecy. In this battle, Houchen experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Originally at the late stage of the martial emperor, upon arriving in the celestial realm, his cultivation was forcibly diminished by 1 tier. His cultivation energies were sealed within the 5 elements dantian, reducing his martial prowess to the mid-stage of the martial emperor. Presently, he possessed the strength of a great ascendant, yet lacked the corresponding cultivation level. Unless he could shatter the seal within the 5 elements dantian, Houchen would eternally remain a mid-stage martial emperor. Even if he attained the strength of a human immortal, he would be unable to ascend to the corresponding realm. Though cultivation levels are merely labels, possessing the strength of an immortal without the designation would forever preclude him from enjoying the status and resources afforded to immortals. The cultivation process would also be incomplete, hindering further advancement to higher realms. Houchen was indeed a rarity. Despite lacking the great ascendant tier, he could wield the powers of a great ascendant with the cultivation of a mid-stage martial emperor. To restore his original power, he must break through to the martial emperor realm to regain the balance of both cultivation and martial prowess. After immersing in the ascension pool and battling the Wolf King, the sealed martial emperor powers began to loosen. At this moment, Houchen chose not to leave the battlefield. Instead, he seated himself cross-legged, Seizing this opportunity to assimilate the experiences gained from his recent skirmishes in the celestial realm, particularly the hand-to-hand combat with the Wolf King, Hao Qian came to a profound realization of his inadequacies in martial prowess. Drawing valuable lessons that laid the groundwork for his assault on the martial emperor realm, this was not his first attempt. Historically, his cultivation had primarily focused on breakthroughs in immortality to propel his martial advancements. However, this time, he would prioritize martial cultivation to facilitate his ascension in the realm of immortality. Yet, this endeavor felt distinctly different. The sensation of breaking through a realm was acutely intense, prompting Hao Qian to resolve to attempt an immediate restoration to the martial emperor realm. Achieving the martial emperor level would substantially enhance his overall physical attributes, undergoing a profound transformation within every cell and bone. Describing this as a rebirth would not be an exaggeration. Upon breaking through to the martial emperor realm, his physique would harmonize with the laws of the universe. Concentrating his energies, Hao Qian fully engaged in the operation of the lesser yang technique. At a certain moment, he found himself once again at the threshold of the martial emperor's seal, a familiar barrier that he struggled to transcend. The cultivation that was torn away by the spatial rift faced a formidable barrier, akin to a treasure vault. To gain entry, one must either wield immense magical power to shatter the seal directly or employ a key to unlock it, regardless of the method chosen. Stepping inside would restore the prowess of the martial emperor in the realm of great ascendancy. Although this metaphor may be somewhat imperfect, it vividly encapsulates the predicament in which Hao Qian currently finds himself. Attempting to breach the door with sheer power alone was beyond Hao Qian's capabilities. Only through the assistance of extraordinary external forces could this be accomplished. Such forces could manifest as a miraculous elixir or as a prodigious individual endowed with unparalleled talent, utilizing their own magic to assist in dismantling the shackles. To unlock the seal with a key, Hao Qian would need to discover a breakthrough point, a key that would loosen or create a fissure in the seal. Once the seal was compromised, even slightly, Hao Qian would be confident in regaining the stature of a martial emperor and the cultivation of great ascendancy. Concentrating the essence of true energy and celestial energy within, Hao Qian diligently commenced an assault on the seal residing in his primary dantian. After an indeterminate span of time, a sudden sound reverberated from the suppressed seal. Boom. At a certain moment, Hao Qian's sea of consciousness trembled violently, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged forth from his being. After tireless effort, the seal, which had perplexed Hao Qian for months, finally shattered. In that instant, a torrent of celestial energy transformed into tangible power, flooding into Hao Qian's body. Subsequently, the vast quantities of celestial energy within each dantian were compressed once more, morphing into a denser, viscous form of celestial energy liquid. The concentration of true energy within the dantian had increased several-fold compared to before. As transformations unfolded within the 5 dantians, profound changes also rippled throughout Hao Qian's entire being. The most significant alteration occurred in Hao Qian's sea of consciousness, which regained its original vastness. To his astonishment, at the moment he restored his early martial emperor realm, his sea of consciousness expanded remarkably. His body, inside and out, underwent tremendous changes. Perhaps this was due to the metamorphosis experienced in the ascension pool, which had endowed his physical strength far beyond that of a typical martial emperor of the same rank. Now, as he regained his realm, the level of his body surged once again. Hao Qian's reserves were extraordinarily substantial. In pursuit of restoration, he had consumed numerous elixirs and spiritual liquids, which now began to manifest their effects, significantly enhancing his constitution. The realm of martial emperor had been restored. However, this merely represented a return to the early stage of the martial emperor realm, constrained by the rules of the celestial realm, limiting him to the pinnacle of early-stage martial emperor. Hao Qian sensed that the magical power of an initial-stage martial emperor from the 7th heaven was more formidable than that of a late-stage martial emperor from the 3rd heaven. As he reclaimed the realm of martial emperor, his spiritual consciousness also revived, even experiencing a breakthrough, causing a profound pain within his awareness. Yet these sensations were not sufficient to draw Hao Qian's attention. Amidst the current preoccupation with the restoration of the celestial laws, the moment when Hao Qian's strength ascended to the realm of the martial emperor was akin to sensing the powerful surge of breakthrough energy. An overwhelming influx of the laws of heaven and earth surged into his body, as if drawn by an unseen force. In that instant, Hao Yin perceived with clarity every inch of his skin, every single cell rejuvenating within him. The once lost martial emperor's power was restored. The elemental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the celestial path connected harmoniously, forming a celestial ring. Thus, the laws within Hao Yin were no longer deficient. The restoration of Hao Yin's martial emperor cultivation required a span of 3 days, during which the wolf pack remained vigilantly near the cave, acting as his guardians. As the restoration did not attract the wrath of heavenly tribulations, Hao Yin subsequently employed the art of stealth to conceal his true cultivation, presenting himself as a late-stage martial sovereign. The members of the 7th Squad believed Hao Yin's enlightenment stemmed from his combat experience with the Wolf King. However, they found the duration of his epiphany rather perplexing, as it seemed unusually prolonged. During Hao Yin's enlightenment, all members of the 7th Squad consumed the Ascendant Emperor pill, entering a similar state of comprehension. Luo Feier, Haohua Xian, Zhu Zhuangfei, and others advanced to the pinnacle of the late-stage martial sovereign, while Wanyu aligned her cultivation with her classmates, leaping 2 minor realms into the late-stage martial sovereign. Over the course of 7 days, the 7th Squad members cultivated without restraint, all achieving the late-stage martial sovereign level. Calculating the time, Hao Yin and the 7th Squad had been in the forest trial for over 20 days. It was time to return to the Immortal Academy. As everyone packed their belongings, Hao Yin entered the cave and set up several illusionary formations at the entrance of the secret realm, sealing it away. In the ensuing days, various trial teams gradually arrived at the exit, patiently awaiting the opening of the secret realm's gate. With time running short and no celestial beasts in the vicinity, the participants endured their hunger. 3 days later, famished and pale, the trial students felt a powerful surge emanating from the stone wall where the secret realm's gate was located. The gate had opened. Spirits lifted. The smooth stone wall slowly cracked, revealing a gap. One by one, they exited in an orderly fashion. At the urging of their instructor, the nearly starving participants squeezed through the opening of the secret realm's gate. Hao Yin and the 7th Squad were the last to arrive. When Instructor Li Qixing beheld the 7th Squad emerge from the secret realm, laughing and chatting, she was momentarily taken aback. After a month, while all other teams were physically exhausted, the 7th Squad stood out as an exception, filled with joy and laughter, each member having enhanced their cultivation, with Wanyu even advancing 2 minor realms. Nevertheless, the ultimate assessment rested upon their points. Throughout the month-long trial, the team with the highest score was the freshman class 3, accumulating a total of 679 points, averaging 58 points per person. The second place is occupied by the freshman class 9, with a total score of 3,100 points, averaging 50 points per person. Hao Chun and his companions finally arrived at the mission hall, where they submitted only the sacred beasts they had slain. The score of Team 7 had already reached 5,300 points, with each member accumulating 331 points. By unanimous agreement, the fractional points of 31.25 from the 16 members totaled 500 points, which were entrusted to Hao Chun for unified use. The collected celestial herbs and elixirs were also handed over to him for safekeeping. They understood that the ascension pills Hao Chun provided them would far surpass the value of all the celestial herbs and elixirs they had gathered. This was the shared aspiration of the members of Team 7. Upon returning to the small courtyard of the Immortal Academy, before Hao Chun could step through the door, Hao Ruoyu suddenly dashed out from indoors and leaped into his embrace. Based on the timeline, the trial team concluded their tasks over the past 2 days, and Fairy Ziqing had conferred with Mentor Qing Ruo Shi regarding allowing Wanyu, Yi Xiaohan, Yu Xiaolan, and Hao Ruoyu to partake in the gathering of Class 7. Since Hao Chen's departure, Fairy Ziqing had resided in this small courtyard. After overcoming her bout of depression, Ruoyu had returned to her clever and lively self, bringing joy to Qing Ruo Shi each day. Even recognizing Zcun Feng and Qing Ruo Shi as her godfather and godmother, Zcun Feng made an exception to accept the 4 as new students of the ice element, given that Hao Ruoyu was a prodigy with dual attributes of darkness and ice. The reason the Eagle Hall of Donghao City had abducted Hao Ruoyu was due to her dark attribute, which, if cultivated in demonic arts, could lead to rapid growth and strength. However, before they could transport her to the Qi family's secret base, Hao Chun rescued her from the dungeon. Qing Ruoxi and Zi Siyuan decided to assign the special recruitment class for the 4 to Fairy Qixing for management within the context of freshman class 7, while the specifics of their training would be overseen by Qing Ruoxi. After the return of Team 7, the members of Class 7 congregated in Hao Qin's small courtyard, causing a lively commotion until late into the night. Fairy Qixing also accompanied Qing Ruoxi home for a family reunion, having already received sound from Hao Chun. Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan did not join the others in drinking. Each was secretly contemplating that the night would inevitably lead to a competition with Hao Chun, thus feigning inebriation to evade the gathering. Once everyone departed, Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan coincidentally made their way to the study in Hao Chun's residence to wait. In the stillness of the night, Hao Chun quietly entered the study and led Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan into a secret chamber. With a wave of his hand, he erected a barrier, but instead of unfolding the narrative the two girls anticipated, he retrieved 2 identical cups from his storage ring. He then drew a liquid from the spirit liquid pool within the space of the demon suppression tower and filled 1 cup, followed by extracting another liquid from the ascension pool with the celestial spirit liquid for the 2nd cup. He then invited Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan to discern between the liquids. After a stick of incense had burned, the two exchanged cups to compare and identify the contents. 2 sticks of incense later, their findings revealed that both cups contained the same liquid. However, one cup's liquid was concentrated, while the other was diluted, with the latter being less than 20% of the concentration of the former. The rich liquid derived from the ascension pool is the celestial essence, while the lighter liquid originates from the spirit liquid pool sealed within the earthly space of the demon suppression tower. After analyzing 2 cups of celestial essence, Hao Yin revealed the answer to the riddle. Are you suggesting that you have located the ascension pool? Moon Xiaolan inquired, rising in astonishment. Have you truly found the ascension pool? Knight Xiaohan also stood up abruptly. Indeed, I have discovered the ascension pool, and we have long since stored the celestial essence from it. Hao Yin affirmed confidently. He then recounted an adventure from many years prior, when he and Xiao Cui had explored the Qingyun forest and stumbled upon a pool of spirit liquid, neither consumable nor cultivable, that Xiao Cui had sampled extensively without knowing its nature. It was only during this trial that he recalled the spirit liquid sealed within the earthly space, realizing it was, in fact, the celestial essence of the ascension pool. He meticulously narrated the details of his discovery of the ascension pool. I dared not absorb anything within the ascension pool for fear of being detected. Yet I secretly collected 2/3 of the celestial essence to bring back. Hao Yin chuckled. Just as they ascended to the celestial realm, the pseudo-celestial energy within the ascendants could only be wholly transformed into celestial primordial power after absorbing the essence from the ascension pool. As transgressors, we must recalibrate the proportions of the spirit liquid according to our cultivation levels to successfully convert the celestial primordial power. Those not destined to ascend to the celestial realm face great difficulty accessing the ascension pool for absorption. Seizing this opportunity, you too should conduct an experiment and meticulously record the data. I have stored ample ordinary celestial water within the Tianfan seal space, which can be tested to blend with the essence from the ascension pool to achieve an appropriate absorption concentration. With a thought, Hao Yin transported the 3 of them into the Tianfan seal space. He filled 2 large bathing tubs with ordinary celestial water and invited the 2 to enter. Gradually, he added the celestial essence from the ascension pool to their baths. When the concentration reached 50%, Moon Xiaolan sensed a surge of energy potent enough for her current cultivation level. Meanwhile, Knight Xiaohan's bath reached a concentration of 51%, prompting her to halt Hao Yin from adding more essence. As they immersed themselves in the blended spirit liquid, their bodies began to instinctively absorb it. The energy circulated rapidly within them, and over time, the amount of energy increased. The pseudo-celestial power within them was gradually supplanted and transformed into celestial primordial power. Moon Xiaolan and Knight Xiaohan sustained their absorption for the duration of 3 incense sticks before emerging from the tubs one after the other. Hao Yin swiftly separated them into 2 distinct spatial barriers, where they sat in meditation on cushions. Upon entering the tubs, both were practitioners at the late stage of the spirit separation realm. Upon their exit, they had advanced to the integration realm, equivalent to the martial king level among martial artists. After the offering of 3 incense sticks, the 2 unexpectedly transcended and advanced to the martial emperor realm. With Yu Xiaolan attaining the initial stage of martial emperor, and Yi Xiaohan reaching the mid-stage. Their cultivation levels surged, propelling them 2 realms higher. Yet they did not encounter the tribulation that often accompanies such advancements. In the celestial realm, ascending from below the immortal level does not invoke tribulation. Chapter 905, Mind District Guardian, Part 1. Having absorbed the essence of the ascension pool, Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan transformed into genuine denizens of the celestial realm, their demeanor and beauty now radiating with an ethereal grace akin to that of celestial maidens. As the trio departed from the space of the burning heaven seal, the external world was suffused with the auspicious purple aura. Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan had already employed the art of subterfuge to conceal their martial emperor status, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications arising from their astonishing elevation. They intended to gradually reveal their hidden prowess at an appropriate time, only dispelling the barriers of secrecy once they returned to their chamber. The 3 reconvened in the study to discuss experimental data and meticulously document their experiences with the absorption and transformation process. In the near future, Hao Yin would allow the members of the ZY Pavilion to first absorb the essence of the ascension pool, transforming the celestial energy within them. Therefore, it was imperative to thoroughly comprehend the experimental data of Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan. As the 2 had become students of the Immortal Academy, they lacked the time to guide the others alongside Hao Yin. At that moment, Haryu entered the room, observing her 2 elder sisters seated with an air of solemnity in the study. She sensed something was amiss, yet could not articulate what felt different about them. "I'm hungry," she suddenly declared, having circled around the 3. "Hungry?" Yu Xiaolan questioned, her brow furrowing. "What happened to the delicious food we had yesterday?" "It's in my stomach. I certainly didn't waste any of that delicacy," Haryu retorted defensively. Hao Yin merely shook his head in silence. However, his silence did not deter Haryu from her antics. I'm sleepy again," she yawned, seizing the opportunity to leap into Hao Yin's embrace, requesting to be held for a little rest. Within moments, she had succumbed to slumber. 3 days had passed since the conclusion of the trial. During this time, Hao Yin had discreetly conducted experiments on individuals at various cultivation levels using the diluted essence of the ascension pool. Upon comparative analysis, it was determined that the essence obtained from the spatial realm of the Demon Suppression Tower possessed only a concentration of less than 20% compared to the original essence from the trial's secret domain. This diluted essence, when blended with that derived from the trial, formed a 20% concentration suitable for foundational absorption and transformation. In the course of absorption and transformation, the duration of the process could be manipulated to control the internal celestial energies transformation. A 25% concentration of celestial essence was suitable for practitioners at the Yuan Dan level. A 30% concentration catered to those at the Yuan Ying stage, while a 40% concentration was appropriate for those at the Huashan level. A 50% concentration was designed for practitioners at the Funshin stage, and a 60% concentration was tailored for those at the He-Ti level, enabling their transformation into martial kings. The elixir of celestial essence, at a concentration of 70%, is suitable for absorption and transformation by those at the martial emperor stage during their tribulation. An 80% concentration of this elixir is appropriate for those at the Great Ascension stage. Following the acquisition of a series of data, an assessment was made regarding the maximum energy absorption from the celestial essence, which necessitated the use of varying sizes of bathing tubs and pools. Only by immersing oneself in the elixir at the correct concentration can one effectively absorb its properties. A practitioner with a lower cultivation level who enters an elixir of too high a concentration risks catastrophic failure, while a practitioner with a higher level would find it ineffective for absorption and transformation. A ascendant has but one opportunity to immerse themselves in the elixir, and the effects of absorption and transformation are most potent during the initial experience. Thus, after a brief exploration of the flying ascension pool, Hao Chun resolutely ceased the process of absorption and transformation. Upon returning to the ZY Pavilion 7 days later, Hao Chun conducted the transformation of celestial essence for all present. Following the absorption of the elixir, even the least transformed practitioners ascended at least one level. Aside from a few young individuals who advanced to Martial Venerable and Martial Saint, most others attained levels above Martial King. After leaving behind numerous celestial herbs, medicinal plants, and some concocted pills gathered during trials, Hao Chun quietly returned to the Celestial Academy. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes, he immersed himself in the library of the Academy and continued the transformation of celestial essence for those within the demon suppression tower. As time passed, after the completion of their trials, Class 7's month of recuperation came to an end. As a newly established third-tier class, they were assigned to the distant celestial essence stone mines of the Academy, collaborating with formidable members of the Academy's Guardian Hall to undertake vigilance duties. The Guardian Hall not only serves as an internal protector of the Academy, but also safeguards external mines, secret locations, and shops. In contrast, the Law Enforcement Hall oversees, monitors, and enforces regulations, with outstanding new students collaborating in these efforts. However, Class 7, being a third-tier class, was limited to the mines. Celestial essence stones serve both as a resource for practitioners and as currency within the celestial realm. Naturally, various sects place great importance on these mines, and the Academy is no exception. They often dispatch a multitude of skilled guardians, making it exceedingly difficult for nefarious individuals to find opportunities to pilfer celestial essence stones. Class 7 was divided into 3 groups, taking turns to perform vigilance duties at the mines. The first batch of 16, led by Princess Li Qixing, was dispatched to the mines. Hao Chun and his group of 16, accompanied by 7 formidable guardians from the Guardian Hall, proceeded to relieve the previous mining team. Before nightfall, the group traveled in 3 cloud-steed carriages, finally arriving at the Celestial Essence Stone Mine located in the eastern region of the Tianyuan Forest within the Fenglin Gorge. The Fenglin Gorge spans thousands of miles and is renowned not only for its production of mysterious iron and starlit iron, but also for celestial essence stones. This gorge is not solely exploited by the Academy. Other factions such as the Qianyuan sect, Liwa sect, Qi family, and Hao family also possess several mining tunnels. The combination of mysterious iron and starlit iron in crafting teleportation array plates provides greater stability and durability than those made from starlit iron alone. Due to the declining yield of celestial essence stones from the Academy's mines over the past century, the Hao Tian Academy refrained from stationing a large number of personnel here. The entire mining district's security team comprises approximately 300 individuals, with over a dozen squads of similar size to that of Hao Chun and his companions. Upon their arrival at the mine, the 7th class replaced the previously existing 7 small teams, with Hao Chun and his group becoming the 7th team of the Fenglin Gorge Mining District's Guardian Squad. In addition to these numerous small teams, there are over 60 formidable individuals dispatched by the Guardian Hall stationed at the mine. The 6 powerful beings who accompanied Hao Chun have assumed the roles of mentors within the Guardian Squad, working alongside the team to execute their protective duties. The celestial beings from the Guardian Hall include a balanced mix of individuals at the human, earth, and celestial levels, each realm represented by approximately 20 practitioners. Beyond these 60 or so celestial beings, there are several golden immortals and one remarkable mystic immortal. The overseer of the ores is the ethereal and dignified mystic immortal, Xin Yunzi. Notably, Xin Yunzi is affiliated not with the Guardian Hall, but with the Law Enforcement Hall of the Celestial Academy. The 16 members of the 7th team have been assigned to a cave dwelling at the mining site, flanked by 2 wooden houses on either side, each providing a commendable living environment. Upon their initial arrival, their designated task is to patrol the vicinity of the mining area, a responsibility that will commence after nightfall. As night falls, lying on the simple wooden bed in their modest abode, Hao Chun listens to the chorus of unknown insects outside the window, momentarily lost in reverie, as if dreaming of returning to Baoquan village. It is only when a mosquito bites him sharply on the arm that he jolts back to reality. Chapter 906, Guardian of the Mining District, Part 2. At this time, the miners have already retired early to their dilapidated wooden quarters for rest. Those who toil in the underground tunnels mining for ores have the opportunity to ascend to the surface and recuperate. This demonstrates a commendable level of humane management towards the miners. On the following day, 2 mentors arrive early at the 7th team's quarters. These 2 mentors, both at the mid-stage of the human immortal realm from the Guardian Hall, accompany Hao Chun and Zhu Zhuangfei to the designated protective vigilance area. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mentor Huang Xian, a mid-stage human immortal from the Guardian Hall. This is my companion, Mentor Zhang Nan, also a mid-stage practitioner, Wei Hyuan. After the introductions, Mentor Huang Xian continues. I have brought you 2 here primarily to familiarize yourselves with the areas of vigilance and regular patrol. Our tasks are twofold. One is to hunt sacred and celestial beasts, and the other is to ensure the safety of the celestial essence stone mine, preventing theft and robbery. Most importantly, should any demonic beasts attack or other forces create disturbances, we must confront these external threats to guarantee the smooth operation of the mining activities. Subsequently, Huang Xian and Zhang Nen lead Hao Chun and Zhu Zhuangfei to the side of the mine, entering the tunnel and gradually making their way inside. Inside, the miners are diligently and cautiously chiseling the walls of the cavern, extracting stone blocks, with the number of fallen stones increasing the deeper they venture. Are these extracted stones all celestial essence stones? Zhu Zhuangfei inquires. It is not that simple. Within such a large rock, the celestial essence stone may only constitute a small fragment. The miners must meticulously cut each piece, as most of the stone does not contain celestial essence, comes the reply. Recently, the celestial essence stone mine in this area has been nearly depleted, and soon it shall be necessary to delve deeper once again. Alas, the celestial essence stones lie buried in the depths, compelling us to excavate gradually. These miners are practitioners of relatively low cultivation. One might wonder why we do not employ tamed sacred beasts for the extraction of celestial essence stones. Wouldn't that vastly enhance efficiency? Observing the miner's toil, Hao Chun could not help but voice his thoughts. You might assume that taming beasts for the extraction of celestial essence stones would be considerably easier than relying on these practitioners. However, the truth is that the celestial essence stones are deeply embedded underground, making the extraction not merely a task of physical labor, but also one requiring meticulous care to prevent damage to the stones. If we were to allow tamed beasts to excavate recklessly, we would likely witness the destruction of countless stones. In reality, the speed of tamed beasts would not surpass that of ordinary individuals by much. In the future, your team of 7 shall be divided into 3 groups, taking turns to stand guard. This will serve to protect both against the assaults of monstrous beasts and to safeguard the celestial essence stone mine from theft by other factions. Both Hao Chun and Zhu Zhuangfei nodded in agreement. Protecting the celestial essence stone mine entails contending with sacred beasts as well as other factions. The so-called other factions primarily refer to the disturbances caused by the Qian Yuan sect, Li Hua sect, Qi family, and Hao family within the Fenglin Gorge. As the 4 conversed, they made their way back outside the cave, where Huang Xinran led them to a designated location. Behold, this is our prepared signal for assistance, he declared. In the future, should we be besieged by ordinary sacred beasts, it would be best if we could resolve it ourselves. However, if the enemy proves formidable, we shall ignite those piles of signal fuel. Once ignited, the green flames will shoot into the sky, indicating the arrival of a powerful enemy that the defenders cannot handle alone. The other 10 nearby teams will see the green flames and rush to our aid. And what of this pile of red fuel? Will it emit red flames? Zhu Zhuangfei inquired, pointing to the red pile. Indeed, should red flames be signaled, it indicates the invasion of a high-level sacred beast or the arrival of a celestial beast. Only the elite guardians from the Academy's Protector Hall can address such threats. When the guardians see the red flames, they will come to our assistance. However, such occurrences have been rare in recent years. What if the flames are yellow, shooting straight into the sky? At that moment, Hao Chun interjected with a question. Yellow? Huang Xian was about to respond when he noticed Hao Chun's intense gaze fixed on the distance. Turning to look, Huang Xian beheld a yellow flame soaring skyward. This is dire. A large number of enemies are invading. Quickly follow me. We must hasten to provide support. Huang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He dashed toward the source of the yellow flames, with Hao Chun and the others urgently trailing behind. The yellow flames served as a warning of a significant enemy assault. All personnel were to assemble promptly. Yet, as the yellow flame signal did not reach the severity of a red warning, it indicated that although the enemy was numerous, they lacked any formidable beings surpassing the celestial realm. The 4 hastened to the warning site, where they found several injured individuals sprawled across the ground. Hurry! Go assist at the front pit. The Qi family is attempting to seize it. An anxious disciple exclaimed, sprawled on the ground. The Qi family? Upon hearing their name, a stir of concern coursed through Hao Chun's heart. Huang Xian, gripped by urgency, swiftly led Hao Chun and the others towards the mining site. Why hasn't the guard hall been notified of the Qi family's intrusion? Hao Chun inquired. Indeed, we must alert the guard hall once they arrive. Let us see how they contest. Zhu Zhuangfei promptly suggested. That won't do. You are unaware of an unwritten agreement concerning Fenglin Gorge, a voice interjected. If a contentious mineral deposit is discovered in the peripheral areas, it is to be contested by disciples below the martial emperor rank from each sect. Those above the martial emperor level are prohibited from intervening. Furthermore, within the mining area, the use of magical powers in combat is forbidden. Only physical prowess may be employed, with no allowance for severe injuries or fatalities. The powerful members from each sect are merely present to uphold the rules and must refrain from engaging. Otherwise, it could escalate into a catastrophic incident with casualties on both sides. The four hastened deeper into the gorge, where they witnessed a fierce battle already underway at a mining pit. Such abundant raw celestial essence stones, they could be extracted and transported with ease. There must be at least tens of thousands in value. It's no wonder everyone is fighting with fervor, Houchen observed, noting the vast deposits of celestial essence stones exposed in the pit. The combat was tumultuous, with members of the Academy's mining protection team, including Jin Peng, Guan Beiki, and Su Li Feng, actively involved. The Qi family's mining protection team, led by Qi Hong, clearly held the upper hand, pressing the Academy's team into a disadvantageous position. Hurry! Lend your assistance in driving back the Qi family, Jin Peng urged as he spotted Houchen and the others arriving. Here come a few reckless fools, brothers. Exert all your strength and take down those two pretty boys. Qi Hong bellowed upon seeing Houchen and Zhu Zhuangfei join the fray. Hearing that the assailants were from the Qi family, Zhu Zhuangfei shouted and jumped into the battle. I'll have a word with you, Qi Lu. A young member of the Qi family lunged at Zhu Zhuangfei. Houchen followed closely, joining the chaotic melee. Meanwhile, Huang Xian and Wei Hulin from the guard hall, being celestial beings, were unable to participate and could only watch alongside members from the Qi family, Qianyuan sect, Liwa sect, and the Hao family. Chapter 907, Mining Area Defense, Part 3, Kid. Eager to seek punishment, I shall oblige. A burly figure confronted Houchen with a booming voice upon his arrival. Then allow me, you oaf, to impart some lessons. Houchen retorted, noticing the disdain in the man's eyes. Enough chit-chat, remember my name. Chi-Hu. Chi-Hu proclaimed arrogantly. Seventh squad, Houchen. Take my fist. He roared, gathering his strength for a punch, radiating with energy, embodying the ferocity of a tiger. The two launched their attacks simultaneously, a fierce assault ensued. Bang! Houchen evaded like lightning, seemingly vanishing into thin air as Chi-Hu's fist swung wide, missing its mark, while Houchen's counter struck Chi-Hu back several steps. The air crackled with energy as Chi-Hu, astonished, found himself consistently thwarted. Indeed, in terms of agility, Houchen would confidently assert his superiority over the burly Chi-Hu. With agile footwork, he navigated the battlefield, securing an invincible position against his adversary. Quick! Chi-Hu, astonished, missed his opponent, an unfortunate misstep. Meteor fist. The punch, akin to a shooting star, was unmatched in its ferocity, striking directly at Chi-Hu's form. Houchen, well-read and learned, had unknowingly deduced this technique at some point. Yet now, it was executed with spontaneity, a divine punch that crashed into Chi-Hu's body. It could be said that Houchen was not only swift in movement, but also in attack speed, so rapid that Chi-Hu had no chance to evade. He could only rely on instinct, channeling his energy to deflect the blow. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, the force akin to a torrent, reverberating through the air. Chi-Hu's expression shifted to one of terror as the meteor fist forcefully collided, shattering his defense. Streaks of light danced, air currents swirled, and waves of pressure surged, causing Chi-Hu to stagger back. Houchen seized the initiative once more, yet this single maneuver was enough to force Chi-Hu into retreat, showcasing an absurd level of power. Especially Chi-Hu, who felt that Houchen's strike was both refined and substantial. Merely the strength of the meteor fist surpassed his full effort. At this moment, Houchen's demeanor was cold and unyielding. He showed no signs of relenting. Whoosh! His form transformed into an afterimage, a flash of lightning that Chi-Hu could not hope to track. Boom! Thunder erupted as Houchen appeared like a specter, delivering a forceful and domineering palm strike. Before Chi-Hu could react, a thunderous blow pressed against his chest. Chi-Hu's face turned pale in horror, a cry escaping his lips as he coughed up blood, flying backward in a straight line. At that moment, Qi Lu, engaged in combat with Zhu Zhuangfei, witnessed his brother Qi Hu being sent flying. He swiftly evaded Zhu Zhuangfei and charged toward Houchen. Prepare to meet your end. Enraged, Qi Lu unleashed a punch, closing the distance to attack. Whoosh! A cold smile graced Hao Chen's lips as he darted away, moving like a swimming dragon, swift and elusive, akin to a cunning serpent. He weaved past Qi Lu's punch, nimbly avoiding it, and positioned himself behind him. Your movements are too sluggish. A chilling voice echoed ominously next to Qi Lu. Qi Lu's expression froze in shock as he felt a gust of icy wind approach, with no means of escape. Boom! A heavy blow struck his back, forcing out blood as he screamed, crashing to the ground face first, his nose bent from the impact. In an instant, Lin Shen effortlessly defeated 2 late-stage martial emperors. Witnessing this, Qi Hong was filled with a mix of shock and rage, abandoning his struggle with Su Lifeng. Flying Dragon Fist. With the force of a raging dragon, he gathered his strength, charging forward like a dragon unleashed. The straight punch, a furious roar, surged forth with an overwhelming assault. What comes and goes must be reciprocated. Meteor Fist. Today, he would demonstrate this technique once more, unleashing a powerful strike. With the strength to pierce gold and shatter stone, he faced the Flying Dragon Fist head-on. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted as the rampaging dragon was met with a devastating counter. Hao Chen's Meteor Fist showed no signs of diminishing power, fierce and unstoppable. Crashing forward, Qi Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming and terrifying force bearing down upon him. Although their cultivation levels appeared equal, facing Hao Chen's formidable strike brought an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! The fist's radiance dissipated, and the air surged violently. With rocks flying chaotically, Qi Hong's face was etched with terror, his entire being trembling, his vital energy surging chaotically, burdened beyond endurance. It was as if he had suffered a backlash. He staggered backwards several paces before finally halting. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Overwhelmed by shock, Hao Chen, too, was forced back several paces by Qi Hong's powerful strike, collapsing to the ground, pallid, with blood seeping from his lips. The battle raged on. However, Hao Chen, gravely wounded, withdrew from the fray. At this moment, he sat cross-legged outside the maple forest gorge amidst the nearby woods. A vast amount of vital energy converged around him, mist rising from above his head as he absorbed the celestial essence, signaling a breakthrough in his energy flow. Following today's battle, his cultivation, already at the pinnacle of the early martial emperor stage, was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he succeeded, he would restore his cultivation to the mid-martial emperor stage, with multiple attributes advancing simultaneously. He wielded the Shaoyang technique to devour the abundant celestial essence that rushed toward him. Hao Chen absorbed the essence without reservation. The celestial essence from this uniquely rich mining area provided him with tremendous advantages. Despite his fervent consumption, no one seemed to notice anything amiss, especially since all attention was focused on the conflict in the mine. Suddenly, Hao Chen rose, his eyes wide open, radiating golden light, and let out a mighty roar. At last, he regained his first-tier cultivation, entering the mid-martial emperor realm. Outside the maple forest gorge, a secluded path meandered through the woods. A black-clad figure at the martial emperor realm stealthily advanced, soon arriving deep within the dense forest outside the gorge. We have waited long. You have finally arrived. Several individuals awaited ahead, and one stepped forward to greet the cloaked figure. Brother Luo Feng, I apologize for the wait. The goods are here. Please arrange for inspection and settle the transaction quickly. I have been on edge throughout the journey. The black-clad man spoke anxiously upon seeing Luo Feng approach. Qi Lu, how could a dignified late martial emperor like you be so timid? I, Luo Feng, am also a late martial emperor. With the two of us here, who would dare to touch our goods? Has someone formidable emerged in the mining area, making you so fearful? Luo Feng inquired, noticing Qi Lu's apprehension. Brother Luo Feng, you are unaware that privately trading celestial essence stones is a capital offense in the mining area. If the young master finds out, my life will be forfeit. Qi Lu replied, trembling with fear. The young master, Qi Hongyuan? Luo Feng paused, taken aback at the mention of that name. Very well, let us inspect the goods immediately. Qi Hongyuan's reputation was well known throughout Haoyan City and should not be underestimated. Luo Feng accepted the storage bag Qi Lu handed him, delving his consciousness within to verify the quantity and quality of the celestial essence stones, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 908. Ill-Gotten Gains. Part 1. Upon receiving your message. We rushed here immediately, Luo Feng said to Qi Lu. If it weren't for the need for pills, I wouldn't have risked this transaction. Please expedite the exchange for the pills I require. Qi Lu, eager to obtain the pills to enhance his cultivation, urged without reservation. Upon hearing the urging of Qi Lu, Luo Feng and Qi Lu were on the verge of concluding a transaction. At that very moment, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped them. Both Luo Feng and Qi Lu sensed a palpable intent to kill. As they surveyed their surroundings, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in black, wielding a sinister staff. His eyes glinting with malice as he fixated on them. This man was Hao Yin, who had just ascended to the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, still savoring the resurgence of his power. Before he could fully appreciate his newfound strength, he noticed a furtive figure flitting by and decided to follow. Ultimately discovering Qi Lu and Luo Feng engaged in a clandestine exchange of celestial essence stones. Having recently regained his mid-stage martial emperor prowess, Hao Yin felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him. Desiring to conceal his identity, he cloaked himself in the guise of a middle-aged man in black. Retrieving a staff from his storage ring and confronting the two men. Might I inquire as to your identities? Luo Feng asked calmly. I am Luo Feng of the Luo family. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to speak. Leave behind the celestial essence stones, and you may depart. Hao Yin stated coldly, without inquiring about their power. My friend, you are rather presumptuous. If you seek the essence stones, it will not be so easily obtained. Luo Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Regardless of who you are, since you have dared to come here today, do not entertain thoughts of leaving alive. Prepare to meet your demise. Qi Lu interjected, his guilt manifesting as a sudden ferocity. Before his words had fully faded, Qi Lu abruptly drew a treasured sword and unleashed a ferocious strike towards Hao Yin. The sword's momentum was fierce, accompanied by a whistling sound, far more formidable than any skirmish within the mines. This was a lethal blow, intent on erasing Hao Yin from existence. Hao Yin, however, remained composed, brandishing his staff as a torrent of dark energy coalesced around it, forming a swirling vortex of shadows that surged towards Qi Lu's blade. The sound of tearing steel echoed as Qi Lu's sword faltered, swiftly shredded by the dark vortex. As the staff continued its relentless advance, the vortex bore down upon Qi Lu, who was left aghast and scrambling to evade. Is this the power of darkness? Qi Lu pondered, his heart pounding with anxiety. Yet he could not retreat. The tyrant's blade. Steeling himself, he summoned a formidable sword and executed a powerful downward strike aimed at Hao Yin. Unfazed, Hao Yin met the onslaught with his staff, channeling the dark energy within him. He deployed the staff's martial techniques, countering each of Qi Lu's strikes with remarkable precision, and soon began to retaliate, his attacks outpacing Qi Lu's. The tide turned, enveloping Qi Lu under a barrage of staff strikes. In mere moments, the two were locked in fierce combat, and Hao Yin quickly suppressed Qi Lu's tyrant's blade. For every strike Qi Lu managed to deliver, Hao Yin responded with two, instilling a growing sense of dread in Qi Lu. He soon felt as if he were besieged from all directions by Hao Yin's staff. The dark vortex not only obliterated the blade's essence, but also posed a grave threat to his very flesh and bones. The opponent is too formidable. Brother Luo, I implore you to assist. Qi Lu cried out in alarm, fearing for his life, as he desperately called for Luo Feng's aid. In the chaos, Qi Lu was caught off guard and struck on the left shoulder by the staff. Luo Feng was taken aback, suddenly drawing a short sword, swiftly unleashing his power to thrust towards Hao Chun. Initially, Hao Chun intended to seize the opportunity to strike at Qi Lu, but upon witnessing Luo Feng's sword attack, he swiftly altered his approach. With a swift spin of his demonic staff, dark energy surged forth, closing in on the short sword in an instant. However, Qi Lu's peril was ultimately averted as he regained his composure and joined forces with Luo Feng to confront Hao Chun together. Luo Feng's short sword and Qi Lu's emperor blade, one enveloped in flames, the other exuding a chilling aura, launched a fervent assault against Hao Chun. Faced with the combined offensive of Luo Feng and Qi Lu, Hao Chun remained remarkably composed. Initially, he managed to withstand more attacks than he launched, but in a short while, he adapted to the rhythm of their strikes. Soon, he transitioned from defense to offense, ultimately mounting a fierce assault with minimal defense. Hao Chun's strikes grew increasingly rapid, his demonic staff sweeping through the air, while short swords and blades came at him in relentless succession. shredding Luo Feng and Qi Lu's assaults. The two retreated step by step, while Hao Chen appeared ever more in control. The demonic staff whirled, creating a dense circle of magical attacks that enveloped both Luo Feng and Qi Lu. They exchanged glances, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Yet, at that moment, Hao Chen abruptly sheathed his staff, demonic explosion fist. Hao Chen bellowed, unleashing a punch imbued with dark energy. A colossal dark fist materialized, hurtling towards Luo Feng. The might of Hao Chen's fist, forged through his magical prowess, was indeed formidable. With a mere strike, he sent Luo Feng's short sword hurtling away, the force of the punch continuing its relentless pursuit towards Luo Feng. One powerful blow sent Luo Feng staggering backward, nearly toppling to the ground. Stunned by the ferocity of the demonic explosion fist, Luo Feng found himself at a loss for counteraction. Alas, the fist's momentum did not wane. Luo Feng cried out in agony as he was sent flying, blood gushing forth. He crashed to the ground, his chest seething with pain, and dared not continue the fight. Quickly, he scrambled to his feet, discarding the storage bag containing the celestial stones, and fled in a panic. Luo Feng's subordinates, witnessing his retreat, immediately followed suit. As Luo Feng wisely abandoned the storage bag filled with celestial stones, Hao Chen refrained from pursuing him further. Glancing at the bag left on the ground, and then at the cold gaze of Hao Chen, Qi Lu could not suppress a shiver, unwilling to linger any longer, and turned to flee. As the crowd scattered in all directions, Hao Chen chose not to chase, slowly retrieving the storage bag, delving his consciousness into the bag. A smile crept across Hao Chen's face. Luo Feng, along with his followers, ran for their lives, frantically seeking an escape, fearful of Hao Chen's pursuit from behind. Let us halt. He should not be following us anymore. They had no idea how far they had run, all panting heavily. If we keep running, I shall be unable to continue. If he were to chase us down, we could only fight desperately. Who would have thought that today I, Luo Feng, would suffer such humiliation? It is truly a great disgrace, Luo Feng declared as he stopped. Disgrace is trivial. Losing the celestial stones is what truly matters. I cannot face the young master with this failure, he lamented. Brother Luo, it is all the fault of that masked man, emerging from nowhere with such ferocity. Not only did we lose the celestial stones, but we nearly lost our lives. We truly should not have engaged in this clandestine transaction of the stones. Had we honestly transported the celestial origin stones back to the family alongside the inner disciples, how could such calamity have befallen us? Qi Lu expressed his indignation. Upon hearing Qi Lu's words, Luo Feng cast a disdainful glance at him, but then his eyes widened in alarm, fixating intently ahead. Sensing something amiss, Qi Lu turned to look, only to be struck by terror. Before him stood a dozen expressionless figures clad in black, poised and ready. At the forefront was a tall, handsome man who watched Qi Lu with a smile. Chapter 909, Illicit Wealth, Part 2. Big brother, when did you arrive? Qi Lu stammered, trembling as if taken aback by fright. I have much to attend to and did not wish to come, but the production of celestial origin stones has plummeted recently. Curiously, we were supposed to account for 400,000 stones today, yet there are 100,000 missing. I was compelled to investigate personally, and it appears you have embezzled the stones and made deals with outsiders. The leading man approached Qi Lu, speaking with a grin. Hong Yuan, please do not heed that fool Qi Hu's nonsense. I did not trade celestial origin stones with the Luo family. Qi Lu pleaded anxiously. Oh, I never claimed it was the Luo family. Why are you so eager to confess? Hong Yuan replied with a smile. Big brother, I was left with no choice but to engage in trade with the Luo family. I beg for your mercy. Qi Lu's face turned ashen as he stepped back in desperation. Fear not. Simply tell me, where have the remaining 100,000 celestial origin stones gone? Hong Yuan inquired with a grin. They were taken by a black-clad assailant, who was exceedingly formidable, wielding dark powers. I was no match for him. Luo Feng can attest to this, Qi Lu exclaimed in a flurry, casting a pleading glance at Luo Feng. Hong Yuan maintained a faint smile, ignoring the trembling Qi Lu. I am Luo Feng of the Luo family and can indeed confirm that the celestial origin stones were stolen by the black-clad assailant, Luo Feng stated, albeit hesitantly. Pray tell, Luo Feng, have your Luo family overstepped their bounds? The celestial origin stone mine of the Qi family is not something you should covet. Engaging in clandestine transactions with the stones shows a remarkable disregard for the Qi family, Hong Yuan remarked sharply, directing his gaze at Luo Feng. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream escaped Qi Lu's lips. While conversing amicably with Luo Feng, Han Yuan suddenly struck. With a swift motion, he executed a hand chop that mercilessly sliced through Qi Lu's throat, a blade of condensed celestial origin energy cleaving the air. Caught off guard, Qi Lu never anticipated that Han Yuan would turn deadly. Blood gushed forth as his throat was severed, and he fell, wide-eyed, lifeless to the ground. Han Yuan, unfazed, continued to smile at Luo Feng as he approached slowly. Luo Feng and his companions turned pale, witnessing Han Yuan's ruthless execution of his own kin. Fearful for their lives, they retreated hastily, aware that further retreat would yield no salvation. Young master, I, Luo Feng, have been remiss today. I implore you not to hold it against me, he said, steeling himself. Oh, Luo Feng, are you not here on business? How could you possibly offend me, Qi Han Yuan? Qi Han Yuan continued to walk, laughing. Luo Feng felt an immense pressure, realizing that Qi Han Yuan was at the initial stage of the human immortal realm, far beyond his own capabilities. As Qi Han Yuan approached, Luo Feng was gripped by fear, dreading a sudden attack. Qi Han Yuan, I am a member of the Luo family. Should you dare to harm me, beware of the annihilation of your clan, Luo Feng shouted sternly. Upon hearing this, Qi Han Yuan paused and burst into laughter, his mirth echoing for some time before he finally ceased. You are but a mere errand boy in the Luo family. If I were to slay a lowly pawn, would the Luo family rise to your defense? Qi Han Yuan resumed his advance, intent on committing violence. Friends of the Luo family hiding in the shadows, come forth and reveal yourselves. At that moment, Qi Han Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. Luo Feng stood dumbfounded, only to hear uproarious laughter as a figure emerged from the woods. A robust middle-aged man approached, laughing heartily as he made his way toward them. Elder Tang, I did not expect your esteemed presence. Luo Feng pays his respects. If I had not come, how could the young master spare your life? Step aside. The middle-aged man feigned anger as he chastised him. Luo Feng quickly retreated, secretly relieved. I am Tang Liangji, the steward of the Luo family's affairs hall. Here to discuss collaboration. What does the young master think? Tang Liangji spoke with unwavering confidence. So it is Steward Tang. I have heard much of your esteemed reputation. Today, I see it is indeed well-deserved, Qi Han Yuan replied with a smile. Likewise, I have long heard of the young master, the future heir of the Qi family. A young hero, decisive in battle. It is a great honor to finally meet you today. Tang Liangji laughed heartily. I have heard that Tang's son from the Luo Affairs Hall was injured by Huang Xian from the Immortal Academy's Guardian Hall. The woman Tang's son admires, Luo Ziyun, was also taken by Huang Xian. I assume you and the Luo family harbor grievances against him? Qi Han Yuan continued. Coincidentally, I, Qi Han Yuan, have a long-standing grudge against Huang Xian as well. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we should find a place to sit and discuss further. That sounds excellent. I appreciate the young master's hospitality, Tang Liangji agreed with a nod. Qi Han Yuan and Tang Liangji exchanged knowing smiles, while Luo Feng, standing nearby, forced a laugh. Hao Chen acquired Qi Lu's storage bag, which contained not merely 100,000 immortal stones, but an astonishing 3 million. These were the immortal stones Qi Lu had secretly embezzled over the years. Qi Lu had been stuck at the martial emperor realm for decades, making no progress in his cultivation. He had entrusted the Qi family's Guardian Hall steward, the 7th young master Qi Honglin, to facilitate his entry into the Fenglin Gorge's immortal stone mine. For those from families without powerful backing, serving as a guard at the immortal stone mine, though arduous, did not lack for resources for cultivation. The rich immortal aura present in the mine should have aided Qi Lu's progress. However, it had yielded no advancement. Thus, he resorted to embezzling immortal stones to purchase medicinal pills, with a single ascension pill costing 12,000 immortal stones. The creation pill needed for advancing to the martial emperor realm required no less than 100,000 immortal stones. The creation pill, signifying the seizing of the heaven's essence, is a 9th-grade medicinal pill. It has the remarkable ability to rejuvenate one's spirit, infusing vitality into the blood vessels and the internal organs of the body. It purifies the marrow and consciousness, enhancing one's sensitivity to the forces of nature. This rare elixir is sought after by countless formidable beings. Yet for those of the martial emperor lineage, it serves as a miraculous remedy capable of defying fate and enabling the transformation into a martial emperor. For the elderly, It can restore bodily functions, allowing them to aspire towards even greater realms of power. In the realm of Qianyuan, only Hao Yin possesses the skill to concoct the high-quality creation pill, primarily due to the necessity of Tianyuan fruit, which flourishes within the space of a jade pendant. Even those beneath the realm of immortal must contend with the limitations of life. As one ages, vitality diminishes, leading to a decline in physiological functions and making ascension increasingly arduous, a hallmark of the cultivator's aging process. The higher one's cultivation, the more formidable their power, the longer the delay in the onset of aging. If one could achieve what Hao Yin has, attaining the status of martial emperor at such a youthful age, and ascend to the realm of immortality before succumbing to the ravages of time, they would attain eternal youth. The accumulation of immortal origin stones by Qilu has thus facilitated Hao Yin's endeavors, leading him to summon the blood-poison spirit and the celestial ice spirit, along with 300,000 immortal origin stones, to return to the ZY Pavilion. Chapter 910, Vigilant Patrol, every other day. Hao Yin and the members of Team 7 would patrol the designated areas of the immortal origin stone mine. Occasionally, they ventured beyond the Maple Forest Canyon to hunt sacred beasts. Since the incident involving the contention for the immortal origin stone mine, the Maple Forest Canyon has remained eerily tranquil. On this day, with Zhu Zhuangfei and Luo Fei remaining on duty at the mine, Hao Yin, accompanied by the members of Team 3, ventured to the distant Yangjiao Valley, 100 miles away, to hunt sacred beasts. Along the way, He Ruoxuan, Wan Ying, Wang Liang, Li Wei, and Chu Fei engaged in playful banter, unknowingly drifting deeper into the dense forest. As they progressed, they approached a perilous area where high-level sacred beasts, potentially surpassing the 9th tier, might lurk. Hao Yin quickly halted their advance, restraining the restless group. Hao Yin, we've been meandering around the outskirts of Yangjiao Valley for too long. It's becoming rather tedious. And we haven't encountered any formidable sacred beasts. Why not take a chance and delve deeper this time? Wan Ying suggested, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Hao Yin promptly shook his head, firmly rejecting her proposition. If it were just me, I might consider it, but with you young masters and misses accompanying me, I can scarcely guarantee my own safety, let alone yours. The ferocity of sacred beasts is not to be trifled with, he thought to himself. Seeing Hao Yin resolutely oppose her suggestion, Wan Ying was about to express her frustration when suddenly, the sound of thundering footsteps echoed from the distance. The group turned to investigate, only to behold a fierce sacred beast in pursuit of a girl clad in red, both racing towards their position. It's a thunder leopard, the group exclaimed in excitement. It's Qi Yajing from the Lihua sect, a late-stage martial emperor, being relentlessly chased by a mid-tier, 9th-level thunder leopard. Upon recognizing the fleeing girl's visage, Chu Fei shouted loudly. Observing Qi Yajing in peril, Hao Yin was ready to rush to her aid when He Ruoxuan abruptly seized his arm. Although she is a disciple of the Fire sect, she is indeed a member of the Qi family. Are you truly considering rescuing her? Not only have you slain her cousin, Qi Feng, but you have also challenged the Eagle Hall of the Qi family in East Haicheng. Are you not afraid she will seek vengeance upon you? As for the deeds of Hao Chun and Feng Cheng, both Hao Ruoxuan and Luo Fei have already learned from the words of Fairy Wanyu that it was Hao Chun who saved her in Fengcheng. Thus, they deduced that the one who killed the young master of Feiyu sect was indeed Hao Chun, which is why they sought to prevent him from assisting the Qi family. Hao Chun was taken aback, yet he chose not to conceal the truth any longer. Qi Feng is Qi Feng, and she is she. Although I have come to her aid this time, should I discover in the future that she assists in wrongdoing, I shall not show mercy. Hao Chun then communicated telepathically with Hao Ruoxuan. Upon receiving Hao Chun's message, Hao Ruoxuan confirmed that her and Luo Fei's suspicions were indeed correct. Therefore, those formidable members of Feiyu sect who had entered the northern Haozong forest to hunt down Hao Chun, who mysteriously met their demise at the level of Celestial, must have perished at his hands. A chill ran through Hao Ruoxuan's heart at this realization. Not only that, but the Eagle Hall of the Qi family had also been annihilated by Hao Chun alone. His power is truly terrifying. As Hao Ruoxuan pondered this, Hao Chun had already accelerated towards Qi Yajing. Qi Yajing was startled to see a stranger rushing toward her. As this unfamiliar man dashed to her side with lightning speed, she was about to speak, only to see him continue his pursuit, lunging towards the thunder leopard that was chasing her from behind. Qi Yajing suddenly realized he was intending to challenge the thunder leopard alone. Hey, come back. That is a mid-9th tier sacred beast. she shouted urgently. Just the right opportunity for practice. A mid-ninth tier sacred beast thunder leopard. Is it? Let me test my fists. Hao Chen replied nonchalantly. Demon explosion fist. He bellowed, striking towards the oncoming thunder leopard. Boom. Hao Chen's fist collided head-on with the thunder leopard's skull, and both were sent reeling backward by the immense force of the impact. Qi Yajing halted, her eyes widening in astonishment as she witnessed Hao Chun and the thunder leopard engaging in a battle without losing ground. Hey, Yajing, don't be so astonished. It's just a mere thunder leopard. My cousin can easily handle it alone. At that moment, Hao Ruoxuan had arrived beside Qi Yajing. Smiling as she spoke, Ruoxuan, don't stand there talking as if it's nothing. That is a 9th-tier sacred beast thunder leopard. Qi Yajing exclaimed in disbelief. What is a 9th-tier sacred beast to me? Hao Ruoxuan scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. In the brief span of their conversation, Hao Chun had already exchanged several blows with the thunder leopard. The creature was agile and struck with precision, but Hao Chun's speed was even greater, and his fists were formidable. After several exchanges, the thunder leopard had failed to land a single bite on Hao Chun, instead receiving a series of heavy punches from him. Were it not for the thunder leopard's status as a sacred beast, with thick skin and robust flesh, it would likely have been shattered by Hao Chen's relentless assault by now. See, the thunder leopard under my cousin's hand is like a mere kitten, unable to withstand even a few blows. Hao Ruoxian beamed triumphantly. That is only because the thunder leopard has yet to unleash its power. Were it to employ its electrical prowess, I dare say your cousin would be fleeing for his life. No sooner had Qi Yajing's words left her lips than the thunder leopard opened its mouth wide and unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Hao Chun. In a flash, Hao Chun executed the demon-slaying hand, striking towards the lightning. The ethereal force of the demon-slaying hand transformed and seized the lightning, which, in an instant, coiled like a serpent in his grasp. With a decisive crush, he dispersed the lightning, scattering it around him. Hao Chun then invoked the minor yang method to absorb the energy into his Lei Hai Dantian, obliterating the thunder leopard's gathered electrical energy. While the thunder leopard was momentarily stunned, Hao Chun seized the opportunity to charge forward. With a swift motion, he drew a demonic dragon spear and struck at the thunder leopard with tremendous force. The impact was formidable, as the spear, entwined with the flames of alchemy, lashed out and sent the thunder leopard tumbling several paces away, creating a deep, leopard-shaped crater in the ground. Hao Chun leaped into action, lunging towards the thunder leopard, which had just emerged from the pit, now filled with trepidation. It dared not invoke its innate abilities to contend with Hao Chun. As Hao Chun approached with great speed, the thunder leopard turned and fled, howling in distress. The spectators from the third group gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide as if they were witnessing a stranger, utterly bewildered by Hao Chun's remarkable prowess. In just a few short days, his strength had evidently surged. The thunder leopard was far superior to the wolf king, having engaged in a prolonged battle before finally subduing the latter. Yet here, in mere moments, Hao Chun had bested the thunder leopard. How fierce! Is this truly a human? Qi Yajing gazed at Hao Chun in a daze, marveling inwardly. Typically, a sacred beast of the same rank possesses greater strength due to its formidable physique and innate abilities, often overpowering humans. While humans may escape annihilation, they seldom emerge victorious. Yet, this individual had managed to leave the 9th-tier sacred beast searching for its teeth, a feat that exceeded Qi Yajing's expectations. Stunned, she took a moment to regain her composure. Chapter 911. The Enigmatic Demon Cultivator, Part 1. Hao Chun had merely defeated the thunder leopard without slaying it, as he wished not to flaunt his abilities excessively before the onlookers. However, observing Qi Yajing, who remained in shock, Hao Ruoxian taunted, "Oh, come now, Yajing. It was just a little house cat, was it not?" Qi Yajing detected the mockery in Hao Ruoxian's tone and retorted coldly, "Umph. It was Hao Chun who chased off the thunder leopard. It is not that the thunder leopard is weak, but rather that Hao Chun is exceptionally skilled. Were it not for his strength, could he have withstood the thunder leopard? I bet it merely found you pleasing to the eye and would have dispatched you in a single round." Hao Ruoxian, incensed, exclaimed, "You lunatic. Had it not been for my cousin's intervention, who knows what the thunder leopard might have done to you in front of everyone?" Qi Yajing, unwilling to back down, shot back. "What? You can mock me, but I cannot tease you. Even the sacred beasts wouldn't spare someone as pretty as you." Hao Ruoxian, infuriated by Qi Yajing's disparaging words, shouted, "You infuriate me. Come, Let us battle it out and see who ends up at the mercy of a sacred beast. Qi Yijing, equally enraged, replied, Bring it on. Watch how I deal with you, you insufferable girl. As two young ladies prepared to clash, Hao Chen, feeling overwhelmed, hurriedly positioned himself between them, exclaiming, Ladies, we are fortunate to have crossed paths, so let us not resort to violence upon our first meeting. If we were to attract a more formidable sacred beast, our fates would be sealed. Qi Yijing snorted in disdain, considering your assistance in driving away the thunder leopard. I shall let this insolent girl off the hook this time. Hao Ruoxuan, on the verge of retaliating, was incited by Qi Yijing's words and retorted, Let it go? Humph. Are you intimidated by my Hao family's martial arts? Hao Chen swiftly intervened, urging, Enough. You both are skilled fighters. Could you please exhibit some decorum? Instead of brawling upon your first encounter, why not join forces to hunt weaker sacred beasts for dinner as night approaches? With Hao Chen standing firmly between the two, they reluctantly refrained from fighting. Soon, they successfully hunted a howling boar, gathering around a fire to roast their prize. The evening feast lasted late into the night. Hao Ruoxuan, Wan Ying, Wang Liying, Li Wei, Chu Fei, along with Qi Yijing and Hao Chen, chose not to return to Maple Forest Canyon, but instead found a clearing in the woods outside the valley to camp for the night. While patrolling the outskirts of Maple Forest Canyon was part of their duties, many mining patrols merely went through the motions, often neglecting their responsibilities for the sake of comfort. However, Hao Chen was determined to conduct the patrol with diligence, believing it was his obligation. As night deepened, the three groups of 3 women and 2 men, along with Qi Yijing and others, grew utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. Observing Wan Ying in a deep sleep, a slight smile graced her lips as if she were dreaming of feasting. Hao Ruoxuan, utterly fatigued, emitted gentle snores, while Wang Liying occasionally murmured indistinct phrases in her sleep. Qi Yijing gradually relaxed, succumbing to slumber as well. Even the 2 men, Li Wei and Chu Fei, rested back to back, softly drifting into dreams, while Hao Chen chuckled quietly to himself. In the dead of night, Hao Chen was abruptly awakened from his meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Qi Yijing sitting upright, staring in astonishment at something ahead. Hastily, he turned to see 2 shadowy figures emerging, indistinct yet eerily human-like, gliding forward as if floating upon the ground. These shadows gradually materialized, revealing grotesque visages shrouded in dark mist, exuding an aura of malevolence. Qi Yijing gasped in disbelief, while Hao Chen swiftly placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Unexpectedly, Hao Ruoxuan shifted beside him, inadvertently bumping against him, causing her to awaken. As she sat up and prepared to speak, her gaze fell upon the terrifying figures ahead, and she was immediately stricken with fear. Hao Chen quickly covered her mouth, whispering urgently, Do not make a sound. Understanding, Hao Ruoxuan nodded repeatedly as Hao Chen gradually released his grip. The 2 dark figures appeared oblivious to their presence, continuing their slow advance. With a look of terror, Hao Ruoxuan asked in a hushed tone, What are those creatures? They are not mere creatures, Hao Chen replied solemnly. They are death spirits, also known as the undead. Death spirits? Qi Yijing inquired curiously. Aren't death spirits confined to the underworld? How could they possibly roam in the Valley of Goat Horns? Hao Chen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, once a person dies, they become a spirit. Generally speaking, spirits are directly absorbed by the underworld and cannot manifest in the mortal realm. Once they reach the underworld, they cannot find a way back to the living world. Unless the ruler of the underworld possesses extraordinary powers, they rarely venture into the mortal realm, for the spirits inherently fear the light, and among the living, there are many formidable beings. Encountering a powerful individual from the mortal realm could pose a fatal threat even to the rulers of the underworld. Hao Ruoxuan expressed her confusion. Then how are these 2 entities able to appear in the human world? Hao Chen shook his head. I do not know. Unless what? Hao Ruoxuan pressed further. After a moment's contemplation, Hao Chen replied, Unless the spirits were summoned by an illusionist. Qi Yijing smiled. Why don't we follow these 2 spirits and see where they lead us? At that moment, the members of the trio were startled awake. Upon hearing Qi Yijing's suggestion, they all nodded in agreement and quietly rose, closely trailing behind the 2 grotesque spirits. Oblivious to their pursuers, the 2 spirits advanced with vacant expressions, while Hao Chen and the others followed, sensing an eerie atmosphere enveloping the typically tranquil Valley of Goat Horns. As the surroundings grew increasingly dim and foreboding, Hao Ruoxuan shivered involuntarily. Jia Jing noticed and chuckled softly, whispering, "You coward." "Shoo." Hao Ruoxuan retorted angrily, ready to snap back. But Hao Chen quickly intervened to quell their dispute. Hao Ruoxuan restrained herself, refraining from voicing her frustration. Ahead, beneath a large tree, sat a figure cloaked in black, cross-legged. The two spirits floated directly towards this enigmatic figure. Concealed within the dense foliage, Hao Chun and the others watched with keen curiosity. "Is someone truly summoning them?" Jia Jing whispered. "Hao Chen, you seem to know a great deal." Yet, Hao Chen's expression remained grave. Suddenly, the cloaked figure emitted an eerie cackle, sending chills down the spine of the timid Wan Ying, who instinctively leaned closer to Hao Chun. The spirits, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, approached the figure. The cloaked individual opened his eyes, radiating a menacing light. With a sudden grasp of his hands, the two spirits displayed expressions of terror and fear. "Spirit essence," the cloaked figure exclaimed. With both hands, he conjured a swirling black vortex in his palms, and the two spirits emitted low, mournful cries before transforming into two wisps of dark mist, drawn towards the figure's hands. "What is happening?" Hao Chun's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in anger as he shouted. "He is absorbing the essence of the spirits, refining them, and cultivating dark energy." The cloaked figure continued to draw in the black mist formed from the spirits, surrounded by an aura of darkness, his eyes transforming into an uncanny black hue. Chapter 912, The Eerie Demon Cultivator, Part 2. Stop. Hao Chen could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Yet, the cloaked figure remained unfazed, relentlessly refining and absorbing the spirits. Hao Chun glared fiercely, exclaiming, "The souls of the deceased, known as the remnants of humanity, can transcend the underworld's trials and be reborn into the realm of the living. How dare you practice such malevolent sorcery and disturb these spirits? Cease this wickedness at once." Upon hearing Hao Chun's fervent admonition, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The figure cloaked in black erupted into laughter, exerting force with both hands, causing two souls to emit mournful cries that were swiftly absorbed, their essence transforming into dark energy that surged into the black-clad figure's being. Enraged, Hao Chen shouted, "A sorcerer calling forth the dead to practice evil arts contravenes the moral fabric of humanity. Such transgressions are unforgivable." The black-clad figure chuckled sinisterly, rising to a full height, their voice dripping with malice. "You meddlesome child, what business is it of yours? These souls bear no relation to you. How dare you confront me?" Hao Chun retorted vehemently. "The souls, cleansed by the river of the underworld, possess the potential for rebirth. Your vile practices rob them of this chance, condemning them to eternal oblivion. This is the height of cruelty." The black-clad figure laughed heartily. "The river of the underworld? Once one enters, all memory is lost. What difference is there from vanishing from this world? Moreover, the next life may well be as a pig or a dog. My actions alleviate their suffering. They should be grateful for my guidance. Ha." Suddenly, Hao Chun brandished the dragon spear, glaring at the dark figure as he bellowed, "Your arguments are but a facade. Even if souls do not enter the river of the underworld, with the right circumstances, they can still cultivate and evolve into sentient beings of the netherworld. You disturb their peace, and today, I shall seek justice for those you have wronged." A glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the black-clad figure as they declared, "You speak of justice. Let us see if you possess the ability to achieve it. Prepare to meet your demise." The figure's eyes darkened with intent as dark energy coalesced around their hands, forming claws that lunged toward Hao Chun. In response, Hao Chun thrust the dragon spear forward, channeling his own dark energy, culminating in a swirling vortex at the spear's tip that pierced through the incoming claws. The black-clad figure gasped in surprise, muttering, "You too possess dark attributes. Humph, yet you question my absorption of souls. From whence comes your own dark energy?" Hao Chun scoffed. "Do you presume that all dark energy must be derived from the same source as yours?" He then unleashed a powerful punch, channeling dark energy into a colossal fist that hurtled toward the black-clad figure. "Excellent." The figure cackled, extending a claw that morphed into an even larger and more fearsome paw, meeting Hao Chun's dark fist head-on. With a shrill sound, Hao Chen's dark energy fist was torn asunder by the claws, which remained intact and continued their advance toward him. This time, the dark claws appeared even more solid, their sharp tips glistening ominously, promising to rend flesh and bone should they make contact. causing Hao Ruoxuan to gasp in horror. Meanwhile, Qi Yajing and Hao Ruoxuan shouted in astonishment and joined the fray. Hao Ruoxuan unleashed the Shaoyang fist, while Qi Yajing executed the Feiyu fist, both techniques converging in a fierce assault against the colossal ghostly claw. With a resounding crash, the fiery essence and the wind essence collided with the ghostly appendage, ultimately shattering it into fragments. The figure cloaked in black let out a sinister laugh, remarking, "Two little girls, unexpectedly possessing some skill. You are not mere decorative pillows. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthless approach." Suddenly discarding Hao Chun, the black-clad man advanced, a dark intensity flashing in his eyes, closing in on Hao Ruoxuan and Qi Yajing, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Ghostly fist, he bellowed, delivering a powerful strike. The force of his punch unleashed a wave of deathly energy, coalescing into a grotesque skull, its cavernous maw widening as it lunged towards Qi Yajing and Hao Ruoxuan. The ghostly fist, imbued with the essence of death, surged forward with alarming speed and ferocity. "Retreat swiftly." Hao Chen's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the black-clad man's assault on the two girls, prompting him to shout urgently. Rending cloud technique. Hao Ruoxuan and Qi Yajing hastily fell back, while Hao Chun brandished the magic dragon spear in front of them. The spear erupted with a formidable dark power, forming a pitch-black spear of essence that struck fiercely at the skull, the ethereal force piercing through it in an instant. With a deafening crack, the skull erupted. However, in the blink of an eye, the dark essence reformed another skull, which continued its relentless advance towards Hao Chun. Thundercloud technique. Channeling the lightning power from his dantian, Hao Chun unleashed a brilliant bolt of lightning from the tip of the magic dragon spear, cleaving the skull once more in two. Yet, it swiftly reconstituted itself and pressed its assault anew. Water cloud technique. Fire cloud technique. Hao Chun unleashed a flurry of attacks, employing his adept mastery of the 5 elemental arts, yet found himself powerless against the skull formed from the dark celestial essence. The black-clad man laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Members of the third group and Qi Yajing attempted to assist Hao Chun with a barrage of sharp strikes, yet their efforts proved futile. Each of Hao Chen's strikes could either pierce, cleave, or disperse the skull, momentarily stalling its reformation. As the situation grew dire, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. The black-clad man continued his maniacal laughter. "If I cannot destroy it, I shall consume the power of death." With a surge of resolve, Hao Chun activated the death energy from the star body within his dantian, employing the Shaoyang technique to absorb the energy. With a mighty roar, the dark celestial essence enveloped Hao Chun, transforming into death energy as he executed the rending cloud technique, once again cleaving the skull in twain. Simultaneously, he absorbed the escaping death energy, replenishing the essence within the death energy core, which shifted from its original dark hue to an inky black. The black-clad man, unable to reform the skull amidst the outpouring of death energy, found himself under relentless assault from the magic dragon spear, which continued its unyielding advance towards him. The breath of Hao Chun surged forth with alarming rapidity, leaving the cloaked figure no time to alter his stance for defense. The figure hastily rolled onto the ground, narrowly evading the onslaught of the demon dragon spear, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. Just as he managed to evade Hao Chun's attack, and before he could rise, a fierce force surged from the 6 magical artifacts above, prompting the cloaked man to drop back down and roll again in a desperate attempt to escape. After narrowly avoiding disaster, the cloaked figure slowly rose, and for a brief moment, neither side made a move, locking eyes in a tense standoff. Chapter 913. The frenzied bull of madness. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Both parties turned towards the sound, witnessing a formidable large holy beast, its gaping maw revealing massive fangs, in pursuit of one of the cloaked figures. Qi Yajing exclaimed, "The frenzied bull of madness. This is bad. It must have been provoked by the cloaked figure and is now in a frenzy." Hao Chun, momentarily taken aback, recognized that behind the cloaked figure was a 9th-tier holy beast, equivalent to the martial emperor's strength, and his expression shifted drastically. The cloaked figure skilled in illusion glanced at his companion being pursued by the frenzied bull, and his face flickered with uncertainty. With a sinister laugh, he declared, "Boy, today is your lucky day. Not only does a 9th-tier holy beast come to play, but I also bring you another cloaked figure to entertain you." "Huh, I shall not join your little game." Enjoy your time with the cloaked man and the frenzied bull. No sooner had he spoken than the illusionist vanished in a flash. Hao Chen quietly unleashed a binding finger technique, and at the moment the figure began to fade, a muffled grunt reached Hao Chen's ears. While he could not slay the man, he managed to inflict injury. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure pursued by the frenzied bull had successfully diverted the calamity, darting through the crowd of Hao Chen and his companions, continuing on without losing speed. Frustrated by the antics of the two cloaked figures, Hao Chen unexpectedly released another binding finger technique, striking the back of the figure as he passed. "Ah!" The cloaked figure cried out in pain as he retreated. At that moment, the frenzied bull, accompanying the figure's wail, let out a thunderous roar, charging towards Hao Chen and the others with its formidable horns. "Ruoxuan, gather everyone and flee towards the maple forest gorge. I will hold off the frenzied bull," Hao Chen commanded urgently. "No, I shall fight alongside you to drive away the frenzied bull," Ruoxuan insisted. "I will join you in confronting the frenzied bull," Qi Yajing declared, stepping forward resolutely. "Indeed, we shall not retreat." The members of the third group echoed in unison. "The frenzied bull is a 9th-tier holy beast. Your presence here is not assistance, but a path to your demise. Hurry and flee," Hao Chen bellowed in anger. Before he could finish, it was too late for anyone to escape. The frenzied bull had already charged in, its horns crackling with lightning, hurtling towards Hao Chen and the others. The howling bolts of lightning surged forward with ferocity, causing the faces of the group to pale as they realized that a 9th-tier holy beast was an entity beyond their capacity to withstand. The overwhelming power of the lightning was insurmountable, and retreat was no longer an option. Demon Slayer's hand. With a sense of helplessness, Hao Chen gritted his teeth and let out a fierce roar. The power of celestial essence transformed into two colossal hands, launching beams of lightning towards the frenzied bull. Channeling all his strength, he redirected the full force of lightning towards the oncoming attack. With two resounding crashes, the lightning bolts unleashed by the mad bull were shattered by Hao Chen's desperate strike, yet he too was sent sprawling by the tremendous backlash. In midair, Hao Chen shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run! I will hold off the mad bull. Do not concern yourselves with me. I can safeguard my own life." At this moment, the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation, abandoning hesitation as they fled with all their might. The mad bull, intent on pursuing them, was momentarily thwarted as Hao Chen quickly rose from the ground and charged at it head-on. With unwavering determination, he unleashed the demon explosion fist, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the beast. The mad bull, enraged and with bloodshot eyes, unleashed a ferocious assault upon Hao Chen. In a desperate situation, Hao Chen summoned all his celestial essence, resorting to close combat, while the members of the three groups, along with Qi Yajing, dared not linger and swiftly evacuated the area. Hao Chen, utilizing every ounce of his strength, cast aside any concern for secrecy, unveiling all his techniques. Each move harnessed a specific aspect of celestial essence. Even so, he could merely withstand the bull's relentless attacks for a few exchanges before feeling the strain on his internal energy. However, he could still see the others within his line of sight. With his internal energy rapidly depleting, continuing the fight would be tantamount to courting death. Hao Chen cursed inwardly and, in a state of resignation, turned to flee. His initial intent was to divert the mad bull, allowing the others to escape, and then to unleash his hidden trump cards, the Demon Suppression Tower, Burning Heaven Seal, and the Universe Furnace, to subdue the beast. If all else failed, he would resort to the Cloud-Splitting Cannon to vanquish it. Yet, these powerful secrets were not to be revealed lightly. The mad bull, cunning as it was, would not pursue Hao Chen if he ran in another direction. Instead, it would chase after the others. Frustration gnawed at Hao Chen, forcing him to follow the fleeing crowd. The speed of the mad bull's pursuit was astonishing. Had it not been for the dense trees obstructing its path, the group would have been caught long ago. Despite their desperate flight, they were still overtaken by the bull several times. Hao Chen had no choice but to engage the beast once more, and thankfully, while fleeing, he drew upon the powers of his 5 dantians, continuously converting celestial essence to restore his strength. Otherwise, he would have long since been drained of his energy, rendered a helpless prey. As the mad bull relentlessly pursued, Hao Chen and the others ran and paused intermittently, with Hao Chen sustaining numerous injuries while the group remained ensnared within the beast's line of sight. The situation was perilous, as Hao Chen fought valiantly while fleeing. The night passed swiftly, and dawn began to break. The mad bull continued its bellowing chase. Hao Chen had no choice but to turn and confront it. Growing bolder with each clash, for he possessed the cultivation of a martial emperor, granting him the capability to contend with a ninth-tier sacred beast. However, under the constraint of concealing one's true capabilities, one could only flee in a frantic dash while devising a strategy. As the frenzied bull charged closer, Hao Chen could no longer ponder solutions and had to turn and confront the beast. After exchanging blows for several rounds, he was once again sent flying by the bull. Fortunately, Hao Chen's physique was resilient, and he sustained no injuries. Upon landing, he immediately resumed his escape, while the bull bellowed furiously, its body suddenly swelling into a colossal creature the size of 3 houses. Did you truly believe I had no means to contend with you? I awaited your wrath. Realizing the bull's transformation, Hao Chen was consumed by anger and swiftly produced the burning heaven seal. As the bull charged aggressively, it was caught off guard by the sudden descent of a dark, imposing seal. Although the bull managed to lower its horns to avoid 2 strikes, the sharp edges of the seal grazed its back, inciting a furious roar. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chen unleashed the burning heaven seal repeatedly, spinning it while attacking the bull. The bull evaded the seal's onslaught, but unexpectedly, Hao Chen concealed a hidden dagger, the Azure Soul Dagger, which sped towards the bull's eye. The beast let out a piercing wail as its left eye was pierced, blood gushing forth. This is the consequence of challenging me. Upon witnessing the bull blinded in one eye, Hao Chen retrieved the dagger, speaking with indignation. The bull's agonizing cries reverberated through the forest, causing the members of the third group and Qi Yajing to halt in bewilderment. Upon seeing the bull in such a pitiable state, they were filled with joy. Yet suddenly, the bull erupted in fury, its horns gleaming ominously as it stirred the dry branches and leaves beneath its feet, charging towards them once more like a massive, unstoppable force. Propelled by a desperate rhythm. Run. This time, the bull is truly enraged and will fight to the death. Hao Chen exclaimed in alarm, swiftly turning to flee while urging the members of the third group and Qi Yajing to follow. Chapter 914. First encounter with the Hua clan. The frenzied bull pursued them relentlessly until they reached a pond situated 1,000 feet from the maple forest gorge. There, an elderly fisherman sat contentedly by the water's edge, casting his line, while 4 tall, slender men clad in simple clothing stood solemnly a few paces away. Master Ancestor! Qi Yajing exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the elderly fisherman, rushing towards him. Child, do not disturb, the fish are about to bite. The fisherman chuckled, his voice deep. Forget about fishing. The 9th-tier holy beast bull is upon us. Quickly, take action to eliminate it. Hao Ruoxuan stood nearby, dazed, contemplating Qi Yajing's words. Master Ancestor? Could it be Huolin of the Li sect? The elderly fisherman gently patted Qi Yajing's head, smiling. Do not fret. Is your friend not currently engaged in a fierce battle with the bull? Qi Yajing referred to Huolin as Master Ancestor because her father, Qi Tsongtian, was his disciple. Qi Tsongtian had formed a bond with the Li sect and sent his daughter to cultivate there. In a rush, Qi Yajing turned to look back, only to see Hao Chen cornered by the bull, exerting all his strength in a fierce struggle against it. Demon Dragon Spear. With a thunderous roar, Hao Chen wielded the dragon spear, colliding with the lightning unleashed by the mad bull. The impact resonated with a deafening boom, sending Hao Chen hurtling through the air towards the direction of the elderly fisherman. To his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of people. In a moment of panic, he hastily concealed his true cultivation level, adopting the guise of a mid-stage martial emperor, feigning an inability to counter the raging bull. He crashed to the ground, spitting blood, his body battered and bruised. The crazed bull charged towards the fallen Hao Chen, its fury unabated. Master, please help. Qi called out urgently. Beast, cease this madness. The voice of the elderly fisherman thundered like a clap of thunder, instantly halting the bull in its tracks as it gazed at him, momentarily subdued. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the elderly fisherman, instilling a sense of dread in the bull. However, being a 9th-tier sacred beast, the bull was not easily intimidated. It hesitated only briefly before charging at the fisherman, driven by instinct. Seeking death, are you? The elderly fisherman bellowed, extending his right hand slowly. Hao Chen felt the immense power of celestial energy converging within the fisherman, a force beyond his comprehension, leaving him astounded. As the fisherman thrust his right hand forward, the celestial energy surged, forming a colossal hand that soared towards the bull. The enormous hand shot forth with a howling sound, growing ever larger as it approached, resembling a towering mountain descending upon the beast. The bull, sensing the immense pressure of the impending strike, recognized that it could not withstand such power, and in an instant, turned to flee. Yet, it was too late. Despite its speed, the hand was swifter, suddenly slapping down upon the bull's rear. With a resounding crack, the bull was sent flying. It crashed to the ground, howling in agony, but did not sustain severe injuries. It quickly scrambled to its feet, limping away without daring to look back, terrified of a second strike from the elder. Unable to contain her excitement, Qixing clapped her hands in admiration. "Master, you are truly remarkable." The elderly fisherman sighed. "If it weren't for my impaired mobility, that creature would not have escaped." Having risen from the ground, Hao Chun bowed respectfully to the fisherman. "Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed elder." The elder scoffed, his expression stern. "There is no need for thanks. Though the bull is fierce, it poses no threat to you. I understand that much." Standing beside the elderly fisherman, Qixing introduced, "Master, these are my two friends." However, the elder interrupted sharply, "Yeah, though I am old, I am not foolish. These youngsters are from the Celestial Academy's mining protection team. One is a member of the Hao family, and that lad is none other than Hao Chun, the captain of the illustrious 7th Squad at the Academy's mining district. I am curious, when did you become acquainted with such individuals?" Upon hearing the words of the elderly fisherman, the members of the third group were taken aback, fearing that their every action was under the old man's control. The fisherman then turned his gaze towards Hao Chun, coldly declaring, "Young man, I am aware that you are concealing your true abilities. You recklessly injured my avatar without understanding the situation. I shall seek justice for my wounded doppelganger. Prepare to receive my palm strike." The two men in black were shrouded in mystery, and amongst them was the avatar of the elderly fisherman, who was none other than Hou Weilin, the overseer of the Li Hua sect's mining area. Both Hao Ruoxuan and Hao Chun, along with the other members of the third group, were equally astonished. Just as Hou Weilin was about to make his move, Qixing hurriedly interposed herself before Hao Chun, urgently stating, "Master, this person has saved my life twice. You cannot harm my benefactor." Hou Weilin's expression darkened. Behind Qixing, Hao Chun discreetly regained his internal energy, calmly responding, "Yajing, there is no need for such alarm. Though your master's celestial palm is formidable, it may not necessarily be lethal to me." Hou Weilin laughed heartily at this, saying, "You possess quite the audacity, young man. Are you under the impression that you can take advantage of my old age and disability?" Hao Chun shook his head, replying earnestly, "Senior, your magical prowess is indeed profound. Even if you cannot walk, I would not stand a chance against you. However, during my battle with the man in black, I was merely incensed that he attempted to divert the blame and fled alone, which led to my ambush." Hao Chun refrained from mentioning the man in black who practiced illusion techniques, for he was unaware of which among them was Hou Weilin's avatar. Should the illusionist be Hou Weilin's manifestation, both he and Hao Ruoxuan would find themselves ensnared in peril. Hou Weilin chuckled, "You have wounded my avatar, and I seek to exact justice. How do you intend to respond? Remember not to overreach." Hao Chun's countenance changed, and Hao Ruoxuan quickly moved beside him, gripping his arm tightly, and shouted at Hou Weilin, "Elder Hua, do not exploit your age. If you wish to harm my brother, I shall fight you." Qixing also suddenly widened her eyes, addressing Hou Weilin, "Master, Hao Chun is my friend and benefactor. As a powerful cultivator in the celestial realm, is it not overly tyrannical to strike against someone in the midst of the martial sovereign stage?" Her words were laced with indignation, and both Hao Chun and the members of the third group wore expressions of anger. Hou Weilin observed this and suddenly broke into a smile. "Indeed, Yajing has a point. If I were to strike you, it would indeed be a case of the strong oppressing the weak. However, I cannot let this matter rest so easily. I shall have one of my martial sovereign guards face you in combat. He is merely one tier above you, which is not a gross imbalance. If you can prevail over my guard, I shall no longer trouble you. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" Hou Weilin said cunningly. "Why should I hesitate?" Hao Chun replied, unafraid. "Excellent. Hua Heng, step forward." Hou Weilin laughed heartily. From behind him, a young man clad in simple attire, appearing to be in his 20s, approached with composure. "Hua Heng, the young man before you is a formidable opponent. My recently refined avatar was ambushed and injured by him. Engage him in fair combat to seek justice for my avatar," Hou Weilin instructed with a serious demeanor. Hua Heng nodded, and then turned to face Hao Chun. exuding an air of lethal intent. A tremendous energy emanated from the opponent, allowing Haoshan to distinctly sense their formidable strength. He immediately focused his mind, gathering celestial essence to prepare for battle. Chapter 915. The fierce battle with the guard Yajing. Huaheng appears quite formidable. Do you think Haoshan can prevail? Asked Heirawakshuan, pulling Qi Yajing aside with urgency. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Yajing thoughtfully replied, Huaheng possesses the cultivation of a late-stage martial emperor. His power is indeed formidable. Haoshan is impressive as well, but I cannot say for certain. Huaheng and Haoshan locked eyes for a long moment, ready to engage. When Heirawakshuan suddenly called out, "Wait!" Everyone turned to Heirawakshuan as Huaweilan scoffed, "Child, what are you shouting about?" Undaunted, Heirawakshuan boldly retorted, "Old man of the Hua family. You said it would be a fair fight. My brother has fought fiercely against the Mad Bull for a long time to save Yajing. He must rest to regain his strength, or how can there be fairness?" Huaweilan chuckled, "The little girl is quite clever. I had overlooked that detail. Very well, Haoshan. You should take a moment to recuperate before facing my guard." Huaheng clasped his hands in acknowledgement and stood aside. Haoshan seated himself on the ground, gathering celestial essence to restore his energy. Heirawakshuan and Qi Yajing stood by his side, guarding him and refraining from interrupting his cultivation. On the field, only Huaweilan, the elder of the Hua family, leisurely resumed fishing, while everyone else remained tense. After a considerable time of silent meditation, Haoshan finally regained his energy and stood tall, exclaiming with vigor, "I am ready. Let us engage in battle." Huaheng nodded, facing Haoshan and gesturing for him to proceed. "Do you not require a weapon?" Haoshan inquired, noticing Huaheng was unarmed. Huaheng nodded, making a motion for Haoshan to strike first. "Very well, since you choose to fight unarmed, I shall do the same. Today, we shall engage in hand-to-hand combat. Should we sustain injuries, I trust you will understand," Haoshan declared with confidence. With a swift movement, Haoshan advanced like the wind, launching a palm strike known as the Dragon Transformation Palm. Huaheng activated his celestial essence, a yellowish aura coalescing around his right hand as he countered with a powerful strike of earth-based martial arts, meeting Haoshan's palm with a heavy punch. In an instant, the two were locked in combat, employing fierce and powerful techniques of earth attributes. Huaheng's prowess, cloaked in a yellowish hue, surprisingly held its ground against Haoshan, even appearing to gain the upper hand. As Haoshan felt the weight of Huaheng's punches increasing, he realized that even at 30% of his own strength, he was gradually being outmatched. Deep inside, Haoshan could not help but admire Huaheng. He was indeed capable of directly contending with the full might of a late-stage martial emperor, proving to be a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Huaheng's ordinary punches could rival Haoshan's 30% strength, and Haoshan's strategy to wear Huaheng down through endurance was proving ineffective, compelling him to alter his approach. Demonic Explosive Fist. Haoshan transformed his palms into fists, each strike infused with tremendous power. Qi Yajing, Heirawakshuan, and the members of the third group watched in astonishment. So soon he has resorted to the Demonic Explosive Fist, it seems Haoshan has truly encountered a worthy adversary. Heirawakshuan murmured to herself. The martial arts of Huaheng are a lethal technique forged amidst the fierce battles of the sacred beasts. Without exerting his full strength, Haoshan may find it challenging to withstand for long. Qi Yajing murmured to herself, if my elder brother were to unleash his full power, Huaheng would likely be defeated. Naturally, Heirawakshuan, unwilling to concede, rallied behind Haoshan. At this moment, Haoshan had maximally harnessed his mid-stage martial emperor prowess. Devastating Fist. Unleashing it, the power was astounding. Yet, contrary to what Heirawakshuan had suggested, Qiheng did not succumb, but instead grew increasingly formidable in combat. Earth-shattering Fist. Huaheng did not reveal any particularly formidable techniques. Regardless of Haoshan's attacks, Huaheng relentlessly retaliated with his own strikes. No matter how Haoshan's techniques evolved, they were all countered by Huaheng's steadfast fists. Haoshan marveled inwardly. Although Huaheng appeared to lack any grand technique, his fist strength was astonishing, and the limits of his power remained elusive. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to disaster. Having grown overly complacent, he found it unwise to utilize weapons at this moment. Since he could not employ magical artifacts, he resolved to fight with all his might and altered his strategy. Haoshan no longer sought to initiate attacks. Instead, he awaited Huaheng's incoming fist, rather than clashing with his own fists or evading. He chose to meet Hua Heng's strike head-on, absorbing the force of Hua Heng's punch with his body. Simultaneously, he executed an earth-shattering fist, conjuring a colossal forceful fist aimed at Hua Heng. In that instant, Hua Heng was unable to respond in time and was struck squarely in the chest by the earth-shattering fist. Both Hao Chun and Hua Heng were sent sprawling to the ground by the sheer force of their blows. They quickly recovered, wiping the blood from their lips, and resumed their fierce confrontation. Qi Yajing, Hao Ruoxuan, and the members of Team 3 watched with bated breath. Is this a fight to the death? Hao Ruoxuan murmured. Once more, Hua Heng and Hao Chun clashed intensely. Hao Chun maintained his strategy, again absorbing Hua Heng's punches with his body while simultaneously employing the earth-shattering fist, propelling Hua Heng once more into the air, though he too was subsequently thrown back by Hua Heng's heavy counterattack. Rising again, Hao Chun wiped the blood from his lips, gritting his teeth, and bravely pressed forward to continue the fierce battle. Hua Heng discerned Hao Chun's desperate fighting style. It was not a contest of raw strength against his own fists, but rather a reckless exchange where he absorbed punishment to severely injure his opponent. It became a matter of who could endure longer. Hua Heng, ignited by true fire, found himself at a loss against Hao Chun's relentless approach. Hao Chun noticed a slight sluggishness in Hua Heng's movements, yet his fist strength remained formidable. Hao Chun's insistence on absorbing Hua Heng's strikes left Hua Heng with no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. Unbeknownst to Hua Heng, Hao Chun had previously employed this very method in combat against the formidable Qilin ape, ultimately subduing it. The two exchanged powerful blows in a relentless cycle, each sustaining considerable pain and injury. If they continued, it was likely that the outcome would be dire. Both were at the martial emperor level, their physical capabilities nearly equal. Hao Chun, having tempered his body with thunder, possessed multiple dantians, allowing him to rapidly amass substantial energy and swiftly replenish his internal reserves. Thus, after several exchanges, Hao Chun's energy remained adequately replenished, ensuring that each punch was delivered with unwavering might. Hua Heng, however, found himself unable to swiftly replenish his vital energy. After several rounds of confrontation, his strength had diminished from its initial ferocity, and the situation gradually began to favor Hao Chun. Just as Hao Chun was sent flying, he once again managed to rise, staggering forward to launch another attack. Hua Heng's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly gestured with both hands in a sign of truce. Hao Chun halted, curiosity etched on his face as he observed Hua Heng, who ceased his assault and instead gave Hao Chun a thumbs up. He then turned and knelt before Hua Weilin, who was still fishing. On his knees, Hua Heng repeatedly bowed his head to Hua Weilin. Unperturbed, Hua Weilin, after Hua Heng had bowed 9 times, spoke calmly. Enough, I understand you have tried your best. It is only natural that you cannot endure such a desperate fighting style. Rise. With Hua Weilin's permission, Hua Heng stood upright behind him, aligning with the other 3 to lift the chair and approach Hao Chun. Hua Weilin smiled faintly at Hao Chun, saying, Young man, I concede you are formidable. You have won. Qi Yajing and Hao Ruoxuan sighed in relief, as did the other members of their group, who relaxed their tense demeanor. Hao Chun clasped his hands and replied, I thank you, Senior, for your understanding. I shall take my leave with my friends, without delaying your fishing any further. Chapter 916, Malicious Intent, Part 1, Wait. Hua Weilin suddenly called out. Young man, I must ask you, the techniques you employed against the Mad Bull were infused with black celestial energy, rather than the yellow earth elemental energy. Do you possess a dark attribute? Hao Chun was taken aback, realizing that his use of dark celestial energy against the Mad Bull had not escaped Hua Weilin's notice, leaving him no choice but to admit, your insight is sharp, Senior. The energy I wield is indeed dark celestial energy. Hua Weilin burst into laughter, exclaiming, So you are a dual cultivator of earth and dark elemental energies. Truly, you are a remarkable talent, and the Celestial Academy has struck gold by accepting such a 1 in a million genius like you. However, given your dark attribute, why did you not utilize it while battling Qi Heng? Perhaps you could have triumphed over Hua Heng without resorting to desperate measures. Hao Chun shook his head, saying, The dark attribute is too sinister. Moreover, Hua Heng employs earth-based martial arts, and I possess the earth attribute myself, which makes our conflict mutually beneficial. Hua Weilin laughed heartily, then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Young man, based on your words and actions today, and having witnessed your skill, I find myself quite fond of you. I now formally invite you to be my guest at the Li Qixing mining area. Hao Chun was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, while Hao Ruoxuan interjected, "No. Grandfather Hua, my brother has severely injured your clone. You wouldn't make things difficult for him, would you? Besides, if we do not return to the Academy's mining area, they will surely grow anxious." Hua Lin snorted coldly, replying, "Girl, taking your brother to the Li Qixing mining area would greatly benefit him. I assure you, he will not face any hardships, nor will anyone else trouble him. It will be merely as a guest, and he will be unharmed." Seeing Hao Chun silent, Hua Lin narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with menace, and coldly asked, "What? Young man, do you not trust my words?" Hao Chun shook his head slowly, responding, "Senior, how could I dare to question a formidable being of your caliber?" Hua Lin continued to smile, and said, "Young lady from the Hao family, why not accompany me to the Li Qixing mining area as a guest?" Hao Ruoxuan, unable to withstand such provocation, immediately exclaimed, "Why not? I, Hao Ruoxuan, am not one to be easily intimidated. Let us depart at once." However, Hao Chun remained unperturbed, for those with exceptional skills often possess great courage. He mused inwardly, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, even beings at the peak of the earth immortal realm, let alone those of the celestial immortal status, shall be effortlessly dealt with. Hua Lin laughed heartily. "Splendid. Let us set forth for the Li Qixing mining area." Hao Chun discreetly sent a sound transmission to the members of the 3rd Squad, instructing them to await the arrival of the 7th Squad to welcome them. Simultaneously, he quietly left behind a blood-poisoned spirit clone to safeguard everyone's security. Thus, he led Hao Ruoxuan and followed Hua Lin and the others toward the Li Qixing mining area. Not long after Hao Chun and his group departed, the 7th Squad, led by Luo Feier, found Wan Ying and the members of the 3rd Squad, safely returning to the residence at the Immortal Academy's mining area. The blood-poisoned spirit clone, adhering to Hao Chun's directives, silently returned to his side. The Li Qixing mining area lay several hundred miles northwest of the Maple Forest Gorge. Although it was still within the confines of the Maple Forest Gorge, it was adjacent to the Qianyuan sect's mining area. The two neighboring sects' mining territories were separated by a distance of several hundred miles. Unlike other mining areas that established caverns for habitation, the Li Qixing's mining area comprised a vast expanse of densely clustered courtyards within the valley, resembling a colossal courtyard. The patriarch of the Hua family was carried by 4 individuals, who moved with great swiftness, followed closely by Qi Yajing and Hao Chun. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the grand courtyard of the Li Qixing's mining area. As Hua Lin brought his friends to the mining area, the senior management had already been informed. A group of stewards, accompanied by disciples guarding the mines, awaited their arrival at the entrance. At the forefront of the guardians stood the senior management of the Li Qixing mining area. Upon seeing the arrival of the mining area's overseer, Hua Lin, the crowd chorused, "We welcome the overseer." Hua Lin nodded in acknowledgement, and one person stepped forward from the crowd, a handsome figure who was none other than Hua Lai, the overseer's grandson. With a beaming smile, Hua Lai affectionately addressed Hua Lin, "Grandfather, did you have a fruitful day while fishing today?" Hua Lin laughed heartily. "Alas, I did not catch any fish, but I made the acquaintance of 2 delightful young friends, whom I greatly admire. As such, inviting them to our mining area is far more significant than the absence of fish." The patriarch of the Hua family turned and called out, "Hao Chun, Hao family young lady, come forth and meet the senior management of the Li Qixing mining area." In the Maple Forest Gorge mining area, conflicts and skirmishes over resources were commonplace among various factions. However, the Immortal Academy had never openly antagonized other forces within the Maple Forest Gorge mining area. Following his collaboration with the Flying Leopard to rescue Qi Yajing, and subsequently battling the frenzied bull demon to provide cover for everyone's escape, any lingering animosity between Qi Yajing and Hao Chun, as well as Hao Ruoxuan, had long since dissipated. 3 individuals engaged in lively conversation, and it was quite late when Qi Yajing departed from Hao Chun's chamber. However, Hao Chun did not allow Hao Ruoxuan to leave, believing that her presence was the safest option. Should any unforeseen event transpire, Hao Chun would not hesitate to confine Hao Ruoxuan within the demon suppression tower. In the dark hours preceding dawn, Hao Chun found himself restlessly tossing and turning within the confines of his room, pondering the enigma of the battle with the illusionist. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. Catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure passing by, Startled, he swiftly gestured to create a protective barrier around the sleeping Haoruoxuan. Without delay, he stepped outside, only to behold a mysterious silhouette making its way into the inner courtyard. As he sensed the ominous aura and the chill of death emanating from the shadowy figure, Haochen was struck with alarm, realizing it was a specter. Could it be that someone was once again summoning the undead? Or was it possible that an illusionist, adept in dark arts, was concealed within the Li Qixing mining area? The specter entered the inner courtyard, and after a brief moment of hesitation, vanished from sight. Recalling the malevolent gaze of the individual practicing the dark arts, Haochen resolved to investigate further and stealthily infiltrated the inner courtyard. Upon entering, the specter was nowhere to be found, yet a faint trace of dark energy lingered in the air. Just as Haochen intended to delve deeper into the investigation, he was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. In a panic, he concealed himself behind a rock formation, holding his breath to avoid detection. The inner courtyard served as the residence for the families of high-ranking officials within the Li Qixing mining area. As an uninvited guest, intruding upon their quarters would be a grave affront. He witnessed Li and a grim-faced stranger emerge from the inner courtyard. The stranger, with a scowl, exclaimed, "What? Does your ancestor think he can intimidate me with the sex name? Have you considered that the Li Qixing is thousands of miles away? Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. My Qi family resides within Haoyan City, where even the city lord must heed our wishes. We are formidable within the Fenglin Gorge mining area. What is there to fear in our collaboration?" The young lord, Li, replied coolly, "Brother Qi Bao, do not be too hasty. It is natural for our ancestor to be perplexed. There is no need for concern. The Li Qixing mining area will ultimately be under my command. Our ancestor is aging, and there will come a day for him to step down." "Step down?" Qi Bao retorted angrily. "That old man spends his days tending to flowers and fishing, cultivating his character without competing with others, and he is a late-stage earth immortal. Nearly ageless. You think you will take his place? Dream on." "That may not be the case," Li replied, his eyes narrowing, revealing a glint of malice. Concealed behind the rock formation, Haochen felt his heart race uncontrollably. The following dawn, while others remained in slumber, Haochen was awakened by a maid from the Hua family, who instructed him to accompany her to meet the mining area overseer, Hualin. Upon seeing the spirited Haochen, Hualin smiled and remarked, "I am getting old. Rising early each day. Young man, you appear to be in excellent spirits. Come walk with me." With Huaheng and 3 other guards carrying Hualin, Haochen followed closely behind as they quietly exited the Li Qixing mining area, heading towards the pond in Fenglin Gorge. At this moment, within the mining area of the fire sect, apart from the diligent workers toiling away, most others remained ensconced in slumber. Hao Chun and his companions arrived at the pond's edge, where Huaheng produced a fishing rod and handed it to Hualin, subsequently retreating 10 paces to stand guard in silence. Hao Chun stood beside Hualin, gazing thoughtfully at the tranquil lake's surface. Hualin cast the rod, yet the hook bore no bait. With a sigh, he remarked, "As one ages, the desire for perpetual conflict wanes. One simply seeks tranquility. Young man, you are brimming with vigor. Does it not feel burdensome to accompany an old man fishing?" Hao Chun replied mildly, "Senior, you jest. Observing your fishing techniques allows me to learn immensely." Hualin, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, pray tell, what can one learn from fishing alongside me?" Hao Chun articulated, "Your approach to fishing is unparalleled. While others rely on various baits, each differing bait attracting different fish, you fish without bait, entirely harnessing the power of celestial essence concentrated upon the rod. It appears as fishing, yet is, in truth, akin to capturing fish. Your mastery over celestial essence is indeed at an extraordinary level. I am in awe." Hualin erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, young man, your keen perception is commendable. I knew you were not merely skilled in sorcery, but also possessed remarkable insight. I find you quite likable. What a pity you are not my grandson." Hao Chun responded, "A grandson of yours would surely be a prodigy of remarkable prowess. I am humbled in your presence." Hualin sighed. Hualai possesses great talent, yet he is too impatient for quick success. Hao Chun found it difficult to engage further, prompting Hualin to continue, "My young friend, I possess a treasure that seems connected to the dark attributes of celestial essence. Could you assist me in discerning its nature?" Holding the fishing rod in one hand, Hualin retrieved an object from his storage ring and casually offered it to Hao Chun for inspection. Upon examining the item, a jolt surged through the deathly core within Hao Chen's star body. The object Huo Lin had presented was none other than half of a jade fish. Strikingly similar to the half of an obsidian fish pendant Hao Chen had previously acquired from the Second Elder's storage ring in the Li family fortress of the Qianyuan realm. The jade fish was exquisitely carved, appearing almost lifelike. Hao Chen deduced that this piece was the counterpart to his obsidian fish pendant. If the two halves were united, they would seamlessly form a complete yin-yang fish pendant. Possessing remarkable composure, Hao Chen's heart only fluttered momentarily before returning to its usual calm, his countenance betraying no hint of recognition towards the jade fish. Huo Lin chuckled. "Young man, have you ever encountered a similar half of a jade pendant before?" Hao Chen shook his head. "I have never seen such a thing." Huo Lin's eyes narrowed. "Ah, I sensed your heart hastening its rhythm just now. If you are unfamiliar with this object, why the sudden stir within?" Hao Chen mused silently. Truly, he is a cunning old fox. A mere flicker of heightened heartbeat has not escaped his notice. Upon hearing the words of Huo Lin, Hao Chen exhibited no trace of astonishment. Responding with a tranquil demeanor, "Esteemed senior, I just heard you mention that this object is related to the dark attribute, which is why my heart raced. I indeed possess a dark attribute, and thus I was somewhat taken aback. I hope you can forgive me." "Oh." Huo Lin did not detect any flaw in Hao Chen's words and chuckled. "This item is not merely a simple jade pendant. It must harbor secrets within. However, I have been unable to decipher them. I suspect it is connected to the dark attribute. Since you possess this attribute, why not attempt to activate this object with your dark energy and see if you can unveil its mysteries?" Hao Chen heeded Huo Lin's advice, channeling his dark energy towards the fish-shaped jade pendant. He concentrated for quite some time, yet the pendant remained unresponsive. He examined it closely, but after a prolonged period, he found no anomalies and reluctantly returned the jade fish to Huo Lin. However, Hao Chen refrained from drawing upon the death energy contained within the death dan of his stellar dantian, surmising that using dark energy would yield no results regardless of his efforts. Hao Chen shook his head, saying, "Esteemed senior, I have tested the dark energy, but I cannot discern any abnormalities. I hope you can understand." Huo Lin's expression revealed a slight disappointment, yet he quickly regained his composure, accepting the pendant back into his storage ring, and remarked with a smile, "It seems I was mistaken. This object is unrelated to the dark attribute." Huo Lin continued his fishing, as if the previous incident had never transpired. After a moment of silence, Hao Chen spoke up, "Esteemed senior, I wish to return to the mining area of the Immortal Academy today. I kindly request your permission." Huo Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Do you feel that I have neglected you or treated you poorly?" Hao Chen shook his head. "Not at all. It is merely that neither Ruoxuan nor I have returned to the mining area, and the guard team there must be anxious." Huo Lin laughed heartily. "No need to rush. Upon your return, I shall compose a letter for you to deliver to your academy's mining guard. Stay an extra day. I have matters to discuss with you. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for someone to escort you back to the mining area." Hao Chen hesitated slightly, but felt it inappropriate to press further, thus he agreed. After some time, Huo Lin finally caught a large fish, laughed heartily, and then returned it to the pond before beckoning Hao Chen to return to the station of the Li Hua sect's mining area. Upon arriving at the station, it was precisely the time for the guards to engage in their morning exercises. Hao Chen accompanied Huo Lin to the rear courtyard of the mining station. In a vast open space, over 100 well-equipped guards, led by Huo Lai, were practicing, creating a truly spectacular scene. Among the onlookers, Hao Chen spotted Ruoxuan, who appeared thoroughly engrossed. He approached her, gently tapping her shoulder, and greeted, "Good morning, Ruoxuan." "Good morning." I was awakened early by the raucous voices of these fellows. The practitioners of the Li Hua sect's mining area are all training together. Their momentum appears far more grand than ours at the Immortal Academy. Ruoxuan exclaimed excitedly. "When we return, our 7th squad should also gather together for training. That would be quite impressive." Hao Chen nodded, then suddenly recalled something and asked, "What about Yajing?" Ruoxuan shook her head. "I haven't seen her. In the early morning, I knocked on Yajing's door, but there was no response, and she was nowhere to be seen. I initially thought she had gone fishing with you." Hao Tian scrutinized the crowd practicing, yet found no trace of Yajing, prompting a sense of unease within him. How peculiar. Where could she be? He mused. Ruoxuan chuckled. "We are in the Li Hua sect's mining area. She is the disciple of the steward. What are you so worried about?" "Ah, I see. She must still be enjoying her slumber. Haha, even more so than I. However, Hao Yan's expression darkened, a sense of trepidation gnawing at him. Ruoxuan, stay here. I shall check on her. Nodding in agreement, Ruoxuan watched as Hao Yan swiftly departed from the crowd, making his way to the front courtyard. For reasons unknown, Hao Yan felt an ominous presence, his eyelids twitching incessantly, hoping fervently that nothing untoward had occurred. Upon reaching the front courtyard, he found it eerily silent, with everyone gathered in the back. Approaching Yajing's quarters, he knocked and called, "Yajing, are you there?" Silence reigned within the room, causing Hao Yan's brow to furrow deeply. His unease intensified as he felt the urgency of the situation. Without further hesitation, he kicked the wooden door open. To his astonishment, he discovered Qi Yajing bound tightly in the center of the room, seated upon the bed, her mouth gagged with cloth. Struggling to articulate any sound, her expression one of sheer panic. Beside her stood a tall, imposing figure, masked and rigid, who, upon witnessing Hao Yan's forceful entry, revealed a flash of malevolence in his eyes. Hao Yan, taken aback, bellowed fiercely, "You audacious scoundrel! Release her at once."